the 1473 RD year of the Daiqian dynasty. Manzhou Linshui Commandery Lichuan County. Inside a dilapidated mountain god temple, Xiao Bieli struggled to sit up feeling as if his entire body had fallen apart. Where is this? Staring at the ruined surroundings, Xiao Bieli was somewhat bewildered. Had he not just spent the whole night in a club with several clients? Who would play such a trick on him? A sharp hiss escaped his lips as a surge of memories that did not belong to him flooded in. Go quickly. I will hold them off. Scenes flickered past one after another. I really transmigrated. Only after a long while did he finally sort out the memories in his mind. He had indeed transmigrated. The owner of this body was also named Xiao Bieli, third young master of the Xiao family in Lichuan County of Linen Commandery. His mother had died in childbirth and his father was the Xiao clan's second master. When he was 6, a marriage agreement was arranged between him and Lin Qingyuan, the eldest young lady of the Lin family in Linen Commandery. The original Xiao Bieli and Lin Qingyuan could be considered childhood sweethearts, innocent companions who grew up side by side. Yet 3 years ago, Lin Qingyuan entered the Zongyuan sword sect, one of the 9 sects and 6 gangs, becoming a true disciple. The Lin family then moved with their entire clan to Qingzhou, and from that moment all contact between the two was severed. One day ago, Lin Hai, an outer disciple of the Zongyuan sword sect, arrived in Linen Commandery. After that, his eldest uncle Xiao Fuxing personally moved to kill him. Had it not been for his father and several loyal servants fighting to the death to send him away, he would likely already be dead. He had even watched with his own eyes as his father fell beneath Xiao Fuxing's sword. Yet his father possessed early-stage 7th grade cultivation. In his desperate counterattack, he also inflicted serious injuries on Xiao Fuxing. Even so, during his escape, the original body had still been pierced by Lin Hai's sword. He must not have survived it, otherwise Xiao Bieli would not have transmigrated into him. Judging by the sky outside, not much time had passed between the original body's death and his own arrival. My unreliable dad in my previous life named me after the farewell hook of that old Master Gu because he liked it so much. I never thought such a coincidence would truly tie our names together. Still, even if I've transmigrated, this is a truly catastrophic beginning. Xiao Bieli looked at the deep, bone-revealing wound on his chest that was still oozing blood, and a chill swept through his heart. At this moment, even moving was difficult for him. If this continued, he would be hard-pressed to escape death. System, Xiao Bieli called out softly. In his previous life, he had read plenty of novels. A system was practically standard equipment for any transmigrator. When there was no response, Xiao Bieli grew anxious. Was he going to die right after transmigrating? He wondered if dying now would let him return to his original world. If he could go back, it would still be acceptable, but if he could not, that would be a disastrous loss. System, dear father. A crisp chime echoed in his mind. Ding. The enemy slaying experience burst. System is loading. Loading complete. Binding successful. The enemy slaying experience burst system is honored to serve the host and is devoted to cultivating the host into the #1 powerhouse under heaven. When the host kills enemies, he may obtain experience points or item rewards. Experience points can be used to increase the proficiency of martial arts. As expected, Xiao Bieli's heart surged with excitement. Those authors had not lied. Systems truly were standard for transmigrators. According to the original body's memories, this world harbored mighty experts capable of cleaving mountains with a single sword and severing rivers with a single blade. This body had also trained in martial arts, lacking only a final step to complete blood refinement, give birth to inner strength, and step into the 9th grade realm. The martial path was divided into 9 grades, 9th grade the lowest and 1st grade the highest. Above 1st grade were beings known as earthly immortals. Detecting that the host is severely injured, system will automatically initiate repair. A gentle energy surged into Xiao Bieli's body, a warmth spread through him as if he were soaking in hot water. After several breaths, the sensation faded. Xiao Bieli felt strength flooding his limbs, and even the wound on his chest had vanished without a trace. Another chime sounded. Ding. Host has an unclaimed novice gift pack. Claim now. Claim it. Xiao Bieli did not hesitate in the slightest. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Grandmaster level arts, Yijin Jing, Gale Blade Technique, the 100 Forged Saber, and 1,000 experience points. Claim immediately. Ding. Claim successful. All martial arts start at 5% proficiency. Host, please check. Yijin Jing. Xiao Bieli was overjoyed. The name Yijin Jing was thunderously famous to him. It was the pinnacle martial art of Shaolin, said to be created by the patriarch Damo himself. It could temper muscles and cleanse marrow, altering one's innate aptitude, and was itself a powerful internal cultivation art. Claim. In an instant, a torrent of memories surged into Xiao Bieli's mind, as though he had cultivated Yijin Jing for many years. His body underwent tendon and marrow refinement. A foul stench rose from him. A layer of black, greasy filth coated his skin. In just a moment, he had already entered the introductory stage of Yijin Jing. A thread of faint inner strength was born in his dantian, swiftly circulating through his limbs and bones before gathering once more in his core. Have I stepped into the grades? Xiao Bieli could hardly believe it. The original had trained for years without entering any grade, yet now a mere 5% proficiency in Yijin Jing had pushed him straight to the peak of 9th grade. No wonder this martial art was renowned in his previous life. At only 5% proficiency, it already achieved this. If he reached full mastery, how terrifying would it be? Xiao Bieli gripped the long saber in his hand. With a light swing, boom, the nearby offering table exploded into splinters. So this is the strength of a grade-level martial artist. Xiao Bieli murmured softly. Host Xiao Bieli. Cultivation peak of 9th grade. Martial arts, Yijin Jing, 5100 Gale Blade Technique, 5100 Bibo Palm, 10100 Black Tiger Fist, 20,100. Experience 1,000. Luckily there was a novice gift pack, or I wouldn't have even a single experience point. Xiao Bieli said under his breath. Right now the proficiencies of the 2 martial arts granted by the system are still too low. I need to raise them first. Bibo Palm and Black Tiger Fist are techniques the original body cultivated, just basic forms for laying a foundation, so there's no need to waste points on them. I happen to still have 1,000 experience points. Xiao Bieli muttered. With the system here, I'll develop quietly for a while, then look for a chance to take revenge. He had no intention of immediately avenging the original body's father. Not only was the Tsang Yuan Sword Sect one of the 9 sects and 6 gangs under heaven, but even his own eldest uncle was a 7th grade martial artist. Far from someone he could contend with at present. Do not blame me, he said softly. Let me first cut down a few people and raise my strength, then I will help you avenge this hatred. Xiao Bieli sighed, then silently intoned in his heart. Consume 100 experience points to increase Yijin Jing. Heat flared in his dantian as a tide of inner strength was born and flowed rapidly through his entire body, yet when he focused on the panel, Yijin Jing's proficiency had not increased at all. This, Yijin Jing, is an internal art, and its quality far surpasses the Gale Blade technique. I should try improving Gale Blade technique first. Consume 500 experience points to increase Gale Blade technique. As Xiao Bieli's words fell, his hands began to heat up. An endless stream of insights into cultivating the Gale Blade technique poured into his mind, as if he had bitterly trained in it for decades. The panel before his eyes changed to host Xiao Bieli. Cultivation peak of 9th grade. Martial arts, Yijin Jing, 5100 Gale Blade technique. 30100 Bibo Palm, 10100 Black Tiger Fist, 20,100. Experience 400. Proficiency increased by 25 points. So 100 experience points raise 5 points of proficiency. Lin Hai and the Xiao clan members did not see my corpse. They may not give up the hunt. I still need to continue improving. Consume all remaining experience to increase Gale Blade technique. Warmth once again surged through his body, and countless insights into the Gale Blade technique flooded his mind. On the panel, the proficiency of the Gale Blade technique changed to Gale Blade technique, 50,100. The Gale Blade technique should now have reached a truly competent level. For my current self, it is more than enough. Future experience points should be saved for raising Yijin Jing. Just then a rush of hurried footsteps approached. Hurry! There's blood here. It should be Xiao Bieli. The family head ordered that whether alive or dead, we must find him. A band of burly men armed with sabers and swords filed into the temple one after another. The instant they saw Xiao Bieli, delight flashed across the leader's face. Wang Hu. Xiao Bieli looked at the middle-aged man at the front and sighed softly. In the memories of his original body, the man before him was one of his father's most trusted subordinates, a skilled fighter who had already entered the graded ranks and thus held some status within the Xiao family. As for the others, they were all household servants of the Xiao family, men who had yet to step into any graded rank. Young master, you should just come with me obediently. Do not make this difficult for me. Wang Hu looked at Xiao Bieli, not a shred of respect in his eyes. Head Wang, why bother wasting words with him? Exactly, the family head has already ordered it. Bringing back a corpse is just the same. The other Xiao family servants stared at Xiao Bieli, their eyes filled with greed. The family head had already spoken. As long as they brought Xiao Bieli's corpse back, they would be rewarded with 100 taels of silver. With 100 taels of silver, even if Head Wang took the lion's share, each of them could still get a few taels. They earned less than a single tael of silver a month serving in the Xiao family. Young master, do not bother showing off that bit of skill you have. You know full well how strong I am. At this moment, Wang Hu also noticed the blade clutched in Xiao Bieli's hand, but he paid it no mind. Wang Hu knew Xiao Bieli's skills. Though the young master had studied martial arts for several years, he had practiced 3 days and shirked for 2, still far from entering the graded ranks. The other servants advanced toward Xiao Bieli, wooden clubs in hand, ferocious grins twisting their faces. A sharp hiss sliced through the air. The 100-forged blade left its scabbard. The heads of the 2 closest Xiao family servants soared skyward, blood spraying and splattering across the men nearby. A line of text that only Xiao Bieli could see appeared before his eyes. Experience 10. Experience 10. Everyone froze. That strike had been too fierce and far too swift, so swift that none of them had time to react. With a soft, wet sound, the 100-forged blade once more swept across 2 necks, and 2 more servants dropped to the ground. Experience 10. Experience 10. So this is what it feels like to kill, eh? Threads of excitement flickered in Xiao Bieli's eyes. He felt no discomfort at all. On the contrary, a strange exhilaration rose within him. Fine robes and spirited steed roaming the Jianghu in carefree delight. Is this not exactly what I yearned for? Xiao Bieli's hands never ceased moving, the raging gale blade art unfolded through his strikes, each cut sending fresh blood spraying outward. In the span of merely 2 or 3 breaths, 6 men were already lying on the ground. Several of the remaining servants bore bloody wounds on their bodies. Wang Hu seized an opening, letting out a sudden roar as his long blade descended toward Xiao Bieli's back, cleaving down like a stroke that could split a mountain. Yet Xiao Bieli moved as though eyes had sprouted on his back. With a ringing clang, the 100-forged blade intercepted Wang Hu's descending strike. Then, a flash of steel, a wet sound. Wang Hu's right hand, which gripped the blade, was severed at the root, his hand and weapon falling to the ground together. The remaining men were utterly dumbfounded. That strike had been far too fast. Wang Hu was a martial artist who had already entered the graded ranks, yet he could not even withstand a single blow from Xiao Bieli. "Run!" someone shouted. The remaining 5 Xiao family servants bolted almost simultaneously, sprinting madly toward the entrance of the mountain god temple. Xiao Bieli kicked out at Wang Hu's fallen long blade. With a sharp whistle and a wet impact, the long blade pierced through the bodies of 3 men, pinning them to the courtyard wall of the mountain god temple. Experience 10. Experience 10. The remaining 2 men stumbled in terror and collapsed to the ground. "Young master, spare us. We were only following orders. Please treat us like mere fart and let us go." The 2 servants kowtowed, repeatedly begging for mercy without pause. Wang Hu meanwhile clutched his bleeding right arm, his face full of terror as he stared at Xiao Bieli. "You have been pretending all along. A 17-year-old at the peak of 9th grade, and your blade art honed to such a realm." Cold crept through his heart. He could not comprehend it. With such talent, he could already enter a great sect to cultivate. What was there to hide? "Give me a quick death." A wet sound answered him. The long blade swept across. Wang Hu's corpse toppled to the ground. Experience 107th grade Iron Cloth 1, HM. A martial art dropped. The drop rate is not low at all, and a 9th grade martial artist gives 100 experience. "Young master." The 2 servants still tried to plead for their lives. With a light leap, Xiao Bieli landed beside the 2 men. "In your next lives, be proper men." The 100-forged blade swept through the air, and 2 heads arced toward the sky. Experience 10. Experience 10. Xiao Bieli did not dare linger long in the mountain god temple. He searched the corpses, taking a dozen or so taels of silver and some dry rations, then departed in haste. Not long after, another group of people appeared within the mountain god temple. Aside from Wang Hu, almost all of them were killed in a single stroke. The blade skills are practiced and smooth. Could it be that someone rescued Xiao Bieli? The Xiao family steward Qin Zhong examined the mountain god temple and spoke softly. Inside the mountain god temple, the other Xiao family servants were as silent as cicadas in late autumn, not daring to utter a sound. Only Lin Hai, an outer disciple of the Zhongyuan sword sect, stepped forward. He searched the corpses with practiced motions and said coolly, "The traces here have all been deliberately erased. One cannot tell how many people exchanged blows. However, these Xiao family servants have been dead for less than the time it takes to burn a single stick of incense. They have not gone far yet. Bring all the hunting dogs over and hunt them down for me. Xiao Bieli is someone the young lord personally named to be killed. If he escapes, you know full well what the consequences will be." Yes. Qin Zhong nodded repeatedly. Even though he was at the peak of 9th grade, Lin Hai was not someone he could afford to offend. "I will immediately send Xiao family men to pursue in this direction." Deep within Luoxia Mountain, Xiao Bieli exhaled a long breath, then washed down the dry rations he had taken from the corpses with the sweet mountain stream water. By this time, he had been fleeing through the mountains for over an hour. Even as a 9th grade martial artist, he was beginning to reach his limit. Suddenly, barking sounded in the distance. In the next instant, 2 vicious dogs charged straight toward him. He cut out with a single stroke. 2 dog heads flew toward the sky. Ordinary hunters do not choose to enter Luoxiao Mountain at dusk to hunt. These must be pursuers. Xiao Bieli's heart tightened. He could not be bothered to erase his traces and instead hurried deeper into the mountains. Luoxiao Mountain was vast. As long as he could endure the next few days of pursuit, he would have the open sea for fish to leap in. An outer disciple of the Zhongyuan sword sect did not have the authority to mobilize nearby clans and seal off the entire mountain. Moreover, he had the system. After a year or half a year, the Xiao family would likely be nothing to him. As for the Zhongyuan sword sect, once his strength was sufficient, that hatred would also have to be repaid. After a short while, the grass by the little stream was pushed aside. A party of men appeared at the water's edge. It was Lin Hai leading 6 or 7 Xiao family servants and 2 dogs. Young hero Lin, the bodies are still warm. They have not gone far. One servant touched the headless hunting dog and spoke quickly. Chase. Lin Hai spat out a single word coldly. Under a sparse, starry, moonlit sky, Xiao Bieli leaned against a large tree and exhaled deeply. I still have to claim the iron cloth technique. Claim. A booming surge followed. Countless fragments of experience in cultivating iron cloth poured into his mind. Heat flooded his flesh, rampaging across his skin and tempering his body. Xiao Bieli ran the iron cloth art at full force. His once fair skin turned dark greenish-black, like the hide of a bull. With only 5% proficiency, iron cloth still struggles to withstand blades and swords, but better than nothing. Besides, I still have experience. At this moment, the panel before Xiao Bieli had already become host Xiao Cultivation Peak of 9th grade. Martial Arts Muscle Easing Classic, 5100 Iron Cloth, 5100 Raging Gale Blade Art, 30100 Bibbo Palm, 10100 Black Tiger Fist, 20,100. Experience 210. Xiao Bieli gazed at the faint firelight flickering below the mountain. Those people followed him like shadows. He had rushed tens of li through the mountains, yet still had not shaken them off. If he were surrounded now, blades and swords knew no mercy. Stacking iron cloth atop his existing skills might allow him to preserve his life at a critical moment. With that thought, he murmured, consume all experience to enhance iron cloth. Boom. A warm current surged from Xiao Bieli's body, flowing towards his limbs and bones, accompanied by the experience of cultivating the iron cloth method, as if he had practiced it for over 10 years. After a moment, the warm current dissipated. Host Xiao Bieli. Cultivation level peak of the 9th grade. Martial Arts, Yijin Jing, 5100 Iron Cloth Method, 15100 Wind Blade Technique, 50100 by Bow Palm, 10100 Black Tiger Fist, 20,100. Experience 10 experience points. Is that all I can use? The Iron Cloth Method and Wind Blade Technique are of the same level, both consuming 100 experience points to increase proficiency by 5%. Xiao Bieli murmured. Seeing the torches on the ground getting closer, he frowned and turned to flee deeper into the forest. During the day, he had killed so many people, fearing that other powerful members of the Xiao family would come. His uncle was a 7th grade master, and even with the system, he couldn't easily kill that bastard. Puff. Having dealt with a vicious dog and a martial artist, experience 10. Xiao Bieli had no time to collect the spoils and quickly turned to escape deeper. At this rate, he'll be caught sooner or later. Xiao Bieli's face turned ugly. He had underestimated the tracking methods in this world. He had already been chased multiple times over the past 3 days. Fortunately, he hadn't encountered any top masters. The strongest ones were merely 2 skilled members of the Xiao family, whom he could easily handle with his high proficiency in the wind blade technique. Fortunately, during these days of fleeing, he had killed many people, and his panel had changed to host Xiao Bieli. Cultivation level peak of the 9th grade. Martial Arts, Yijin Jing, 5100 Iron Cloth Method, 15100 Wind Blade Technique, 50100 by Bow Palm, 10100 Black Tiger Fist, 20,100. Experience 340. In these days, he had killed 2 9th grade masters, and with several guards, his experience points had risen to over 300. During these days, he truly experienced the benefits of martial arts. In a siege, those without grade could only leave white marks on him with their weapons, allowing him to attack without hesitation. Otherwise, even if he could kill those 2 9th grade masters, it wouldn't have been so easy. Consume all experience points to enhance the iron cloth method. Xiao Bieli said softly. Boom. Another wave of warm current surged out, bringing a sense of comfort. Iron cloth method, 30,100. Experience 40. Young master, spare me. We were forced into this. A day later, deep within Luoxiao Mountain. Experience 10. Experience 10. Experience 100. On the ground lay over a dozen corpses in disarray, with Xiao Bieli standing with his sword. By now his forged dagger had several chips. His clothes were tattered, hardly better than a beggar. Puff. Xiao Bieli's eyes were filled with indifference as 2 bodies fell to the ground. Experience 10. Experience 550. Xiao Bieli used the clothes from the corpses to wipe the blood off his forged dagger and spoke softly. Consume all experience to enhance the iron cloth method. As Xiao Bieli's voice fell, his body heated up and countless experiences of practicing the iron cloth method flooded into his mind. After several breaths, the enhancement was complete. Host Xiao Bieli. Age 17, cultivation level peak of the 9th grade. Martial arts, Yijin Jing, 5100 wind blade technique, 50100, iron cloth method, 55100 by bow palm, 10100 black tiger fist, 20,100. Who? Xiao Bieli took a deep breath, his gaze sharpened. Now I am basically surrounded by them. Moreover, now there are more and more masters among the encircling team. If Xiao Fuxing really arrives, I won't be able to escape. Find a direction and risk it. This person is progressing too fast. Lin Hai's face was gloomy. After tracking for a night, he could previously find many traces along the way. But now the traces were becoming fewer and fewer. If this continues, they'll lose the trail. There's only one person's trace. Are you sure Xiao Bieli is an ungraded waste? Lin Hai turned to ask. He had seen Xiao Bieli in Linen Prefecture. He indeed had no grade. Could it be that after experiencing life and death, he broke through? Xiao Bieli indeed did not have a grade before. A guard quickly replied. Up. A scream rang out. Clang, clang, clang. From not too far away in the south, the sounds of combat emerged. It's over by Steward Shun. One of the Xiao family guards exclaimed. Lin Hai had already rushed towards the place of combat, quickly leaving those guards behind. As soon as he arrived at the scene, Lin Hai was met with a shocking sight. The peak 9th grade Qinzhong wielding a long sword was fighting Xiao Bieli, but at this moment Qinzhong had numerous long wounds on his body, blood staining half of him red. Lin Xiaoxia, save me. Upon seeing Lin Hai, Qinzhong was overjoyed, blocking Xiao Bieli's blade with his sword and shouting loudly. Good lad, you've been hiding your strength. At such a young age you've reached the peak of the 9th grade, and your swordsmanship is so profound, I cannot let you live. Clash. The long sword was drawn. Lin Hai, as an outer disciple of the Zhongyuan sword sect, naturally practiced swordsmanship. Even as an outer disciple, Lin Hai's sword techniques were exceptionally exquisite. Whoosh. The long sword pierced through the air, striking at Xiao Bieli's vital points. Come on. You're the bastard who wants to kill me, right? A fierce glint flashed in Xiao Bieli's eyes. If it weren't for this bastard's arrival, so much wouldn't have happened. In any case, if he didn't kill this bastard today, he would find it hard to escape. He might as well fight with all his might. He unleashed the wind blade technique with full force. Seeing him charge in anger with his sword, Lin Hai was astonished as Xiao Bieli completely deflected it. But his hand changed the move and directly stabbed at Xiao Bieli's chest. Clang. Xiao Bieli blocked with his sword, not retreating, but advancing. Instead, his left hand formed a fist, aiming straight for Lin Hai's face. Take this. With a loud shout from Xiao Bieli. Lin Hai's eyes also flashed with ferocity as he parried Xiao Bieli's long sword, using his left hand to circulate his internal energy. Bang! The fist and palm collided. Both retreated a few steps. An outer disciple is indeed just an outer disciple, Xiao Bieli said blandly. Although Lin Hai was in 8th grade, he was slightly stronger in terms of internal strength, but it was still limited. He wasn't at the point where he couldn't handle it. Altogether, Lin Hai's face turned ugly as he shouted angrily. Even if he was just an outer disciple from Zhongyuan sword sect, he was not someone from a small family that could be mocked. The remaining dozen or so guards from the Xiao family and Jianghu guests exchanged glances and almost simultaneously charged at Xiao Bieli. A storm of attacks ensued. Xiao Bieli's blade moved swiftly. With one slash, 2 corpses fell to the ground. Experience 100. Experience 10. The blade's momentum shifted, sending blood flying. Among these guards, only 1 or 2 had entered the grade and were of similar strength to Wang, who they were no match for the current Xiao Bieli. Lin Xiaoxia. Someone unable to contain their fear, yet not daring to flee, looked towards Lin Hai. Clang. Just as Xiao Bieli slashed out, unable to muster enough power, Lin Hai moved. This sword came from an extremely tricky angle, aimed directly at Xiao Bieli's back. You bastard. Xiao Bieli's expression changed slightly, but there was no way to avoid it now. Puff. One slash directly decapitated the remaining 9th grade martial artist among the guards. Experience 100. If I have to die, I won't let you off easily either. Turning around, his bones creaked, and Xiao Bieli's skin turned a dark greenish-black, his muscles seeming like they were forged from steel. He did not dodge or evade, employing no flashy techniques. With the forged dagger raised above his head, carrying the force of a mighty strike, he brought it down. Lin Hai wore a mocking smile, his sword already at Xiao Bieli's chest. Wasn't it too late to resist? Clang. The long sword pierced Xiao Bieli's chest, emitting the sound of metal clashing. A blow that should have been chilling was actually blocked. Puff. The blade's energy surged. Lin Hai's body was sliced in half, blood spraying everywhere, and his entrails fell to the ground. Experience 506th grade golden silk soft armor 1 run. Flee quickly. The remaining Xiao family guards could no longer hold on, abandoning their weapons and turning to escape. Oomph. Xiao Bieli snorted coldly, leaping. 2 heads flew up. Experience 10. Seeing Xiao Bieli approaching, Chun Zhong directly knelt on the ground. Third young master, I watched you grow up. Attacking you was the family head's order, please spare me. Even Lin Hai in the early 8th grade had died at Xiao Bieli's hands. Now he was seriously injured and unable to escape. How could he be Xiao Bieli's opponent? Go to hell and say that. Puff. Before Chun Zhong could finish, Xiao Bieli struck. Chun Zhong's unwilling head flew into the sky, landing in the nearby grass. Experience 100. Xiao Bieli directly pulled out the long sword lodged in his chest, blood gushing out. He took out healing ointment from his body and applied it to his wounds. I still underestimated the iron cloth method. Looking at the less than half an inch wound, Xiao Bieli spoke softly, originally thinking that the iron cloth method was cheap. Plus, after being ambushed, he decided to stack the iron cloth method to ensure safety in group battles. Unexpectedly, the iron cloth method, with over 50% proficiency, actually blocked most of the power from an 8th grade martial artist's full-strength attack, allowing him to successfully counterattack. From today onwards, the sea is wide and fish can leap. Song Yuan Sword Sect, Xiao family, wait for me. With that, Xiao Bieli dove into the depths of the dense forest. Damn it! Damn it! How could Lin Xiaoxia die? What on earth happened? Xiao Fuxing stared at the corpse on the ground, his eyes filled with rage. He had merely stayed at the Xiao residence to handle the aftermath, thinking that Lin Hai could easily eliminate his nephew, but now Lin Hai had actually died here. The death of an outer disciple from the Songyuan Sword Sect was not a major issue. However, Lin Hai was here on behalf of the true heir of the Songyuan Sword Sect. Now that Lin Hai was dead, how could he explain this to that individual? He had even killed his own younger brother to please that individual. Would he now let all his efforts go to waste? Family head, it was Xiao Bieli who killed Lin Xiaoxia. A Xiao family guard who participated in the search for the mountain spoke quietly. Crack. Before he could finish his words, his neck was twisted by the grim-faced Xiao Fuxing. Damn it. Carry Lin Xiaoxia's body down the mountain. I will personally go to the Changhe gang. Lu Qi, continue the search and find Xiao Bieli's whereabouts. Use fireworks as a signal. They'll come over as soon as I return from the Changhe gang. Lin Hai was not only an outer disciple of the Songyuan Sword Sect, but also the direct grandson of Lin Tiantong, the Grand Elder of the Changhe gang. Although he did not fear the Changhe gang, he did not wish to offend Lin Tiantong, and besides, the Changhe gang had the backing of the Sanjiang Alliance. This matter still required an explanation to Elder Lin. Deep within the falling Sunset Mountain in a thicket, host Xiao Bieli, age 17, cultivation peak of the 9th rank. Martial arts Yijin Jing 50-100 Guangfeng Dao FA 50100 Tiabu Shan 55100 B Pao Zhang 10100 Heihu Quan FA 20100. Experience 1540. Golden silk soft armor ready for extraction. Indeed, fortune hides in misfortune. This can be considered a wave of sudden wealth. Xiao Bieli gazed at the experience points on the system panel and spoke softly. Killing Lin Hai granted him 500 experience points, along with the 6 or 7 skilled martial artists from the Xiao family, and those miscellaneous fighters. His experience points surged dramatically. Looking at the martial arts listed on the panel, he immediately ruled out Bi Pao Zhang and Heihu Quan Fa. Even if he had experience points, he needed to upgrade the skills produced by the system first. Unless it was an unparalleled divine skill from this world, he shouldn't waste this hard-earned experience. Claim the golden silk soft armor. As Xiao Bieli silently recited in his heart, a fitted soft armor appeared in his hands. This golden silk soft armor was entirely golden and looked different from what was shown on television. It appeared to be an ordinary sleeveless undergarment. Golden silk soft armor 6th rank can resist 30% of internal energy, difficult to break by weapons below the 6th rank. Seeing the introduction of the golden silk soft armor, Xiao Bieli's eyes brightened. Originally, he was hesitating whether to max out Tiabu Shan, as he had relied on the 55% proficiency of Tiabu Shan to block Lin Hai's fatal strike. But now that he had the golden silk soft armor, he could prioritize upgrading other martial arts. After some contemplation, Xiao Bieli silently thought. Spend 1,000 experience points to enhance Yijin Jing. Yijin Jing, 6,100. Boom. A warm current surged within his dantian, flowing through his limbs. In an instant, one of the 12 primary meridians was opened, reaching the initial stage of the 8th rank. However, this was not the end. Another meridian was opened, followed by the 3rd, and then the warm current returned to his dantian. Hiss! Xiao Bieli inhaled sharply. With 1,000 experience points, the proficiency of Yijin Jing increased by 1%, but 3 meridians were opened. The martial path of the 8th rank is achieved through the process of opening the 12 primary meridians. The more meridians open, the more internal energy can be contained within the body until all 12 are opened. If 1% proficiency in Yijin Jing equals 3 open meridians, does that mean I only need to open 3 more meridians to reach the peak of the 8th rank? Calculating this way, I just need to slay 6 8th rank martial artists. This makes leveling up effortless. Still have 540 experience points. Upgrade Quangfeng Dao FA entirely. Xiao Bieli spoke softly. With the golden silk soft armor, there was no rush to enhance Tiabushan anymore. Boom. Countless experiences of practicing Quangfeng Dao FA surged into Xiao Bieli's mind. His hands grew hot, and an extra layer of callus formed on them, as if he had practiced Quangfeng Dao FA for countless years. Moments later, host Xiao Bieli. Realm initial stage of the 8th rank. Martial Arts Yijin Jing, 60-100 Quangfeng Dao FA 75100 Tiabushan, 55100 B Pao Zhang, 10100 Heihu, Quan FA 20,100. Experience points 40. The proficiency of Quangfeng Dao FA increased by 25 points. Swish, swish, swish. The battered 100-forged blade was unsheathed. The blade gleamed, and countless blade shadows appeared in the air, severing 3 or 4 small trees around, each as thick as a fist, into neat sections that fell to the ground. Clang! The blade was sheathed. Huff! Xiao Bieli let out a long breath and murmured. In the midst of laughter and pride, it is no wonder that Tian Boguang could use this sword technique and lightness skill to contend with 80% of the experts in the martial world. With my current cultivation at the initial stage of the 8th rank, plus 75% proficiency in Quangfeng Dao FA, even facing Lin Hai Heiden, I could take his life within 3 moves. Given this, all these martial arts must be upgraded to full level. However, having killed an outer disciple of the Zhang Yuan sword sect, and since Lin Hai seemed to have come here under orders from someone else, it is not wise to linger here. With this thought, Xiao Bieli counted the spoils he had casually piled together, and then headed in the direction away from Sanchuan County. Lin County. A port. Lin County is located south of Falling Sunset Mountain, while the Xiao family is in Lichuan County, which is north of Falling Sunset Mountain. The two counties are separated by Falling Sunset Mountain, with only one official road for passage. If one does not take the official road, they must traverse the mountains. However, Falling Sunset Mountain is filled with venomous snakes and fierce beasts. Only experienced hunters dare to cross it. At this moment, evening was approaching. The usually bustling Dadu port was now only home to a lone large ship docked at the wharf. Captain, it's getting late. There's no one around. We should leave. Yes. If we wait any longer, it will be dark, and who knows when we can reach Dongjiang County tomorrow. Seeing that the sun was about to set, the people on the ship noticed that the captain had no intention of setting sail and began to speak up. Although it was downstream from Lin County to Dongjiang County, it would still take a day and a half, and because there were few people today, they had already been waiting on the ship for almost an hour. Sigh. There are too few people. Oh, I won't even be able to cover the cost for this trip. The captain sighed. Due to the conflict between the 12 linked docks and the Sanjiang Alliance, business was becoming increasingly difficult. They are coming. 7 or 8 people are coming. Can we leave now? Someone shouted towards the captain's face broke into a smile. Counting these 6 or 7 people plus the goods they brought, this trip could at least yield some profit. After another incense stick's worth of time, when the crew had moved all the goods onto the ship, the captain prepared to set sail. Wait a moment, Captain. Take me along. At that moment, a deep voice entered the ears of everyone on the ship. Upon seeing the speaker, they frowned. The newcomer was disheveled, wearing tattered clothes, holding a large bundle in one hand, and carrying a long knife on his back. Could this be a beggar? Xiao Bieli lightly leaped from the dock onto the deck of the large ship, tossing a few coins to the captain. This ship is headed to Dongjiang County, right? Perfect. I'm also going to Dongjiang County. What extraordinary martial skill. There were discerning passengers aboard the vessel. Upon witnessing Xiao Bieli's display of prowess, they abandoned all thoughts of driving this beggar off the boat. Traveling far from home, one must extend courtesy to others. Such kindness often returns as self-preservation. To recklessly provoke a formidable figure was to invite death, without even knowing how or why. Very well. Master Cultivator, please. Accepting the silver, the boat captain's face lit up with delight. Cast off. As the oarsmen strained and pushed the vessel away from the wharf, it drifted downstream with the current. The sun sinks beyond the long river, perfectly round. Xiao Bieli stood on the deck, gazing at the crimson orb descending into the horizon, murmuring softly. Once past Sanchuan Prefecture, and keeping a low profile, he would be exceedingly difficult for the Xiao family to trace. Have you heard? A momentous event unfolded 2 days ago in neighboring Luchun County. Voices reached Xiao Bieli's ears as a group idled on the deck beneath the setting sun. What event? Old Lu, you've traveled the length and breadth of the realm, your connections are vast. Don't keep us in suspense. Indeed. Spill it quickly. If it's truly momentous, I'll share a bowl of my finest aged Huadia wine with you. A crowd encircled a broad-shouldered man dressed in simple workman's garb. His temples bulged prominently, his eyes sharp and luminous, an unmistakable sign of a ranked martial artist. Old Lu reveled in their attention and chuckled. Everyone knows you Nyo Sanpao, hoard every copper coin. You dilute your wine with water. I'd rather not drink it. I arrived from Luchun County just today. Yesterday, Second Master Xiao of the Xiao family perished. A collective gasp rippled through the air. Astonishment erupted around them. Second Master Xiao was a 7th-rank expert, and elder brother Xiao commands the pinnacle of 7th-rank mastery. Even the Changhe gang dares not slay him outright. Precisely. In all of Luchun County, 7th-rank masters are few and far between. Could an outsider have slain him? Voices multiplied in speculation. Here a 7th-rank master wielded dominion over an entire county. Old Lu shook his head. You're unaware. The one who slew Second Master Xiao was none other than his own son Xiao Bieli. Rumors say that yesterday Xiao Bieli attempted to violate the wife of the Xiao family's eldest master, but was discovered by Second Master Xiao himself. Enraged, Second Master Xiao resolved to deliver his son to the clan patriarch for judgment. Knowing certain death awaited him, there Xiao Bieli ambushed his father en route. Even now both Xiao family enforcers and the Changhe gang scour Mount Luoxia for Xiao Bieli's trail. Outrage flared. Despicable. Xiao Bieli is a beast. He violated his own brother's wife. If he can murder his own father, what is a sister-in-law to him? Yet why does the Changhe gang involve itself in Xiao family affairs? Why do they hunt Xiao Bieli? No one knows, but even our Linshui County now hosts Changhe gang scouts seeking his whereabouts. These are truly turbulent times. 3 days past, Wang, the great philanthropist of our county, colluded with the 12 linked docs, only to suffer annihilation at the hands of the Changhe gang. Merely the young master survived, and even now the Changhe gang hunts him relentlessly. And now Luchun County adds Xiao Bieli to the list. Ever since the conflict between the Sanjiang Alliance and the 12 linked docs intensified, fewer travelers dare take the waterways. Merchants now shun Sanshui Prefecture altogether. Listening to the animated chatter on deck, Xiao Bieli's expression remained utterly impassive. His father, after all, had been the Xiao family's second highest authority. His sudden death demanded an explanation, and Patriarch Xiao Fuxing would never confess to murdering his own younger brother. Thus the blame inevitably fell upon Xiao Bieli. What astonished him most was that Xiao Fuxing had sullied his eldest brother's wife's honor. A single rumor in this age could condemn a woman to lifelong disgrace. Moreover, this account made no mention of Lin Hai, an outer sect disciple of the Zhanyuan sword sect, or of the Changhe gang's inexplicable involvement. The Changhe gang far surpassed the Xiao family in strength. Its leader Sun Changhe, the 7-fingered divine eagle, was a 6th-rank master. The gang's influence extended across Luchun County and deep into Sanshui Prefecture. Behind it loomed the Sanjiang Alliance, the undisputed hegemon of the entire prefecture. Even the prefect deferred to its authority. I've already slain an outer sect disciple of the Zhanyuan sword sect, yet I still fret over the Changhe gang. At that thought, Xiao Bieli shook his head faintly. If even the Zhanyuan sword sect now harbored those who wished him dead, what significance did the Changhe gang hold? Besides, death is final. Yet he bore a system interface. So long as he lived, fear belonged not to him, but to his enemies. The ship's cabin had been reserved entirely by the party boarding before Xiao Bieli. Their leader, 35 or 6 years old, wore an opulent brocade robe. Slightly portly, he exuded keen intelligence and decisive vigor. Did you discern that youth's identity earlier? Could he be affiliated with the Changhe gang? Wang Tianfu peered through the porthole at Xiao Bieli, seated quietly in a corner of the deck, listening intently to the lively conversation outside, and turned to ask a burly man in his 40s standing beside him. That display he showed boarding the vessel, no less than 9th-rank peak, perhaps even 8th rank. His origins are undoubtedly extraordinary. Deng Yong shook his head. A 9th-rank peak, so young. The Changhe gang boasts only 3 or 4 such youths. I know each by name. That boy outside is certainly not among them. Earlier we dispatched our brothers along 3 separate land routes. They've drawn the Changhe gang's primary attention. Moreover, they believe we intend to flee via Mount Luoxia. Even if captured, the gang will search only there. And once we clear Sanshui Prefecture, heroes of the 12 linked docs will meet us. Then even the Changhe gang will be powerless against us. Bang! Wang Tianfu slammed his fist onto the table, eyes blazing with hatred. Cursed Changhe gang. Had they not pressed us relentlessly, seeking to swallow the Wang family whole, my father would never have risked alliance with the 12 linked docks. In time I shall make the Changhe gang pay dearly. Sigh. Deng Yong exhaled heavily. Survival itself was a triumph, for even if they reached the 12 linked docks, would its leaders truly wage war upon the Changhe gang for the Wang family's vendetta? Moreover, the Changhe gang answered to the Sanjiang alliance, a colossal power dominating all of Sanshui prefecture. Even the 12 linked docks at full strength might fail to subdue it. Though the sun had not yet fully set, mist already rose from the river's surface. Beyond green hills lies the traveler's road. Before me flows the verdant stream. I hope they do not seek me. Xiao Bieli's ears twitched. He detected the rhythmic splash of oars. A soft sigh escaped him. The Yuan River's scenery was breathtaking, yet tranquility seemed destined to shatter. He had already drawn his 100-fold forged blade and laid it beside him, his right hand resting firmly upon its hilt. A swift vessel approaches. Wait, another large ship follows behind. That banner, it belongs to the Changhe gang. A startled cry rang out. Renowned throughout Sanshui prefecture, the gang's emblem was instantly recognized. Found him. Those earlier vessels were decoys. This one must be it. Surround it. Whistles pierced the air from all directions. Dozens of small skiffs converged upon their vessel manned by sinewy Changhe gang members. Their faces twisted into cold, mocking grins as they surveyed the passengers. Not far behind the skiffs, a massive ship cleaved the waves upstream. Already within 100 meters, the boat captain and crew had already cowered into the vessel's corners, trembling. The Changhe gang. Why has their ship appeared here? It appears the Changhe gang targets our vessel. Xiao Bieli's gaze swept across the deck, then settled upon a group emerging belatedly from the cabin, having remained unseen until now. Their faces were ashen, though several leaned heavily on the railing just to remain upright. Clarity dawned in Xiao Bieli's mind. So, the Changhe gang's quarry was this group. Not him. Wang Tianfu, you made it hard for me to find you. With such a level of disguise, do you think you can fool me? You must think too little of me. During the day, you let others escape in 3 groups, and even spread false news that you would flee from Luoxia Mountain. Fortunately, I kept a watchful eye, otherwise you would have truly escaped. The elder at the forefront of the large ship had a long scar on his face with a pair of hooks strapped to his waist. As he spoke, the smile on his face pulled at the scar, making it appear even more sinister. Its sole hook, Qin Yuan. Damn it. Deng Yong shielded Wang Tianfu behind him, and upon seeing the elder's face, his expression changed drastically. Young Master Qin Yuan is a peak 8th grade master. I can't guarantee that I can stop him. Wait for the moment I engage him, and then jump into the river to escape. This gives us a glimmer of hope. Wang Tianfu also turned pale. He had heard of Chun Yuan's reputation. Although he was only at the peak of the 8th grade, Chun Yuan was vicious and enjoyed torturing people. Those who fell into his hands would find it difficult to leave behind a complete corpse. With a leap, Chun Yuan landed on the large ship where Xiao Bieli and the others were. He glanced at Wang Tianfu, and then turned to Deng Yong, sneering. Deng Yong, do you think a useless person like you can stop me? Rest assured, none of you will escape today. Young Master, run. Deng Yong yelled fiercely, drawing his knife, the momentum of the blade overwhelming as the wind howled. Clang. Deng Yong's long knife was blocked by a hook made of fine iron. Your master died in my hands the day before yesterday. Now I'll send you down to reunite with him. Qin Yuan wore a sinister smile as one iron hook blocked Deng Yong's knife, while the other hook sliced toward Deng Yong's waist. Deng Yong was forced to retreat, repeatedly straining his internal strength to resist. After just a few exchanges, he found himself at a disadvantage. Run, young master. Deng Yong turned and roared SEZ. The iron hook grazed his waist, blood staining his side. Xiao Bieli shook his head. Although they were both 8th grade, this Qin Yuan not only possessed deeper internal strength than Deng Yong, but also executed his techniques more exquisitely. Within a few dozen exchanges, Deng Yong would likely be defeated. At this moment, Wang Tianfu and others were also engaged in combat with the members of the Changhe gang who had rushed onto the ship. However, besides Wang Tianfu being an 8th grade master, he only had 2 other individuals of lower ranks beside him, which could not withstand the onslaught of the ferocious members of the Changhe gang. As Wang Tianfu fought, while retreating, despair filled his eyes. Although Deng Yong was holding back Soul Hook Qin Yuan, he was not a good swimmer, and with more than a dozen small boats surrounding the large ship, even if he jumped into the water, escape would be difficult. Catching a glimpse of Xiao Bieli sitting at the edge of the deck, Wang Tianfu's eyes lit up. Previously, he and Deng Yong had suspected that this disheveled young man was not simple. Now the only chance of survival was to drag him down. Wang Tianfu forced back the 8th grade expert of the Changhe gang he was fighting, came to Xiao Bieli's side, and shouted loudly, "Young hero, save me." If you save me, this silver note worth 2,000 taels will be yours. With that, Wang Tianfu pulled out a delicate wooden box from his chest and tossed it towards Xiao Bieli. Seeing Xiao Bieli catch the brocade box, joy appeared on Wang Tianfu's face, but his smile quickly froze. Clang! The 100-forged knife was drawn. Puff! Wang Tianfu's head shot into the sky, blood spraying as disbelief filled his eyes as he collapsed to the ground. Experience 500 Disguise Mask 1. Consume all experience to enhance the Storm Blade technique. Xiao Bieli silently thought, since the Changhe gang was also searching for him in the neighboring county, he might be recognized by these members of the Changhe gang. It would be wise to use the experience. Boom. His hands felt hot as countless experiences of practicing the Stormblade technique surged into his mind, deepening the calluses on his hands. Host Xiao Bieli Realm Early 8th Grade Martial Arts Yijin Jing 60-100 Stormblade Technique Perfected Iron Cloth Shirt 55100 by Bo Palm 10100 Black Tiger Fist Technique 20,100 with Refined Techniques Experience Points 40. Looking at the 4 extra words on the system panel, Xiao Bieli frowned slightly. However, after perfecting the Stormblade technique, he indeed felt that the 100-forged knife was like an extension of his own arm wielded with ease. Hiss! The people on the ship gasped at this scene. Everything happened too suddenly, and even the 8th grade member of the Changhe gang who was engaged with Wang Tianfu did not react in time. The others on the ship also had their gazes focused. Some had previously noticed that this seemingly beggar-like youth possessed extraordinary skills, but since Wang Tianfu was also an 8th grade master, even a sneak attack that killed an 8th grade would be terrifying. You? Seeking death. Deng Yong shouted angrily, clashing hard with Soul Hook Chen Yuan. Ignoring his injuries, he stepped onto the deck, propelling himself towards Xiao Bieli. Soul Hook Chen Yuan showed no intention of intervening, but fixed his gaze on Xiao Bieli, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. However, one 8th grade member of the Changhe gang, standing not far from Chen Yuan, narrowed his eyes and leaned in to whisper to Chen Yuan, whose expression changed drastically. Deng Yong, filled with rage, swung his knife, forcefully aiming directly at Xiao Bieli's face. You have all the internal energy, but your knife skills are pitiful. The fierce wind swept towards Xiao Bieli, but his expression remained unchanged as the 100-forged knife drew out again, the blade flashing. Previously, the knife Xiao Bieli used to kill Wang Tianfu was already fast, but compared to this current strike, it was much slower. Puff! Blood gushed from Deng Yong's neck as he fell weakly to the ground. Experience 500. Sheathing his knife, Xiao Bieli looked at Soul Hook Chen Yuan and smiled. Now that you've recognized me, aren't you going to do something? Although he had been dealing with Deng Yong just now, he had also been keeping an eye on Chen Yuan. Although he couldn't hear exactly what was said, judging by Chen Yuan's changing expression, they must have recognized his identity. Seeing that Chen Yuan was silent, Xiao Bieli continued, I don't understand. The Changhe gang's relationship with the Xiao family is typically neutral. Why do you need to wade into this muddy water? Umph. Chen Yuan snorted coldly and waved his hand. Xiao Bieli, you killed your father and bullied your sister-in-law. The Changhe gang needs to eliminate this harm for the people. Kill him and take him back for the Xiao family to deal with. Xiao Bieli. The people on the ship were stunned. They had just been discussing the matters of the benevolent Wang and Xiao Bieli on the deck, and they did not expect that in an instant the benevolent Wang Tianfu was dead, and it was at the hands of Xiao Bieli. As Chen Yuan's words fell, the 3 8th grade experts who had jumped onto the large ship simultaneously made their moves. All 3 wielded short knives, working together, seamlessly striking one after another in relentless succession. Kill your father and bully your sister-in-law. Was it that bastard Xiao Fuxing who made you spread this rumor? In an instant, a look of tragic fury and madness surfaced in Xiao Bieli's eyes as he shouted. He wanted to kill me to please the disciples of the Zhongyuan sword sect. If my father hadn't desperately intervened, I would have died at his hands long ago. Today, let me first collect some interest from you. Tell Xiao Fuxing to clean his neck and wait for me to find him. Since Xiao Fuxing wanted to ruin his reputation, how could he let the other party have their way? What? The people on the ship were all shaken. To please the Zhongyuan sword sect. They had heard that Xiao Bieli was engaged to the eldest daughter of the Lin family, Lin Qingyuan, who had also joined the Zhongyuan sword sect and become a true disciple. Could it be that there was a love-hate relationship between the disciples of the Zhongyuan sword sect and Xiao Bieli? After Xiao Bieli finished speaking, they were already convinced by 1 or 2 points. After all, compared to the claim that Xiao Bieli killed his father and bullied his sister-in-law, what Xiao Bieli said was more believable. Only the Zhongyuan sword sect could explain why the Changhe gang would stand on the side of the Xiao family and help them. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, Xiao Bieli fought with the 3 8th grade members of the Changhe gang for dozens of exchanges, the blades flashing, sparks flying. Even though the 3 worked together seamlessly, they could not take down Xiao Bieli for the time being. Meanwhile, Soul Hook Chen Yuan, holding his double hooks, fixed his gaze on Xiao Bieli. Finally, after Xiao Bieli exchanged 43 moves with the 3 8th-grade knife fighters, Chen Yuan's eyes brightened as he moved toward Xiao Bieli, his iron hooks slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, one hook aiming for Xiao Bieli's chest and the other targeting his lower abdomen. Alas! Elder Lu, who had previously spoken confidently, sighed softly. From his years of experience, this young Xiao Bieli at such a young age was already an 8th-grade master, a rare talent. But unfortunately, he encountered Chen Yuan, who shamelessly launched a sneak attack. This kid is probably doomed. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, Xiao Bieli suddenly pushed off the deck, meeting the incoming blade lights and the dual hooks, and struck out fiercely with his knife. This strike was Xiao Bieli's all-out effort. He held nothing back. Clang, clang, clang. No one even saw how Xiao Bieli's strike was executed. They only heard a series of metallic clashes, then saw the 3 Changhe gang experts who had just been attacking Xiao Bieli fall to the ground, while Xiao Bieli and Chen Yuan swapped places. Drip. A drop of blood fell on the deck. You actually wore superior inner armor. I am unwilling. Soul Hook Chen Yuan's eyes filled with unwillingness as he slumped to the ground. Experience 500. Experience 500. Tian Yun Zone 1. Silence fell upon the ship. The only sound was the dripping of blood from the 100-forged blade. No one expected that the soul snatcher Chen Yuan, who held a considerable position in the Changhe gang along with 3 8th-rank experts from the same gang, would meet their demise at the hands of Xiao Bieli. Especially old Lu, who had visited Lichuan County, thought to himself, Xiao Bieli is only 17 years old. An 8th rank at 17 is not considered slow in the entire Sanshui prefecture. How come I've never heard of him before? Run! Hurry! The shouts echoed out as the members of the Changhe gang reacted, each leaping in. Thud! Thud! Xiao Bieli's 100-forged blade flew from his hand, piercing the bodies of 2 9th-rank experts from the Changhe gang by the ship's edge. Then he kicked the steel blade that lay next to the corpse. Thud! Thud! 2 more 9th-rank experts from the Changhe gang were pierced. They had already reached the edge of the ship, preparing to jump down, but it was too late. As for the others, they had already jumped into the river, and those from the small boats also saw the situation go awry and hurriedly distanced themselves from the large ship where Xiao Bieli was. Xiao Bieli did not pursue them, but instead rummaged through the corpses of Soul Snatcher, Chen Yuan, and others. Damn, a bunch of paupers. He only found a few dozen taels of silver, but he stuffed the wooden box that Wang Tianfu had thrown to him into his bosom. Xiao Bieli shook his head and looked at the ship's captain, saying lightly, "May I borrow a set of clothes?" The ship's captain swallowed hard, fearing to refuse. He quickly fetched a set of clean clothes from the stern. "This is the only set we have. Please don't find it lacking, young hero." "Thank you." Xiao Bieli flicked his fingers, dropping a silver ingot into the ship captain's hands, then lightly leaped onto a small boat left behind by the Changhe gang. With a gentle push, the small boat darted down the river like an arrow. Once Xiao Bieli left, the people on the ship dared to stand up. Was that really Xiao Bieli just now? Of course, would the Changhe gang members mistake someone and risk their lives? What an extraordinary feat! At such a young age, he killed Soul Snatcher Chen Yuan. The Xiao family from Lichuan County is likely to be in trouble. Do you think what Xiao Bieli said was true? I feel like what he said was the truth. Could it be that Xiao Fuxing killed? I think so too. The people on the deck watched the figure of Xiao Bieli fade away, discussing among themselves. Old Lu wore a contemplative expression. Regardless of whether Xiao Bieli's words are true or not, the head of the Xiao family will likely not sleep soundly from now on. A 17-year-old 8th rank. If he doesn't die prematurely, he will at least become a 6th rank expert in the future. There are only 2 6th rank experts in the entire Lichuan County. Host Xiao Bieli realm, early 8th rank martial arts, Yijin Jing, 60-100 Kuangfeng blade technique, perfect iron cloth shirt, 55100 by Bo Palm, 10100 Black Tiger Fist, 20100. Mastery experience points 2940 items, Tiyun Zong awaiting collection, disguise mask awaiting collection. Seeing the panel in front of him, Xiao Bieli sighed. I don't know whether to thank Wang Tianfu for giving me so much experience or to blame him for exposing me. With the previous 500 experience points from killing Wang Tianfu, he had gained over 3,000 experience points this time. He also acquired a light skill, Tiyun Zong. Claim Tiyun Zong. Tiyun Zong 5100 boom. Countless techniques and training experiences related to Tiyun Zong flooded into Xiao Bieli's mind. Even at just 5% proficiency, he felt as though his body had lightened by a couple of pounds. Consume 2,000 experience points to upgrade Yijin Jing. Without any hesitation, Xiao Bieli spoke softly. Although the blade technique and cross-training are important, nothing is more crucial than the realm. If he could raise Yijin Jing to the maximum level, he would at least be a 3rd rank expert. Even if he only masters the Kuangfeng blade technique, it would be enough to roam Sanshui prefecture, not just in Manzhou. Boom. Countless experiences of practicing Yijin Jing surged into his mind. A pure qi began to flow from his dantian, circulating through his limbs and veins. As the 12 main meridians were opened up, Xiao Bieli could easily feel the increase in his internal power, accompanied by a tingling sensation, and a layer of oily black substance appeared on his body. Is this the punishment of Yijin Jing? Xiao Bieli understood in his heart, but this time the experience was clearly not as overwhelming as the initial 5%. Host Xiao Bieli Realm Late 8th Rank Martial Arts Yijin Jing 8100 Kuangfeng Blade Technique Perfect Iron Cloth Shirt 55100 by Bo Palm 10100 Black Tiger Fist 20100 T Yun Zone 5100 Mastery Disguise Mask Awaiting Collection Experience Points 940 with 940 experience points remaining. All of it goes into Iron Cloth Shirt. Xiao Bieli spoke softly. Previously, the maximum level of the Kuangfeng Blade Technique granted him a mastery panel, and he could clearly feel that both the speed of his strikes and control of power had reached an extraordinary depth. This time the 900 points of experience would perfectly upgrade the Iron Cloth Shirt, and he was eager to see if it would yield him a surprise. Boom. Countless experiences of practicing Iron Cloth Shirt surged in. His skin felt hot, the muscles in his body were writhing, becoming tighter. Not only his skin, but also his muscles and bones underwent tempering. He could even hear the sound of his bones grinding against each other. Originally about 173 centimeters tall, under the influence of the maximum level Iron Cloth Shirt, his height was forcibly increased by 5 or 6 centimeters, bringing him close to 180 centimeters. The clothes that were previously riddled with cuts from blades and swords no longer fit him. Even those familiar with Xiao Bieli would not recognize him now. Iron Cloth Shirt Perfect Copper Skin. With the Iron Cloth Shirt at perfection, the panel displayed a new attribute: copper skin. Just copper skin, no iron bone. Xiao Bieli shook his head, but the full-level Iron Cloth Shirt has already brought me significant gains. With the full-level Iron Cloth Shirt combined with the golden silk soft armor, even a 7th rank expert may not be able to kill me. Moreover, even now I doubt that the original owner's uncle would recognize me. And I still have a mask. Thinking of this, Xiao Bieli gently spoke, claimed disguise mask. As his words fell, a realistic mask appeared in his hands. This mask felt as if it was custom-made for him. It fit perfectly, and in an instant Xiao Bieli transformed from a handsome youth into a young man in his 20s, exuding a heroic aura. Wearing this mask, Xiao Bieli felt no discomfort, as if there was nothing on his face. Even the slightest change in expression could be conveyed. This mask. I love it, I love it. Now I can truly go anywhere freely. At this moment, Xiao Bieli couldn't help but let out a roar towards the sky. Having crossed over, he was immediately pursued, and within a few days he transformed from someone who wasn't even a 9th rank into a late 8th rank little expert. At least in this small area, he now had some self-defense capability. As Xiao Bieli stepped onto the small boat, the infusion of internal power made the boat speed up even more, disappearing from sight. The next day, Xiao Fuxing followed a young man in his 20s who carried a long sword on his back into the... Although Lu Jun was only at the mid-level of the 7th rank, the Changhe gang's leader's son, Changhe, personally welcomed him at the gang's entrance. This was solely because Lu Jun was a disciple of the inner sect of the Zhongyuan Sword Sect, one of the 9 sects and 6 gangs. In the Changhe gang's assembly hall, are you saying that Xiao Bieli has escaped to Dongjiang County? Have you lost track of him? Xiao Jun's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Sun Changhe. Sun Changhe hurriedly explained. Yesterday, while searching for Wang Tianfu in the Yuan River, our Changhe gang members happened to encounter Xiao Bieli. We initially intended to capture him, but 4 of our 8th rank members, including the peak 8th rank Chen Yuan, perished at his hands. According to the accounts from the gang members who went to Yuan River yesterday, Xiao Bieli not only possessed an incredibly swift sword technique, but also wore a piece of high-grade inner armor that Chen Yuan's hooks couldn't pierce. After finishing, Sun Changhe turned to Xiao Fuxing coldly, saying, Xiao Bieli is only 17 years old, yet he is already at the 8th rank. Perhaps his sword technique has already reached the realm of effortless mastery. I have never heard of such a prodigy in the Xiao family. Surely the head of the Xiao family isn't intentionally hiding your prodigious brother, is he? Xiao Fuxing's expression slightly changed, and he felt a surge of anger in his heart, hurriedly saying, I killed my second brother with my own hands. I truly did not know that Xiao Bieli was so gifted. It seems my second brother intentionally concealed this. They must have been on guard against me long before. Sun Changhe coldly laughed twice. Who knows if this is just a play orchestrated by you brothers? In any case, the blame for Xiao Bieli's escape cannot fall on the Changhe gang. We are merely assisting the Xiao family in searching for him. Why should we bear the blame? I would say it is your Changhe gang's incompetence that allowed Xiao Bieli to escape. You are incompetent. Hearing the two arguing, Lu Jun frowned and lightly scolded, enough. That Xiao Bieli is the target of senior brother Zhua's hunt. If we mess this up, none of us will fare well. Since he has gone to Dongjiang County, we should go to Dongjiang County to find him. Sun Changhe revealed a troubled expression and spoke softly. The Dongjiang County area is the territory of the 12 linked docks. Our Sanjiang Alliance's relationship with the 12 linked docks is currently tense. If we go over recklessly, the 12 linked docks might take action. Let me go. At that moment, the Changhe gang's grand elder Lin Tiantong entered, glanced at the few people in the assembly hall, and bowed to Lu Jun, saying, "Although the 12 linked docks have great power in Dongjiang County, they cannot dominate everything. I happen to have some connections with the 3 masters of Baiyun Mountain in Dongjiang County. Since Xiao Bieli killed my grandson, we can't just allow him to roam freely in Dongjiang County." Lu Jun nodded. "I have already sent a letter to senior brother Zhua. It's just a 12-linked dock. They wouldn't dare disrespect the Zhongyuan sword sect." Sun Changhe gather a few reliable experts. "Oh, I will go with Elder Lin. We must see the living and see the corpses if they're dead." Dongjiang County, Song County, 70 miles outside the city at Xiaohe Town. Xiaohe Town is not large, with only a few hundred households, and there is only one in the Donglai Inn. It serves as both an inn and a tavern, providing rest and meals for passing merchants and wanderers. Usually the Donglai Inn would have some guests, but recently, due to the fierce conflict between the 12 linked docks and the Sanjiang Alliance, the number of merchants passing by has decreased, and the inn's business has suffered significantly. It was lunchtime, but there were only 4 tables of guests sparsely seated in the inn's main hall. Among them, 2 tables were together, both armed, sitting at the center of the hall, discussing loudly. The other 2 tables of guests sat in the corners, unwilling to sit too close to the group of wanderers. The sound of cicadas chirping loudly could be heard outside the inn. Sigh. The innkeeper Xiao Yu stood at the door, letting out a sigh. If this continued, his stingy boss would probably send him back home. At that moment, a young man with a sword at his waist and a heroic demeanor dismounted, and Xiao Yu's eyes brightened, finally seeing a customer. "Guess would you like to rest or stay overnight? We still have a few upper rooms available, and today a hunter brought in some wild boar along with some leg meat." Xiao Yu actively stepped forward, taking the horse. "A pound of wild boar meat, 2 side dishes, and a pot of wine. Also feed the horse." After the young man finished speaking, he entered the inn, looked around, and sat not far from the group of wanderers. When the group of wanderers saw the young man's sword, their eyes displayed a wary expression, but when they saw his youthful face, their wariness lessened considerably. Before long, the dish the young man ordered was served. He ate unceremoniously, devouring meat and drinking wine heartily. Just as he was about to finish his meal, he exclaimed, "Damn it, this weather is too hot. It's not even suitable for traveling. Now that the 12 linked docks and the Sanjiang Alliance are clashing fiercely, it's the perfect time for us to make our mark. So do you think that with our name as the 3 heroes of Wushan, we could join the 12 linked docks and perhaps become an elder? Come, let's go to the inn for drinks first. Once it cools down a bit, we'll continue our journey." A commotion ensued as 3 wanderers in their 30s, also armed, walked in from outside. Upon seeing the central group of wanderers, their voices lowered slightly, eyebrows furrowing as they sat at the edge. "Innkeeper, bring us some wine and dishes first." "All right." Shortly after, the innkeeper brought the food and drinks to the 3 heroes of Wushan. Just as he was about to leave, the young man, who had already finished his last cup of wine, called out to the innkeeper, smiling as he asked, "Do you know if there's someone named Han Long in this Xiaohe town?" Han Long. The innkeeper frowned, pondering for a moment before speaking. "I know most of the people in town, but there is no one by that name." "The young master can ask the owner. The owner knows more people than I do." Just as the innkeeper finished speaking, the leader among the 3 heroes of Wushan spoke up. "Is the Han Long you speak of the one who recently killed 13 members of the Qin family?" "That Han Long is not a good person. Chun Mingyuan was an old friend of his, and out of goodwill, he took him in. But when drunk, he attacked Chun Mingyuan's wife and daughter. After being caught by Chun Mingyuan, he turned on the entire Qin family and took away their wealth. If that Han Long is in this town, I will definitely make him taste the power of the 3 heroes of Wushan." The other 2 members of the 3 heroes echoed in agreement. "Such a beastly person, if we encounter him, we will definitely make him experience our might. Big brother, you wield a swift blade, and in the entire Dongjiang County, you have a bit of a reputation. I'm just afraid that Han Long will hear of our name and run away terrified." At that moment, the leader of the 3 heroes of Wushan noticed something was off in the hall's atmosphere. The group of wanderers who had been drinking and making noise had their hands resting on their weapons, and the alcohol-induced bravado quickly dissipated. Cold sweat trickled down their foreheads. "What do you want with Han Long?" The leader of the group of wanderers, a stout, middle-aged man with a purplured face, stood up, weapon in hand, approaching the young man with an unfriendly tone. The wanderers around him also gripped their weapons tightly, staring coldly at the young man. However, the young man showed no change in expression, simply finishing the last bit of wine in the pot, saying, "Of course I want to take his head back for some silver." Huh. The group at the center of the hall laughed. A 20-something young man who hasn't even fully grown yet, and he thinks he can act as a bounty hunter. Only the stout middle-aged man with the purplered face did not laugh. He frowned and coldly asked, "How did you find out about my whereabouts?" Ever since he killed the Qin family, he had altered his appearance and acted low-key. The men beside him were those he deemed trustworthy. Could it be that one among them betrayed him? Splash. The second and third members of the three heroes of Wushan nearly fell off their chairs. Just a moment ago they were boasting, and now they found themselves facing the real deal. The Chun family who fell at Han Long's hands had a peak 8th rank member, Chun Mingyuan, whose marksmanship was somewhat reputable in Song County. Their leader was only at the initial 8th rank. Sweat dripped down as they instinctively turned to look at the young man not far away. The young man looked at Han Long with a sincere expression, saying, "I naturally acquired the information from Jiangshan Pavilion." Everyone in the inn was taken aback. Jiangshan Pavilion is one of the 6 gangs in the world primarily engaged in intelligence business, yet it avoids dealing with the 9 sects and 6 gangs, as well as the 8 devil gates, allowing it to thrive in the martial world. But everyone knew that the news from Jiangshan Pavilion was expensive. Han Long coldly asked, "How much silver did you spend on the information?" 220 taels. "Then how much silver can I earn for killing you?" 80 taels. Hee. Han Long laughed loudly, fixing his gaze on the young man and mocking, "So even if you kill me, you'll still be at a loss." The young man nodded, saying, "If we only consider silver, then indeed it is a loss. However, I am different. I enjoy killing, but I don't want to kill indiscriminately and become a target for everyone in the martial world, so I want to kill those who deserve it. Moreover, if you have silver on you, I might even make a profit by bringing your head back." Those in the inn hearing the young man's words were taken aback, feeling pity for this young life. Naturally, they did not believe the young man's words, thinking he was killing Han Long for a sense of justice. When they were young, they too held such ideals, but regrettably, they had long since extinguished. Unfortunately, this time, not only will you lose the 220 taels for the information, but you will also leave your life here. Han Long coldly said, "Disable his limbs and hang him on the official road. Oh, I want to see if there are any self-righteous heroes who dare to trouble me." With Han Long's words, clang, 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 several weapons were drawn, aiming to slash at the young man's arms and legs. Since Han Long had spoken, this person must be left without arms and legs, and then hung on the official road. The second and third members of the three heroes of Wushan could not help but turn their heads, unwilling to witness the bloody scene. How is that possible? Suddenly, they heard the leader's exclamation. They looked up and saw the young man standing unharmed in the hall, while 5 corpses had already appeared around him. Before they could ask what had happened, they understood why those 5 had become corpses. Whoosh, whoosh. The speed of the young man's blade was astonishing, so fast that they could hardly react, like a storm and rain. Poof, poof. The last 2 men beside Han Long were struck their chests and necks, bearing 2 wounds, and they staggered and fell. As the 2 subordinates fell, Han Long let out a loud shout, wielding the breaking heavens treasure blade with the force of splitting a mountain, aiming at the young man's face. The moment the young man drew his blade, Han Long realized something was wrong. This young man's swordsmanship surpassed his, and it was so fast that there was not a hint of flaw. Thus he was continually seeking an opportunity, and at the moment the young man slashed out when his strength was inadequate, it was the best chance. Clang, clang, clang. The 2 blades clashed, and in an instant they exchanged dozens of blows. Poof. A mouthful of blood spurted from Han Long's mouth, staining half of his body red. Only then did everyone realize that within this brief moment Han Long had sustained at least 10 wounds, with blood even seeping from his neck. "Spare my life." Clang. The breaking heavens treasure blade fell to the ground as Han Long desperately tried to cover his neck, but blood flowed out between his fingers. Thud. Han Long collapsed to the ground, blood dyeing the floor red. Experience 500. 5 Tiger breaking door blade 1. Xiao Bieli did not mind the blood rummaging through Han Long's body and finding a money pouch containing dozens of taels of silver and several 100 tael silver notes. However, the blood had stained the silver notes red, and it was uncertain whether the money shop would accept them. Xiao Bieli placed a few ingots of silver on the table and shouted at the innkeeper. "Innkeeper, it's time to settle the bill." Who was that man? Han Long couldn't even last 20 moves against him. Seeing Xiao Bieli stride out of the inn, the second of the Wushan triad slowly rose from the ground and swallowed hard before asking. The eldest brother of the Wushan triad remained speechless, his right hand trembling. Just moments ago, the duel between that young martial hero and Han Long had been terrifying. Han Long's martial prowess in his eyes surpassed his own by at least tenfold, yet he had fallen in fewer than 20 moves. Then, Shall we still go to the 12-linked docks? The youngest brother asked softly. Perhaps we should abandon the idea altogether. Xiao Bieli, of course, had no inkling that his brief display of strength had shattered the Wushan Triad's ambition to seek glory at the 12-linked docks. He wrapped Han Long's severed head in the dead man's own robe, retrieved his horse, and galloped swiftly toward cultivation level 8th rank, late stage. Martial arts, Yijin Jing, 8100 Gale Storm Saber Art, perfected Iron Shirt, perfected Azure Ripple Palm, 10100 Black Tiger Fist, 20100 Cloud Stepping Lightness, 5100 Sublime Precision, in technique Bronze Skin. Unclaimed techniques Vajra Finger 5 Tiger, Severing Saber Art. Experience points, 5120. Huff. Gazing upon the experience points displayed on his inner interface, a faint smile flickered across Xiao Bieli's face. The 12-linked docks and the Sanjiang alliance were locked in bitter enmity. Their clashes had erupted repeatedly in recent times. Had it not been for the mediating authority of the Zhenwu Hall, even their most formidable masters would have entered the fray. For now, he harbored no intention of joining the 12-linked docks or pitting himself directly against the Sanjiang alliance. Though the 12-linked docks was no minor force, it paled in comparison to Tsang Yuan's sword sect, one of the 9 orthodox sects. Should his true identity ever be uncovered, he might well be seized and delivered bound hand and foot to Tsang Yuan's sword sect. It was the 1473 RD year since the founding of the great Qian dynasty. Its founding sovereign, the grand ancestor of Qian, had been a terrestrial immortal surpassing the first rank, whose awe-inspiring might dominated all 24 provinces of Qian. No power across the realm dared resist the iron hooves of the Qian cavalry, not even the 9 sects and 6 gangs. After the dynasty's establishment, the grand ancestor founded the Zhenwu Hall to oversee and regulate the martial world. At its zenith, even masters of the 9 sects and 6 gangs would defer to Zhenwu Hall cultivators, avoiding confrontation altogether. Though the hall today was neither collapsing nor decrepit, its former prestige had long since faded. Each of the 6 counties in Dongjiang Commandery maintained a Zhenwu Hall branch regularly issuing warrants. This practice stemmed from 2 reasons. First, the hall suffered chronic shortages of personnel. Second, fugitives' whereabouts were notoriously elusive. Sending hall enforcers on aimless searches proved both time-consuming and futile. After arriving in Dongjiang Commandery, he remained quietly dormant for 10 days, then copied down the list of wanted criminals from the local Zhenwu Hall registry. He had already claimed bounties 3 times. Now delivering Han Long's head would earn him another 80 taels of silver. Each time he first visited Jiangshan Pavilion to purchase intelligence on the targets, funded by silver acquired from Wang Tianfu, and selected only those whose locations fell near Dongjiang Prefecture City and whom he judged himself capable of defeating. Slaying Han Long had taken him farthest, 70 li, but it was not without reward. Several kills had pushed his experience past 5,000, and 2 new martial arts had dropped as spoils. Now, however, it was time to advance. By a quiet riverside, Xiao Bieli dismounted and settled beneath the shade of a tree, silently intoning. Extract 5 Tiger, Severing Saber Art, and Vajra Finger. Now, however, it was time to advance. By a quiet riverside, Xiao Bieli dismounted and settled beneath the shade of a tree, silently intoning. Extract 5 Tiger, Severing Saber Art, and Vajra. So even the incomplete 5 Tiger Severing Saber Art allowed the Qin family village to carve out a place for itself in the Jianghu. Perhaps it truly possesses merit after all. I'd always assumed this art was merely background filler in demigods and semi-devils. Yet it proves to be a peerless technique, ranking even above my Gale Storm Saber Art. Even at just 5% proficiency, it has granted me subtle insight. Still, my perfected Gale Storm Saber Art suffices for now. I need not elevate the 5 Tiger Severing Saber Art just yet. As for Vajra Finger, it is fiercely potent. My current 100-fold forged saber is ordinary against elite opponents. It may snap. With surplus experience, I could refine it further. Yet cultivation rank remains paramount. Spend 3,000 experience points to advance Yijin Jing. Boom. A warm current surged forth from his dantian, flooding his limbs and meridians. In an instant, the final 3 of the 12 primary meridians were unblocked, and the immense inner force continued swirling through his channels. Pooh! The conception vessel, the first of the 8 extraordinary meridians, ruptured open. Instantly, Xiao Bieli ascended to 7th rank, early stage. The force then surged toward the girdle vessel, but failed to pierce it. The inner force subsided, retreating back into his dantian. Cultivation level 7th rank, early stage. Martial arts, Yijin Jing, 11100 Gale Storm Saber Art, perfected Iron Shirt, perfected. 5 Tiger Severing Saber Art, 5100 Vajra Finger, 5100 Cloud Stepping Lightness, 5100 Sublime Precision, in technique Bronze Skin. Experience points, 2120. Frowning at the interface, Xiao Bieli murmured softly. After reaching 7th rank, even 2% proficiency no longer advances me a full tier. At this pace, I'll need another 1% proficiency to fully penetrate the girdle vessel and reach the apex of 7th rank early stage. Both 7th and 8th ranks involve meridian unblocking, but while 8th rank focuses on the 12 primary meridians, through gradual methodical cultivation, only the first meridian poses real danger. The rest yield naturally once sufficient accumulation is achieved. 7th rank, however, demands breakthroughs along the 8 extraordinary meridians. Each attempt fraught with peril, at best chi stagnation, at worst permanent meridian damage, halting progress forever. Reaching 7th rank early stage requires unblocking the conception vessel and girdle vessel, piercing the yang linking vessel marks entry into 7th rank middle stage. Spend 1,000 experience points to advance. Yijin Jing. Yijin Jing 12,100. Experience points 1120. Boom. Once more a surge of pure inner force welled up from his dantian. Within mere breaths the girdle vessel yielded. Only the faintest threshold remained before the yang linking vessel would open, propelling him into 7th rank middle stage. Huh. Xiao Bieli exhaled deeply, a satisfied smile blooming across his face. 7 days of relentless pursuit, and at last 7th rank. Even without expending experience, I am certain I can reach 7th rank middle stage within 3 months. 1,120 experience points remain. Studying the interface, he paused thoughtfully, then spoke aloud. Allocate all remaining experience to cloud-stepping lightness. His combat and survival skills were already solid, but evasion and pursuit demanded refinement. Without them, facing true masters would leave him powerless to fight or flee. Boom. Heat flared beneath his soles as torrents of cloud-stepping lightness expertise flooded his mind, as if he had trained it diligently for years. Moments later, cloud-stepping lightness, 60,100. Experience points 20. Cloud-stepping lightness has leapt straight to 60% proficiency. Could it be that internal cultivation demands vastly more experience, while external arts require comparatively little? A pungent odor wafted into Xiao Bieli's nostrils. This latest advancement in Yijin Jing had triggered another subtle round of tendon renewal and marrow purification. Without hesitation, he plunged into the river, scrubbing away the grime, then remounted and rode toward the Jinwu Hall of Dongjiang Commandery. Before the gates of the Dongjiang Commandery Jinwu Hall, Xiao Bieli leapt from his horse and strode inside, carrying Han Long's severed head. Ah, young Master Shin, you're here again. Your speed in apprehending wanted criminals puts even veteran divine constables to shame. Recognizing Xiao Bieli, now disguised, the hall attendants greeted him with warm smiles. Dongjiang Commandery had few fugitives to begin with. Typically, bounty claimants arrived only once every 10 days or half-month. Yet this young man had appeared 4 times in just 7 days. Each time he bore the head of a wanted criminal, impossible to overlook. This is Han Long's head. Xiao Bieli placed the cloth-wrapped bundle squarely upon the counter. Since arriving in Dongjiang Commandery, he had adopted the alias Shun Lang. In his prior life, he had immersed himself in the classics of Jin Yong, Gu Long Huang Yi, and Liang Yuxing, admiring the peerless precision of Li Xuanhuan's flying dagger, the dragon subduing might of Qiao Feng's palms. Yet he cherished most Gu Long's legendary hero Shun Lang, whose deeds were done in silence, whose name vanished like mist after glory. Indeed, it's the head of Han Long. After Han Long committed his crimes in Song County, many took on the task, but little did they expect young hero Shun to have killed him. That scoundrel truly deserved it. Upon seeing Han Long's head, several experts from the Jinwu Hall gathered around. Xiao Bieli merely smiled and said, I've brought the head now, where's my reward? Young hero Shin, please wait a moment, I will fetch it right away. In a short while, 80 taels of silver were placed in Xiao Bieli's hands. He weighed the silver before leaving the Jinwu Hall. At the Jinwu Hall, you only need to remember the targets they have a bounty on. There's no need to take on tasks. Just bring the person or the head to claim your reward. Under the blazing midday sun, the heat was intense. Manzhou is located in the southern part of Daiqian, making the summer climate sweltering. Even though Dongjiang County City is a renowned large city in Manzhou, there weren't many pedestrians on the streets at this time, just a sparse few. Xiao Bieli skillfully made his way to Baixiang Tower, a century-old restaurant with some fame in Dongjiang County City. Before he even entered, he could hear the bustling voices inside. Oh, young hero, you're here. Please come inside. Seeing Xiao Bieli, the waiter greeted him enthusiastically. This young hero had visited their restaurant several times in recent days, and each time, he ordered their signature dish, Baixiang chicken. The price of Baixiang chicken is quite high, making it a dish that ordinary travelers hesitate to order, so the waiter remembered him well. As usual, 1 portion of Baixiang chicken, 1 jin of beef, 2 small dishes, and a pot of wine. Xiao Bieli occupied a seat by the window on the second floor, where he could see the Yuan River he had drifted down earlier. A small boat glided past, creating a picturesque scene. The surroundings were extremely noisy, but he came here not only to eat but also to gather some information. The restaurant was indeed a place full of news, and since the prices at Baishang Tower were not low, common folk truly hesitated to dine here. On the second floor, most patrons were armed wanderers or traveling merchants. Before long, the food and wine Xiao Bieli ordered arrived. He raised a cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. The spiciness hit his throat. Though it couldn't compare to the strong liquor of his past life, it had its own unique flavor. At least, it wasn't just alcohol mixed with water. Have you heard? Yesterday, Elder Chu Bufan from the 12 Linked Halls clashed with the left protector Han Guang from the Three Rivers Alliance on the Yuan River. I heard Han Guang suffered a bit at Elder Chu's hands. Is that true or false? Han Guang is a 5th rank expert. So what if he is a 5th rank expert? Our Dongjiang County is not without its own strong fighters. Most of the second floor was engaged in discussions about the friction between the 12 Linked Halls and the Three Rivers Alliance. Xiao Bieli did not take this to heart. The 12 Linked Halls and the Three Rivers Alliance were both established forces in Manzhou, having held grudges for nearly 20 years. Although previous conflicts hadn't been severe in the past 2 months, both sides had truly ignited their anger, with even 5th rank experts taking action. However, it was still somewhat controlled. At least he hadn't heard any rumors about 5th rank experts getting injured. In fact, the 12 Linked Halls and the Three Rivers Alliance have been battling for so many years and have developed a tacit understanding. It shouldn't lead to a situation where 5th rank experts fight to the death. I heard that Baiyun Villa seems to be looking for a young man from Linshui County. As long as you provide information, Baiyun Villa will reward you with 100 taels of silver. If you can capture him, the reward is 2,000 taels. I heard that this person is only in 8th rank. If I find him, I wouldn't have to worry for the rest of my life. A drunken patron stood up and shouted loudly. Xiao Bieli's ears perked up. The young man from Linshui County, could that be him? Indeed, the Changhe gang and the Xiao family had not given up. However, 2,000 taels of silver, they are quite generous. When the original owner was the second young master of the Xiao family, he could only freely spend 20 taels of silver each month. Yet this amount was enough to support a family of 5 for an entire year. From the wooden box he obtained from Wang Tianfu, there were only 2,000 taels in banknotes and a little over 100 taels in silver. This time, to have his news, they are offering 200 taels. Who is this person? Just providing information earns 200 taels. Did someone offend young Master Bai? Who in Dongjiang County dares to offend young Master Bai? Isn't it said that it was someone from Linshui County? Could it be that the Three Rivers Alliance wants to find him and has asked Baiyun Villa for assistance? That must be it. The Three Rivers Alliance has no foundation in Dongjiang County, and now that their relationship with the 12 Linked Halls has worsened, if the Three Rivers Alliance dares to search for someone in Dongjiang County themselves, they will certainly face targeting from the experts of the 12 Linked Halls, so they had to ask Baiyun Villa to intervene. Xiao Bieli perked up his ears and looked at the patron who had shared this information. The drunkenness in his eyes seemed feigned, or was he pretending to be drunk? Moreover, his current physique and appearance were vastly different from before. Even if his cheap uncle stood in front of him, he wouldn't recognize him, let alone the people from Baiyun Villa. Moreover, his current physique and appearance were vastly different from before. Even if his cheap uncle stood in front of him, he wouldn't recognize him, let alone the people from Baiyun Villa. With no news of him for some time, were they now trying to stir up trouble? However, Lin Hai truly was a person from Tsang Yuan's sword sect. It was no wonder that people from Baiyun Villa were taking action. During this time, he had also learned about the Jianghu in Dongjiang County. Strictly speaking, the Jianghu here was slightly stronger than that of Linshui County. The strongest force in Linshui County was the Three Rivers Alliance, which was made up of 7 or 8 factions, with the Changhe gang being one of them. In contrast, there were 3 forces in Dongjiang County that could rival the Three Rivers Alliance: the 12 Linked Halls, Baiyun Villa, and Sangyu Sect. The strongest, of course, was the 12 Linked Halls, but Baiyun Villa and Sangyu Sect were not too far behind, forming a 3-way balance. Stop guessing what Baiyun Villa is looking for is a member of a small family from Linshui County. This person committed heinous acts like patricide and fratricide, fleeing to our Dongjiang County. As for his appearance, I just happened to bring back a portrait from Baiyun Villa. After speaking, the person took out a portrait from their bosom, unfolded it, and held it high above their head. Xiao Bieli looked up. The portrait indeed bore his original appearance, at least 70% similar. Even if his physique had changed, if he still bore that face, he would surely be recognized by those with ulterior motives. Fortunately, he had obtained a human skin mask. Otherwise, he would have to temporarily flee to a much. Xiao Bieli, 16 years old, 8th rank late stage, or peak adept with sword techniques, suspected to possess a high-grade inner armor for protection. At the bottom of the portrait was a description of Xiao Bieli. A 16-year-old, 8th rank. What a pity he is a beast. With such talent, he could easily have become an inner disciple, no, a core disciple of the 12 linked halls or the Three Rivers Alliance. How did he end up like this? Even if someone has great potential, those large factions wouldn't take them in. After all, no one would want to nurture a wolf in sheep's clothing. The second floor was filled with cursing voices. Xiao Bieli shook his head, not paying attention. These words were far inferior to the level of insults he had seen online in his past life. Although he had the human skin mask along with the changes in his physique from the iron cloth technique, it made it difficult for Baiyun Villa to find him for the time being. Yet Xiao Bieli still felt a sense of urgency rising within him. This world was far more formidable than the Jianghu in the novels of Jin Gu and Liang. Perhaps only the worlds of Huang, Yi and Feng Yun could be compared to this realm. He wondered if there were any tracking methods he was unaware of. He must quickly enhance his strength. After another incense stick's time. After satisfying his hunger, Xiao Bieli left Baisheng Tower. He returned directly to the inn. Xiao Bieli sat cross-legged on the bed, practicing the Yijin Jing. Although he had the system panel proficiency comes from diligence, and laziness ruins talent. Thought leads to action, carelessness leads to ruin. Regular practice can never be wrong. The Baiyun Mountain Manor, as the top power in Dongjiang County, is located 30 miles outside the city, halfway up Baiyun Mountain. Looking up, Baiyun Mountain stands majestically shrouded in mist resembling a fairy mountain. The Baiyun Mountain Manor is nestled among the mountains, appearing somewhat hidden. Surrounding the manor, tall pines and cypress trees stand proudly, with only a stone-paved road leading directly to the manor's gates. At this moment, deep within Baiyun Mountain Manor, Lu Jun sits opposite a gentleman in his 40s who exudes an elegant demeanor. This man is Zhou Chang, the third master of Baiyun Mountain Manor. The grand elder of the Changhe gang, Lin Tiantong, sits at their lower table. On the table in front of Lu Jun and Zhou Chang, there are several portraits along with some accompanying descriptions. Lu Jun examines the portraits one by one. Among them is the portrait of Shun Lang with text below stating Shun Lang, background unknown, adept in swordsmanship, has completed 4 bounties from the Jinwu Hall since 7 days ago. Zhou Chang spoke, young hero Lu, these are the young men who have appeared in Dongjiang County during this time, skilled in swordsmanship and of the 8th rank. There are a total of 9, but none are the person you are looking for, Xiao Bieli. Had Lu Jun not been a disciple of the inner sect of the Zhang Yuan sword sect, he would have given up long ago. An 8th rank individual, if truly intent on fleeing and hiding in the deep mountains, would be as challenging to find as searching for a needle in a haystack. Had Lu Jun not been a disciple of the inner sect of the Zhang Yuan sword sect, he would have given up long ago. An 8th rank individual, if truly intent on fleeing and hiding in the deep mountains, would be as challenging to find as searching for a needle in a haystack. Frowning, Lu Jun spoke softly, I know it is indeed difficult to find Xiao Bieli in Dongjiang County, but this matter concerns senior brother Zhua. I truly cannot afford to be negligent. I must trouble the third master. I do not seek to find Xiao Bieli only to create some commotion so that senior brother Zhua can see my efforts. Otherwise I will be in trouble. It won't take too long for the third master. I have already sent someone back to the Lu family in Qingzhou to retrieve the tracking goo. As long as Xiao Bieli is still in Dongjiang County, I will be able to find him. If not, there is no need to trouble you. Consider it a favor owed by the Lu family to the third master. Now Lu Jun felt some regret. Had he not gone to the Sanjiang Alliance first, but instead visited the Xiao family directly, Xiao Bieli would surely not have been able to escape, and senior brother Zhua's mission would have been completed. Tracking goo. Zhou Chang's heart stirred. The tracking goo is a unique insect from the Goo God sect among the 6 demonic sects. Although it is only of the 5th rank, it is extremely difficult to refine and worth far more than an average 4th rank insect. Moreover, the Goo God sect has been rarely in contact with the outside world, residing deep in the miasma-filled 10,000 Great Mountains. The Lu family actually possesses such an insect. And senior brother Zhua. As far as he knew, there was only one true disciple surnamed Zhua in the Zhang Yuan sword sect, and that was Sifang's sword Zhua Qingyun. Ranked 7th on the Dragon Tiger list. That is a genius on the list. The Dragon Tiger list features the top 72 geniuses under the age of 35. As long as one can make it onto the Dragon Tiger list, they have the opportunity to step into the 4th rank master realm. This signifies that the outstanding young talents on the list possess the aura of dragons and tigers. Throughout the entire Dongjiang County, there is not a single 4th rank master, and in the past 100 years, not a single young genius has managed to ascend the Dragon Tiger list, highlighting the list's value. In the entire Barbarian Prefecture, there are only 4 4th rank masters, all of whom are elusive and rarely seen. With this thought, Zhou Chang no longer hesitated and smiled. So how does young hero Lu wish for me to proceed? I need to create some noise to let senior brother Zhua know that I am also making efforts to remedy the situation. Since these individuals have all appeared in Dongjiang County during this time, I would trouble the third master to bring them all back, so I can confirm one by one. If they truly are not Xiao Bieli in disguise, it would not be too late to release them. There is no need to capture them, all too many people. Zhou Chang frowned slightly and spoke softly. Even if Xiao Bieli is in disguise, we only need to bring back these 5 whose heights, builds, and ages are similar. Lu Jun glanced at Zhou Chang and nodded. Since that's the case, I will follow the third master's wishes. Third master must remember the commotion must be a bit larger, otherwise it will be difficult for me to explain to senior brother Zhua. Xiao Bieli had just begun practicing the Yijin Jing. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed in Xiao Bieli's ears. Xiao Bieli stood up and opened the door. Standing outside was Zhu Shou, a master from the Jinwu Hall whom he had met twice before. Initially, when accepting bounties at the Jinwu Hall, Xiao Bieli had conversed with Zhu Shou a few times. Not knowing why Zhu Shou had come to find him now, Zhu Shou clasped his hands and smiled. Young hero Shen, I apologize for the disturbance. Xiao Bieli stepped aside to let Zhu Shou enter the room, casually closing the door behind them, and asked, what brings you here, senior? Zhu Shou replied, I have come to ask young hero Shen for assistance on a matter. What kind of matter does the Jinwu Hall need my help with? Xiao Bieli inquired. Zhu Shou responded, have you heard of the Tianlang Stronghold? Tianlang Stronghold. Xiao Bieli was taken aback. He had indeed heard of the name Tianlang Stronghold. It is located in the mountains 100 miles outside Dongjiang County, and the stronghold's leader, Three-Headed Wolf, Hu Xiong, is a 6th-rank expert with quite a reputation in Dongjiang County, but more infamous is the stronghold's notorious reputation. The Tianlang Stronghold is known for its pillaging and destruction. Even so, it has not been eliminated over the years, indicating that there must be other forces supporting it. Did the Tianlang Stronghold rob something from the Jinwu Hall? Xiao Bieli asked. Zhu Shou shook his head. Although we do not have many experts in the Jinwu Hall in Dongjiang County, a Tianlang Stronghold wouldn't dare to rob us. This time the Tianlang Stronghold robbed a shipment from the Ma family. The Ma family has communicated with the Tianlang Stronghold several times, willing to pay in silver to retrieve the goods, but the Tianlang Stronghold ignored them. Moreover, during subsequent conflicts, the Tianlang Stronghold even killed the Ma family's eldest son, Ma Yuan. I have some acquaintance with the head of the Ma family, Ma Mingfeng, so when he came to me, I could only help him find a few reliable people. Xiao Bieli shook his head. The Tianlang Stronghold has a 6th-rank expert stationed. Oh, I am afraid I am powerless to help. There is no need for young hero Shun to contend with Hu Xiong. Zhu Shou replied. Ma Mingfeng himself is at the peak of the 7th rank. He has invited a renowned expert from Dongjiang County to act. We only need to deal with the other experts from the Tianlang Stronghold. Ma Mingfeng has offered me a reliable 7th-rank expert for this endeavor, providing 500 tael. For you, young hero Shun, I have also calculated at the 7th rank. After all, you are definitely worth that amount for having killed Han Long and so many of his subordinates. When do we strike? Xiao Bieli asked. The original character's father is also a 7th-rank expert, but every year the silver he can get from the Xiao family is only about 2,000 taels, and this amount must also pay the wages of the servants in their courtyard. There isn't much silver left each year. The normal price for a 7th-rank expert to take on an adventure is around 200 to 300 taels, which indeed counts as a premium. Moreover, he also needs to kill to enhance his cultivation. The Tianlang Stronghold has a bad reputation, and since he would be acting alongside the Jinwu Hall, even if the people behind the Tianlang Stronghold caused trouble, the Jinwu Hall would be there to back him. Zhu Shou said, tonight, I have already contacted 7 people for the Ma family. Young hero Shun is the last one. If you are unwilling to go, please do not let this leak out. Xiao Bieli replied, I will go. Just in time, I have run out of silver. Zhu Shou wore a look of bewilderment. He knew that this individual before him was someone who spent silver to buy information at Jiangshan Pavilion, while others earned money completing bounties at the Jinwu Hall. Only this person lost money acting heroically. In that case, young hero Shun, let us proceed together. We agreed to meet at the Mountain God Temple outside the city at dusk, and it seems the timing is just right. Zhu Shou spoke. As for the payment, an initial sum of 200 taels will be given, and another 300 will follow once we return from Tianlang Stronghold. After speaking, Zhu Shou handed 2 100-tael banknotes to Xiao Bieli. Xiao Bieli nodded, stashing the banknotes away. After tidying up a bit, he took his long knife and left the inn with Zhu Shou. The two rode swiftly, and after a stick of incense they arrived at the Mountain God Temple outside the city. By this time, there were already quite a number of people inside the Mountain God Temple. They were all armed travelers, and upon hearing the commotion outside they gripped their weapons tightly. Only when they saw Zhu Shou approaching with a young man did they relax their vigilance. Everyone's gaze fell upon Xiao Bieli. Although they did not understand why Zhu Shou had brought a young man along, no one spoke up. Entering Tianlang Stronghold was perilous, and any misstep could lead to disaster. However, they were originally mercenaries relying on bounties for a living, engaging in a blood-soaked trade on the knife's edge. As long as they didn't have to deal with the leader of Tianlang's stronghold, Three-Headed Wolf, Hu Xiong, they could also escape if things turned sour. Moreover, Tianlang's stronghold was vast and wealthy, and if they could infiltrate the stronghold's treasury, there might be other spoils to be had. Once the Ma family members arrive, we can set off. Everyone nodded. Xiao Bieli scanned the room. Having only arrived in Dongjiang County a few days ago, he was unfamiliar with the local martial world and recognized no familiar faces. However, the county seat lived up to its reputation. It was rare to see 70 masters in Lichuan County, yet so many had gathered at this small mountain god temple. Zhu Shou stood not far from Xiao Bieli and suddenly asked, "I don't recall hearing of young hero Shan in Dongjiang County before. You're not from Dongjiang County, are you?" Xiao Bieli nodded. "I come from Yinzhou." Yinzhou? Zhu Shou pondered for a moment, but couldn't find the word. Though he was from the Jinwu Hall, he was a local of Dongjiang County, having lived for 40 years without ever stepping into Manzhou, nor had he dealt with anyone from Yunzhou, leaving him unsure of what to say. The atmosphere was somewhat dull, but luckily the Ma family's people arrived swiftly. A group of people streamed into the mountain god temple. Xiao Bieli scanned the newcomers, ultimately focusing on the head of the Ma family, Ma Rufeng, and the elder standing beside him. The elder wore a tight-fitting black outfit, his long arms and hands of a dark brown color, clearly showcasing his martial prowess, and his temples bulged high, moving with a majestic stride that exuded an air of authority. He must be a 6th-tier master who has opened both the Ren and Du meridians with his internal energy, transformed into true qi. With such a character in charge, along with over 10 7th-tier masters, Tianlang's stronghold is unlikely to withstand them. Xiao Bieli understood. Although Tianlang's stronghold was not weak, it certainly did not have 10 7th-tier masters. As long as the expert hired by the Ma family could defeat Hu Xiong this time, it was likely that Tianlang's stronghold would be destroyed. It's Hunyuan Hand, Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang. Elder. Most people in the mountain god temple recognized the black-clad elder's identity. Hunyuan Hand. Zhang. Zhang did not speak, merely nodding lightly at the crowd. Ma Rufeng glanced at everyone present and bowed slightly to the crowd in the mountain god temple. Thank you all for coming to lend your strength. After this matter concludes, in addition to the silver previously promised, I will also prepare a gift for each of you. Many people's eyes in the mountain god temple brightened. Although the Ma family was not a particularly strong clan in Dongjiang County, they were in the medicinal materials business. What kind of small gift could Ma Rufeng possibly mean? It wouldn't be some kind of pill, would it? While diligence in martial arts requires hard work and practice, assistance from medicinal baths and pills is also essential. Just what kind of gift could Ma Rufeng be referring to? In that case, let's not delay any further. Ma family head, let's set off. Indeed, with Elder Zhang dealing with Hu Xiong, a mere Tianlang stronghold is nothing to worry about. Several people in the mountain god temple spoke up. Someone turned to Zhu Shou and asked, "Zhu Shou, how many people from Tianlang stronghold are on the bounty list of your Jinwu Hall? That reward shouldn't conflict, right?" Zhu Shou shook his head. "This time I have invited you all on behalf of Brother Ma. As long as you bring back the heads to Jinwu Hall, the bounty will rightfully belong to you." Xiao Bieli looked at the person who had asked. Seeming to be in his 30s, holding a long sword with a dull expression. "I must state this up front: if you accept the Ma family's money and do not put in the effort, you can forget about receiving the remaining silver." Ma Rufeng looked at everyone and spoke lightly. "Let's go. Going now will allow us to sneak into Tianlang's stronghold by midnight." A group of people rode their horses toward Tianlang's stronghold. Tianlang's stronghold was situated in the mountains with only a few narrow paths leading up. They had no choice but to dismount and traverse the rugged mountain trails. After 2 hours, they could finally vaguely see the stronghold. The night was dark with high winds, and the inky blackness enveloped the hidden Tianlang stronghold deep within the mountains. The stronghold was built against the mountain, with its tumter-high walls appearing as a silent black shadow in the night. The rough stone walls exuded an aura of coldness and majesty. The gate was tightly shut with massive wooden doors studded with iron bars, seemingly declaring to the outside world that this place was inviolable. A few dim lanterns swayed in the wind, the faint light barely illuminating a small area at the entrance of the stronghold. The sentinels were vigilant, gripping their weapons tightly, and they could sense slight movements in the darkness, clearly indicating that mountain bandits were concealed within. Lurking in the shadows, they were like beasts waiting to pounce if anyone dared to breach the stronghold. Before Ma Rufeng could speak, 2 ambushers separated from the group and quietly approached the bandits lurking in the shadows. Xiao Bieli followed closely behind. Uft, uft, uft. The hidden bandits didn't even have time to scream before being swiftly dispatched by Experience 10. Experience 10. Once all the guards at the stronghold's gate had fallen, Ma Rufeng bowed to Zhang Zhong and said, Elder Zhang the rest regarding Hu Xiong will be left to you. Zhang Zhong nodded. Rest assured, Emir, Hu Xiong is not worth my attention. After that, Zhang Zhong was the first to stride toward the depths of Tianlang's stronghold. But he hadn't gone far when. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dozens of hidden arrows whistled through the darkness. Umph. Zhang Zhong snorted coldly, his right hand splayed as he forcefully struck out. Bang! A loud crash ensued. The air before Zhang Zhong's palm seemed to explode, shattering all the incoming arrows into pieces. Someone is breaching the stronghold. The sentries are dead, the outer scouts have been taken out. Quick notif. Cries of alarm rang out from within Tianlang's stronghold, and the previously pitch-black stronghold lit up with numerous flames. Xiao Bieli watched Zhang Zhong's retreating figure, his expression growing serious. The true chi emanating from a sixth-tier master was indeed formidable. As the torches in the mountain stronghold ignited, the bandits within rushed out, their murderous intent directed towards the stronghold's entrance. Several figures leaped from the depths of the stronghold, traversing the rooftops. Charge in! Ma Ruffing exclaimed urgently upon witnessing this scene. The Tianlang stronghold was heavily guarded. He had originally intended to quietly eliminate a portion of the stronghold's experts before launching a full assault to ensure Hu Xiong couldn't escape. However, since they had already been discovered, it was time to fight their way in. The grudge of killing his son must be avenged. I will deal with Hu Xiong. Zhang Chong of the Hunyuan hand declared, taking the initiative to confront the three-headed wolf, Hu Xiong, who was rushing out from the depths of the stronghold. In just a few breaths, the two collided head-on. I thought it was someone formidable, but it turns out to be you, Zhang Chong, old rascal. Who gave you the audacity to enter my Tianlang stronghold? The Tianlang stronghold has committed numerous atrocities, killing my nephew from the Ma family. Today marks the day of your destruction. Bang! Bang! In an instant, Hu Xiong and Zhang Chong were engaged in battle. At that moment, over 100 bandits arrived near the stronghold's entrance as they assessed the situation. Among the attackers, Xiao Bieli appeared the youngest, seeming the easiest to deal with. In an instant, a dozen bandits charged towards Xiao Bieli. Come on. Xiao Bieli shook his head. He accepted Zhu Shou's invitation because the Tsang Yuan sword sect had found Baiyun Mountain Manor, which instilled a sense of urgency within him. Thus, he came to Tianlang stronghold to gain more experience and elevate his cultivation. His body moved, and his fingers struck like the wind. The Dali King Kong finger with a mastery of 5% was activated. Bang! His finger struck against the weapon aimed at him, sending it flying. With the enhancement of the perfected iron cloth shirt, even with only 5% mastery of the Dali King Kong finger, the force unleashed was still terrifying. Any ordinary bandit struck by it would almost certainly suffer broken bones and torn muscles. Xiao Bieli showed no mercy towards these bandits, gaining experience points. Experience 10. Experience 100. Experience 500. Damn it, he's a master. Old Fong is only an 8th tier. He couldn't withstand a single strike from this person. Could he be a 7th tier expert? You picked the wrong opponent. The bandits attacking Xiao Bieli cried out in panic. In an instant, only 3 remained, their faces filled with fear as they retreated. Useless fools. A furious shout rang out as a middle-aged man resembling a poor scholar pushed aside the 3 and glared at Xiao Bieli, holding a severed head in his hand. Xiao Bieli recognized the owner of the severed head. It was one of the experts invited by Zhu Shou, whom he had seen before at the Mountain God Temple. Fifth Master. Fifth Master. This kid is no ordinary person, you must be careful. The Fifth Master looked at Xiao Bieli coldly and said, regardless of whether he is ordinary, anyone daring to invade my Tianlang stronghold must die. Then you better have the ability to do so. Xiao Bieli shook his head dismissively. Just as the two finished speaking, they almost simultaneously launched their attacks. Xiao Bieli's finger shot out power, radiating swiftly like the wind. The Fifth Master of Tianlang stronghold did not back down either. He leaped into the air and pointed a finger at Xiao Bieli. Bang! Their fingertips collided, unleashing terrifying power that shook the air. In the astonished gazes of the bandits, the Fifth Master was forced to retreat 3 steps, leaving deep footprints in the ground before barely stabilizing his stance. In contrast, Xiao Bieli remained completely still. Such powerful finger strength. A 7th tier at such a young age. The Fifth Master's expression changed dramatically. He had just killed a 7th tier expert who couldn't even endure 30 moves at his hands, yet now this young man had gained the upper hand. Clang! Xiao Bieli ignored the Fifth Master and drew his long knife from his waist. The Fifth Master's cultivation should be above his, but the quality of his true energy was inferior to Xiao Bieli's Yijin Jing. Coupled with the power of the perfected iron cloth shirt, the Fifth Master had only suffered a minor setback. Otherwise, relying solely on the 5% mastery of the Dali King Kong finger would not have pushed the Fifth Master back. Whoosh! A flash of blade light appeared. The two were already close, and this strike was incredibly swift, taking less than half a breath from the moment the blade was drawn to the moment it was swung. The fifth master had no time to evade and could only brace himself to take the blow. He formed a finger stance with both hands, and in the blink of an eye pointed out 9 fingers, casting several shadows of his fingers. As a 7th-tier expert, each of these fingers was enough to leave deep marks on bluestone. Yet he now only hoped to block this strike. However, his hope was destined to be in vain. At the moment his 9 fingers were pointed, the blade light in Xiao Bieli's hand surged forward with 3 times the speed. Puff! Blood sprayed forth, 2 fingers shot into the sky. The fifth master's scream was abrupt. Blood gushed from his neck as his body fell limply to the ground. Experience 1000. A line of text that only Xiao Bieli could see appeared. Unfortunately, no martial arts were dropped. Xiao Bieli sighed, expecting that his first kill of a 7th tier would bring him some surprise. You dare to kill 5th master? Some bandits looked on in disbelief. The big master was still battling, and today they might not be defeated. How could this young man dare to kill their 5th master? You idiots, I came here to kill you, why would I hesitate? Xiao Bieli utilized the cloud ladders, leaping towards the bandits like a large bird. Kill. With so many of us, even if each person takes a single strike, we can turn this brat into meat paste. Clang. Clang. Seeing Xiao Bieli charging in, some bandits were ignited by their bloodlust. They were already people who danced on the edge of a knife, and they were not without the courage to fight desperately. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute strength, courage held no meaning. Experience 10. Experience 100. Experience 500. Run. Quickly flee. As the last 8th tier fell among the group of bandits, they could no longer hold on and scattered in a panic. Xiao Bieli did not pursue. In this brief moment, his experience points had already surpassed 4,000. Experience 4130. At this moment, the sounds of battle within the stronghold had diminished significantly. Xiao Bieli turned to see the 2 knife experts he had encountered at the mountain god temple stealthily making their way deeper into the Tianlang stronghold. Noticing this, Xiao Bieli checked the spoils from the group of bandits he had slain and found a swift wind finger manual on the corpse of the 5th master. Then he quietly followed them. The place where he had fought the 5th master was at the stronghold's entrance. Although there were other experts battling within the stronghold, they were not in this area, but rather deeper inside. Within the stronghold, corpses were strewn everywhere. Xiao Bieli even saw several bodies of people who had come with him, indicating that the Tianlang stronghold was not so easy to breach. I should level up first for safety. Xiao Bieli murmured, retreating into the shadows and finding an unoccupied room. He silently thought, consumed 3,000 experience points to upgrade Yijin Jing. Boom. A rich, true energy surged from his dantian, instantly connecting the yang and yin meridians, reaching the midstage of the 7th tier. Midstage of the 7th rank. Xiao Bieli opened his eyes, feeling the true chi within him had thickened a bit more, nodding in satisfaction. Thankfully, there was a system panel. Otherwise, relying solely on his own hard work, it would take ages to reach this point. Damn it. Those thieves headed towards the chief's room. Hurry, stop them. At that moment, shouts from the bandits echoed deep within the stronghold, followed by sounds of combat. Max out the cloud ladder technique. Xiao Bieli spoke softly. Although Hu Xiong was currently held back by Zhang Zhong, both were 6th rank experts, and Zhang Zhong might not necessarily win. His experience points were insufficient for another small breakthrough. With the cloud ladder technique perfected, if Hu Xiong returned to attack, there would be a greater chance of escape. Countless experiences of practicing the cloud ladder flooded into Xiao Bieli's mind, causing his feet to heat up. The panel showed that the cloud ladder's proficiency was already at perfection, and his attributes panel now also displayed. Martial Arts Yijin Jing, 15100 Hurricane Blade Technique Perfection, Iron Shirt Perfection, Cloud Ladder Perfection. 5 Tigers Breaking the Door Blade, 50-100 Mighty Vajra Finger, 50-100 Subtle Moves, Copper Skin Light as a Swallow. Experience points 330. Originally, this trip had yielded a small breakthrough, and the cloud ladder had reached perfection, which was quite a harvest. However, now that Hu Xiong, the greatest threat from the Tianlang stronghold, was entangled, it was a good opportunity if there were any valuable items within. Things felt wrong, he had to retreat. With the perfected cloud ladder technique, he felt more confident. Listening to the sounds of battle growing fainter from deep within the stronghold, Xiao Bieli no longer hesitated and headed deeper into the stronghold. However, he hadn't gone far when swoosh. A blade's glint struck from around the corner, slicing towards Xiao Bieli's lower body. Unfazed, Xiao Bieli drew his long knife, striking first. The 2 blades collided, sparks flying. Huh! The ambusher exclaimed softly. He had waited for quite some time, waiting for his prey to enter the range of his lethal strike before attacking. Unexpectedly, he was blocked. It's you? Why are you attacking me? Xiao Bieli furrowed his brow. The person before him was the black-clad man who had previously inquired at the mountain god temple about taking back the head of Zhu Shou for a bounty at the martial hall. Kid, you have some skills. I underestimated you. Hee, you were extravagant in Dongjiang County buying information from Jiangshan Pavilion for bounty missions. Capturing you would yield greater rewards than what the Ma family offers. The black-clad middle-aged man shook his head, a wary look in his eyes as he slowly retreated. Since he couldn't kill Shenlang with a sneak attack, a frontal confrontation wouldn't guarantee success either. Better not to waste time. Once back in Dongjiang County, he could find a couple of familiar faces to handle matters. Had he known Shenlang would come this time, he would have brought 1 or 2 helpers along. You think you can sneak away after the attack? Xiao Bieli sneered. The treasure on him was clearly targeted. Those who wield knives are accustomed to licking blood from the blade, so don't expect their bottom line to be high. He suddenly stomped the ground, bang. He charged at the black-clad, middle-aged man like an arrow released from a bow. We're both at the 7th rank. I advise you to hold back otherwise. Before the black-clad man's words could finish, he was submerged by a torrent of blade lights. You! He shouted angrily, his aura suddenly intensifying. He pushed his true chi to the limit, and the long knife in his hand was enveloped in true chi like a violent storm striking with impenetrable force. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant the blades clashed. Amidst the clash, a tremendous force surged, causing the right hand holding the knife to feel immense pain. The black-clad middle-aged man regretted it in his heart and quickly withdrew. Damn it! He caught a glimpse of Shenlang's long knife slashing at him at a strange angle. With no choice, he stopped in his tracks and blocked with his long knife. Clang! With a crisp sound, the long knife in the black-clad middle-aged man's hand broke in response. Spare! Before he could finish begging for mercy, his head flew into the sky. Experience 1000. Xiao Bieli rummaged through the corpse, pulling out 300 taels of silver notes and some scattered coins, then headed deeper into the Tianlang stronghold. Deep within the stronghold, there weren't many corpses. Even the sounds of fighting had nearly disappeared. Just as Xiao Bieli advanced, several loud shouts suddenly echoed not far away. Damn it! This is a trap. There are still experts within the Tianlang stronghold. It's Hu Juexian from the Sanjiang Alliance. Run! Shouts of alarm rang out, and Xiao Bieli could vaguely discern that 1 or 2 of the voices belonged to Zhu Shou. In this world, martial artists at mid-7th rank are not necessarily stronger than those at early 7th rank. Before opening the run and do meridians, one is merely accumulating true chi. Some may have deep inner strength, but their techniques may not be better than those of someone with slightly weaker internal power, making victory uncertain in combat. Only by opening the Ren and Du meridians and stepping into the 6th rank can one's internal power transform from acquired to innate true chi, greatly increasing the lethality of the true chi when separated from the body. Along the way, he had learned a bit about Zhu Shou. Zhu Shou was likely a peak 7th rank expert who had opened the 6 extraordinary meridians. Although he hadn't seen Zhu Shou in action, judging by everyone's attitude towards him, Zhu Shou's true strength should not be weak. He could hear the panic in Zhu Shou's voice. Is Hu Juexian of the Sanjiang Alliance very strong? Could he be a 6th rank expert? If so, even Zhang Zhong, the Hunyuan hand, would be in danger. Although he had never heard of Hu Juexian's name, it did not prevent Xiao Bieli from feeling a desire to retreat. This time was quite fruitful. All that remained was to steadily accept the bounty missions from the martial hall. Once he reached the 6th rank, he would return to Lichuan County for revenge, crushing both Xiao Fuxing and the Changhe gang. For now, he should focus on developing his strength. With this thought, he channeled his inner strength and activated the cloud ladder technique, racing down the mountain. However, just 100 meters away from Zhu Shou and the others, Xiao Bieli could already hear the sound of something slicing through the air approaching from behind. He turned and saw a middle-aged man in his late 30s or early 40s wielding a long sword, striking out with a single blow. Sword light. A brilliantly radiant sword light carried an incredibly sharp chill, sweeping away the roof tiles and transforming them into countless projectiles aimed at the fleeing figure. True chi leaving the body. Xiao Bieli's heart trembled. He truly was a 6th rank expert. The Sanjiang Alliance was a force in Linshui County. How could there be experts from the Sanjiang Alliance within the Tianlang stronghold? Could it be that the ongoing conflicts between the Shire Lianhu and the Sanjiang Alliance were due to the latter wanting to enter Dongjiang County? There was no time to think further. Spare my life. A scream reached Xiao Bieli's ears. The 3 7th rank experts he had seen before shattered over a dozen roof tiles, but were still struck by the innate true kind fused fragments, coughing blood and suffering severe injuries as they fell to the ground. Not just those 3, but even Ma roofing, the head of the Ma family, and the remaining 2 7th rank experts were also injured by the fragments, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. Although their injuries weren't as severe, they could still escape. Split up and flee. Otherwise, none of us will survive. Zhu shouted. The remaining individuals rushed in different directions. They couldn't withstand a sixth-rank expert, and only by fleeing in different directions could they have a slim chance of survival. As for who this sixth-rank expert chose to pursue, that would just be their unfortunate luck. Hu Juexian looked at the 6 or 7 figures fleeing in all directions and shouted to the several experts behind him from the Sanjiang Alliance. What are you waiting for? Go chase them. These people are all injured and won't escape. Far make sure to bring them all back. After speaking, Hu Ju first headed towards the direction where Zhang Chong and Hu Xiong were fighting. Hu Ju's expression was grim. The Sanjiang Alliance intended to expand its influence to Dongjiang County, while the 12 linked forts were also trying to win over the Tianlang village, which had already pledged allegiance to the Sanjiang Alliance 6 months ago. The alliance leader planned to let Tianlang village feign allegiance to the 12 linked forts. When the Sanjiang Alliance officially engaged with the 12 linked forts, Tianlang village would then coordinate with them from within. He came here today to convey the alliance leader's order to Three-Headed Wolf, Hu Xiong, urging him to cooperate. Unexpectedly, the Ma family invited Hunyuan Han Zhangchong to attack Tianlang village at this moment. Moreover, Hu Lang couldn't even handle Zhangchong and expected him to clean up the mess. If these people were not retained, the chess piece of Tianlang village would be rendered useless. Xiao Bieli and Ma Rufeng escaped in the same direction, almost simultaneously plunging into the forest. Where do you think you're going? A stern shout came from behind 2 figures closely following Xiao Bieli and Ma Rufeng. It's the 2nd and 3rd leaders of Tianlang village, Chiu Kuei and Yu Wenba. Chiu Kuei's martial arts are no less than mine. Young hero, we must strike together to have a chance of survival. Blood trickled from the corner of Ma Rufeng's mouth as he glanced at Xiao Bieli, who was keeping pace with him, and spoke heavily. Previously hit by a shard of tile, he sustained significant internal injuries. Now forcing his chi, he was already struggling to keep up. Currently, his hope of survival depended entirely on the person Zhu Shou had brought. Seeing that Xiao Bieli remained silent and continued to forge ahead, a ruthless glint flashed in Ma Rufeng's eyes, and he unleashed a flurry of silver light from his sword, aiming it at Xiao Bieli's chest. Given his internal injuries, he knew that even together they would not be a match for Chiu Kuei and Yu Wenba. As long as he could keep this kid occupied and entangled Chiu Kuei, he was confident he could escape, even if Yu Wenba caught up. As for the revenge for his son, he no longer cared. Although it was his most talented son who died, he had more than one son, and at just 50 years old, even if he lost all his sons, he could still have more. Oomph! Xiao Bieli halted his steps. Facing Ma Rufeng's sword, he did not evade, but charged directly. With his blade drawn, he flicked it upward. A look of astonishment flashed in Ma Rufeng's eyes. He had thrust his sword first, and it was about to pierce him. Was he intending to perish together? But was he thinking too highly of himself? In an instant, the chi within Ma Rufeng surged, and what had initially been a strike with only 50% of his strength was now unleashed with 80%. Swish, swish, swish. Yu Wenba appeared to be in his 40s, dressed in a coarse brown outfit with bulging muscles exposed. A cruel smile danced in his eyes. At the moment Ma Rufeng struck, he raised his hand, and dozens of hidden weapons shot out, blocking the path of both Xiao Bieli and Ma Rufeng. If Xiao Bieli and Ma Rufeng did not reduce their speed, they would have to face the barrage of hidden weapons. Chiu Kuei then stomped hard on the ground, leaving a deep footprint, and his chain spear flew from his hand, aiming directly at Xiao Bieli's back. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Both understood why Ma Rufeng suddenly acted this way, but did not comprehend why that young man would make such a choice. This strike was utterly meaningless. However, they soon understood the reason. Ma Rufeng's long sword struck Xiao Bieli's body. The anticipated scene of Xiao Bieli being cleaved in half did not occur, and a clash of metal echoed. Puff! Ma Rufeng's head flew into the sky, his eyes still filled with shock and unwillingness. At that moment, Chiu Kuei's chain spear also arrived, colliding with Xiao Bieli, sending him stumbling back a step before he steadied himself. Top-grade inner armor. I didn't expect you had a piece of top-grade inner armor to protect yourself. No wonder you were so fearless. Chiu Kuei retracted his chain spear, his gaze towards Xiao Bieli filled with greed. The value of a piece of top-grade inner armor far exceeds that of many renowned artifacts, easily worth 1,000 taels of gold. However, he did not intend to sell this top-grade inner armor. For people like them who tread on the edge of a blade, possessing a piece of top-grade inner armor was equivalent to gaining an extra life. Second, what are you talking to him for? Hurry up and take him down. If we can't capture him, we will be in trouble later. Yu Wenba, wielding a heavy iron staff, spoke nonchalantly. Although the inner armor was powerful, it could only resist sharp blades. As long as this young man took a strike from him, it would surely crush his internal organs. If one strike didn't kill him, then a few more would. Chiu Kuei glanced at Yu Wenba and said lightly, I want this inner armor. I will compensate you with 3,000 taels of silver later. Yu Wenba replied, all right, all according to your wishes. The two exchanged glances and attacked simultaneously. Though their words showed they did not regard Xiao Bieli, their actions were not lacking in intensity. The two charged at Xiao Bieli from left and right. Yuanba, heavy iron staff imbued with true qi, danced like a fierce wind, striking towards Xiao Bieli's head with the force of splitting a mountain. Meanwhile, Qiu Kuei's chain spear, pulled straight, trembled continuously. In an instant, he unleashed 19 jabs, each gleaming with cold light, sealing off all the vital points around Xiao Bieli. Though this young man was protected by inner armor, there were always places that the armor could not shield. From the moment they spoke until they struck with full force was just a breath's time. Qiu Kuei's speed was even faster than Yuanba's, and in an instant the spear's light arrived. Do you really think I'm an easy target? Xiao Bieli sighed. Boom. The maximum level of iron cloth shirt was activated. As his true qi surged, Xiao Bieli seemed to be elevated slightly, his skin turning a dark brown, resembling cowhide. Ignoring Qiu Kuei's chain spear, Xiao Bieli allowed dozens of spear lights to strike him. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated. Qiu Kuei's expression changed drastically, his face filled with shock. The man before him was actually a master of hard training. Die for me. At that moment, Yuanba iron staff also came crashing down towards Xiao Bieli's forehead. At this time, clang. Xiao Bieli drew his sword again, and this time he did not hold back at all. The maximum level of the storm blade technique unfolded in his hands. The snow-white blade light arrived first. Clang. One strike cleaved at the weak point of Yuanba's staff, followed immediately by a second strike. Puff. Blood sprayed forth as Yuanba's hands flew away under this strike, and then his head soared into the sky. Experience 1000. From the moment Xiao Bieli drew his blade to Yuanba's head flying away, it was merely an instant. Even Qiu Kuei did not react in time. By the time he realized and tried to retreat, it was already too late. The long blade in Xiao Bieli's hand came crashing down like a tempest. Qiu Kuei dared not hold back in the slightest, the chain spear in his hand moving at its utmost speed, leaving trails in the air. Clang clang. Sparks flew. After dozens of exchanges, Xiao Bieli had already grasped all the techniques of Qiu Kuei. Qiu Kuei's martial arts are indeed above mine, but his chain spear is not a renowned weapon, unable to break through my iron cloth shirt. He has already lost in momentum. I can be considered as seizing the initiative and holding the upper hand. Moreover, he himself does not believe he is my match. With this thought, Xiao Bieli changed his sword technique, and Qiu Kuei's face displayed shock, his spear technique faltering. Puff. A blade light swept across, and Qiu Kuei's head flew into the sky. Experience 1000. Hongxiu Blade 1. Xiao Bieli sorted through the spoils of war without hesitation, heading down the mountain, without a backward glance. After a short while, Hu Juexian and three-headed wolf, Hu Xiong, arrived in the forest where Xiao Bieli had killed 3 men accompanied by 3 7th-grade masters. Hu Xiong was holding the unconscious Zhang Chong, whose limbs had been severed. Upon seeing the scene in the woods, Zhou Song, the 4th leader of the Tianlang village, hurried over to examine the 3 corpses. He gasped. They were killed by a master swordsman. Ma Ruffling was killed with a single stroke, and it only took 2 or 3 strikes to kill the 3rd leader. Only the 2nd leader bore multiple wounds. Zhou Song inhaled sharply. Neither Yuanba nor Qiu Kuei were weak among 7th-grade warriors. Yet now both had perished at the hands of the one pursuing Ma Ruffling. Who was the one responsible for this? Hu Juexian furrowed his brows and spoke in a deep voice. How many people escaped this time? Three-headed wolf, Hu Xiong replied. According to the captured individuals, a total of 25, came 7 of whom were brought by Zhu Shou from the Zhenwu Hall. Including Ma Rufing, who died here, 4 managed to escape. The Tianlang village must be abandoned. Hu Xiong kicked Ma Rufing's lifeless head in frustration. He had originally looked down on the Ma family, but to his surprise, Ma Rufing had summoned Han Yuan Shou Zhang Chong. If Hu Juexian had not been there, he would likely have met his demise as well. With enemies so close, he could not afford to be complacent. Currently, the 12-linked fort and the Sanjiang alliance were in fierce conflict. The 12-linked fort had previously attempted to recruit him, and now that he had allied with the Sanjiang alliance, once the news reached the 12-linked fort, someone would surely attack Tianling village. Hu Juexian glanced at Hu Xiong and said calmly, "The situation has unfolded. You should lead your men with me to Linshui County. Since you've chosen to join the Sanjiang alliance, the leader will not treat you unfairly." Hu Xiong nodded. At this point, he had no choice. Staying in Dongjiang County would only lead to death. However, the Tianlang village had suffered heavy losses this time, with 3 out of 5 leaders dead. Even if he entered the Sanjiang alliance, his status would likely be lower than he had anticipated. Xiao Bieli ran at full speed until he exited the mountainous area of Tianling village. Finding a horse left by the roadside, he rode for several dozen miles before finally relaxing. Although he possessed the max-level iron cloth shirt and top-tier inner armor for protection, he did not wish to encounter a 6th-grade master just yet. Fortunately, I reaped significant rewards. Xiao Bieli raised his gaze towards the system interface. Host Xiao Bieli. Cultivation, mid-7. Martial Arts, Yijin Jing, 15100 Wind Fury Blade Technique, full iron cloth, shirt, full cloud ladder technique full. 5 Tiger breaks the door blade, 5100 Great Strength Vajra Finger, 5100 Skillful Moves Copper Skin Light, as a swallow. Experience points 3330 Red Sleeve Blade Pending Collection. In the Twilight Reign the Red Sleeve Blade, I didn't expect to kill a peak 7th grade master and obtain such a valuable item. Xiao Bieli sighed lightly. After being in this world for such a long time, he was no longer the naive newcomer he once was. In the martial world, most weapons in the hands of wandering warriors have no names. A knife is just a knife, and a sword is just a sword. Only weapons capable of cutting gold and jade receive a resounding name. Just like a person's title in the martial world. Weapons that are worthy of being known across a region are referred to as famed weapons. However, there are exceptions. Some individuals wielding ordinary weapons have them named simply because their wielders are too strong. As for the Red Sleeve Blade, it was the weapon of Su Mingjin, the former master of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, and it is undoubtedly stronger than any named weapon in Dongjiang County. He currently needed a good blade. Extract, Xiao Bieli said without any hesitation. A not overly long blade appeared in Xiao Bieli's hand, its body scarlet and its edge transparent. As he lightly touched the blade with his fingertip, a chill passed from the blade into his palm. Swish! The blade flashed. Xiao Bieli lightly jabbed a tree trunk as thick as his thigh, causing it to crash down, and at the break it was as smooth as a mirror. Good blade. If he had acquired the Red Sleeve Blade earlier, he could have killed Qiu Kuei with just one stroke, severing Qiu Kuei's chain gun. Without a suitable weapon, killing Qiu Kuei would have been much easier. Consume 3,000 experience points to enhance Yijin Jing. Yijin Jing, 18,100 boom. As the proficiency of Yijin Jing increased, an extremely pure internal power surged from Xiao Bieli's body towards the Yin Xiao Meridian. In an instant, the Yin Xiao Meridian was connected, successfully advancing into the late 7th grade. Huff! Xiao Bieli sighed in relief. From mid to late 7th grade, the true energy within him had increased by 30%. During this trip to Tianlang village, he had advanced 2 small realms and fully mastered the cloud ladder technique, reaping significant rewards. Unfortunately, he was still lacking in experience to reach the 6th grade. Consume all experience points to enhance Great Strength Vajra Finger. Currently, Baiyun Villa is looking for a master swordsman. Although it is unlikely they would suspect me, it is still better to master another skill. With my current true energy and the power enhanced by the max level iron cloth shirt, using the Great Strength Vajra Finger should be sufficient to deal with all 7th grade warriors. Boom. A torrent of experience for training the Great Strength Vajra Finger surged in as if he had been practicing it for months. Great Strength Vajra Finger, 8,100 experience points, 30. Xiao Bieli frowned. 300 experience points resulted in only a 3-point increase in although that was fewer than the experience required for Yijin Jing. 100 points for a single point of proficiency was still considerable. Previously, martial arts like Wind Fury Blade Technique could increase proficiency by 5 points with 100 experience points. Is it because the Great Strength Vajra Finger is of a higher grade than Wind Fury Blade Technique? I initially thought Yijin Jing required 1,000 experience points to increase proficiency due to being an internal skill. Now it seems that it's purely because Yijin Jing's grade is higher. System, if you have this setting, just display it directly. The system interface showed no response. At this moment, a red hue appeared on the horizon, signaling the sun's imminent rise. Xiao Bieli shook his head, mounted his horse, and headed towards Dongjiang County City. Just as he could see the city walls of Dongjiang County, a hurried sound of hooves came from behind him. Turning, he saw Zhu Shou and a previous attendant he had encountered at the mountain god temple riding swiftly towards him. The two appeared disheveled, their faces pale. Zhu Shou was relatively fine, but the attendant who rode alongside him was drenched in blood on one side, and one of his hands was visibly broken. At this moment, Zhu Shou also spotted Xiao Bieli. Particularly upon seeing that Xiao Bieli bore no injuries, he looked incredulous and exclaimed, "Young hero Shen, you're unscathed." Had he not witnessed Shen Lang kill the 5th leader of Tianlang village during their earlier confrontation, he would have suspected a connection between Shen Lang and the Sanjiang alliance. They were so severely injured, while Shen Lang appeared to have no injuries aside from some dishevelment. Xiao Bieli replied, "Fortunately, I did not venture deep into Tianlang village, remaining at the periphery. Moreover, when Elder Zhu shouted, I sensed something was off and immediately fled, avoiding the pursuers." "Elder, what happened to you? What about the others?" Hearing this, Zhu Shou's expression darkened, and he sighed. "Tianlang village has actually colluded with the Sanjiang alliance. They are likely in grave danger. I wonder how Elder Zhang Chong is faring." However, when we escaped, Hu Juexian should have gone to assist Hu Xiong. Otherwise, we would not have been able to escape from two 6th-grade masters surrounding us. Elder Zhang Chong is likely in dire straits. This time I have caused trouble for you all. In the future, if there are any bounties from the Jinwu Hall, I will inform you too at the first opportunity, Zhu Shou said, bowing to Xiao Bieli and another person. This matter is not Zhu Xiong's fault, and no one expected that the Tianlang village would collude with the Sanjiang alliance, the other person spoke. Xiao Bieli nodded as well. The Dongjiang County is under the greatest influence of the 12 linked villages, and once the news of Tianlang village's collusion with the Sanjiang alliance spreads, Hu Xiong will certainly not dare to remain in Dongjiang County. He wouldn't even dare to come into Dongjiang County City to cause them trouble. Upon returning to the city, Xiao Bieli parted ways with Zhu Shou, who was injured and needed to return to recuperate. Moreover, there is no place safer than the Jinwu Hall in the entire Dongjiang County City. Zhu Shou is originally from the Jinwu Hall, and even the 12 linked villages would not have the guts to cause trouble there. Although the Jinwu Hall in Dongjiang County is not particularly strong, it is backed by the imperial court. Causing trouble in the Jinwu Hall would be slapping the court in the face. Xiao Bieli himself was not injured, but he still took 2 days to rest. During these 2 days, Xiao Bieli rented a small courtyard. Although it was not large, the environment was pleasant, and the annual rent was only 20 taels of silver. On the 3rd day, Xiao Bieli finally stepped out from the small courtyard and entered the Baishang Tower. He had visited the Baishang Tower many times, and as soon as he entered, a waiter greeted him. Shen Xiaoxia. Still the same as before. Xiao Bieli nodded and went straight up to the second floor. At this moment, it was lunchtime, and the second floor was already filled with guests, leaving only 2 or 3 empty tables. Xiao Bieli found an empty spot and sat down. The surroundings were extremely noisy, but Xiao Bieli paid no mind. After the waiter brought a pot of fine Huadiao wine, he poured himself a cup and drank it in one go. Although the wine from the Baishang Tower was not as strong as the distilled spirits from his past life, it still carried a spicy flavor, and a grainy aroma combined with the bustling sounds of the wandering heroes around it had a unique charm. Wine houses are places where news circulates swiftly. Although most of the heroes dining on the second floor were discussing trivial matters happening in Dongjiang County during this time, occasionally, some useful information could be overheard. Have you heard? People from the 12 linked villages went to Tianlang village, but now Tianlang village is already deserted. Tianlang village is betraying us, actually colluding with the Sanjiang alliance. It is truly a disgrace for our martial arts community in Dongjiang County. As long as there are benefits, those bandits won't care about Dongjiang County or Linshui County. Sai life is becoming increasingly difficult. A few days ago, several young masters from other counties were invited to the Baiyun Mountain Manor, and they have not appeared since they must have met with misfortune. You're courting death, daring to speak of Baiyun Mountain Manor. And what do you think Baiyun Mountain Manor wants to capture them for? What else? It's just suspicions that those people are disguised as Xiao Bieli from Linshui County. As the names Baiyun Mountain Manor and Xiao Bieli reached his ears, Xiao Bieli felt a surge of interest. Although he could inquire about news from the Jianshan Pavilion or the Jinwu Hall, the more he did, the more flaws would be exposed. Now that Shen Lang had displayed 7th grade strength in his battle at Tianlang village, it would be hard for Baiyun Mountain Manor to suspect him in the short term. Over time, the people from the Tsangyuan sword sect would likely give up. A righteous young hero indignantly said, "Even so, we cannot kill innocent people, right?" The old man sitting next to the young hero stuffed a piece of meat into the young hero's mouth, smiling apologetically at those around him. My grandson is young and inexperienced, having drunk too much. Baiyun Mountain Manor must have its reasons for acting this way. In the wine house with so many people around, who knows if there are people from Baiyun Mountain Manor on the second floor? What are you afraid of? Someone else spoke. This matter is indeed wrong for Baiyun Mountain Manor. They only wanted to find a Xiao Bieli and now have caused the deaths of 7 or 8 people. Such behavior. Hum. No one on the second floor dared to respond. Baiyun Mountain Manor has a reputation in the martial arts world of Dongjiang County, spanning 3 generations. They cannot afford to offend. At this moment, the voices of the discussions on the second floor of the Baishang Tower had diminished significantly. I find it hard to understand Baiyun Mountain Manor's actions. Xiao Bieli sighed inwardly. If they truly wanted to find him, they should have conducted a secret investigation. Making such a loud commotion seems to indicate that they are afraid he won't hide away. If he were to flee Dongjiang County, it would truly be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Having thought this through, Xiao Bieli swiftly finished the food on the table. Waiter, check please. After leaving the Baishang Tower, Xiao Bieli had not walked far when he sensed someone following him from behind. His expression remained unchanged as he leisurely walked toward the small courtyard where he was renting. Along the way, he noticed at least 3 or 4 pairs of eyes lingering on him. Is it Baiyun Mountain Manor? Could they have already suspected me? But that shouldn't be the case. Xiao Bieli is only 17 years old, and he shouldn't be linked to me. Xiao Bieli thought to himself, not showing any indication on his face, but he felt a growing sense of crisis within. Bayun Mountain Manor is a large family with a 5th-grade master in residence. If they wanted to target him, it would be hard to escape now. When Xiao Bieli arrived at the rental small courtyard, 2 figures stood at the entrance. One of them was the previous person who had returned with Zhu Shou Wang Yuan, who now had a bit more color on his face, looking much better than before, but clearly still not fully healed. When Wang Yuan saw Xiao Bieli, his eyes brightened as he hurried over in a few quick steps. Wang Yuan saw Xiao Bieli stop and clasped his hands, saying, "This is Lu Dali, the leader of the Weixin escort agency, who has come specifically to find Shen Xiaoxia." Lu Dali also clasped his hands toward Xiao Bieli, saying, "Originally we wanted to ask Wang Xiong to help escort a shipment, but we didn't expect that Wang Xiong was injured a few days ago, so we wanted to request Shen Xiaoxia's assistance instead." Escort a shipment. Xiao Bieli showed a doubtful expression. The Weixin escort agency is one of the major escort agencies in Dongjiang County. Why would you need me to escort it? The Weixin escort agency has quite a reputation in Dongjiang County, and both of its chief escorts, Dongjiang Air, Yi Chenghuai, and Qinghai, are peak 6th-grade masters. He has heard of their names. The Weixin escort agency is also second only to Bayun Mountain Manor and the Zhangyu sect among the forces in Dongjiang County. Lu Dali smiled and said, "Times have changed. In the past, we basically transported goods by water, allowing us to carry many items. But now that the 12 linked villages in the Sanjiang Alliance have ignited real conflicts, the waterways have become impassable, and we can only take land routes. And now Dongjiang County is quite unsettled. Even the Ma family has suffered such a calamity. Some merchant associations want to procure a batch of items, and they generally look for escort agencies for protection. Not only my Weixin escort agency, but other escort agencies in Dongjiang County are also extremely busy." Upon hearing this, Xiao Bieli understood the situation. Traveling by land is time-consuming and labor-intensive. The water route used to take only 2 or 3 days, but land travel now requires 6 to 7 days, essentially doubling the time. Over time, the likelihood of accidents naturally increases. This time we are heading to Lechuan County in Dongjiang Prefecture, a 6-day journey. Lu Dali took out a money pouch from his bosom and handed it to Xiao Bieli, saying, "This is the deposit. The other half will be paid upon return. With the reputation of our Weixin escort agency, nothing serious is likely to happen. Please accompany us, young hero Shun, for safety's sake. If your assistance is needed, the reward will be doubled." Xiao Bieli touched the money pouch, feeling several dozen taels of silver inside. Although it couldn't compare to what Ma Rufeng had offered him to deal with the Tianlang gang, it was still quite generous. After all, there is considerable risk in dealing with the Tianlang gang, and Ma Rufeng had a personal vendetta against them. However, a 6-day escort to the neighboring Linshui prefecture is not particularly challenging. Perhaps he wouldn't even need to intervene. Wang Yuan, thinking that Xiao Bieli might be reluctant to agree, approached him and whispered, "The Weixin escort agency has extensive connections in Dongjiang prefecture. If you gain their friendship, it will be much easier for you to obtain any pills or herbs you need for your training, young hero Shen." Wang Yuan knew well that although Shen Lang was younger than him, his background was certainly impressive. He had witnessed Shen Lang kill the 5th elder of the Tianlang gang in just a few moves. Moreover, after the people from the Sanjiang Alliance appeared at the Tianlang gang, only 4 out of over 20 survived. He and Zhu Shou were in a dire state, but Shen Lang had emerged unscathed. His martial arts might be beyond what everyone imagined. As a bodyguard, one must dance on the edge of a knife. Having a strong friend means that even unresolved bounties might have leads that can be pursued together. "All right, I'll take this escort," Xiao Bieli said calmly. Since there were already people secretly following him, it proved that Bayun Villa still harbored suspicions about him, and he could take this opportunity to leave for a while under the auspices of the Weixin escort agency. Moreover, the destination of this escort was precisely Lichuan County. Although he had not been here long and had never met the original owner's father, the original owner was saved at the cost of his father's life. Since he had the chance, he should resolve the cause and effect. The Zhongyuan sword sect was temporarily unable to act, and Xiao Fuxing was only at the 7th rank. Killing should not pose too much of a problem. Lu Dali smiled and said, "We will gather at the East City Gate tomorrow morning. Young brother Shen, we will see you then. Bayun Villa." "Third master, the commotion is still too small," Lu Jun said to Zhou Chong, somewhat dissatisfied. During this period, although Zhou Chong had caused the deaths of 7 or 8 people, they were all obscure individuals in Dongjiang Prefecture, and the commotion was not large enough. If senior brother Zhou were to question him, he might think that he had done nothing. Zhou Chong frowned and said, "There have already been 7 or 8 deaths. If this continues, the master will surely be dissatisfied." Although their faction held a relatively high position in Bayun Villa, the master was not him. If things escalated too much, he could be held accountable. He estimated that if the master did not know he was doing this for the Zhongyuan sword sect, he would have intervened long ago after the senseless killings of 7 or 8 people. Lu Jun shook his head and said, "Third master, the tracking goo is almost here. You need to create some commotion for me." He added, "This is the last time, and those suspected individuals you mentioned earlier, are there still not 2 left?" Zhou Chong frowned. "Those 2 have been confirmed. They should not be Xiao Bieli. Huang Yiping is a disciple of Wind Thunderblade Lu Zhao, and Shun Lang possesses martial arts at least at the mid-7th rank, or even late 7th rank. Although he also uses a blade technique, Xiao Bieli is only 17. How could he possibly have such strength?" Lu Jun said lightly, "Wind Thunderblade Lu Zhao is merely a low 6th rank master. Third master, just act. If Lu Zhao dares to come down the mountain, once my Lu family's experts arrive, there will naturally be someone to deal with him. Killing a renowned 6th rank master's disciple should show that I am genuinely compensating. As for Shin Lang, we can deal with him as well." Zhou Chong said solemnly, "Young Master Lu, this is the last time. Otherwise I won't be able to handle it anymore." The next morning, Xiao Bieli arrived at the East City Gate, but Lu Dali and the others had not yet arrived. He waited for about the duration of a tea break when a merchant convoy filled with goods emerged from the city gate. Lu Dali and the escort team were also inside. The convoy was quite large, consisting of 20 to 30 individuals plus nearly 20 escorts totaling about 50. "Young brother Shin, over here." Upon seeing Xiao Bieli, Lu Dali quickly greeted him. Xiao Bieli nodded. The people in the convoy turned their attention to Xiao Bieli as well. Lu Dali had already informed them that he had found an expert to accompany them, but they didn't expect the person Lu Dali found to be so young. "We will be relying on you, young hero Shun, for this journey." The owner of this escort, Master Qian, cupped his hands towards Xiao Bieli. Although he thought Lu Dali's choice was indeed too young, the reputation of the Weixin Escort Agency should ensure that nothing would happen on the road. Moreover, this time the Weixin Escort Agency sent 2 7th-rank masters, and their merchant association also had a 7th-rank master, so ordinary mountain bandits couldn't harm them at all. After exchanging pleasantries, the convoy set off. Xiao Bieli rode his horse at the back of the line and said, "Hey, how did Uncle Dali come to find you for this escort?" The speaker was Cheng Min, the only female escort in the team, dressed in a neat and tidy waist-length warrior outfit with her hair tied up at the back, her appearance beautiful. The moment Cheng Min appeared beside him, Xiao Bieli felt the gazes of several young escorts resting on him. A graceful lady is a gentleman's desire. He could understand their gazes. Back in his past life during school, he would talk and laugh with his goddess while pretending to be indifferent, but his heart was filled with countless thoughts. Moreover, this Cheng Min had the surname Cheng, which might be related to the 2 head escorts of the Weixin Escort Agency. However, those were not his concerns. "I was introduced by someone," Xiao Bieli answered truthfully. Cheng Min leaned closer to him and whispered, "I heard you were present during the battle at the Tianlang Gang a few days ago. Was there a 6th-rank expert involved?" "I heard that Hunyuan Han Zhongchong has gone missing." Xiao Bieli nodded. "I heard he is missing, but am not clear on the details. I didn't see him when I descended the mountain." Cheng Min pouted. "How come you don't know anything?" Seeing Cheng Min's little expression, the young escorts in the team felt heartbroken. After all, the young lady was famously aloof in the escort agency. When had they ever seen her display such an expression? The merchant convoy was traveling on the official road. At their speed, they could reach the county town ahead today, but unfortunately the weather was not on their side. They had only set out for half a day when dark clouds appeared in the sky, looking as if a heavy rain was about to pour down. "Master Lu, we cannot continue any further." Master Qian's face turned grim. The dyes and fabrics inside were quite valuable. Although they had waterproof measures, he could not guarantee they wouldn't get wet in the event of a torrential downpour. These items were worth a third of his fortune, otherwise he wouldn't have personally made this trip. Looking at the sky, it seems like just a rain shower. Lu Dali laughed. "Master Qian, don't worry, there's a dilapidated temple up ahead. Although it has been abandoned for over 10 years, it can still provide shelter from the wind and rain. Let's go to the dilapidated temple ahead to wait out the rain. Once it passes, we will set off again." Not far from Lu Dali's broken temple, there were originally 5 or 6 rooms, but due to years of neglect, they had mostly collapsed, leaving only a main hall to shelter from the rain. "First, move the goods into the main hall. We can find a place to take shelter." Manager Qian instructed the caravan members to unload the goods from the cart and carry them into the hall. Not long after the goods were moved inside, rumbling thunder sounded. Drizzling rain began to fall. Looking at this rain, it won't stop anytime soon. Lu Dali stood beside Xiao Bieli, spitting and cursing. Based on past experience, this time of year usually brought showers. However, this rain lasted for half an hour and showed no signs of stopping. Manager Qian worriedly said originally it was a 6-day journey. If it rains, the roads will be difficult to navigate, and it will probably take 8 or 9 days to arrive. Fortunately, the goods didn't get wet. Just then the sound of hooves came from outside the temple, and the guards of the caravan stationed at the door shouted, "Manager, someone is coming." Manager Qian frowned and looked at Lu Dali. Could it be scouts from the mountain bandits? Lu Dali shook his head. This rain came too suddenly. There's only this place to take shelter nearby. It's natural for someone to come, and from the sound, it's just one person on horseback, nothing to worry about. Moreover, this temple is in an unclaimed wilderness. It wouldn't be right to prevent someone from entering. We haven't left the boundaries of Dongjiang County, yet my Weixin escort agency still has some reputation here. Just as they were speaking, a 23 or 24-year-old, slender figure clad in a raincoat led a horse to the temple entrance. He glanced at the members of the caravan, and then turned to secure his horse, finding a place outside the main hall to sit down, and quietly began eating a cake that had been soaked by the rain. "Friend, I am the head of Weixin escort agency." Lu Dali walked over, offering the recently heated cake to the black-clad swordsman, saying, "Friend, if you don't mind, we have some warm rations here." The black-clad swordsman glanced at Lu Dali, but said nothing, continuing to eat the soaked cake. "What a Cheng Min standing beside," Xiao Bieli murmured. Lu Dali didn't say anything. When out in the world one should remain cautious, and refusing to eat someone else's food was indeed the right choice. Another incense stick's worth of time passed. Although the rain hadn't stopped, it had clearly lessened. Just then another urgent sound of hooves approached. Lu Dali frowned slightly. This time it was not just the black-clad youth. From the sound of the hooves there were at least 6 or 7 horses, and the sound of people treading on the muddy ground could be heard. The members of Weixin escort agency, except for Cheng Min, had been on many escort missions and were seasoned. With just a glance from Lu Dali, everyone instinctively reached for their weapons. Damn it, luckily this temple is still standing. Everyone is soaked to the bone. Get inside and dry off, warm yourselves. Hearing the noisy voices not far away, Manager Qian let out a sigh of relief. It seemed like they weren't coming for them. As the group of people streamed into the broken temple, the leading burly man noticed the main hall was already filled with people. He frowned and coldly said, "This place is reserved by my Feiying stronghold. Please leave." Hearing the name of Feiying stronghold, Lu Dali forced a smile, tossing a silver pouch to the leading man. He said with a laugh, "Everyone, I am Lu Dali of Weixin escort agency. Among our goods there are some that cannot get wet, so I kindly ask everyone to make it convenient for us. This silver is for your team money. We will move the goods a bit to give you some space to rest. Once the rain stops, we will leave." In Dongjiang County, as long as a mountain bandit hears the name of Weixin escort agency, if they are given some money for the road, they usually won't cause trouble. After all, everyone is just trying to make a living. Having worked in escorting for many years, Lu Dali had contacts in both the underworld and the upper echelons. Although he hadn't heard of Feiying Stronghold, the people of Feiying Stronghold should have heard of Weixin escort agency. Moreover, this group was quite large, with nearly 20 people all armed, and didn't seem easy to deal with. If a fight broke out, they probably wouldn't gain much advantage. This little amount of silver is for beggars. The leading burly man weighed the silver pouch in his hand, scoffing, then his gaze landed on Cheng Min, leering, as he said, "How about this? I will give your Weixin escort agency some face. Once the rain stops you can leave, but this woman must stay." Xiao Bieli's eyes moved slightly. He had been observing these people since they entered, and while they seemed to have set their sights on Cheng Min, their gaze had actually lingered on him. Are they from Baiyun Mountain Manor? Xiao Bieli thought, sighing, inwardly realizing he had implicated Weixin escort agency. "Shut your filthy mouth. Manager Lu, don't waste words with them. Do they really think Weixin escort agency is afraid of them?" Some young escort members had already drawn their weapons. Only Lu Dali and the older escort members had grave expressions. They understood that this was a mission from Weixin escort agency. If they were still so bold, they were either overconfident or deliberately looking for trouble. "You're seeking death." Cheng Min couldn't hold back any longer. As the young lady of Weixin escort agency, it was her first escort mission, and she was being harassed. Swish! Cheng Min used a long sword. Although her martial arts were only at the mid-level of the 8th rank, her speed was quick, thrusting directly at the forehead of the leading burly man with swift moves. What a fiery temper! The burly man from Feiying Stronghold laughed, not dodging or evading Cheng Min's stabbing sword. His right hand moved like a snake, slipping past Cheng Min's sword blade, suddenly aiming to grab her right hand holding the sword. Clang! A flash of crimson light from the blade appeared. No one saw how Xiao Bieli drew his sword, and then a heart-wrenching scream erupted from the lips of the leading burly man from Feiying Stronghold. Before he could grab Cheng Min's arm, it was severed at the root. His eyes filled with terror, clutching his severed arm, he retreated repeatedly, shouting angrily, "Charge! Kill them! PFF!" Before he finished speaking, his head shot up into the sky, his body falling to the ground unwillingly. Experience 1000. Kill! Kill! After Xiao Bieli instantly slayed one, the experts of Weixin escort agency and the caravan finally reacted, taking action against the remaining members of Feiying's stronghold. Xiao Bieli also did not pause, slipping forward, charging towards the doorway. PFF. PFF. The flash of blades danced. Two heads soared into the sky. Experience 10. Experience 500. Every time Xiao Bieli struck, someone would fall to the ground, causing the members of Weishin escort agency and the caravan to be dumbfounded, especially Lu Dali and the only 7th-rank expert in the caravan. They rushed out immediately, but Xiao Bieli was killing too quickly. They had no chance to intervene, only watching one after another fall to the ground. In Xiao Bieli's eyes, these were all experience points. Although he didn't want to become a notorious devil who would be hunted down by top righteous sects for fame, the experience that was delivered to his door, he had no intention of letting go. "Isn't this too powerful?" murmured a guard from the Weishin escort agency. Cheng Min, who had retreated to the side, also showed admiration in her eyes. Each time the crimson blade flashed, a bandit from Feiying village fell to the ground. Even the black-clothed swordsman, who had been silently gnawing on a damp pancake, revealed a glint of battle intent in his eyes as he stood up, though he had no intention of intervening. "The situation is dire. Qiu, the leader, is dead. Quickly summon the 2 envoys. We can't hold them off. If the envoys don't act, we're all going to die." As the number of people dying at the hands of Xiao Bieli increased, the red sleeve knife in his hand became more and more stained with blood. A flash of red light cut through the air, and then, puff, another figure fell. Experience 100. "Damn it, let's fight to the death with him. Kill." They retreated again and again until there was no escape left. Finally, 2 peak 8th grade bandits couldn't hold back any longer and leaped at Xiao Bieli, one with a knife and the other with an axe, attacking from both sides. Puff, puff. However, as the blades flashed, both of them received serious cuts to their chests and fell to the ground. Experience 500. Experience 500. In the instant the 2 corpses hit the ground, 2 7th grade experts who had been hiding outside the courtyard simultaneously moved, clashing their weapons together with a sharp sound. These 2 also wielded knives, and their movements were swift. As the blades danced, their strikes seemed to merge into one, unyielding, like a torrential storm rushing toward Xiao Bieli. "It's the 2 leaders from Dogzi Ridge." Another 7th grade expert from the Weishin escort, Kong Tong, turned pale and shouted. As one of the 6 7th grade experts of the Weishin escort agency, he had once accompanied the chief escort to Dogzi Ridge and had seen these 2 men. Moreover, the bandits from Dogzi Ridge had connections with the Baiyun Villa. He had heard the chief escort mention it. But their relationship with Baiyun Villa was decent. Why would the bandits from Dogzi Ridge target them this time? He found it hard to understand. Could it be that Baiyun Villa wanted to take action against the Weishin escort? Lu Dallas' expression also darkened as he whispered, "If Brother Shin can't hold on old Kong, let's strike together." The martial arts of these 2 men were above both him and Kong Tong. If it weren't for the presence of young Master Shun, they might have truly lost this escort. "They're coming for me." Xiao Bieli's eyes gleamed coldly as he realized that these people were indeed targeting him. Furthermore, their true chi was thick and robust, indicating they were peak 7th grade experts. Had he not stepped into the late 7th grade realm after visiting the Tianlang village, facing their combined assault with a single blade, he would truly have to endure it with his gold silk soft armor and iron cloth shirt. But now, unlike the earlier situation at Tianlang village, surrounded by many eyes, if his sword techniques and gold silk armor were revealed simultaneously, it would likely attract the full attention of Baiyun Villa. Fortunately, he was now already in the late 7th grade, with the quality of his Yijin true chi far surpassing that of the 2. Moreover, he wielded the red sleeve knife. Facing the storm of blades from the 2, Xiao Bieli did not dodge or evade. Swish, swish, swish. In a fleeting moment, he struck out 19 times with the red sleeve knife clanging against the blades. No. Suddenly, the expressions of the 2 men changed drastically. In their terrified gaze, the crimson blade clashed against their dual knives. Clang. Their 2 blades broke with a loud sound, and the crimson blade continued its momentum. Puff. Blood sprayed as the hands gripping the knife were severed. "You? Spare." Before the words could escape, the crimson blade flashed again. Puff. Puff. 2 heads flew into the air, blood splattering against the temple's walls. The clouds cleared, and the rain stopped, with weak sunlight falling down. Experience 1000. Experience 1000. 13 bodyguards horizontal practice 1. Another martial art has emerged. Is it still a form of horizontal practice? To survive in the Jianghu, one must either be strong enough or possess good lightness skills and resilience, as it greatly increases the chances of escape. Spare. The remaining 3 bandits were now terrified and numb, sitting on the ground, unable to utter a word of plea. Xiao Bieli merely glanced at the 3, not intending to kill them. These 3 bandits were all at the 9th grade, while the other 2 were even below that. His experience had already reached 6,490, gaining another 120 points wouldn't be a problem. Host Xiao Bieli. Cultivation, late 7th grade. Martial arts, Yijin Jing, 18100 Quangfing knife technique perfect tie, Bu shirt perfect, T Yun zone perfect. 5 tiger breaking door knife, 5100 Dolly King Kong finger, 8100 mastery of techniques bronze skin light as a swallow. Experience points 64 90 13 bodyguards horizontal practice to be claimed. The rewards are not much worse than the trip to Tianlang village. Sheathing his knife, Xiao Bieli looked at Lu Dali and said, Old Lu Go asked them if they came specifically to cause trouble. These small thugs likely didn't know much. Even if Lu Dali found out they were after him, it wouldn't be a big issue. He could just leave the group. However, as long as it wasn't a 6th grade expert from Baiyun Villa taking action, he wouldn't mind having a few more ambushes like this. By then he would also be a 6th grade expert. Lu Dali signaled the guards to bind the remaining 3 bandits first, then walked over and whispered to Xiao Bieli and manager Qian. The bandit stronghold at Dogsy Ridge has some connection with the 3 masters of Baiyun Villa. I'm afraid they are targeting us. We should leave quickly and travel overnight. Otherwise we might run into trouble. Upon hearing Baiyun Villa manager Qian's heart tightened as he hurriedly said, What should we do? Even if this trip makes money, I still have to return to Dongjiang County. Lu Dali shook his head. Manager Qian, rest assured. There are rules in the Jianghu, and there are rules in the court. Your merchant group is not a Jianghu force. If Baiyun Villa were to target you, the Jinwu Hall would take action. After saying this, Lu Dali looked at Xiao Bieli. This time I feel that Baiyun Villa is targeting my Weixin escort, and we have dragged Brother Shun into this mess. But Brother Shun, rest assured. Baiyun Villa doesn't have the power to act unchecked in Dongjiang County. Our chief escort has a close friendship with Elder Chu from the 12 Link Docks. If Baiyun Villa truly intends to act against my Weixin escort, the 12 Link Docks will not stand by. Just stay with my Weixin escort, and you will be safe. Xiao Bieli nodded. Thank you very much, Brother Lu. In this world there are still many good people, Xiao Bieli sighed inwardly. Lu Dali was a veteran of the Weixin escort, holding a significant position. If he were to report this to the chief escort, Baiyun Villa might not be able to explain themselves, and the Weixin escort might truly develop animosity with Baiyun Villa. Lu Dali said, Brother Shen, what are you saying? This time it's thanks to your intervention, otherwise our escort would have suffered heavy losses. Brother Shun, I will go interrogate them first. Once Manager Qian finishes loading the goods, we will depart. If we delay, I won't feel at ease. After loading the goods, the caravan continued its journey. Young Master Shin, this time it's all thanks to you. Otherwise I would have lost half a lifetime savings. Just a small token of appreciation, not a formal gift. On the road, Manager Qian handed several silver notes to Xiao Bieli, each worth 100 taels, totaling 5. Xiao Bieli shook his head and said, Manager Qian, you're being too polite. I promised old Lu to escort this trip, and he has already paid me, so I won't accept this silver. Previously, during the trip to the Tianlang stronghold, he had obtained quite a few silver notes from the several 7th grade experts he killed. Now, with several thousand taels of silver in hand, he had no immediate need for it. Moreover, these individuals were after him. After the caravan had traveled for an hour, 2 figures appeared in the dilapidated temple. Looking at the corpses scattered across the ground, Lu Jun furrowed his brow and said, with such swift strikes, Shun Lang's martial arts are not to be underestimated. He was a disciple of the Tsang Yuan sword sect's inner circle, also at the pinnacle of the 7th grade, but he believed he could only achieve such results. The Grand Elder of the Changhe gang, Lin Tiantong, sighed and said, it seems Shun Lang is truly not Xiao Bieli. This person should have some background. It's better not to provoke him for now. Moreover, you personally killed Huang Yiping, and that wind thunderblade Lu Zhao will probably come to Baiyun Villa for an explanation. Lu Jun snorted coldly and said indifferently, he's just Lu Zhao. In the eyes of you barbarians, he might count for something. My Lu family's experts are about to arrive. I want to see if Lu Zhao dares to demand an explanation from me. Shin Lang. Their destination is Lichuan County. Go back and let Sun Changhe deal with Shin Lang. The people I want dead must not be allowed to live. Although Lin Tiantong was somewhat dissatisfied with Lu Jun's words, even though their barbarian state was remote, being called barbarians was still a bit excessive. However, he did not dare to show it, as the Lu family's power was not weaker than the Sanjiang alliance, not to mention that the Lu family was backed by the Tsang Yuan sword sect, one of the 9 sects. As night fell, the caravan arrived at a small town and settled there. After finishing dinner at their lodgings, Xiao Bieli returned to his room. Host Xiao Bieli. Cultivation level late 7th grade. Martial arts, Yijin Jing, 18100 Quangfing knife technique, complete Taibushin, complete Tiyun zone complete. Wuhujimin knife, 5100 Dali Jingyang finger, 8100 proficient in techniques copper skin light as a swallow. Experience 64 90 13 body training, awaiting collection. Looking at the system panel, Xiao Bieli silently thought, collect 13 body training. Boom. Countless 13 body training cultivation methods surged into Xiao Bieli's mind. At the same time, some experiential insights from practicing the 13 body training also flooded in. Xiao Bieli could feel a powerful force surging within him. 13 body training, 5,100. Phew. Xiao Bieli let out a long breath and murmured, so that's how it is. Cultivating 13 body training generates a special force hidden within the skin capable of blocking blades and swords resisting true energy. In terms of intention, it is indeed superior to Taibushin. However, I currently have over 6,000 experience points. I should first raise my cultivation level. Consume 3,000 experience points to upgrade Yijin Jing. Boom. As Xiao Bieli's words fell, countless experiences from practicing Yijin Jing surged into his mind. At the same time, a pure true energy was generated from within him, flowing towards his limbs and bones. Crack. In an instant, the Yangxiao meridian was opened. Reached the pinnacle of the 7th grade. Host Xiao Bieli. Cultivation level pinnacle of 7th grade. Martial arts Yijin Jing. 21100 Quangfeng knife technique, complete Taibushin, complete Tiyun zone complete. Wuhujimen knife, 50-100 Dali Jingang finger, 8,100 proficient in techniques copper skin light as a swallow. Experience 3490 finally reached the pinnacle of the 7th grade. Xiao Bieli took a deep breath. Still over 3,000 experience points left. At the 7th grade it requires 3,000 experience points to advance a small realm. Now with just over 3,000 experience points left, it is definitely not enough for him to open one of the Rin and Du meridians and step into the 6th grade. Moreover, Bayan Villa was already keeping an eye on him. It would be better not to hoard experience points. He should first enhance other martial arts. Both internal and external skills needed to develop comprehensively. Previously in the Tianlang stronghold, he could easily slay several martial artists of the same realm. The contributions of those complete martial arts were not small. Just one Taibushin allowed me to gain a significant advantage. The 13 body training must definitely be enhanced. Let me first see if the 13 body training is like the Dali Jingang finger, where 100 points of experience can increase proficiency by 1%. Consume 100 experience points to enhance 13 body training. Boom. A warm current was born from within the skin, constantly pounding on Xiao Bieli's skin, making it as tough as cowhide. 13 body training, 10,100. Just like Taibushin, 100 experience points can increase proficiency by 5 points. That's a good deal. Xiao Bieli's eyes lit up. If the 13 body training were to be upgraded to completion, the benefits would definitely surpass those of Taibushin. Back then, he relied on an incomplete Taibushin to counterkill Lin Hai, who was of a higher realm than him. I will cultivate the 13 body training to completion. As Xiao Bieli's words fell, boom. The membranes across his body heated up and the speed of blood flow within him quickened, as if a force was about to burst forth. After a while, this force vanished, hidden within the membranes around Xiao Bieli. 13 body training complete, experience 1590. With the 13 body training cultivated to its peak, can I even rebound part of others' true energy? Based on Taibushin and combined with the complete 13 body training, can I say that my understanding of horizontal training has reached a state of blending hardness and softness, entering a new realm? I wonder how many strikes from a 6th grade expert's full strength I can withstand now. Can I kill someone across? Xiao Bieli felt a surge of excitement, but soon he suppressed this dangerous thought. With the system panel, why take such a risky action? It's just a mere 6th grade. Even if no one comes looking for trouble, if he diligently slaughters people, he should reach 6th grade in a month or two. By then, wouldn't it be faster to kill 6th grade experts for experience points? Perhaps before long, he would be able to slay 5th grade experts. Consume 300 experience points to enhance Dali Jingang finger. Consume 1,200 experience points to enhance Wuhujimen knife. As Xiao Bieli's words fell, Dali Jingang finger, 10100 Wuhujimen knife, 17,100 boom. Countless experiences from practicing these two martial arts surged into his mind, as if Xiao Bieli had diligently studied these two martial arts for several months. After a while, Xiao Bieli opened his eyes. Wuhujimen knife is indeed a superior knife technique in the Tianlang world, surpassing Quangfeng knife technique by a whole level. If the Wuhujimen knife were to reach completion, perhaps my knife skills would ascend to another level. I need to break through to the 6th grade and enhance my knife skills. I simply don't have enough experience. In the Tianlang world, Murong Fu has used the Wuhujimen knife in battles, proving that this knife technique is not weak among the martial arts of the Tianlang world. It's just that the people of the Qin family village did not have enough comprehension, and the key techniques of the Wuhujimen knife could not be passed down. What he obtained was the complete Wuhujimen knife. The next day, early in the morning, the merchant caravan set out again. Fortunately, there was no rain on the road ahead, although they encountered mountain bandits twice, but the reputation of the Wei Xian escort agency proved effective. After a brief negotiation, they passed through successfully. After all, there were many people in the caravan, and there were several 7th-tier experts among them, so the mountain bandits, being merely after wealth, did not dare to waste their trip. Moreover, there was no news from Bayun Villa, which left him somewhat regretful. There were also no opportunities to gain experience along the way. Shen, my brother, we will soon arrive at Lichuan County. The shopkeeper, Qian, will be delayed for a day delivering goods in Lichuan County. Tonight, I will take you to have some fun in Lichuan County. Lu Dali winked at Xiao Bieli, revealing a look that only men understand. Sounds good. Xiao Bieli nodded. The original owner had been somewhat honest when he was in the Xiao family, and although a month's worth of silver was not little, he still felt somewhat powerless when it came to spending it in those entertainment venues. Moreover, the original owner had been quite strictly managed, and if he dared to go to such places, he would probably have his legs broken. Sigh. Thinking of this, Xiao Bieli let out a sigh. From the original owner's memories, it was evident that his father treated him very well. Compared to the Tsang Yuan sword sect, he probably hated his uncle even more. I want to go too. Cheng Min quickly spoke up. Lu Dali smiled and said, those places are certainly not suitable for young ladies to visit. If I take you there, wouldn't your father kill me? Cheng Min instantly understood what Lu Dali was implying. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she exclaimed, Uncle Dali, you can go to those places yourself, but you still want to corrupt young hero Shun. Huh? Lu Dali looked at Xiao Bieli and laughed. That also depends on whether young hero Shun wants to go. Xiao Bieli smiled as well. Of course I want to go. Shopkeeper Qian quickly added, this trip is thanks to all of you, especially young hero Shun. Today I, old Qian, will treat you. Lu escort head, you must not fight with me over this. Since young hero Shin did not accept my gratitude, I am already feeling uneasy. If you don't let me treat you today, I, old Qian, will get angry. Lu Dali replied. Alright then, let you treat us, Shopkeeper Qian. Shopkeeper Qian smiled and said, at my home in Dongjiang County my family is quite strict, and I have never been to those entertainment venues, but since I am out now, I have been to Lichuan County twice, and the Tsuehong courtyard there is indeed quite good. Tonight we will go to the Tsuehong courtyard. Oomph. Upon hearing this, Cheng Min snorted coldly and moved to the back of the group, her gaze occasionally lingering on Xiao Bieli, hoping to hear a refusal from his lips, but unfortunately, she was disappointed. Xiao Bieli would certainly not refuse, as the Tsuehong courtyard was not far from the street where the Xiao family resided, just separated by one street, making it convenient for him to conduct his business. Night fell. Inside the Tsuehong courtyard, the lights were bright, and a variety of delicacies were piled on the table. Xiao Bieli, shopkeeper, Qian, Lu Dali, and several others were toasting in a private room, while not far from them a group of graceful songstresses danced gracefully. Only shopkeeper Qian and these several 7th-tier experts were present in the private room. As for the others, some needed to guard the goods in the inn, while others were drinking in the main hall of the Tsuehong courtyard. The expenses at the Tsuehong courtyard were not low. Even though shopkeeper Qian had some wealth, he could not treat everyone equally. The original owner had never been to the Tsuehong courtyard before, and Xiao Bieli did not expect that shopkeeper Qian would indulge in such elegance. In his past life, he often went to KTV, where he would not sing a single song while indulging in the pleasures of life. Such elegance did not pique his interest much. However, from the perspective of someone who had been there, it was clear that these songstresses were carefully trained by the Tsuehong courtyard. If they were to be placed in his past life with a bit of beautification, they would undoubtedly become live-streaming goddesses. Seeing that Xiao Bieli was not very enthusiastic, shopkeeper Qian smiled and said, don't worry, young brother Shin, these are just appetizers. Later tonight, we will stay in the Tsuehong courtyard. I have already arranged everything. Hey, shopkeeper Qian, what do you mean by that? I am just here to broaden my horizons. Xiao Bieli said earnestly. Although he was also an ordinary person, this world was not like his past life, where there were so many restrictions. If he were to catch some disease, he wondered if the Yijin Jing would be able to resist those viruses. Huh, Lu Dali and the others laughed. Back when they first came to such places, they were also like Shen Lang, but after coming a few times, they no longer felt any shame. After all, they traveled the martial world for fame, fortune, and women, didn't they? Until late at night, the group finally left the private room. As soon as they stepped out, a maid from the Tsuehong courtyard approached, escorting the drunken group to their respective rooms. Young hero Shun, this is our top courtesan Yunyan. After the maid helped Xiao Bieli into the room, the madam smiled and said to him. Xiao Bieli raised his eyes to look, and indeed the Yunyan courtesan had a shy demeanor typical of a refined young lady. After Yunyan took Xiao Bieli from the maid's hands, the madam smiled and said, Yunyan, you must accompany this young hero well tonight. After saying this, she left with the maid, also closing the door behind her. Yunyan helped the drunken Xiao Bieli toward the bed, and suddenly Xiao Bieli stumbled, falling onto the fragrant bed with Yunyan. By the time Yunyan reacted, half of Xiao Bieli's body was pressing down on her young master. Xiao Bieli was too heavy, and no matter how Yunyan struggled, she could not break free, so she simply resigned herself to the situation. Then she felt her eyelids growing heavier, unable to hold on any longer, and fell asleep. After Yunyan's breathing stabilized, Xiao Bieli got up from the bed, his eyes no longer showing any signs of intoxication. He opened the window and lightly leaped out, landing on the roof without making a sound. As he approached the Xiao residence, Xiao Bieli removed the mask from his face, revealing his handsome and youthful visage. Today he would return to being Xiao Bieli. After several breaths, he arrived at the Xiao residence. Xiao Bieli was naturally very familiar with the place, and he did not disturb any of the Xiao family's guards as he made his way to where Xiao Fuxing lived. At this time, the place where Xiao Fuxing lived was still brightly lit, clearly indicating that he had not gone to bed yet. As Xiao Bieli landed on the courtyard wall, he heard Xiao Fuxing's voice coming from his uncle's study. "Did you find that little bastard in Dongjiang County? That little bastard has disappeared since he left the river, and there has been no trace of him. However, the Grand Elder has returned today. He said that young hero Lu has found a way to track down Xiao Bieli. In no more than 10 days, as long as Xiao Bieli is still in Manzhou, he will undoubtedly die." "What method?" "I don't know. The Grand Elder didn't say." Through the window, Xiao Bieli confirmed the identity of the speaker. It was Zhang Zhongxin, an elder of the Changhe gang whom Xiao Bieli had met a few times and who shared a close relationship with Xiao Fuxing. Sigh. A sigh entered the ears of the two. "Who?" Xiao Fuxing turned abruptly, and upon seeing the person standing at the door of the study, he looked as if he had seen a ghost. However, it was Zhang Zhongxin who reacted first, sneering, "Nephew, you are really hard to find." "Oh." Xiao Fuxing sighed, saying, "You have quite the audacity to return to Lichuan County so soon. No wonder Lu Xiaoxiao has been searching for you in Dongjiang County without any news. Don't blame your uncle. Offending that Song Yuan sword sect means the entire Xiao family must pay the price. Initially, I only intended to hand you over, but your father disagreed. I cannot let the whole Xiao family perish along with you too, can I?" "Umph." Lian Zhongxin sneered, saying, "What? Old Xiao, you've already done the deed, yet you still wish to play the good guy. Lu Xiaoxiao has been unable to find Xiao Bieli for so long. If you and I deliver Xiao Bieli's head, surely we shall reap the benefits. Indeed, there's no such thing as being a whore while keeping a respectable image." Xiao Bieli nodded, saying, "I came here today for no other reason than to seek vengeance. Rest assured, all of you shall die today. None shall survive." Xiao Bieli's gaze suddenly turned sharp as he spread his fingers and forcefully pointed forward with his thumb. "The great power diamond finger. Bastard." Xiao Fuxing let out a loud shout, his eyes filled with undeniable shock. The study was too small, and since Xiao Bieli was at the door, they had no way to dodge, only able to take this finger strike heat-in. He opened his right hand, stepping on the 7 stars, and faced Xiao Bieli's finger with a palm strike. The Xiao family's inherited Bibo palm. The Bibo palm has 5 layers, and when cultivated to its peak, the palm strength can stack 5 times. The Xiao family has gained a foothold among many families in Lichuan County thanks to this palm technique. Xiao Fuxing had evidently mastered the family's Bibo palm to an exceptionally deep level. Lian Zhongxin stood in the corner with his arms crossed, showing no intention of intervening. Even if Xiao Bieli was at the peak of the 8th grade, he still fell short in front of Xiao Fuxing. The Xiao family's guards were too weak. Even a mere 8th grade cultivator could infiltrate quietly. Whoosh. The power of the great power diamond finger, capable of piercing stone and gold, collided with the terrifying force of the Bibo palm. Lian Zhongxin had anticipated that Xiao Bieli would be overwhelmed by Xiao Fuxing's strike, but that scene did not occur. Poof! In Lian Zhongxin's astonished gaze, Xiao Fuxing's right palm was pierced by Xiao Bieli's finger, leaving a bloody hole through which white bones could be seen. "Ow!" A cry of despair escaped from Xiao Fuxing's mouth as he staggered backward. "What kind of finger technique is this? This is not the martial arts of my Xiao family." Xiao Bieli paid no heed to Xiao Fuxing, activating his movement technique to suddenly point at Xiao Fuxing's chest, shouting, "Quick strike." "This little beast is at the 7th grade. Xiao Fuxing's eyes nearly burst with rage. Ignoring the injury on his right hand, he quickly maneuvered his palms, channeling his internal energy to the extreme, with powerful energy flooding his palms, meeting Xiao Bieli's strike. Lian Zhongxin also showed no hesitation, drawing his sword from his waist. Swish, swish, swish. The sword tip trembled lightly. He knew that Xiao Bieli was protected by high-quality inner armor, so he directed several sword lights straight at Xiao Bieli's throat and limbs. At the moment the sword light approached the iron shirt and 13 bodyguards technique was pushed to its limit. His originally fair arms turned dark bluish-black, muscles, bulging veins protruding, and the terrifying finger strength ripped through the air as his fingers and palms collided. Bang! Flesh and blood flew everywhere as Xiao Fuxing was sent flying, crashing hard against the wall of the study, creating a deep dent in it. Experience 1000. At this moment Lian Zhongxin's sword also arrived, but Xiao Bieli seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. With his left hand reaching out, he opened his hand like a cow's tongue curling grass, precisely grabbing Lin Zongxin's long sword, saying, "Let go." With a gentle twist, the steel-made long sword was instantly twisted into a spiral shape and blood spurted from Lin Zongxin's right hand at the tiger's mouth. Sensing the danger, Lin Zongxin leaped, attempting to escape through the window of the study. Whoosh! The crimson knife, imbued with terrifying power, shot through the air, piercing Lin Zongxin's chest and pinning his entire body to the wall. You! Poof! A mouthful of fresh blood spurted from Lin Zongxin's mouth before he fell silent. Experience 1000. In this way, I can be considered to have fulfilled the original owner's wish. Glancing at Xiao Fuxing's corpse, Xiao Bieli sighed, saying, "Rest assured, as long as I find out who is behind this, if I cannot deal with them now, once my strength increases, I will surely avenge my father's death." A moment later, someone exclaimed, "Someone has broken in. Hurry, go." The commotion from the fighting in the study attracted the attention of the Xiao family's guards. A group of guards rushed in, only to find blood everywhere in the study and 2 corpses lying on the floor. They're dead. The head of the family is dead. Upon witnessing this scene, the newly appointed housekeeper of the Xiao family collapsed in fear, while the other guards were at a loss. In just a month, first the second master had an incident, and now even the head of the family was dead. Is the Xiao family doomed? Quick! Hurry and notify the Changhe gang. Elder Lian is dead. Hurry up. Quickly call the eldest young master back. In an instant, the entire Xiao family was in chaos, while Xiao Bieli had already returned to the Zhong courtyard via the rooftop, saying, "Allocate all experience to the 5 tigers severing the door blade." Seeing that Miss Yunyan was still sound asleep, Xiao Bieli silently thought. 5 tigers severing the door blade, 37,100, countless experiences of cultivating the 5 tigers severing the door blade surged into Xiao Bieli's mind, as if he had practiced it diligently for years. With a proficiency of 37%, the 5 tigers severing the door blade's power can rival that of the perfected Gale Blade technique. However, while the Gale Blade technique seeks speed, the 5 tigers severing the door blade emphasizes power. The focus is different. If the proficiency increases a bit more, and I can perfectly merge the advantages of both techniques, perhaps my understanding of the blade will reach a new level. A moment later, Xiao Bieli released Miss Yunyan from her slumber seal and lay down beside her. Half an hour later, the commotion from the Cuihong courtyard awakened many guests who had stayed overnight. Miss Yunyan rubbed her head, sat up from the bed, and looked at Xiao Bieli, who was lying beside her and reeked of alcohol, unable to help but frown. Listening to the noises outside, she stood up, opened the door, and grabbed a maid, asking what's happening outside. The maid whispered, "Miss, I heard that Elder Lian of the Changhe gang and the head of the Xiao family were killed in the Xiao residence. The Changhe gang is currently searching the city for the murderer." What? Miss Yunyan was startled. The Changhe gang was the law in Lichuan County. Even they had members at Cuihong courtyard. Moreover, the Changhe gang was backed by the Sanjiang Alliance, which wielded overwhelming power in Linshui County. Who would dare stir trouble on their territory? The maid quietly reminded, "Miss, you should quickly wake your guest in your room. With such a big incident, the Changhe gang will definitely come here to investigate." Meanwhile, at the Changhe gang, the leader of the Changhe gang, 7-fingered divine eagle Sun Changhe, and the elder Lin Tiantong stood in the assembly hall. On the ground lay the corpses of Lin Zongxin and Xiao Fuxing, while the other experts of the Changhe gang had gone around the county searching for the murderer. Lin Tiantong examined the corpses and shook his head, saying, "I visited the Xiao residence. The one who killed Xiao Fuxing and Elder Lian possesses martial skills far superior to theirs, and there were not many clues left in the study. The assailant's finger strength is formidable. Just 2 fingers took Xiao Fuxing's life. Though Xiao Fuxing was only at the late 7th grade, his bibo palm had long been practiced to the 5th layer. Even I would need several dozen moves to subdue him, not to mention that Lin Zongxin was also present. I suspect the attacker is a 6th grade expert. Only a 6th grade expert could slay both men in just a few breaths." Sun Changhe nodded, saying such finger strength could indeed be that of a 6th grade expert. But why would a 6th grade expert target Xiao Fuxing and Lin Zongxin? Or is it that Xiao Fuxing was the target and Lin Zongxin was merely collateral damage? Lin Tiantong said solemnly, "Only you, the leader, can deal with a 6th grade expert. If we cannot find them, and they do not plan to trouble our Changhe gang, I propose we let it go. However, Lu Xiaoxiao wants someone to kill that Shen Lang. This matter serves as an excellent excuse. Coincidentally, Shen Lang has come to Lichuan County today, and we have lost another elder in our Changhe gang. Killing him would also provide us with a justified cause." Shen Lang. Sun Changhe murmured thoughtfully. "Who is this Shen Lang, and what is his background?" Lin Tiantong shook his head and replied, "Master Shen Lang's origins are irrelevant. What matters is that the alliance leader intends to foster amicable relations. not with the Lu clan, but with the Zhongyuan sword sect. Though Lu Jun is merely an inner sect disciple of the Zhongyuan sword sect, he is a direct scion of the Lu family. His aunt serves as an inner sect elder and a 5th rank expert. That alone suffices. If we comply, the Lu family will owe us a favor, and the alliance leader himself will owe you one. In time, our Changhe gang shall command greater resources within the alliance. Bam! At that very moment, a dazzling firework burst over the southern district of Lichuan County. Lin Tiantong and Sun Changhe emerged from the Hall of Righteous Assembly, gazing up at the firework piercing the night sky, both frowning deeply. They truly found him. Since suspicious individuals have been identified, I shall go investigate myself, Lin Tiantong said, shaking his head. Sun Changhe countered, let us go together. Shenlang will not leave Lichuan County tonight. Confronting him tomorrow poses no risk. First, let us ascertain who dares strike at the very brow of the god of age. The following morning, Xiao Bieli stepped out of his chamber. Within, Yunyan, still lingering in the room, gazed at him with quiet resentment. She was the top courtesan of the Cuihong Pavilion. After the Changhe gang's inquiry yesterday, she had assumed this extraordinary young martial hero would spend the night with her, only to find him slipping into deep slumber instead. Upon seeing Xiao Bieli emerge, the maid hurried forward. Young Master Shin Chief Qian and the others await you downstairs. Xiao Bieli nodded and descended the stairs. How did young Master Shin rest? Chief Qian teased as Xiao Bieli appeared at the foot of the stairs. Xiao Bieli nodded lightly. Quite well, though I drank rather heavily last night. Precisely. That's the spirit. Wine sharpens the edge of courage. Lu Dali laughed. Chief Qian smiled and gestured eagerly. Come, let's eat first. Indeed, I've been ravenous since last night's revelry. The trio entered a bustling tavern. Chief Qian, clearly a regular, ordered swiftly. Ordinarily, few patrons dine here for breakfast, but today the hall is nearly full. Chief Qian glanced around the main hall and whistled in mild astonishment. Last night's commotion was truly immense. It seems the Changhe gang's elite warriors all mobilized. Indeed, I was jolted awake and lay sleepless half the night. What on earth transpired? You mean you haven't heard? Last night, Xiao Fu Sheng, the patriarch of the Xiao family, and Lian, elder of the Changhe gang, were both slain within the Xiao residence. All that tumult, a manhunt for the killer. Was the murderer apprehended? Naturally, he was. Witnesses claim a black-robed swordsman slaughtered over a dozen Changhe gang members in the southern district before vanishing without trace. Listening to the din of nearby diners, Xiao Bieli felt a ripple of bewilderment. Someone has framed. Chief Qian sipped his wine and sighed. The Changhe gang reigns supreme in Lichuan County and is a pillar of the Sanjiang alliance. Yet even they failed to capture the killer. Lu Dali shook his head. To tread the martial path is to wear one's head loosely upon one's waist. Any moment it may be claimed by another. Hence, seize joy while it lasts. Take old Lu for instance. If silver flows, and silver must flow out. Xiao Bieli raised his cup in silent toast, listening intently, not speaking, only sifting the chatter for useful intelligence. Hey, you haven't yet heard the black-robed swordsman's identity, have you? A tipsy martial artist bellowed. Instantly, every diner leaned in rapt. What is his identity? Could he hail from the 12 linked havens of Dongjiang Prefecture? Rumor says their feud with the Sanjiang alliance has grown so fierce that even waterways are sealed. Impossible. Had the 12 linked havens truly struck, they'd target the Sanjiang alliance, not a mere local gang. The martial artist grinned crookedly. Han Wu-yin, the third young master of the Han family. A heavy silence fell across the hall. Moments later, someone gasped aloud. The same Han Wu-yin whose entire clan, 73 souls, was butchered in a single night 10 years ago. Back then, rumors pointed squarely at the Changhe gang. Could it be true? Right? Wasn't it said only the Han family steward and the third young master's corpse vanished from the massacre site? That explains why he slew Elder Lian. But why strike at the Xiao residence? The Xiao patriarch and Elder Lian were close allies, likely collateral damage. Xiao Bieli's understanding crystallized. 10 years ago, his former self had been too young to recall the incident. Still, he was certain he'd left no trace. Even without Han Wu-yin bearing the blame, suspicion would never fall upon him. Come, let's drink. Lu Dali raised his cup, marveling. Han Wu-yin truly possesses formidable skill. I hear even Lin Tiantong, the Changhe gang's grand elder, intervened last night and still failed to detain him. The three clinked cups when suddenly a cohort of Changhe gang disciples strode into the tavern. Patrons recoiled in alarm. It's Elder Lin. Greetings, Elder Lin. Elder Lin. All present rose instantly to bow deeply upon recognizing Lin Tiantong. The Changhe gang's authority in Lichuan County was absolute. as Grand Elder Lin Tiantong reigned there like a celestial sovereign. Even Chief Qian and Lu Dali stood and offered respectful salutes. Only Xiao Bieli's eyes narrowed faintly. If his memory served Lin Hai, the man he'd slain was Lin Tiantong's grandson. Lin Tiantong's gaze swept the hall, then settled unblinking upon Xiao Bieli. A faint chilling smile curved his lips. Young Master Shun, pray tell, what grievance does our Changhe gang bear against you? Upon arriving in Lichuan County, your first act was to slay one of our elders. What a stunned hush blanketed the hall. The killer of Elder Lien was not Han Wuyin, but this youth before them. Impossible. Yesterday young Master Shun remained with us the entire time. The Tsuehong Pavilion staff can vouch for it. Lu Dali boomed. Elder Lin, young Master Shun was engaged by our Weishin escort agency. He could never be the murderer. Moreover, young Master Shun hails from neither Manzhou nor Lichuan County. He arrived here for the first time. How could he possibly harbor enmity toward your gang? Lin Tiantong shook his head. I have already questioned the Tsuehong Pavilion staff. By the time Elder Lien perished, you had long since finished drinking. The Tsuehong Pavilion lies just one street away from the Xiao residence. Plenty of time. Furthermore, young Master Shun has drawn his blade numerous times across Dongjiang Prefecture. The knife technique used to slay Elder Lien matches exactly the style he displayed there. Guilty or not, young Master Shun, accompany me to our headquarters. Our master shall render final. Elder Lin young hero Shun is under the protection of our Weishin escort agency. You may not lay a hand on him. Lu Dali stepped firmly before Xiao Bieli, his voice cold and resolute. Had it not been for young hero Shun's intervention en route, they would have suffered devastating losses at that ruined temple. To stand by and watch the Changhe gang take him away would not only shatter Lu Dali's conscience, it would also render the Weishin escort agency incapable of recruiting future escorts in this region. Shopkeeper Qian likewise offered an apologetic smile. Elder Lin, there must be some misunderstanding. Lin Tiantong did not even deign to glance at Shopkeeper Qian. His gaze remained fixed on Lu Dali as he spoke with icy detachment. This youth slew one of our Changhe gang elders. It would be wise, Chief Escort Lu, not to involve yourself further. Otherwise, the Weishin escort agency may find its operations in Linshui Prefecture severely impeded in the days to come. Lu Dali's face flushed crimson, humiliated yet restrained by deep-seated apprehension. He was merely an escort chief of the Weishin escort agency. Should his actions jeopardize the agency's ability to operate across Linshui Prefecture, the weight of his transgression would be unforgivable. After all, countless brothers within the agency relied solely upon each successful escort mission to earn their daily bread. Xiao Bieli, perceiving Lu Dali's predicament, stepped forward and met Lin Tiantong's gaze with a calm, faint smile. Elder Lin speaks of Elder Lien's death. Was it truly at the edge of my blade? Lin Tiantong nodded. Indeed. Though Han Wuyin wielded formidable martial skill, he fought with a sword, whereas the slash wounds upon Elder Lien's corpse match precisely those left by your blade after the killings in Dongjiang Prefecture. Your long saber cleaved forth like a tempestuous curtain of wind and rain, hence the dozens of parallel gashes carved into Elder Lien's body. Xiao Bieli asked softly, dozens, truly? Lin Tiantong affirmed, precisely. Behind him a burly man with a thick, bristling beard scowled impatiently. Why waste words with him, senior elder? If he refuses to return with us willingly, then break his limbs and drag him back. Xiao Bieli turned toward the bearded man and said coolly, you too are an elder of the Changhe gang, a 7th-rank expert. Perhaps even stronger than Elder Lien. The bearded man sneered with haughty pride. I am a sworn retainer of the Changhe gang, and yes, 7th rank indeed. As for whether I surpass Elder Lien in strength, you need only test me to know. At that very instant, as the bearded man's voice faded, clang, the crimson sleeve saber leapt from its scabbard. A chilling, bone-rattling hum erupted, the 5-tiger, severing gate saber art dominating the peaks. The moment Xiao Bieli drew his blade, the bearded man's instincts screamed peril, but distance was too narrow. The strike, too sudden. No evasion was impossible. He could only meet the blow heat in. His arm bones cracked sharply as his biceps swelled, surging with internal energy. His palm slammed upward, intercepting the scarlet blade with thunderous force. Thud! The bearded man flew backward, shattering the tavern's entrance into splinters before crashing onto the street. Experience 1000. Shink! As the bearded man soared through the air, a flash of sword light pierced forth, aimed unerringly at Xiao Bieli's throat. It was Lin Tiantong who struck. Though Xiao Bieli's draw had been shockingly swift, Lin Tiantong reacted instantly, yet still too late. His eyes burned with ruthless resolve. Even if one 7th-rank retainer fell slaying, Xiao Bieli would be no loss. Yet Xiao Bieli made no extraneous movement. merely flicked his saber upward, deflecting the blade with effortless precision. Retainer Ma! Retainer Ma is dead. Cries erupted from the Changha gang members outside. All turned toward the tavern's shattered doorway. To see the bearded man lying motionless, his palms severed, a single crimson gash cleaving diagonally from shoulder to abdomen, staining the entire street crimson. HSSSD. A collective gasp rippled through the tavern. This was a 7th rank master, yet he had not endured even a single stroke. Could Elder Lin truly have fallen to this young man's hand? Xiao Bieli sheathed his saber and smiled at Lin Tiantong. Elder Lin, how did Elder Lin's martial prowess compare to Retainer Ma's? One stroke suffices to kill a man. Why would I need dozens? Lin Tiantong stared at Xiao Bieli, his expression dark as stagnant water. After a long silence, he finally spoke. So you slew Retainer Ma, not to exact vengeance, but solely to prove you needed no more than one stroke to fell Elder Lin. Xiao Bieli nodded. Naturally, gathering evidence is tedious. I merely sought to demonstrate that slaying a 7th rank elder like Lin requires no more than a single cut, thus clearing my name. Or perhaps Elder Lin Retainer Ma proved insufficient, and you wish to test my blade yourself. Sigh. A soft sigh escaped Lu Dali's lips. Until now there had remained a sliver of diplomatic recourse, but with young Hiroshin having slain a 7th rank master of the Changha gang, reconciliation was irrevocably shattered. He leaned close to shopkeeper Qian and murmured quietly, should battle erupt, Master Qian depart swiftly. Liquidate the cargo and return immediately to Dongjiang Prefecture. Young brother Shun has drawn his blade. I, old Lu, cannot stand idle. Shopkeeper Qian glanced at Lu Dali, gave a silent nod, and said nothing. He maintained extensive trade ties with the local merchant guild of Lichuan County. If relations soured beyond repair, his business would collapse entirely. The other martial artist in the tavern only now grasped the gravity of the situation. This was Lichuan County. Surely proving one's innocence required no such lethal extremity. Moreover, judging by young Hiroshin's tone, he seemed eager to cross blades with Lin Tiantong himself. Sun Changhe, the Changha gang's leader, 7-fingered divine eagle, was a 6th rank master. Even should Shun slay Lin Tiantong, could he possibly escape Lichuan County alive? Lin Tiantong shook his head slowly, to draw blood without cause. That alone brands you a demon cultist regardless of Elder Lin's death. For killing a Changha gang elder, next year's date shall mark your grave. Shink. A blade light burst from Lin Tiantong's hand, far swifter, far deadlier than his earlier thrust. Like a gazelle leaping over a precipice, it left no trace. Within a breath, sword shadow enveloped every vital acupoint surrounding Xiao Bieli. You are indeed stronger than that wretched fool before you, yet your strength remains pitifully limited. Clang. Unflinching, Xiao Bieli drew the crimson sleeve saber the instant the sword light reached him. Clang. Steel met steel, sparks exploded outward. With a sharp, brittle snap, Lin Tiantong's 100-fold forged iron blade snapped cleanly in two. A divine artifact. Shock jolted Lin Tiantong. He recoiled instantly. Ever since Shun had felled Retainer Ma, with a single stroke, Lin Tiantong had known the youth's cultivation rivaled his own. Now wielding a divine weapon, he stood no chance whatsoever. Without hesitation, Lin Tiantong wheeled and fled down the street. Trying to run, Xiao Bieli's lips curled in cold disdain. Wind stirred beneath his feet. He closed the distance in an eye blink. Just as his saber began its descent, whoosh. A stone trailing a shrieking vortex of compressed chi shot toward Xiao Bieli. Shink. He raised his hand mid-stride and slashed downward. Boom. The stone detonated midair. Xiao Bieli landed upon the cobbled street, gazing toward the projectile's origin, his voice glacial. Since Lord's son has arrived, why hide in shadows? What? The people who chased out of the inn were all taken aback upon hearing Xiao Bieli's words. The leader of the Changha gang's son, Changha, personally came. He is a 6th rank expert, a formidable figure with a notable reputation throughout Linshui County. Lu Dali tightly gripped the long knife at his waist, ultimately letting out a long sigh. If it were just those few people from earlier, he would have the confidence to hold off a few for young Master Shun, but now, with the arrival of 7-fingered divine eagle son Changha, even if he intervened, it would be futile and would only implicate the brothers of the escort agency. I originally just wanted to invite young Master Shin to clarify the trouble for my Changha gang. Son Changha, the 7-fingered divine eagle, walked out from the other end of the street, shaking his head as he looked at Xiao Bieli. But now, Shin Lang, you have killed the veneration of my Changha gang. You must give me an explanation for this. You must also give my Changha gang an explanation. Son Changha, clad in a purple long robe, had only his thumb and index finger remaining on his left hand. He claimed to be the 7-fingered divine eagle and naturally practiced the eagle claw technique. His right hand was dark blue, indicating that his eagle claw technique had already reached its peak. Hee. Xiao Bieli laughed heartily. Sun Changhe, if you had struck first and captured me, perhaps I would have regarded you with more respect. Matters of the martial world have never been so reasonable. If you want to kill me, just do it directly. Even if I die at your hands, how many would stand up for me? Just like when you wiped out the Han family, didn't your Changhe gang develop quite well? Acting like a whore while wanting to set up a memorial. Last night, when he visited the Xiao family, he heard Lin Zhongxin mention that Lin Tiantong had returned from Dongjiang County and had found a way to locate him. Since you wish to die, I shall fulfill your wish. Sun Chang's expression darkened as he pointed out with a speed as swift as the wind. His sharp finger strength shot through the air towards Xiao Bieli, while simultaneously he charged towards Xiao Bieli, like lightning, his true energy enveloping his intact palm, reaching for Xiao Bieli's face. Come at me. I too wish to test the gap between me and a 6th rank expert. Boom. With the iron cloth shirt and the 13 bodyguards techniques operating at their peak, Xiao Bieli seemed to have physically grown taller, his muscles bulging as he spread his fingers filled with internal energy, then suddenly pointed his thumb towards the incoming finger strength. The mighty Vajra finger. Dong. Xiao Bieli's body trembled, stepping back 2 paces, but stabilizing his form. At this moment, Sun Changhe had already lunged in front of Xiao Bieli, his claw carrying terrifying power, reaching for Xiao Bieli's face. Xiao Bieli showed no fear, pointing his mighty Vajra finger towards Sun Chang's claw, while simultaneously swinging the red sleeve blade towards Sun Chang's unscathed right arm. Bang! The mighty Vajra finger collided with the eagle claw technique. Sun Chang's face filled with astonishment, but he had no time to think further as another flash of the blade came rushing and clanging. In an instant, Sun Chang's right claw and the red sleeve blade made contact dozens of times. With rich combat experience, even though the red sleeve blade was a famous weapon, it was unable to disarm Sun Chang's right arm. This can't go on. Suddenly, Sun Chang's aura surged, and the 2 remaining fingers of his left hand pointed fiercely at Xiao Bieli's chest. The energy howled, and the killing intent was palpable. The 2 were too close. Sun Chang's eagle claw technique had reached its peak, and even his claw put pressure on Xiao Bieli. Now, with Sun Chang's sudden strike, Xiao Bieli could only respond with a finger. However, just as the 2 fingers were about to collide, Sun Chang's left-hand finger slithered like a snake, brushing past Xiao Bieli's arm, and with a piercing true energy struck Xiao Bieli's chest. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the scene of Xiao Bieli's chest exploding did not occur. This strike was as if it had struck an iron plate. A terrifying recoil force surged back, causing Sun Changhe to stumble back several steps, his fingers trembling. Xiao Bieli also felt the impact, retreating 3 steps, then spat out a mouthful of blood. He pulled open his collar, revealing a dark bruise left by the strike on his chest. You're actually a master of external arts. No way. You've actually perfected an external martial. Sun Chang's face was filled with disbelief. Generally, those in the martial world most frequently encounter external martial arts and some fist techniques, while internal cultivation methods are typically the treasures of smaller sects. For instance, his Changhe gang dominates a county, but there are only 7 complete internal cultivation methods within the gang, and only one of them can connect the Ren and Du meridians. Thus, external martial arts became the choice for many martial artists. In theory, as long as one can endure hardship, anyone can begin practicing external martial arts, which could provide some reliance in the martial world. However, very few can cultivate it to the peak, as training external martial arts consumes the blood energy within the body, leaving numerous hidden injuries. While one may not notice this when young, the majority end up dying prematurely in old age. Yet even a basic external martial art perfected could rival a peak 8th rank master. Xinlang must have a solid background in his knife techniques. The external martial arts he practiced could not possibly be of the worst kind. What exactly is Xinlang's origin? At this moment, he began to regret. He had no enmity with Xinlang, but now for the sake of the Liu family's friendship, he had provoked such a formidable enemy, which truly was not worth it. Damn it. Today is far too risky. Before stepping into the 6th rank, it is best not to engage with 6th rank experts. If that strike had been 50% stronger, the iron cloth shirt might have been broken, and if it were doubled, even the 13 bodyguards technique would not withstand that true energy. Little did he know the onlookers on the long street were already dumbfounded. A well-known 6th rank expert was fighting against a rising star, and it seemed that he wasn't gaining the upper hand. Manager Qian could not help but ask Lao Lu just how high is young Master Shun's martial skill. Lu Dali shook his head. 7th rank. But he appears even fiercer than a 6th rank. Kill. Although he felt regret in his heart, he had already struck and offended Xinlang. He had no other choice. If Xinlang were to survive, he probably wouldn't even be able to sleep peacefully in the future. Sun Changhe once again dashed out like lightning, his right hand forming a claw extremely vicious, reaching for the vulnerable points of Xiao Bieli's neck, lower body, and eyes. He did not believe that there would be any flaws in Shun Lang's external martial arts. Ha ha ha. Xiao Bieli laughed. Since you're not strong enough, I have my own ideas. Originally, he just wanted to test how strong a 6th rank expert truly was, but now that Sun Changha could not break through his defense, and that previous strike had merely caused him light injury, he might very well be able to kill a 6th rank. Clang. In an instant, the two exchanged dozens of blows. At this moment, Xiao Bieli was no longer passively defending techniques such as White Tiger leaping the ravine, One Howl Wind rising cutting, and pouncing freely, and Sudden Storm from the 5 Tigers break door blade, and the Gale Blade technique poured out from his hands. For a moment, it appeared that Xiao Bieli had the upper hand against Sun Changha. Lin Tiantong, watching from the side, furrowed his brow and finally directed his gaze towards Lu Dali and manager Qian, coldly commanding, "Capture these two. I want to see whether Xiao Bieli cares about the lives of his friends." When Lu Dali saw Lin Tiantong turn his gaze toward them, he felt as if he were facing a mortal enemy. Although he was also a 7th rank, he was only at mid-stage 7th rank and far inferior to Lin Tiantong. In Lin's hands, he could not even guarantee his own survival, much less protect Qian the shopkeeper. Qian the shopkeeper was equally ashen and trembling. At that moment, Lin Tiantong, who had taken a step forward, suddenly halted. A murderous aura filled the air. He sensed a thread of killing intent in the air, but could not understand its origin. Xiao Bieli was entangled with the gang leader. Where could such a disquieting, murderous intent come from? He soon understood. A black-clad figure bearing a sword leapt from the roof, man and blade moving as one, sharp and imposing, and his target was Sun Changha, the 7-fingered divine eagle, who was held by Xiao Bieli. Han Wuyin, you are also a 6th rank. Were you hiding your skill yesterday? Lin Tiantong trembled, his face turning deathly pale. When he had rushed to the southern city yesterday, he had clashed with Han Wuyin. Though only 5 moves were exchanged, the power Han displayed was comparable to his own. Now that sword bore a biting sword, Qi, the blade's spirit detaching from the body, a feat only a 6th rank master could perform. Even before the blade arrived, the keen sword Qi stung Sun Chang's skin. Oh! Sun Changha let out a wild roar. His right hand carved countless claw shadows through the air, forcing Xiao Bieli back. Then he spun violently and lashed a claw toward the incoming long sword. The myriad claw shadows struck the long sword, diverting it slightly, and a spray of blood followed. Blood spattered as Sun Changha staggered backward. A bloody hole appeared 3 fingers' breadth beneath his chest. The blade had pierced his lower abdomen, staining his purple robe a brownish red. The black-clad swordsman had landed his strike, and in the space of a breath unleashed a dozen more slashes. A sword light shimmered, sealing off every route of retreat for Sun Changha. Damn! Sun Changha roared, his eyes reddened. Claw shadows flew as he matched sword-light blade for claw. In moments, several cuts marred his arms. Any clear-eyed observer could see Sun Changha could not hold against the suddenly appearing black-clad swordsman. The swordsman was now at his side, the long blade bristling with murderous intent as it drove for Sun Chang's chest. Sun Chang's eyes bulged, yet he could only watch the blade draw nearer. Just as the long sword was about to pierce his heart, a sharp sound cut through the air. "Don't you dare steal my head." A crimson blade appeared with a metallic ring. The crimson-sleeved blade intercepted the seemingly certain strike at the perfect angle. Xiao Bieli formed his left hand into a fist, extended his thumb, and with a mighty Vajra finger jabbed Sun Changha in the chest. Sun Changha spat a mouthful of blood, and his body was hurled across the room, smashing into the tavern wall and gouging a deep crater. Another spray of blood flecked with fragments of internal organs burst from Sun Chang's mouth. His chest caved inward, a grim testament to the terrible force behind Xiao Bieli's strike. Sun Changha fell limply to the ground, his eyes full of unwillingness. Xiao Bieli did not spare a glance for the fallen Sun Changha. Instead, he looked at Han Wuyin, with whom he had once met in a ruined temple, and said calmly, "Friend, snatching heads is not a good habit." Han Wuyin shook his head, saying nothing. With a thud, Lin Tiantong dropped to his knees, forehead to the ground. "Young hero Shun, I only acted on the orders of my leader when I came to trouble you. My grandson was once a disciple of the Tsang sword sect and is very close to young hero Lu Jun. Young hero Lu Jun is now at Baiyun Manor. Out of regard for young Master Lu, I beg you to spare me this time." With Lin Tiantong on his knees, the Changha gang disciples who had come with him also fell to their knees. Even the leader had been cut down by Xin Lang. How could they possibly contend with Xin Lang? Only begging for mercy offered a sliver of hope. Xiao Bieli looked at Lin Tiantong on his knees and smiled. "You would use Lu Jun to pressure me." Lin Tiantong's heart sank, and he hastily said, No, I would not dare. It is only that you and young hero Lu Jun are both favored by heaven. I thought to introduce you two, perhaps you would find matters in common." A light laugh entered Lin's ears. "What is Lu Jun to be compared with me? Have you roamed the martial world all these years and remained so naive? Do you not understand that once you do something you must do it to the end? The moment the word fell, Lin Tiantong drew back in haste, but it was already too late. The blade flashed. Lin Tiantong crumpled to the ground. Great Elder. The Great Elder is run. The remaining Changhe gang members scattered like startled birds fleeing in all directions. Employing Tianzong to its fullest, Xiao Bieli's body shot out like lightning. An 8th rank Changhe gang expert's head flew skyward. Xiao Bieli casually kicked up the long blade of the dead 8th rank man. True Qi suffused his palms, and with a light tremor the blade shattered into a dozen fragments that he sent hurtling toward the fleeing men. A dozen people were pierced by those blade fragments and fell limp to the ground. As for the rest, Xiao Bieli had no intention of pursuing them. He let them flee. Silence fell. On the once bustling main street, not a soul spoke. Everyone stood in stunned silence, Lu Dali and Qian the shopkeeper among them. By the end of the fight, the Changhe gang leader's son, Changhe the seven-fingered divine eagle, lay dead. The great elder Lin Tiantong was dead as well. Although the Changhe gang still harbored 2 or 3 7th-rank experts, under these circumstances those 7th-rank men would not dare to show themselves for the time being. The Changhe gang was finished. Even if it did not dissolve, its standing within the Sanjiang alliance would plummet. Expulsion from the alliance was a real possibility. The forces in Lichuan County might be poised for a thorough reshuffle. Nobody knew the true background of young hero Shun, yet a mere 7th ranker had slain the long-renowned Sun Chang'e. Lu Dali regained his senses and told Qian the shopkeeper, "You go deliver the goods, we will leave Lichuan County today. It will be dangerous otherwise." Qian the shopkeeper nodded, repeatedly glanced at Xiao Bieli standing across from Han Wuyin on the main street at a loss for words, then hurried toward the inn where the goods were being loaded. After a long moment, Han Wuyin looked at Xiao Bieli and said, "I returned only to avenge the blood debt of 73 members of my Han family. Without you, I might not have killed Sun Chang'e. I owe you a debt. From now on, whenever you come to me, I can kill someone. You cannot act against yourself." Having said this, Han Wuyin approached the tavern proprietor and asked, "May I have a sheet of paper?" "Yes, yes." The proprietor agreed, nodding frantically, and hurried inside to fetch a fine sheet of Xian paper. "Thank you," Han Wuyin said as he took it. Han Wuyin pressed his finger to Sun Chang's wound, used the blood to write a few characters on the paper, and handed it to Xiao Bieli. "This is my address. If there is someone you wish dead but cannot act against, come to me." Staring at the characters written in blood, Xiao Bieli could not help shaking his head. "You asked the innkeeper for paper. Couldn't you have asked for ink and a brush as well?" Staring at the characters written in blood, Xiao Bieli could not help shaking his head. "You asked the innkeeper for paper. Couldn't you have asked for ink and a brush as well?" Xiao Bieli shook his head and called out, "Aren't you afraid? I'll disclose your address to the Sanjiang Alliance." Han Wuyin did not turn, replying, "You are not that sort of man." Xiao Bieli was speechless. How could he be sure he was not that sort of man? Although he believed himself to have limits, if someone truly threatened his life, he might not hesitate to reveal it. After all, he and Han Wuyin were not well acquainted. Lu Dali walked up to Xiao Bieli and whispered, "Shun Laodi, you should leave Linshui County first." Although Sun Chang'e does not hold a high position in the Sanjiang Alliance, the Chang'e gang is still among the top 10 forces under its banner. Now that you have wiped them out, it is a slap in the face for the Sanjiang Alliance, and they will not let this go easily. You killed Sun Chang'e, and the ones chasing you will at least be stronger than him. Xiao Bieli frowned. "What will happen to you if I leave?" Lu Dali forced a smile. "My Shin Laodi, at this time you need not worry about us. Our Weixin Escort Bureau still has a certain standing in the Jianghu of Manzhou. Since I did not take action this time, even if the Sanjiang Alliance blames someone, it won't fall on us." As he spoke, Lu Dali lowered his voice. "Brother, let me tell you the truth. The 2 heads of our escort bureau are biological brothers, both at the peak of the 6th rank. Together they can fight against a 5th rank expert. Although the ordinary people in the Jianghu may not know this, the forces of the Sanjiang Alliance are well aware. Otherwise, how could our Weixin Escort Bureau operate throughout Manzhou? Cheng Min is the daughter of the chief escort. With her around, the Sanjiang Alliance will not act recklessly unless they want to force the Weixin Escort Bureau to join forces with the 12 linked docks. Moreover, without us you can return to Dongjiang County more quickly." Lu Dali leaned closer to Xiao Bieli, lowering his voice even further. "I couldn't understand why Sun Chang'e would target you, but Lin Tiantong mentioned Lu Jun, an inner disciple of the Tsungyuan sword sect. I suspect their targeting of you is related to Lu Jun. Since Lu Jun entered Baiyun Mountain Manor, the manor has inexplicably targeted several unknown young knife experts, resulting in the deaths of about 10 people. You are likely one of their targets. Even those who attacked the broken temple before might not have come for the merchant convoy, but for you. Once you return to Dongjiang County, you must be on guard against Baiyun Mountain Manor. Moreover, Tsungyuan sword sect is one of the 9 sects. It would be best if you do not act against Lu Jun, or it will be too dangerous. Xiao Bieli was somewhat taken aback. Although Lu Dali seemed carefree, he did not expect him to think of so much in such a short time. Indeed, those who could escort alone in the Weixin Escort Bureau were not simple characters. In that case, I will take my leave first. When I return to Dongjiang County, I will treat you to a drink. Half a day later, Linshui County City, Sanjiang Alliance Headquarters. In the conference hall, a man dressed in purple appearing to be around 50, with an extraordinary demeanor sat at the head. This man was none other than the leader of the Sanjiang Alliance Oversea, Flood Dragon Zhonglong. Seated below him were 4 individuals, all high-ranking members of the Sanjiang Alliance. White-spotted tiger Chen Xing, flying swallow Lu Ming, scholar Jiang Hua, and golden-eyed eagle Xie Yuntao, all of whom were famous figures in Linshui County's martial world. Among them, scholar Jiang Hua and golden-eyed eagle were even 5th-rank experts. The other 2 were also at the peak of the 6th rank, just a step away from entering the 5th rank. Zhonglong lightly tapped the table with his index finger, looking at Jiang Hua, and said calmly, "What did Sungyu Sect say? Do they still refuse to cooperate with our Sanjiang Alliance?" Jiang Hua shook his head. Sungyu Sect consists of those who want act unless they see the benefits. How could they possibly relent without gaining anything? However, during this time, young hero Lu has been at Baiyun Mountain Manor. At Baiyun Mountain Manor, the 3rd Master Zhou Chang and the 2nd Master Wei Yong have shown interest in collaborating with us to deal with the 12 linked docks. Hee. Golden-eyed eagle Xie Yuntao snorted coldly. On the surface, Dongjiang County appears to be in a tripartite balance, but the 12 linked docks have always suppressed Baiyun Mountain Manor and Sungyu Sect. I don't believe they are willing to remain in the 2nd position for 1,000 years. Our Sanjiang Alliance only wants the territorial waters. We are willing to give them everything else, yet they are still not satisfied. Jiang Hua shook his head and smiled. They also fear that our Sanjiang Alliance will become the 2nd 12-linked docks, which naturally makes them cautious. At that moment, hurried footsteps sounded in the ears of the group. A disciple of the Sanjiang Alliance hurried over, bowed to the group, and then looked at Zhonglong, bowing and saying, "Alliance leader, we have an urgent message from the Longhe gang." Scholar Jiang Hua took the letter, opened it, and just glanced at it before his expression changed. What happened? Did the people from the 12 linked docks dare to cause trouble in Lichuan County? Golden-eyed eagle Xie Yuntao spoke impatiently. During this time, the Longhe gang had been quiet. What could have happened? Jiang Hua glanced at Zhonglong and whispered, "Sun Changhe is dead." What? A thunderous shock. Xie Yuntao abruptly stood up, shouting, "Who did this? How dare they come to Linshui County to kill members of our Sanjiang Alliance? Was it the people from the 12 linked docks?" Jiang Hua shook his head. No. It was a person named Shenlang. Shenlang. Everyone in the conference hall furrowed their brows. They had never heard of this name. Was it one of the 12 linked? Zhonglong asked. Jiang Hua shook his head. No. It was a young expert who suddenly appeared in Dongjiang County. He was present when the incident occurred at Tianlang Village and was invited by the Jinwu Hall. I heard that young hero Lu from Tsungyuan Sword Sect had previously dealt with Shenlang, but was unsuccessful. This time it is likely that young hero Lu is trying to deal with Shenlang, which is why Sun Changhe took action. However, he did not expect that Shenlang possesses martial arts capable of withstanding a 6th rank expert. Moreover, there was also a young swordsman Han Wuyin who made a move. He is about the same age as Shenlang, but is already a 6th rank expert and made his move. If it weren't for him, Sun Changhe might not have died. Xie Yuntao said coldly. No matter who it is, anyone who kills a member of our Sanjiang Alliance deserves to die. If Sun Changhe dies today, and we take no action, how will the other factions in the alliance see us? The Sanjiang Alliance is a major alliance, and even Xie Yuntao is the leader of the Big Whale Gang. If the alliance cannot provide protection for its members, the entire alliance will fall apart. Zhonglong nodded. Regardless of whether these two are the targets of Lu Jun, anyone who kills members of the Sanjiang Alliance must pay the price. Send the order down to search for the whereabouts of the two with all our might. We must eliminate them before they leave Dongjiang County. After speaking, Zhonglong looked at white-spotted tiger Chen Xing and said, "Chen Xing, you go for a trip. Find them and behead them as a warning to others." Meanwhile, on the official road from Dongjiang County to Lichuan County, Lu Jun held a wooden box made of sandalwood about the size of 2 palms, in which lay a yellowish plump worm. This was the 5th rank goo worm, tracking goo from the Goo God Sect. 2 days prior, the tracking goo had been brought here, and guided by the tracking goo, they had arrived at this location. Zhou Chang picked up the map, frowned, and said, "Young hero Lu, this direction leads to Lichuan County. In just over half a day, we will reach Lichuan County." Could it be that Xiao Bieli has been hiding in Lichuan County all along, and the people from the Longhe gang have not discovered it? Lu Jun snorted coldly. The people of the Changhe gang are truly useless. Even Xiao Bieli has been hiding in Lichuan County without being discovered. Zhou Chang did not speak. If a person were really that easy to find, when hiding, Lu Jun wouldn't have left. Ding Kaishan, a 6th-grade elder sent by the Lu family to track down the location, laughed and said, "After all, Manzhou is a borderland with weak martial forces and no renowned experts. They even lack means to find someone." The disciples of Baiyun Mountain behind Zhou Chang showed displeasure, and even Zhou Chang's expression turned grim. Lu Jun cupped his hands towards Zhou Chang and smiled. "Elder Ding is straightforward. I hope the third master won't hold it against him." At that moment, Lu Jun suddenly noticed that the direction indicated by the tracking worm in the box had changed. Xiao Bieli is heading in this direction. Where is this direction? Zhou Chang took out a map, compared it, and said, "It seems to be the direction from Lichuan County to Linshui County." Lu Jun took the map, suddenly furrowed his brow, pointed at a river on the map, and said, "This is bad. Yuan River. Is Xiao Bieli planning to use Yuan River to head to Dongjiang County?" Zhou Chang said, "Last time Xiao Bieli disappeared over Yuan River and then quietly returned to Lichuan County. Is he trying to do it again now?" Lu Jun sneered. "Now that we have the tracking worm, no matter how he hides, we will find him. Once the tracking worm is used, it only has a lifespan of 1 month. A tracking worm is worth several thousand taels of silver, and our Lu family only has 2, having already used one. Xiao Bieli has caused the last tracking worm of my Lu family to be used. I will tear him into pieces to vent my anger. Let's go." Lu Jun and his group hurriedly rode towards Linshui County. At this time, Xiao Bieli was also riding swiftly towards Linshui County. The distance from Lichuan County to Dongjiang County is farther than from Linshui County City to Dongjiang County. By now, the news has likely reached the Sanjiang Alliance. If he took the official road, he would probably be targeted by the Sanjiang Alliance. Therefore, he chose to take the old path. Just as he was leaving, Lu Dali told him the contact method for the black ships in Linshui County. Right now, the 12 linked forts and the Sanjiang Alliance are in fierce conflict, and ordinary passenger ships do not dare to operate. But those black ships usually carry illicit goods, so as long as you pay them, they will take anyone. It's still early, and it will be dark in another hour. The black ships operate at night. I can prepare a bit. Xiao Bieli led his horse to a secluded grove, tied the reins to a tree, and looked at the system panel. Host Xiao Bieli. Cultivation, level 7th grade peak. Martial arts, Yijin Jing, 21100 Gale Blade technique, complete. 13 bodyguards, horizontal training skill, complete. Iron cloth, shirt, complete. Cloud ladder, complete. 5 tiger breaking door blade, 37100 great strength, diamond finger, 10,100 subtle techniques, copper skin, light as a swallow. Experience points, 6450. Over 6,000 experience points should be enough to step into the 6th grade right. Xiao Bieli murmured. First, I will consume 5,000 experience points to enhance Yijin Jing. Yijin Jing, 26100, with the changes to the attribute panel. Boom. Countless experiences of practicing Yijin Jing surged into his mind, and at the same time a stream of extremely pure, true qi burst forth from his dantian, flooding into his limbs and bones, continuously impacting his run and du meridians. Just when Xiao Bieli thought 5,000 points of experience would not be enough to break through to the 6th grade realm, poof. The Ren meridian was opened, and in an instant the internal force within Xiao Bieli transformed into true qi. Its quality increased several times. Swish! A blade of qi burst forth. Bang! A tree as thick as a thigh was cut in half by the blade of qi 3 zhang away. With 50% proficiency, I just broke through the Ren meridian and stepped into the early 6th grade. Xiao Bieli murmured, "Is this the feeling of the 6th grade? Normally, a common early 6th grade true qi can only extend 1 zhang from the body without dispersing. However, since each person's internal cultivation is different, the quality of true qi varies. I wonder what level Yijin true qi can reach if it can extend 3 zhang from the body in the early 6th grade in this realm. There are always stronger individuals. This realm is not simple. There are legends of beings who can block rivers with a sword or split mountains with a blade. I must not be arrogant. But with the system panel at hand, since I have arrived in this realm, I must walk to the peak of the world." He sheathed his blade. Allocate all remaining experience to the 5 tiger breaking door blade. Although the Gale Blade technique is not weak, the 5 tiger breaking door blade emphasizes power, and its lethality far surpasses that of the Gale Blade technique. Combined with the 13 bodyguards horizontal training and iron cloth shirt, its lethality is even stronger. Therefore, it is necessary to level it up to the maximum. 5 tiger breaking door blade. 51,100. Countless experiences of practicing the 5 tiger breaking door blade surged into Xiao Bieli's mind as if he had been cultivating for several months. After digesting it, Xiao Bieli mounted his horse and headed directly towards Linshui County. Upon entering the city, Xiao Bieli headed straight to the address Lu Dali had told him. It was a secluded courtyard in the west city of Linshui County. When he arrived at the courtyard, he could hear voices inside. He gently knocked on the door. Creak. The courtyard's main door opened from the inside and a big man, with an exposed upper body, stepped out. Seeing a stranger, the big man's face showed a wary expression as he asked, "Who are you? Who are you looking for?" Xiao Bieli smiled and replied, "I'm here to take a boat to Dongjiang County, introduced by Lu Dali from Weishin Escort." Hearing Lu Dalis name, the big man's wariness lessened, and he said in a low voice, "Come in." Xiao Bieli followed the big man into the courtyard and noticed that there were more than a dozen burly men packing things up. However, it was already close to evening and most of the items were packed, so he couldn't see what they were. "Pao Yi, this is someone introduced by Lu Dali from Weishin Escort to take a boat," the big man shouted towards the inner room. A moment later, a burly man in his 40s walked out from the inner room, looked at Xiao Bieli, and squeezed out a smile, saying, "Since it's introduced by old Lu, there happens to be a shipment going to Dongjiang County tonight, but are you aware of the rules?" Xiao Bieli nodded, took out 3 silver ingots worth 10 taels each from his sleeve, and tossed them to Pao Yi, saying, 30 taels, is that enough?" Pao Yi played with the silver ingots in his hand, shaking his head, and saying, "The usual price is 30 taels, but now the 12 linked forts and the Sanjiang Alliance are at war. The danger has doubled, so it's 100 taels. Xiao Bieli showed no hesitation and threw a 100 tael silver note to Pao Yi, saying, 130 taels, when do we leave? Pao Yi looked at the silver note, his face breaking into a radiant smile. "We will set off in about half an hour." The bright moon hung high in the sky, shimmering like the surface of the water. A small boat capable of holding about 20 people drifted down the Yuan River. Apart from Xiao Bieli, only the subordinates of Lord Leopard were aboard, and this time Lord Leopard himself joined them. In the cabin, cargo was stored while Xiao Bieli and several sailors under Lord Leopard sat on the deck, and Lord Leopard stayed inside the cabin with a few trusted aides. On the deck, Xiao Bieli sat with a knife beside him, and a group of sailors under Lord Leopard chatted casually. "Hey kid, you look delicate. Who did you offend here that you had to run to Dongjiang County?" a burly man asked Xiao Bieli. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone on the deck turned to look at Xiao Bieli. Xiao Bieli smiled and said, "I offended the Sanjiang Alliance, so I had to leave." Hiss. The moment these words were spoken, the sailors on the deck gasped in shock. Who in Linshui County hadn't heard of the Sanjiang Alliance's name? Even the official powers in the county offices had colluded with the Sanjiang Alliance. One could say the Sanjiang Alliance was the ruler of Linshui County. This kid offended the Sanjiang Alliance and still managed to escape to their territory. It seemed like he had some power. "Did you offend someone under a certain elder of the Sanjiang Alliance, or was it someone from the main branch?" someone whispered. Xiao Bieli replied indifferently, "The Changhe gang. I offended the Changhe gang, so I had to flee." Huh. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. "So it was the Changhe gang. I thought you offended someone from the main branch of the Sanjiang Alliance." The Changhe gang is not that bad. Before, a kid named Xiao Bieli from Lichuan was also chased by the Changhe gang, escaping from the Yuan River to Dongjiang County. Speaking of which, that Xiao Bieli was quite skilled for his age. Even the soul-snatching hand Qin Yuan, an old master, fell into his hands. I heard that the grand elder of the Changhe gang, Lin Tiantong, went to Dongjiang County, but he couldn't find any trace of Xiao Bieli. Xiao Bieli listened to the sailors' conversation, merely smiling, without saying a word. Meanwhile, inside the cabin, the burly man who had previously let Xiao Bieli into the courtyard approached Lord Leopard, whispering, "Lord Leopard, that kid is a fat sheep. Shouldn't we take action?" Just now that kid struck and earned over 100 taels of silver. They took this risky trip for only 300 or 400 taels, and with Lord Leopard taking the majority, each of them would only receive a little over 10 or 20 taels. If they killed that kid outside and could seize a few hundred taels, each person could at least get an additional 30 taels. After all, they had to share the silver they earned with the brothers guarding the house, but the silver they picked up on the road didn't require sharing. Seeing that Lord Leopard remained silent, the burly man continued. "Now that the Sanjiang Alliance and the 12 linked forts are fighting fiercely, the risk of transporting goods has increased. From the look of that kid's movements just now, he must have quite a bit of silver on him. If we snag this haul, we won't have to work for months." Lord Leopard picked up a water bottle, took a sip, and said indifferently, "If it weren't for dealing with this kid, would I have come here? Don't worry, we'll strike after we pass Sanli Ferry. The waters at Sanli Ferry flow swiftly. Even if that kid is a 7th grade martial artist who has opened all the major meridians, without a boat at Sanli Ferry, his chances of survival are slim. Even if I accidentally let him escape, it wouldn't be a problem." The night was starry and sparse. Traveling from the neighboring county to Dongjiang County was simply downstream. They just needed someone at the helm to prevent the boat from crashing into the cliffs and rocks. With no entertainment on the boat, everyone was dozing off. As they reached Sonley Ferry, Lord Leopard and 5 of his trusted aides emerged from the cabin. The previously drowsy sailors, seeing Lord Leopard come out, hurriedly stood up. Lord Leopard. Lord Leopard. Usually when transporting goods, Lord Leopard would stay in the cabin drinking. Why was he out today? What does Lord Leopard mean by this? Xiao Bieli squinted his eyes, a smile on his lips. With his current martial arts skill, he couldn't miss any movement within 100 meters. Although Lord Leopard and the others spoke softly in the cabin, he still overheard everything. Looking at Xiao Bieli, Lord Leopard sighed. The business on the river is becoming increasingly difficult, so I have to engage in some other business. Hand over all your silver notes and valuables, and then I will let you leave from here. From here, Xiao Bieli shook his head. This is Sonley Ferry. Even a 7th-grade martial artist falling in would have a slim chance of survival. Jumping down is not a good choice. Lord Leopard frowned. Did you hear us talking? But his frown quickly relaxed. Forget it, since you've rejected a chance at life. Everyone go. As soon as Lord Leopard's words fell, the 5 aides beside him grinned savagely, brandishing their weapons, and charged violently at Xiao Bieli. If you want my silver, why not take action yourself? Must you send a few useless ones to their deaths? Xiao Bieli shook his head. Swish. A crimson blade light appeared. 5 screams echoed simultaneously but abruptly ceased. Thud. 5 heads flew into the air, rolling onto the deck, while the headless corpses fell to the ground. Blood rained down from the heavens. Experience 100. Experience 500. Experience 500. In the moment when the 5 heads soared into the air, Lord Leopard pushed off the deck with his feet leaping into the water. This. A cry of surprise entered his ears, and he instinctively turned his head only to see half of his body remaining on the deck, and looking down he could see that he was left with only half a body. Splash. The sound of half his body hitting the water reached the ears of the people on the boat. Experience 1000. Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle 5th Grade Hidden Weapon 1. Oh. A smile appeared on Xiao Bieli's face. He had heard the name Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle countless times in his past life, and knew it ranked quite high among hidden weapons. He didn't expect it to only be classified as a 5th-grade hidden weapon in this world. He wondered if the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle could kill 5th-grade opponents. Moreover, did this system panel drop items completely at random. He had killed a 6th-grade BOSS receiving nothing, yet a 7th-grade early-stage Lord Leopard had dropped the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle. With a thud, several sailors simultaneously knelt on the ground. Young hero, spare us. We had no idea Lord Leopard was going to target you. Lord Leopard hasn't targeted anyone on the boat for a year or 2. We truly had no idea. They kowtowed like garlic, the sound echoing on the deck. They were genuinely frightened. Lord Leopard was a 7th-grade expert, but just now they hadn't even seen how this young hero drew his knife before Lord Leopard was cut in half. This young hero had stood there without moving, yet Lord Leopard was still severed in half. Get up. I still need you to take me to Dongjiang County. Xiao Bieli spoke indifferently. These people were just ordinary folk who were a bit stronger and had practiced some martial arts. Even if he killed them, all had only gained a few dozen experience points. If they were all killed, he couldn't possibly steer the boat himself. Moreover, he really couldn't. Thank you, young hero. Thank you. Upon hearing this, the sailors breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Bieli glanced at the corpses on the deck, frowning. Throw the bodies into the river. The sailors hurriedly disposed of the bodies, and then awaited further instructions from Xiao Bieli. Xiao Bieli said calmly, "All right, no need to be nervous. Just do what you need to do. Once we reach Dongjiang County, I'll let you go." After saying this, Xiao Bieli walked into the cabin Xing. With one slash, he opened the secured cargo, and white fine salt flowed out from the bags. Xiao Bieli opened several other wooden boxes containing cargo. They were all items of little value. The other things are just extras. This little bit of fine salt is enough for them to make a few hundred taels. However, if the government or the Jinwu Hall finds out, it could lead to losing one's head. How could a 7th-grade martial artist constantly obtain such quality fine salt? Perhaps there's someone behind this, or even someone from the government. Xiao Bieli shook his head. He didn't lack silver now, and he had no connections. Dealing with this fine salt would be troublesome. He was already in quite a bit of trouble as it was. Extract the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle. A flat, box-like copper object appeared in Xiao Bieli's hand, looking unremarkable, but it had a movable part at the top. With a gentle push, the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle would activate. Is this the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle? It's indeed convenient to carry, hidden in the sleeve. No one would notice it. Truly a must-have for killing and looting, perfect for home and travel. Host Xiao Bieli. Cultivation, early stage, 6th grade. Martial skills, Yijin Jing, 26100. Windstorm blade technique, perfect. 13 protectors, horizontal training, perfect. Iron cloth, shirt, perfect. Cloud ladder technique, perfect. 5 tigers breaking the door blade, 51100. Great strength, Vajra finger, 10100 subtle techniques, copper skin light, as a swallow. Experience points, 4150, another 4,000 experience points. Consume all and upgrade the 5 tigers breaking the door blade. Boom. Countless experiences of practicing the 5 tiger breakthrough blade surged into Xiao Bieli's mind as if he had been diligently training for years. After a moment, Xiao Bieli opened his eyes. Only 800 experience points away from reaching the max level. I wonder if there will be something extra once the 5 tiger breakthrough blade hits max level. Stepping out from the cabin, the sailors on the deck turned pale with fear upon seeing Xiao Bieli. He didn't make things difficult for them. Instead, he asked, "How long until we enter the territory of Dongjiang County?" One sailor hurriedly replied, "At most we can enter Dongjiang County in an hour." Xiao Bieli nodded, and the small boat proceeded smoothly, exiting the Sanli ferry with the water becoming a bit calmer. Just as everything was going smoothly, and the small boat was about to enter the territory of Dongjiang County, a horn sounded from behind accompanied by shouts. "There are boats ahead." Sailing quietly in the middle of the night must mean trouble. "Get closer." 6 small boats with lights shot across the river like arrows, drawing closer to Xiao Bieli's vessel. "What should we do?" "It looks like the boats of the Sanjiang Alliance." "Lord Leopard is dead." He knew the experts of the Sanjiang Alliance. The sailors on the deck turned pale. The Sanjiang Alliance had a good relationship with the official forces of Linshui County, and they were the only ones allowed to conduct the private salt trade in Linshui County. If captured, they would surely die. Although they were good swimmers, it was evident that there were experts on those boats, and their vessels were fast. No matter how good their swimming skills were, they couldn't escape. Xiao Bieli ignored the sailors and gazed into the distance under the moonlight. Behind the 6 small boats, there was a large ship. Though the large ship was not as fast as the small boats, it was still quicker than the one beneath them. The 2 vessels were only about 400 to 500 meters apart, and they would soon be caught up. Lu Jun looked at the tracking goo in his hand, and as he approached this boat, the tracking goo became extremely agitated, indicating that Xiao Bieli, whom he had been searching for a month, was on the boat ahead. "Get closer." Lu Jun waved his hand. "Today he cannot escape." Ding Kaishan, standing behind Lu Jun, calmly said, "Young master, leave this to me. By the time you arrive, I will have captured Xiao Bieli, waiting for you to deal with him." Lu Jun nodded. "Then I will trouble you, Ding Gongfeng." Hearing this, Ding Kaishan suddenly pushed off the deck, landing on the water like a dragonfly touching the surface, and in just a moment, he became a black dot rushing towards the boat ahead. What amazing lightness skill! Zhou Chong praised sincerely. Although he was at the peak of the 6th rank in terms of lightness skill, Ding Kaishan was far superior. Even if Ding Kaishan's combat skills were inferior, it would not be easy for Zhou Chong to defeat him. Lu Jun laughed. "Before Ding Gongfeng became a member of my Lu family, he had spent some time in the Green Forest. If his lightness skills weren't good, he probably wouldn't have survived until now. One Xiao Bieli is enough for Ding Gongfeng to handle." On the deck, Xiao Bieli also saw the figure darting towards him like an arrow. He calmly said to the stunned sailors on the deck, "The water is calm here. If you jump over now, there might still be a chance of survival." Hearing his words, the sailors snapped out of their daze. Splashed! Splashed! Without any hesitation, they all leaped off the ship. At that moment, the disciples of the Sanjiang Alliance on the small boats rushed to the side of the small ship. Seeing a figure standing at the bow, the leader of the Sanjiang Alliance shouted, "Go with 2 boats and catch those trying to escape. The rest of you come with me to capture this person." After speaking, more than a dozen figures leaped and landed on. "Kid, the credit for this will be mine." The leader of the Sanjiang Alliance, with a gleam of joy in his eyes, drew his long knife and slashed towards Xiao Bieli's arms. Though he did not know what Lu Xiaoxiao wanted with the people on this boat, as long as he captured everyone, a reward was guaranteed. The other experts of the Sanjiang Alliance rushing with him also struck at the same time, charging towards Xiao Bieli. "You don't know anything and are trying to be the first to take action." Xiao Bieli sneered. In the martial world, the most feared thing was not knowing one's own strength. Clang! The red sleeve blade was drawn, and Xiao Bieli did not even use his true chi. The blade flashed. The leader of the Sanjiang Alliance was sent flying, collapsing to the ground without a sound. Experience 500. At this moment, the other disciples of the Sanjiang Alliance who had rushed up with the leader found themselves with no way to retreat. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, relying solely on physical strength, Xiao Bieli unleashed dozens of strikes, and wherever the blade light went, everyone bore cuts and was sent flying, falling silent. Experience 10. Experience 10. Experience 100. Experience 500. In an instant, Xiao Bieli's experience points on the system panel exceeded 1,000. As he saw the figure leaping across the waves getting closer, Xiao Bieli hesitated not at all and silently thought, "Consume 800 experience points to enhance the 5 Tiger Breakthrough Blade." 5 Tiger Breakthrough Blade perfection. In an instant, the proficiency of the 5 Tiger Breakthrough Blade reached its maximum, and countless insights about the five-tiger breakthrough blades surged into his mind. At that moment, Ding Kaishan had already landed firmly on the small boat. Looking at the corpses all over the deck, Ding Kaishan showed no change in expression, but looked at Xiao Bieli with a hint of surprise. "Kid, aren't you running away?" Xiao Bieli shook his head. There's nothing to run from. Now he was already at the 6th rank, and with the storm pear flower needle in his sleeve, even if the incoming person was at the 5th rank, he might not be unable to counterkill. Moreover, to deal with someone who could contend at the 6th rank, the Sanjiang Alliance wouldn't send just a 5th rank expert, would they? All right. Ding Kaishan looked at Xiao Bieli and laughed. You indeed have guts a bit bolder than the usual people from the barbarian state's martial world. Where is Xiao Bieli? If you hand him over, I can plead with the young master to spare your life. Xiao Bieli's expression turned slightly strange as he asked, Are you here to find Xiao Bieli? Ding Kaishan nodded. Indeed, that kid is quite good at hiding, but having offended my Lu family, no matter where he hides, he is destined to die. Suddenly, Ding Kaishan's face revealed a look of suspicion as he scrutinized Xiao Bieli closely and said, Haven't I seen you somewhere? No. You are Shun Lang. I didn't expect the Changhe gang to be unable to deal with you. It really shows that the 6th rank of the barbarian state's martial world is just that, not enough to handle even a 7th rank. Forget it. Who told you to repeatedly embarrass my young master? Encountering me is just your misfortune. In the moment his words fell, swish. 2 concealed weapons shot out rapidly from Ding Kaishan's sleeve, aiming directly at Xiao Bieli's face, and then his whole person darted forward, pointing a finger at Xiao Bieli's chest. Though he said so after years of traversing the martial world, he understood the principle of using full force even against a rabbit. How many experts had perished because they underestimated their enemies? Even if the person before him was just at the peak of the 7th rank, he wouldn't give him a single chance. Xiao Bieli flicked his left sleeve lightly, chi enveloping his sleeve, sweeping away the 2 concealed weapons, then clenched his right fist, extending his thumb, and countered Ding Kaishan's pointing finger. Bang! Both their bodies shook, and they forcefully stomped down, leaving 2 deep holes in the boat's deck. Then they almost simultaneously pointed again, their fingers colliding. Bang! This time, I heard you have exceptional sword skills, but I didn't expect you to also have formidable martial arts. And this finger technique. Ding Kaishan staggered back 3 steps, his fingers trembling, his face filled with disbelief. At the moment Ding Kaishan spoke, Xiao Bieli let out a soft sigh, his true chi surging, and he pointed. Mighty Vajra finger. A terrifying finger force tore through the air, carrying the power to pierce gold and split stones as it charged towards Ding Kaishan. You're releasing your true chi. You must be at the 6th rank. Damn. Ding Kaishan's expression turned gravely serious, and he circulated his true chi to the limit, also pointing a finger. 2 fierce finger forces collided in the air, the force radiating outwards, creating dozens of small holes in the deck. Ding Kaishan wasted no time, suddenly stepping on the deck, leaping up, and fleeing towards the other end of the small boat. This Shen Lang possessed terrifying martial arts, and even if he used all his strength, he couldn't capture him. He could only wait for the experts from Baiyun Villa to arrive. They could only defeat Shen Lang by joining forces. If he got injured now, he wouldn't be able to join Zhou Chang in taking action later, and Zhou Chang alone might allow Shen Lang to escape. Where are you going? Before Ding Kaishan could reach the bow of the ship, a loud shout rang out, followed by a turning his head, a scarlet blade aura was already slicing towards him, with Shen Lang's figure closely following the blade, moving just as swiftly. No matter how fast he was, he could not match the speed of this blade aura. You go too far. Ding Kaishan roared angrily, suddenly turning around, his 10 fingers flicking rapidly, shooting out a series of finger strikes in an attempt to block the blade. Clang! Bang bang bang! The blade aura shattered, but a deep gash exposing bone was carved into Ding Kaishan's arm by the chilling blade aura. At this moment, Xiao Bieli, seizing the opportunity, swung his red-sleeved blade straight at Ding Kaishan. White Tiger jumps the gorge. The most powerful strike of the 5-tiger breaking door blade erupted from Xiao Bieli's hand. Ding Kaishan's expression changed drastically as he quickly retracted his arms and brought his palms together, slamming them out with great force. Giant Spirit opens the mountain. This was the ultimate skill of the Lu family, and he had worked for the Lu family for 5 years before being taught this palm technique. For the past 7 years, he had diligently studied this move, achieving considerable mastery. Boom! The air trembled, producing explosive sounds. A pair of palms imbued with true energy struck forcefully towards the red-sleeved blade, but at the moment of contact, Xiao Bieli's arms inexplicably thickened. The speed and power of the blade increased by 50%. Blood spattered as a heart-wrenching scream escaped Ding Kaishan's lips. His palms were reduced to half, exposing stark white bone. Outrageous! Stop! 2 loud shouts rang out, but the scarlet blade showed no hesitation and descended directly. Ding Kaishin's head flew into the air, his headless corpse collapsing to the ground. Experience 2000. Sheathing his blade, Xiao Bieli looked towards the big ship not far away and spoke calmly. What were you just saying? I didn't hear clearly. At this moment, Xiao Bieli finally saw the face of the person on the ship, a young nobleman in his 20s surrounded by a group of shocked martial artists. There was also a middle-aged man nearing 50 looking at him with confusion. Shun Lang. Lu Jun stared at Xiao Bieli, his eyes nearly bursting in rage. Where is Xiao Bieli? It was because he had not gone with Lin Hai to the Xiao family that Xiao Bieli managed to escape. Now not only had they failed to capture him, but the Lu family also lost a 6th grade offering and a tracking goo. Even if he eliminated Xiao Bieli, he could not escape punishment upon returning to the Lu family. Damn it. You are truly damned. Zhou Chang looked at Xiao Bieli, then at the small boat he was on, and said suspiciously, there are no living people left on the boat except Shun Lang. Young Master Lu, are you certain Xiao Bieli is still on the boat? Lu Jun took out the tracking goo and said coldly, the Third Estate Master can see for himself. The activity of the tracking goo indicates that Xiao Bieli is within 10 meters of us. Where else could he hide other than on this boat? Zhou Chang shook his head, suddenly looking up at Xiao Bieli, and said, it is said that Xiao Bieli is merely in 8th grade. An 8th grade would not be able to hide on such a small boat without me noticing. Zhou Chang shook his head, suddenly looking up at Xiao Bieli, and said, it is said that Xiao Bieli is merely in 8th grade. An 8th grade would not be able to hide on what? Everyone on the big ship was incredulous. They simply could not connect the dashing young hero who had just killed the offering Ding with the infamous murderer. Moreover, with such power, why would he need to? Are you Xiao Bieli? Lu Jun's face was also filled with disbelief. How could an 8th grade suddenly become a master capable of killing even Ding, murdering his father, and betraying his brother? Xiao Bieli took off the mask on his face and scoffed. Do you really believe such words? Xiao Bieli turned his gaze towards Lu Jun, saying indifferently, actually, I don't quite understand. Even if Lin Qingyuan wants to break off our engagement, all she needs to do is send a letter. Does my Xiao family not even have the courage to say no? Lu Jun did not explain, but stared at Xiao Bieli's youthful face, recalling that Xiao Bieli was the same age as Lin Qingyuan, the true disciple of the Zhongyuan sword sect, whose talent surpassed even that of brother Zhua, and that Lin's junior sister was only a 6th grade. Thinking of how Xiao Bieli's father died, because of them, Lu Jun felt a surge of crisis within him. Such deep-seated hatred could hardly be resolved. If this boy was not dealt with, he would surely become a significant threat. He could even jeopardize the entire Lu family. Realizing this, Lu Jun looked at Zhou Chang and said, Third Estate Master, I must trouble you to capture this boy. As long as this boy is dead, my Lu family can give you a Tongxiao pill. Tongxiao pill. Zhou Chang's heart shook. He had already opened his meridians long ago and reached the pinnacle of 6th grade, but to advance to 5th grade, he needed to open the innate 7 orifices. Each orifice required true energy stimulation to gradually open, yet after years, he had not even managed to open one. The Tongxiao pill, as the name suggests, is a pill that helps open the orifices. One pill is worth thousands of gold. Most importantly, the medicinal materials for refining the Tongxiao pill are extremely precious and require a senior alchemist to refine. There are few Tongxiao pills circulating in the market, and even if there are, they are sold at high prices without buyers. Stop dilly-dallying. Xiao Bieli frowned on the small boat, suddenly stepping hard, propelling himself towards the large ship, where Zhou Chang and the others were. Since Lu Jun was unwilling to speak, he would capture Lu Jun first, and then ask. Having been hunted for so long, he wanted to see who was behind this, and whether it was indeed the Lin family. Thud! Xiao Bieli landed on the large ship, causing the entire vessel to tremble. Some disciples of the Sanjiang alliance with weaker skills swayed unsteadily as Xiao Bieli charged towards Lu Jun like a horse leaping over a stream. Without waiting for Lu Jun's command, the 4 7th grade experts from the Lu family who had come with Ding attacked almost simultaneously. Clang! Clang! 2 blades and 2 swords attacked at the same time, heading straight for Xiao Bieli. They never thought they could threaten Xiao Bieli. They only aimed to slow his advance towards their young master. Overestimating yourselves. Facing the 4 of them, Xiao Bieli showed no intention of drawing his blade. His fingers spread wide, reaching directly for the dual blades and dual swords. The 4 men revealed expressions of delight. Although Xiao Bieli was 6th grade, this was too reckless. Clang! Xiao Bieli's large hand swept like a cow's tongue rolling grass, grasping all 4 blades and swords. The 4 had originally planned to sever his palms at the moment of contact, just as they had seen when Xiao Bieli killed Ding. But they had overestimated themselves and underestimated Xiao Bieli. Bang! They only felt a tremendous force surge, shattering the blades and swords in their hands, and the flesh of their palms was scraped away by the handles, sending waves of pain through them. Before they could even scream, the shattered pieces of blades and swords shot towards them, piercing their bodies before they could retreat. The fragments shot out in all directions as blood sprayed. Uft, uft, ah, help me. Besides the 4 closest to Xiao Bieli, others on the large ship also fell victim, and screams echoed continuously. Experience 1000. Experience 1000. Rain of Flowers 1. Experience 1. Experience 10. Enough. Zhou Chang bellowed, slamming out a palm. Bang. All the hidden weapons shot towards him, and Lu Jun were deflected away. Zhou Chang looked at the White Cloud Mountain Villa disciple lying on the ground, lifeless, his eyes cold. Xiao Bieli, I don't care who is behind you. But you killed my White Cloud Mountain disciples. This time you have gone too far. Hee. Xiao Bieli laughed coldly. You let those 2 from Dogsy Ridge attack me earlier, and now you are pretending to be innocent in front of me. Weren't you going to explain? Just right, I want you dead. Young man, don't think that just because you lucked out and killed Ding Kaishan you are invincible. Zhou Chang's face darkened, his body shot out like lightning. In an instant he appeared right in front of Xiao Bieli, a palm aimed directly at Xiao Bieli's face. Boom. Zhou Chang was indeed a renowned master of Dongjiang County, and as a peak 6th grade expert his palm burst the air around him. Moreover, Zhou Chang's hands were thickly calloused, clearly indicating that all his skills resided in those hands. Xiao Bieli's expression grew serious. At this moment, it was already too late to draw his knife. In an instant, Xiao Bieli summoned his true energy, channeling the iron cloth shirt and the 13 protectors to their utmost, his muscles bulging, veins standing out. With a powerful finger of the diamond finger technique, he met Zhou Chang's palm. Bang! Energy surged. Xiao Bieli was forced back 7 steps, stabilizing himself only when he reached the edge of the ship. Kid, you're far from my match. Zhou Chang, taking advantage of his momentum, did not give Xiao Bieli a chance to steady himself. His palms, infused with true energy, came crashing down on Xiao Bieli again. A profound palm swept past Xiao Bieli's chest, striking the ship's mast. Bang! The mast, as thick as a thigh, broke with a loud crack, crashing down towards the cabin. The living crew on the ship hurriedly dodged, fearing the falling mast would crush them. Bang! Another palm was evaded by Xiao Bieli as he sidestepped. A palm print appeared on the deck. Zhou Chang's palms flew out in succession, each strike powerful enough to crush a typical 6th grade expert. If one were to take a hit from Zhou Chang, their tendons would surely snap. After dodging over a dozen strikes, clang! The red-sleeved knife suddenly unsheathed. He leaped up the crimson blade, striking fiercely towards Zhou Chang. 5 tigers severing soul knife. Fierce like a lion. With this strike, the knife light howled towards Zhou Chang. Zhou Chang showed no intention of avoiding, his palms continuously slapping out. Bang! 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 The terrifying energy exploded, creating dozens of large holes in the ship's deck, causing those around to change their expressions drastically. Famed artifact, what is your lineage? A drop of fresh blood fell as Zhou Chang solemnly asked. This crimson knife was no ordinary weapon. Among famed artifacts, it was considered high quality. Their Baiyun Villa only possessed 1 famed artifact left by their ancestors, which could not even compare to this knife. If he hadn't been cautious and withdrawn his hand in time, that last strike would have done more than just leave a shallow cut. Xiao Bieli paid Zhou Chang no mind. Killing was killing. Where was the need for so much chatter? Having fought to this extent, did he still think of holding back? He was fearless, holding the rainstorm pear blossom needle, a lethal weapon. 5 tigers severing door knife. With a howl, the wind surged. Another killing strike forced Zhou Chang back 2 steps. The knife energy surged, sending planks flying. Not good, the ship is leaking. Young Master Lu hurried to the small boat. A cry of alarm sounded. Lu Jun, escorted by others, landed on the ship where Xiao Bieli had been. Watching the 2 figures continuously battling on the large ship, Lu Jun's expression changed several times, looking extremely grim. As an inner disciple of the Tsan sword sect and a direct descendant of the Lu family, he had trained alongside 5th grade experts since childhood. Although he was only 7th grade, his vision was still commendable. Zhou Chang's martial prowess exceeded his expectations. Such a peak 6th grade expert would be considered formidable even within his Tsan sword sect. Even more frightening was that Xiao Bieli's true energy was clearly inferior to Zhou Chang's, yet his knife techniques had evidently reached a level of exquisite mastery. Zhou Chang's strength lay in his profound realm and pure true energy, while Xiao Bieli's advantage was in his intricate techniques. For a moment, he couldn't determine who would emerge victorious. After a moment of thought, a dark cylindrical object slid from his sleeve into Lu Jun's hand. This was the wind-breaking needle his aunt had given him for protection. With just a press, dozens of fine needles would shoot out at high speed, each coated with potent poison capable of killing even a 6th grade expert in less than an incense stick's time, and the more true energy one used, the faster one would perish. However, on the large ship, the two figures were fighting too closely. He had no guarantee that the wind-breaking needle wouldn't harm Zhou Chang. So he hesitated. At this moment, Zhou Chang's expression had turned grim. He had roamed Dongjiang County for decades, and the number of 6th-grade experts who had died at his hands was approaching 10. But this young man before him was the most troublesome he had encountered. His mastery of horizontal training was profound, like a turtle hiding in its shell. He simply couldn't break through the defense. What made him even more uncomfortable was that this young man wielded a famed artifact combined with his excellent knife techniques. Any misstep could lead to injury. In just 100 exchanges, he had sustained 2 wounds. Though not serious, Xiao Bieli had not suffered even a scratch. I can't let it go on like this. I refuse to believe his horizontal training has truly reached a level where he cannot be harmed inside or out. With this thought, Zhou Chang no longer hesitated. He gathered his true energy to its peak, took a step back, then brought his hands together, as if in a prayer, and struck out with a powerful palm. Boom! A sharp whistling sound erupted, and a palm made of true energy formed, as if it were tangible, crashing down towards Xiao Bieli. Xiao Bieli had been waiting for this moment. Before Zhou Chang had moved like an old loach, he had tried every method, and only managed to inflict 2 light wounds on Zhou Chang. But now it was different, as Zhou Chang was attacking without defense, leaving his vital points wide open. This was his chance. Facing this palm, Xiao Bieli's expression showed no change. The crimson blade was urged to its limit. 5 tigers severing door knife. Dominating the mountains. This was the killing move of the 5 tigers severing door knife, which exposed his vital points. Attacking without defending within the 5 tigers severing door knife, it was a move that would destroy both the enemy and oneself. Ordinarily, one would never use it in battle. However, he had perfected the 13 protectors' horizontal training and the iron cloth shirt. This self-destructive move posed little disadvantage to him. If Zhou Chang could break through his defenses, they wouldn't have gotten to this point. Boom! The terrifying palm and the crimson knife energy collided in midair, erupting with a sharp sound, releasing a terrifying force. Crack! The large ship beneath them was completely destroyed, shattered to pieces. Pooh! Pooh! The terrifying force sent both flying, each spitting blood, yet they almost simultaneously used the momentum in the air to reverse and charge forward. Meanwhile, standing on another boat, Lu Jun, who had been looking for an opportunity, flashed a ruthless gaze upon seeing the two clash again. Although Zhou Chang was the 3rd master of Bayunvilla, as long as Xiao Bieli was dead with senior brother Zhuo backing him, would Bayunvilla dare to act against him? Moreover, as long as Xiao Bieli died, he would leave Manzhou immediately. Would Bayunvilla dare to cause trouble for him at Song Yuan's sword sect? The wind-breaking needle cylinder appeared in his hand. Without any hesitation, he raised it and pressed down towards the 2 entangled figures. Swish, 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 swish. In an instant, dozens of fine hidden weapons shot out like cow hair, reaching Zhou Chang and Xiao Bieli in the blink of an eye. Boom! The 2 were still engaged in battle. Xiao Bieli and Zhou Chang almost simultaneously heard the sound of air breaking from the side, but by the time they reacted, it was too late to dodge. Without any hesitation, Xiao Bieli activated the iron cloth shirt and 13 protectors to their utmost. Clang, clang, clang. As he raised his hand, more than a dozen fine needles were blocked, but these needles were far too swift. They were no slower than the hidden weapon shot by a 6th-grade expert, even faster, so 3 or 4 needles still got past his blade force and struck him. Clang, clang, clang. Several crisp sounds rang out as the needles were deflected by the force of the 13 protectors' horizontal training. Xiao Bieli hurriedly checked himself, relieved to find that the needles had not breached his defenses. Brat! Zhou Chang looked at Lu Jun, fury in his eyes. At this moment, 2 fine needles were embedded in his right arm and chest, having pierced into his bones, and the area struck had turned dark. Although he had not gained the upper hand in his fight with Xiao Bieli, he still had the strength to fight back. It wouldn't be easy for Xiao Bieli to kill him. He felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. If it weren't for Lu Jun, he wouldn't have become enemies with Xiao Bieli, but now he was going to die at Lu Jun's hands. The people from Bayunvilla looked at Lu Jun in disbelief. Even the few disciples they borrowed from the Sanjiang alliance instinctively moved away from him. This young Master Lu was too vicious even against his own people. Truly unworthy of being human. Don't worry, he will accompany you. Xiao Bieli's words reached Zhou Chang's ears. Swish! The crimson blade flashed. Zhou Chang's head fell from his neck, his body slumping down onto the ground. Experience 2000. Golden Bell Shield 1. Golden Bell Shield. What a great thing. Finally, he had acquired a martial skill again, and it was a body refining technique. Now he truly understood the benefits of body refinement. Not only was he physically robust, but he also didn't have to worry about others' underhanded tricks. If only he could be like Duan Yu, eating a manga zhuha and becoming immune to all poisons. Then he would truly have no weaknesses. Moreover, it seemed that when he killed the others, just now something else had dropped. Host Xiao Bieli. Cultivation level early 6th rank. Martial skills Yijin Jing, 26100 Quanfeng, Dao method complete, Shisan Tai Bao horizontal training skill, complete Tai Bushan complete Tian Zone complete. Wuhu Duanmen Dao complete, De Li Jin Gang, Ji 10100 subtle techniques copper skin light, as a swallow. Experience points 7450 pending rewards golden bell shield, endless flower rain. Endless flower rain. It should be a hidden weapon technique. How is that possible? This is impossible. Even a 6th rank master shouldn't be able to block the breaking wind needle. Lu Jun could not accept this. His gaze swept repeatedly over Xiao Bieli, hoping to find a trace of poisoning on him. Unfortunately, he was destined to be disappointed. Not only was there no trace of poison on Xiao Bieli, but it even appeared that during his confrontation with Zhou Chang, Xiao Bieli hadn't sustained any injuries at all. Xiao Bieli lightly leaped and landed on a small boat. At this moment, the people on the boat finally reacted to Zhou Chang's death, each one suddenly jumping into the water. Swish, swish, swish. Xiao Bieli flicked his fingers, sending waves of energy slicing through the air, leaving bloody holes in the heads of each person. Experience 10. Experience 100. Experience 500. Lu Jun's body trembled, collapsing to the ground. He stammered, "Don't kill me, my aunt is an elder in the Tsangyuan sword sect. My father is the head of the Lu family, a pinnacle 5th rank master." Before Lu Jun could finish speaking, all the acupoints on his body were sealed by Xiao Bieli. Xiao Bieli lifted Lu Jun with one hand and leaped up, landing on the shuttle boat brought by the Sanjiang Alliance. With a surge of his vital energy, the shuttle boat shot out like an arrow. After dealing with a few fish that slipped through the net on the river, Xiao Bieli headed towards Dongjiang County with Lu Jun. When they arrived at a good place to land in Dongjiang County, Xiao Bieli carried Lu Jun onto the shore, allowing the shuttle boat to drift downstream. Casually tossing Lu Jun onto the riverbank, Xiao Bieli released the acupoints on Lu Jun's body and said coolly, "Tell me who in the Tsangyuan sword sect wants to deal with me. Is it someone from the Lin family?" Lu Jun looked at Xiao Bieli and shook his head. "I can tell you, but you must swear not to kill me." Xiao Bieli frowned slightly and said coldly, "Do you think you still have room to bargain with me? If you don't speak, I can make you suffer a bit first." Lu Jun's face turned pale, and he said, "I was just following orders. Your father's death has nothing to do with me directly. Killing me will bring you a lot of trouble. My Lu family also has tracking poisons. If you kill me, my father will find you eventually. As long as you swear to the deities not to kill me, I will tell you everything. I can also swear that the Lu family will no longer be your enemy. Swear." Xiao Bieli frowned even tighter, and after a moment he extended 3 fingers and said, "I swear to the deities that as long as Lu Jun tells me who wants to deal with me, I guarantee not to kill him." Upon hearing this, Lu Jun's face regained some color as he said, "It's Senior Brother Zhua. I am just following Senior Brother Zhua's orders." "Senior Brother Zhua?" Xiao Bieli said coldly, "How the hell should I know who Senior Brother Zhua is?" Lu Jun quickly replied, "It's Zhua Qingyun, ranked 7th on the Dragon and Tiger list. I am the first true disciple of the Tsangyuan sword sect. Perhaps in the future, I will become the sect leader of the Tsangyuan sword sect." Xiao Bieli asked, "What is this Dragon and Tiger list?" Lu Jun looked astonished and said, "You don't even know about the Dragon and Tiger list. That is a list created by the Zhenwu Hall, ranking the top 72 geniuses under 35 in the entire Dakian. Those who can enter the Dragon and Tiger list are all individuals with the potential to step into the 4th rank master realm. And those in the top 10 of the Dragon and Tiger list have a chance to reach the 3rd rank Grandmaster realm in the future. Every generation's top 3 on the Dragon and Tiger list possesses heavenly talent." Xiao Bieli nodded. "He attacked me because of Lin Xingyuan." Lu Jun nodded. "Indeed, Lin Shimi has unparalleled talent, surpassing even Senior Brother Zhua. So there are people in the sect who want Lin Shimi and Senior Brother Zhua to become a couple. Someone had previously suggested breaking off the engagement to Lin Shimi, but she rejected it. So you should understand. Your only chance of survival is to find Lin Shimi and break off the engagement. As long as you no longer have ties with Lin Shimi, Senior Brother Zhua won't come after you." Xiao Bieli took Lu Jun's words lightly and asked again, "Then what is Zhua Qinjian's strength? How old is he?" Lu Jun replied, "Senior Brother Zhua is 34 this year, a pinnacle 5th rank, just one step away from the master realm." 34. Xiao Bieli laughed and said, "He is dreaming. He is already twice Lin Qingyuan's age and still wants to feast on tender grass." After asking some questions about the Tsangyuan sword sect, Lu Jun answered one by one. At this time, the sky had started to turn red. Lu Jun glanced at Xiao Bieli and said softly, "Young hero Xiao, I have told you everything you asked. Can I leave now?" Xiao Bieli shook his head. "I don't want to expose myself so early." Upon hearing this, Lu Jun's heart tightened, and he hurriedly said, I promise I won't leak your identity, ooh, I swear to heaven. Moreover, you just swore to the deities. I'm sorry, I believe in Jesus. The blade flashed. Lu Jun's head shot into the air. Experience 1000. Sheathing his sword, Xiao Bieli directly tossed Lu Jun's corpse into the rushing river. Host Xiao Bieli. Cultivation level early 6th rank. Martial skills Yijin Jing 26100 Quanfeng Dao method complete. Shan Tai Bao horizontal training skill complete. Tai Bushan complete subtle techniques. Copper skin light as a swallow. Experience points 9550. Pending rewards golden bell shield endless flower ring. Experience points have surpassed 9,000 for the first time. Xiao Bieli looked at the system panel, a smile spreading across his face. Extract. Boom. The cultivation methods for the golden bell shield and endless flower rain appeared in Xiao Bieli's mind, along with the experience of practicing these two martial skills flooding into his consciousness. Golden bell shield 5100, endless flower rain 5100. As I expected, endless flower rain is indeed a hidden weapon technique. First, spend 5,000 experience points to enhance Yijin Jing. Yijin Jing 31,100. Boom. A pure surge of vital energy erupted from his dantian, coursing through his meridians into his limbs and bones. If the vital energy in Xiao Bieli's body before was a small ditch, now it had turned into a large canal. After a moment, he regained his calm. There are still over 4,000 experience points left. I can improve to the next small realm. In that case, let's fully enhance the golden bell shield. Boom. Countless experiences of practicing the golden bell shield surged into Xiao Bieli's mind, as if he had been cultivating it for several decades. Moments later, Xiao Bieli opened his eyes. Thud. As the golden bell shield operated, a faint golden aura enveloped him entirely. With a 50% proficiency in the golden bell shield, I can withstand the palm strikes of someone like Zhou Chang, who is at the peak of the 6th rank. Moreover, unlike Iron Shirt and the 13 bodyguards' horizontal training techniques, the stronger my true chi becomes, the higher its defensive power will be. The golden bell shield dissipated. As for the Heavenly Maiden's flower scatter technique, reaching 50 or 60% proficiency is more than sufficient. As long as I am strong enough, who needs hidden weapons? With this thought, Xiao Bieli identified a direction and quickly departed. As dawn broke, a fishing boat quietly approached the river. Although the 12 linked rings and the Sanjiang Alliance have been clashing fiercely lately, they primarily target merchant ships transporting goods on the Yuan River, leaving small fishing boats relatively unrestricted. Old Jiang has fished on the Yuan River his entire life, setting out before dawn each day and bringing fresh catches to the dock once the sun rises. The nobility always preferred fresh fish, and the price drops significantly once the fish die. This is the spot. Standing on the boat, Old Jiang skillfully retrieved the fishing net and cast it into the river. As he pulled it up, he found only 3 or 4 small fish. However, Old Jiang did not pay it much mind, as even he, a veteran fisherman, could not guarantee a good haul every day. And this was just the first net. He cast the net again. Pulling it up, he felt the weight was considerable, making it a bit of a struggle. A look of joy appeared on Old Jiang's face, but as he pulled the net up, he nearly dropped it. In the net, there was a corpse. This was a bend in the river where he often fished up debris washed down by the current, but in his decades of fishing, it was the first time he had pulled up a body. Old Jiang's heart raced. He looked up to see several floating boards and bodies nearby. Not daring to delay, he pulled the net onto the boat and hurried towards the market. Half an hour later, a boat from the 12 linked rings headed towards the bend. Standing on the boat was a middle-aged man in a blue robe, hands clasped behind his back. His complexion was somewhat pale, and he bore a shallow scar on his right cheek. While not handsome, he possessed a unique charm, a demeanor shaped by the passage of time and experiences in the martial world that commanded respect. This man was none other than Chu Bufan, the 3rd elder of the 12 linked rings. Old Jiang stood beside Chu Bufan and cautiously pointed at the nearby bend, saying, "Elder, this is the spot." Having fished here for many years and knowing that the dock he sold fish at belonged to the 12 linked rings, he was naturally aware of who Chu Bufan was. However, he never expected that just bringing back the corpse would attract Elder Chu himself to come, and he had even been given 20 taels of silver. As a fisherman, he barely earned a few taels of silver each year. Chu Bufan nodded, and the expert from the 12 linked rings standing behind him, Chun Yuan, shouted loudly, "Hurry up!" Moments later, they arrived at the bend. Chun Yuan, who had spoken earlier, lightly stepped onto the boat board, landing on the water's surface. He tapped his toes and landed on a floating board which shot out swiftly. Not moving an inch on the board, he reached the corpses in an instant, scooping up 2 bodies floating in the bend with his palm before leaping back onto the boat. After placing the bodies alongside the one Old Jiang had previously retrieved, Chun Yuan's expression changed slightly. He whispered, "They couldn't have been dead for more than 2 hours." I haven't seen these two before, but this one should be from Baiyun Mountain Manor. From the looks of it, they must have been swept down from a point further upstream. There are likely more than these 3 dead. We haven't received any news about brothers having trouble on the river yesterday. What could the people from Baiyun Mountain Manor be doing on the river? Over the years, the business on the river in Dongjiang County has been controlled by the 12 linked rings. Could it be that Baiyun Mountain Manor intends to intervene? Chu Bufan replied calmly, go gather a group of fishermen and have them fish along the Yuan River. If they can recover any bodies, reward them with 2 taels of silver. Chen Yuan nodded, saying, understood. Old Jiang hurriedly added, Elder, I can help as well. There are very few who can cast nets better than me on the Yuan River. That's 2 taels of silver. He barely earns that much in a month of fishing. Now Elder Chu has given him 20 taels plus his own savings, enough to let his youngest son marry. Go. Half an hour later, on the banks of the Yuan River, in a hastily erected straw shed, around 20 bodies were neatly laid out. It's Zhou Chang. Chen Yuan gazed at the stitched-together head and body of Zhou Chang, his expression grave. Who on earth could have beheaded Zhou Chang? And there are bodies from the Sanjiang Alliance. Could it be that Baiyun Mountain Manor has truly allied with the Sanjiang Alliance? He was a trusted subordinate of Elder Chu and at the late stage of the 6th rank, but he felt he could not compare with Zhou Chang. Zhou Chang's martial skills ranked among the top 5 within the 6th rank of Dongjiang County. Yet now he had become a corpse. Among the corpses, some were wearing the clothes of the Sanjiang Alliance. If Baiyun Mountain Manor has truly allied with them, the 12 linked rings would be in a passive position. It wasn't a beheading. Chu Bufan raised his hand, adjusting Zhou Chang's collar. There are 2 other wounds on his body, but neither is fatal. It seems he was ambushed during a confrontation, poisoned, and then beheaded. Go notify Baiyun Mountain Manor and let them investigate themselves. I will return to the headquarters to inform the Lord about this matter. In Dongha County, Tsang County, 70 miles outside the city, in Xia Town, Xiao Bieli walked into the inn where he had previously killed Han Long. At this moment, the inn's waiter had changed, but the innkeeper recognized Xiao Bieli at first sight, his expression changing drastically. Guess what would you like to eat? The innkeeper approached Xiao Bieli and asked quietly. His family had operated this inn for over 30 years, passed down from his father to him. Growing up in the inn, he had witnessed countless martial conflicts with dozens of people dying within its walls. But never had any incident left such a profound impression on him as the time this young hero killed Han Long. With a swift motion, a head was severed. The original waiter had been so frightened that he dared not stay in the inn. Even their business had suffered considerably, but fortunately the young hero had left behind a substantial amount of silver, and since this was the only inn in Xia Town, business slowly recovered. Unexpectedly, he had returned. The same as before, a pound of cooked beef, 2 side dishes, and a jug of wine. Xiao Bieli said with a faint smile. The innkeeper nodded repeatedly, instructing the waiter, go prepare it. Once the waiter left, the innkeeper clasped his hands in front of Xiao Bieli, saying, Hero, if you intend to punish evil and uphold justice today, could you do it outside my humble establishment? This is a small business. I truly cannot afford the chaos. The shopkeeper need not worry today. I simply pass through and will leave after a meal. Xiao Bieli merely smiled. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper let out a sigh of relief and returned to the counter, though he still glanced occasionally in Xiao Bieli's direction. Xiao Bieli paid no mind, and when the waiter brought the dishes, he began to eat heartily. While Xiao Bieli was eating, 3 figures appeared at the entrance of the inn. They were the Wu Mountain Trio who had crossed paths with Xiao Bieli last time. As the Wu Mountain Trio stepped into the inn, they spotted Xiao Bieli. What a coincidence! The leader of the Wu Mountain Trio thought to himself. When they left Wu Mountain Town, they had intended to head towards the 12 linked hills. However, they had witnessed this young hero single-handedly annihilating Han Long's faction at this very inn. After some time, they still felt the need to venture to the 12 linked hills and make a name for themselves. To their surprise, they encountered this young hero again halfway through their journey. Could this young hero be here to undertake a bounty mission? Although hesitant, the leader of the Wu Mountain Trio approached Xiao Bieli and cupped his hands, saying, Young hero Shun. Xiao Bieli raised his gaze, saw the Wu Mountain Trio, and showed a look of surprise, smiling. What a coincidence. The leader of the Wu Mountain Trio also smiled, saying, It truly is a remarkable coincidence. Each time we brothers attempt to join the 12 linked hills, we encounter young hero Shun. After Xin Lang defeated Han Long, they learned of Shun Lang's identity, and the news of the disappearance of the 6th grade master Han Yuan Shou Zhangcheng from the Wolf Den had spread across half of Dongjiang County, which they naturally had heard. Moreover, it was said that young hero Shun was one of the 4 who escaped alive from the Wolf Den. Meeting by chance is better than an invitation. Since we have met, why not dine together? Xiao Bieli spoke. The Wu Mountain Trio exchanged glances, and the leader said, We greatly admire young hero Shun. We'll treat for this meal, and we hope young hero Shun can give us a chance. The Wu Mountain trio sat down and ordered more food and drinks. At this moment, a new group of guests arrived at the inn led by a man and a woman. The man appeared to be in his 40s dressed in coarse linen, while the woman seemed to be in her 30s clad in a white palace dress stunningly beautiful. 4 armed martial artists followed behind them. Xiao Bieli merely glanced at the 6 individuals before retracting his gaze. These 2 were not simple, all 4 subordinates were at the 7th grade. The man likely possessed martial skills that surpassed Zhou Chang's. Xiao Bieli could faintly detect the bloodstains on them, indicating that they had recently engaged in a fight, their clothes stained with blood with no time for a bath. Quickly serve us your signature dishes. We need to continue our journey after we eat. After the waiter left, the middle-aged man scanned the crowd in the inn, his gaze lingering on Xiao Bieli for a few seconds before moving on. Eat quickly, once we leave Dongjiang County, we will be safe. The Wu Mountain trio also glanced at the group. They had never seen a woman as beautiful as this one before, but they all understood that anyone bold enough to travel with such beauty was certainly not ordinary. However, they quickly averted their gazes, as someone like her was not someone they could covet. The inn had few guests, and the serving speed was quite fast. In no time, a large table of dishes was served. Recently, we brothers have frequently heard of young hero Shun's great name. The Wolf Den colluded with the Sanjiang alliance, and even the Hunyuan Shou senior Zhang fell victim to the Wolf Den. For young hero Shun to emerge unscathed is truly admirable. Indeed, Han Long fell at young hero Shun's hands. All the experts from Song County applauded. Nowadays, there are not many heroes like young hero Shun in the martial world. After 2 drinks, the Wu Mountain trio became less reserved. Listening to the trio's flattery, Xiao Bieli merely smiled and asked, "Are you 3 also heading to join the 12 Linked Hills?" The leader of the Wu Mountain trio, Wu Meng, nodded. "That's right. When we encountered young hero Shun last time, we were already preparing to go, but we were struck by young hero Shun's martial prowess. But now I am already 33 years old, and I have learned my family's martial arts. Having practiced to this point, I feel I have reached my limit. To fight at the 12 Linked Hills and earn some merit might allow me to learn a technique or 2. Even if this is all I achieve in this life, I can pass it on to my son, who might make a name for himself in the martial world in the future." Xiao Bieli shook his head, saying, "The mortal world ebbs and flows like the tide. How many return to the martial world? Sometimes being ordinary isn't a bad thing. Though this world is one of the survival of the fittest, the great Qian dynasty remains strong with martial halls established in various regions. Generally, conflicts in the martial world won't involve ordinary people. What a lamentation for those few who return to the martial world. Unfortunately, some people just cannot grasp this truth." Just then, a loud voice rang out from outside, and over a dozen burly men dressed in black entered the inn, led by a handsome man in his 30s. He looked at the 6 who entered after Xiao Bieli and the others, finally fixing his gaze on the middle-aged man shaking his head, and said, "Uncle, I really can't understand. My 12 Linked Hills have treated you well, why would you betray us?" Upon seeing the man, Wu Meng's expression changed, murmuring, Is it the young leader? Young leader?" Everyone at the table was taken aback. There was only one young leader in Dongjiang County, and that was the young leader of the 12 Linked Hills, Guan Yunpeng. Even Xiao Bieli showed a hint of surprise. Guan Yunpeng's eyes were bright and full of energy, and his aura was powerful, indicating he was also a 6th-grade master. However, he seemed rather ostentatious. Even a 7th-grade martial artist could control their aura, making them appear similar to ordinary people. Guan Yunpeng seemed overly eager to showcase his strength. What else could it be but ostentation? "Eat your meal, finish quickly, and leave." Xiao Bieli glanced at the Wu Mountain trio and reminded them he had been too focused on drinking and hadn't eaten much. If a fight broke out, all the food left on the table would go. The Wu Mountain trio exchanged glances and looked at Xiao Bieli. At this time, could they still eat? "Huh." The middle-aged man smiled, stood up, and looked at Guan Yunpeng coldly, saying, "Betrayal." The 12 Linked Hills were founded by the Guan and Wu families together, from a small gang to what it is now. I cannot understand why for so many years the head of the 12 Linked Hills has always been your family name, Guan. If not for your father constantly targeting us, how could my Wu family have dwindled to just a dozen men? The 7-star begonia is tasteless. Even if a peak 5th-grade master consumes it, they will die violently 3 days later. I saw your father take it. Why is he unharmed? Guan Yunpeng smiled, saying, "Uncle, aren't you curious why no matter where you flee these days we always find?" Wu Ming frowned. Suddenly, a soft and delicate hand pressed against Wu Ming's abdomen. Poof! A powerful palm force struck him, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and stagger back. Wu Ming looked at Lin Rong, who had been sweetly in his embrace just moments ago, with disbelief, saying, "You are one of Guan Tianhui's people." Lin Rong was someone he had saved from a group of mountain bandits 11 years ago and had taught her martial arts. Has Guan Tianwu been planning to eliminate me since 11 years ago? Lin Rong naturally stood beside Guan Yunpeng, watching Wu Ming shake his head, and said, I just feel that you, my husband, have made a mistake, which is why I want to abandon the darkness and embrace the light. Sigh. Guan Yunpeng sighed. Third uncle, you should just come back with me. My father is kind-hearted. Even if you have committed such acts, he definitely will not harm you. Hee. Wu Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Although Lin Rong was only at the peak of the 7th rank, he had been caught off guard just now and was still injured by that palm strike, and he had already been wounded in the previous confrontation. Guan Yunpeng was personally taught by Guan Tianwu. Although his true energy was somewhat weaker, there were still many experts from the 12-linked fort surrounding them, making it difficult for him to escape in his current state. But he had no intention of surrendering. Bang! He suddenly stomped on the ground, his palms flying as he charged toward Guan Yunpeng. A hint of derision appeared on Guan Yunpeng's face. The reason his father had not taken action against Wu Ming was that Wu Ming's father had been too esteemed while alive. Now many experts from the 12-linked fort had benefited from the Wu family. If Wu Ming chose to give up resistance and return with him, he would likely just have his martial arts abolished and be allowed to live out his days in peace. But now that Wu Ming was actively attacking, if he accidentally killed Wu Ming, it seemed not to be a big issue. Buzz. Wu Ming's strike had the power to shatter stone. As he attacked, the air was explosively compressed. At the instant Wu Ming struck, the 4 experts sitting beside him loyal to him also struck out, targeting the people around Guan Yunpeng. They aimed to create an opportunity for Wu Ming to escape. Seeing Wu Ming charging in, Guan Yunpeng's expression did not change in the slightest. He stepped forward and met the strike with a palm of his own. But Wu Ming's body suddenly turned midair, brushing past Guan Yunpeng's hand and lunging directly at Lin Rong's face changed dramatically, her body retreating continuously until she backed against the table near Xiao Bieli and the others. Seeing Wu Ming's palm about to hit her, Lin Rong gathered her inner strength and reached out toward Wu Ming, the leader of the 3 heroes of Wushan. Wu Ming's face changed drastically. This woman actually wanted him to be a shield. Lin Rong's speed was too fast. He had no time to dodge and could only watch helplessly as that jade hand reached for him. But just as he despaired, whoosh, a flash of knife light suddenly appeared. Thud! An arm shot up into the sky, blood splattering all over Wu Ming. The previous scene occurred too suddenly. Even Guan Yunpeng and Wu Ming were startled by the knife light and retreated in time. Ah! A heartbreaking scream escaped Lin Rong's lips. Only then did Guan Yunpeng react, looking at Lin Rong with her severed arm, his face darkening as he said, Kid, are you meddling in my affairs? Lin Rong clutched her severed arm, her eyes filled with resentment as she fiercely said, Kill him. Guan Yunpeng ignored Lin Rong, only looking at Xiao Bieli at this moment, realizing that the person before him looked somewhat familiar. You are Shun Lang. Previously, due to the matter with the Celestial Wolf Village, he had heard of Shun Lang's name. What truly made him remember Shun Lang was the news he received earlier that morning that Shun Lang, alongside Han Wuyin, had killed Sun Changhe, the leader of the Changhe gang in Lichuan County. But he did not expect to encounter Shun Lang here. At this time, Shun Lang should still be in Linshui County, right? Although Shun Lang was only at the peak of the 7th rank, it was said that his mixed martial arts skills were enough to break through even the mid-stage 6th rank Sun Changhe. Xiao Bieli shook his head. I have always avoided trouble and do not like to meddle in others' affairs. But Wu Ming is my friend who I cannot just stand by and watch her use Wu Ming's body to block this palm, can I? Upon hearing this, the 3 heroes of Wushan felt a surge of emotion. They had only met Shun Lang a couple of times, so naturally they could not be considered friends, but now Shun Lang was willing to offend the 12-linked fort for them. Shun Lang truly deserved to be someone willing to spend silver to buy news from Jiangshan Pavilion to uphold justice. Completely different from those hypocrites in the martial world. Guan Yunpeng, will you take action or not? Kill him. Kill him. Lin Rong shouted sharply. Guan Yunpeng's gaze flickered. His relationship with Lin Rong was not simple, but Shun Lang's earlier strike made him feel apprehensive. Moreover, today, he primarily aimed to deal with Wu Ming. If he were to eliminate Shun Lang as well, it might be somewhat difficult. Wu Ming glanced at Xiao Bieli and smiled. Shun Lang, now you have also offended Guan Yunpeng. Why don't we join forces and keep Guan Yunpeng here? Guan Yunpeng's expression tightened, suddenly showing a smile as he said, Shun Lang, there is no enmity between us that cannot be resolved. If you leave now, my 12-linked fort will not cause you any trouble. Lin Rong, filled with disbelief, shouted sharply. You want to let him go? After everything I've done for you, I lose an arm, and you want to let this person go? If you dare to let him leave, I will let everyone know that you have an affair with the woman who is sworn brothers with your father. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The people in the inn were shocked, but then their faces turned pale. Guan Yunpeng was the young deputy leader of the 12-linked fort, the future leader of the 12-linked fort. If his relationship with Lin Rong were to leak out, not only would the elders of the 12-linked fort have opinions about Guan Yunpeng, but the entire 12-linked fort might also become the laughingstock of Donjiang Prefecture. Sometimes knowing too much was not a good thing. Wu Ming was so furious that his lips turned white, pointing at Lin Rong as he trembled. Vile woman. In order to marry Lin Rong, he had heartlessly divorced his first wife only to receive a green hat in return. If Lin Rong was someone sent to him by Guan Tianwu, he would feel a bit better. What nonsense are you talking about? Guan Yunpeng shouted angrily. He had not expected that Lin Rong would expose their illicit relationship. He. Lin Rong's face was crazed as she spoke harshly. What? Do you want to kill me? You were the one who provoked me first, and now you're scared. Now everyone in the inn knows about our relationship. If you don't kill them all tomorrow, your scandal will spread throughout the entire Donjiang Prefecture. Guan Yunpeng looked at Xiao Bieli coldly, saying, as long as Brother Shin swears not to spread the news he hears today, I can still let you leave. Today he still had to deal with Wu Ming first. As for Xin Lang, after eliminating Wu Ming, he could then focus on him. With the influence of the 12-linked fort in Donjiang Prefecture, dealing with Xin Lang would not be difficult. Xiao Bieli said, what about them? Guan Yunpeng shook his head. I trust Brother Shun, but I don't trust them. Wu Ming quickly said, Xin Lang, you don't have to worry about us. After saying this, he took off the silver and weapons on him and handed them to Xiao Bieli, saying, please help me return these items. My home is in. Before Wu Ming could finish speaking, Xiao Bieli shook his head and interrupted him. You should take these things back yourself. Guan Yunpeng coldly said, so it seems Brother Shin truly intends to become my enemy. Xiao Bieli shook his head. As long as you let the person go, I naturally will not oppose the young deputy leader. Swish. Before Xiao Bieli's words were finished, Guan Yunpeng shot out like lightning, pointing a finger at Xiao Bieli's chest. This finger, carrying fierce true energy, was enough to pierce through gold and shatter stone. However, Xiao Bieli's expression showed no change, also pointing a finger out. Bang! The two fingers collided. A tremendous force surged, causing Guan Yunpeng to retreat 3 steps, while Xiao Bieli pretended to stagger back 2 steps. At this moment, a sudden sound of galloping hooves was heard. Kill! Joy appeared in Guan Yunpeng's eyes as he shouted fiercely, attack together. Leave no one alive. Kill without mercy. Clang! Clang! In an instant, all the experts of the 12-linked rings acted almost simultaneously. Charge breakout. Wu Ming waved his hand, leading 4 7th-grade subordinates towards the inn's main door. Though he was heavily injured with Xin Lang blocking Guan Yunpeng, he still had hope to escape. With this thought, Wu Ming no longer hesitated and rushed out of the inn. Ding dang! Guan Yunpeng's subordinates fought desperately to block the attack. Guan Yunpeng stepped forward and pointed, releasing a burst of energy as swift as lightning. Wu Ming also struck out with a palm. Boom! He was forced back 3 steps by that single finger, while Guan Yunpeng only retreated 1 step. Seeing that Xiao Bieli had no intention of joining the fight, Wu Ming hurriedly shouted, Xin Xiaoxia, let's strike together. This is the only way we can survive. At that moment, more than 10 people arrived at the inn's main door, led by a thin old man with white hair. Upon seeing the old man, Guan Yunpeng smiled and said, Elder Lien, you have finally arrived. You hold off Xin Lang, and I will capture my 3rd uncle first. Guan Yunpeng knew that although Lien Yinxin was his father's trusted aide, he might not dare to kill Wu Ming. After all, killing Wu Ming would surely offend those experts who had benefited from the Wu family. Xin Lang. Lien Yinxin furrowed his brow. He had heard this name before. Recently, Xin Lang had emerged not only in Tianlang village, but also killed 7-fingered divine eagle Sun Changhe in Yichuan County, albeit with the help of others. But how could Xin Lang have allied himself with Wu Ming? Over the years, Wu Ming's petty schemes had made the Wu family a thorn in the side of the leader. However, he did not take Xin Lang seriously. He was merely a peak 7th-grade fighter with some unorthodox skills. If it weren't for Han Wein's intervention, Xin Lang would not have been able to kill Sun Changhe. Lien Yinxin looked at Xiao Bieli and shook his head. Xin Lang, I do not care what your background is, but in Donjiang County, offending my 12-linked rings is ultimately unwise. I never intended to offend the 12-linked rings. It's just that we have learned about the secret affair between your young deputy and his aunt. He is likely unwilling to let me go. Lien Yunxin frowned, glancing at Lin Rong, who stood in the corner with a severed arm. His brow relaxed. This time, they had brought only trusted aides, who as long as they eliminated everyone in the inn, there would be no trouble. Lien Yunxin said, sometimes knowing too much can indeed bring a lot of trouble. In the next life, don't. Xiao Bieli shook his head and replied nonchalantly, sometimes the trouble you see may not be a problem for me. Besides, I haven't finished this life yet, so I won't consider the next one for now. In the next moment, Lien Yunxin struck fiercely. Clang! The long knife at Lien Yunxin's waist was drawn. Although he was thin, his attack was overwhelming, causing the 3 heroes of Wushan behind Xiao Bieli to change color. True energy left the body. This elder Lien was also a 6th-grade expert. No matter how powerful Shen Xiaoxia was once Guan Yunpeng captured Wu Ming, the two of them together would be impossible for Shen Xiaoxia to resist. A sharp flash of the blade suddenly appeared before Xiao Bieli. The old ginger is indeed more pungent. You are indeed a bit stronger than Guan Yunpeng. Xiao Bieli's expression showed no change. Faced with Lin Yongxin's full-strength strike, he did not even think of drawing his red-sleeve knife, simply pointing. The energy shot out swiftly, hitting the weak point of the blade light. Bang! The blade light shattered. Lin Yongxin's expression tightened. The intel from Yijin County indicated that Xiao Bieli's greatest strength was his swordsmanship and unorthodox martial arts, but that single point just now easily shattered his blade light. If he were to be hit by that finger, his tendons and bones would surely break. We must end this quickly. With this thought, swish, swish, swish. Lin Yongxin's knife moved even faster, and amidst the flashing blade light, he had already attacked more than 20 times, causing tables and benches to shatter. Xiao Bieli merely defended with the blade sheath, occasionally pointing to block Lin Yongxin's knife. Why aren't you drawing your knife? Lin Yunxin shouted angrily. He felt uneasy. Shen Lang was not at all like the legends. He was simply an outstanding practitioner of unorthodox martial arts. He sensed that Shen Lang had already stepped into the 6th grade. A 6th grade fighter so young had not appeared in Dongjiang County for decades. Shen Lang even had the chance to ascend the dragon and tiger rankings in the future. Xiao Bieli shook his head. Once I draw my knife, you won't even have the chance to finish that set of knife techniques. The three heroes of Wushan were shocked. Shen Xiaoxia had exchanged so many moves with a 6th grade expert, yet hadn't even drawn his blade. Could it be that Shen Xiaoxia was also a 6th grade expert? No wonder facing Guan Yunpeng's threat, Shen Xiaoxia chose to protect them. It turned out he had confidence. Since you want me to draw my knife, then I shall fulfill your wish. Xiao Bieli sighed lightly. The commotion outside had quieted down. It was time to resolve the battle. Now, with an added golden bell shield, even the peak 6th grade, Zhou Chang could not injure him, let alone Lin Yunxin, who was far inferior. Clang! The red sleeve knife was drawn. Xiao Bieli's eyes suddenly became fierce, and his unorthodox martial arts were pushed to the extreme, making him appear 2 points taller. 5 tigers break the door, felling the lion. As the red sleeve knife swung down, the crimson blade energy descended like a mighty blow. Kill! Lin Yunxin also let out a furious roar, channeling his true energy, gripping the knife tightly and thrusting upwards. Clang! A crisp sound echoed. The long knife forged from fine iron in Lin Yongxin's hand broke in response, and under Xiao Bieli's overwhelming strike, his body split apart like tofu. Crash! Blood and entrails spilled all over the ground. Experience 2000. Blade Drawing Technique 1. Oh ho! Has he leveled up again? Ugh! The three heroes of Wushan, along with the innkeeper and the waiter, all vomited at once, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Xiao Bieli. They had seen methods of killing before, but such terrifying displays were a first for them. Xiao Bieli ignored them lightly, stepping forward and dashed out the door. Block him! Seeing Xiao Bieli emerge, Lin Rong's eyes filled with hatred as she shouted sharply. At this moment, among Wu Ming's 4 experts, 1 had already died, and the remaining 3 were controlled. Only Wu Ming and Guan Yunpeng were still fighting, but Wu Ming was already being firmly suppressed by Guan Yunpeng, blood continuously flowing from the corner of his mouth, clearly unable to hold on much longer. As Lin Rong's voice sounded kill, several experts from the 12 linked rings charged fiercely towards Xiao Bieli. Xiao Bieli's expression showed neither joy nor sorrow. Whoosh! The red sleeve knife was drawn once again. Whoosh! 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 With a single slash, the fierce blade energy pierced through the air, sending the 6 experts from the 12 linked rings who charged at him, flying, blood splattering. Experience 100. Experience 500. Experience 1000. 6th rank. He is a 6th rank expert. A 7th rank martial artist from the 12 linked docks who had been guarding against Wu Ming's escape cried out in disbelief, his face pale with shock. Who could have imagined that Shen Lang was a 6th rank expert? Meanwhile, those of the 12 linked docks standing nearer the inn's entrance peered inside and beheld a corpse cleaved cleanly in 2 upon the floor. Trembling, they shrieked, "Elder Lien! Elder Lien is dead!" What? Everyone recoiled in stunned silence. How could this be? Had Elder Lien truly fallen to Shen Lang's hand in such a short span? Lin Rong instinctively stepped back twice, forgetting entirely that the man before her, the one who had severed her arm, was now infinitely more terrifying. If Elder Lien had not lasted even a moment against Shen Lang, then even Guan Yunpeng stood little chance. Guan Yunpeng's expression too tightened with alarm, the force behind his strikes visibly waned, and his gaze flickered repeatedly toward Xiao Bieli, bracing for an unexpected assault. Only Wu Ming wore a faint smile as he called out, "Young Master Shen, come. Let us join forces and eliminate Guan Yunpeng. Once we leave Dongjiang Commandery, they'll never find us." My father is the sect master of the 12 linked docks. Guan Yunpeng roared. If you dare lay a hand on me, there will be no refuge for you anywhere in Dongjiang Commandery. No, you cannot possibly escape Dongjiang Commandery if you kill me. Leave now and I swear the 12 linked docks will pursue you no further. I had no intention of interfering in your affairs. Until you moved against me without warning, Xiao Bieli said, shaking his head. After Elder Lien arrived, you acted as though my fate were already sealed. Now the advantage lies with me, and yet you resort to threats. Were I to spare you, it would seem I feared the 12 linked docks themselves. The final word had barely left his lips when Xiao Bieli shot forward like lightning. Stop him. Guan Yunpeng's eyes widened in panic. With a sharp jab of his finger, he pointed straight at Wu Ming. At once the elite martial artists of the 12 linked docks charged fearlessly toward Xiao Bieli. They were all loyal retainers of Guan Tianwu, and knew full well that should Guan Yunpeng fall, their own lives, and even those of their families, would be forfeit. A flash of steel. Then several more corpses slumped onto the ground. Xiao Bieli lightly tapped his foot against a fallen longsword, sending it leaping into his palm. With a single fingertips touch, the blade shattered into over a dozen fragments. With a subtle tremor of his wrist, they streaked forth like arrows toward the remaining foes. You think to flee? You'll need my permission first. Wu Ming abruptly gathered his inner energy and met the incoming strike with a palm thrust. Boom! A shockwave of terrifying force erupted outward. A spray of blood burst from his mouth. Wu Ming staggered backward 2 steps while Guan Yunpeng used the recoil to whirl around and retreat, vanishing in an instant beyond 30 meters. Shii. At that very moment, a shrill whistling pierced the air beside Guan Yunpeng's ear, growing louder, sharper, imminently lethal. Without hesitation, he spun, only to see dozens of razor-sharp sword and blade fragments hurtling toward him. Huh! Guan Yunpeng bellowed, surging his inner energy into his palm, then struck outward with devastating force. Boom! The air before him detonated. The blade fragments hurled by Xiao Bieli's flower-scattering palm technique and prodigious strength exploded outward in all directions under that titanic blow. Yet even as they scattered, Xiao Bieli materialized, within 3 chi of Guan Yunpeng. Wu Ming surged forward in pursuit. Seeing escape impossible, Guan Yunpeng's eyes hardened with ruthless resolve. He pressed his index and middle fingers together and stabbed forward. Spiraling chi coalesced at his fingertips, a drill-like vortex of destructive force. Star Shatter Finger. Stellar Radiant Strike. This was the ancestral art of the Guan family. Stellar Radiant Strike, the deadliest of its 13-finger techniques. If this strike crippled Shenlang, perhaps he still might slip away. Faced with that thrust, Xiao Bieli's expression remained utterly serene, neither joy nor sorrow stirring across his features, as he too extended a single finger. Boom! A thunderclap rang out. Violent chi rippled outward, whipping Xiao Bieli's robes violently skyward. Guan Yunpeng felt a crushing force slam into his hand. His 2 fingers bent at grotesque angles, clearly shattered. Sputter! 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 He reeled backward, 3 paces, blood gushing from his mouth, his face ashen, knees buckling, until he dropped to 1 knee. Xiao Bieli himself took a single step back, just as Wu Ming closed in behind him within 1 chi, shouting, "Young Master Shen, I'll finish him." Xiao Bieli's brow furrowed. But as Wu Ming rushed past him toward Guan Yunpeng, he suddenly pivoted and drove a full-force palm strike straight into Xiao Bieli's chest. It came without warning. Not even Xiao Bieli had anticipated it. No time to evade. But his inner energy surged, manifesting a shimmering golden cauldron of chi around his body. Tum! Wu Ming's desperate blow slammed into the golden bell, ripples cascading across its surface. Stunned disbelief flooded Wu Ming's face as he recoiled, but it was already too late. Xiao Bieli clenched his right fist, thumb extended, launching the great strength Vajra finger directly at Wu Ming. In desperation, Wu Ming summoned every ounce of chi coating his palm in luminous energy to meet the strike. Boom! Wu Ming staggered backward repeatedly, clutching his bleeding right hand with his left. Xiao Bieli stood motionless, blade in hand, and asked with unnerving sincerity, "Are you truly an idiot?" "What?" Wu Ming froze. Though he did not know the meaning of Shabi, he sensed instantly it bore no kind. Yet he forced a servile smile. "Young Master Shin, just now I was possessed, bewitched. I struck you only to suppress word of that woman betraying me. Young Master Shun, if only you would." His plea died mid-sentence, cut off by a flash of crimson steel, the 5 tigers severing gate saber art. White tiger leaps the gorge. Wu Ming barely managed to raise his chi, crossing his arms. In the next instant, a scream tore from Wu Ming's throat as the scarlet sleeve blade sheared through both arms. A thin crimson line split his forehead, and he crumpled lifelessly to the floor. Guan Yunpeng's mind jolted. "You cannot kill me. You've already angered the Sanjiang alliance. If you slay me, no corner of the two commanderies will shelter you. Spurt. Guan Yunpeng's head soared skyward. Xiao Bieli searched both bodies. Guan Yunpeng carried nothing of value, but Wu Ming bore a thick stack of silver notes, 101,000 taels each, totaling 6 or 7,000 taels. He also carried a small pouch of gold leaf and a manual of the sky-rending palm technique. Xiao Bieli stowed all these into his satchel and turned toward the inn. Inside, the inn lay in ruins. Only the innkeeper, his apprentice, and the Wushan triad remained. The innkeeper and apprentice trembled in silent dread, while the triad paced restlessly, unable to conceal their unease. Seeing Xiao Bieli approach, the Wushan triad exhaled in relief. Wu Ming spoke first. Young Master Shun, you must flee at once. With such chaos unleashed, Dongjiang Commandery will soon descend into utter turmoil. The innkeeper collapsed onto the floor, whispering hoarsely, all is lost, utterly lost. Xiao Bieli swept his gaze across the room, then placed several silver ingots upon the counter and said calmly to the innkeeper, you are but an ordinary man. Once the 12 link docs learn the assassin's identity, they will not trouble you. The innkeeper looked up at Xiao Bieli and gave a bitter smile. Young Master Shun, if not for you, I'd have perished beneath the young sect master's hand. Rest assured, I shall never betray you. The Wushan triad nodded gravely. After this, we returned to Wushan town to live in seclusion. This martial world, this Jianghu, is far too perilous for us. Young Master Shin, though we are no heroes, we are certainly no traitors who sell out our benefactors. Xiao Bieli shook his head. You misunderstand me. Should the 12 link docs arrive, simply tell them the killer was me. My traces remain upon these bodies. It cannot be concealed. Remember, place all blame squarely upon me. With that, Xiao Bieli turned and strode out the gate. Wu Ming suddenly felt weight settle into his palm, without noticing when the manual of the sky-rending palm had appeared there. His face paled, exchanging glances with his brothers. He swiftly concealed it within his sleeve. Outside, Xiao Bieli seized one of the horses brought by the 12 link docs and rode swiftly toward Dongjiang Commandery City. Upon leaving Xia Town, he arrived at the riverbank where he had enhanced his martial arts after slaying Han Long. Cultivation level mid-6th rank. Martial arts, Yijin Jing, 31100 Hurricane Blade Technique Perfection, 13 Bodyguards, Horizontal Training Perfection, Iron Cloth Shirt Perfection, Cloud Ladder Technique Perfection. 5 Tigers Break the Door Blade Perfection, Golden Bell Shield, 50100 Mighty Diamond Finger, 10100 Subtle Techniques, Copper Skin, and Light as a Swallow. Experience points 9860. Pending Claim Blade Drawing Technique. Blade Drawing Technique. Xiao Bieli gazed at the pending blade drawing technique on the panel and softly said, extract. Boom. Countless methods of practicing the blade drawing technique surged into his mind alongside a wealth of experience, as if he had been practicing it for a long time. After a moment, Xiao Bieli opened his eyes and murmured, it truly is Fu Hongsu's blade drawing technique. It's just a simple move of drawing the blade, striking, and sheathing it. However, with only 5% proficiency, it essentially requires 2 to 3 years of daily practice to achieve this level of skill. The experience points are considerable. Let me first elevate my realm. Consume 5,000 experience points to enhance Yijin Jing. Realm late 6th rank. A surge of pure true energy burst forth from his dantian, flowing into Xiao Bieli's limbs and meridians, and within moments the governor meridian was opened. He reached late 6th rank. Exhaling, Xiao Bieli released a puff of turbid air, white gas escaping his mouth, dissipating into a thin mist half a meter away. There are 4,800 experience points left, and even if I enhance the Golden Bell Shield, it won't reach maximum level. First, it'll consume 1,000 experience points to enhance blade drawing technique. Boom. Countless experiences of drawing and sheathing the blade flooded into Xiao Bieli's mind, as if he had drawn and sheathed the blade tens of thousands of times in that instant. His palms, already calloused from mastering 2 blade techniques, developed yet another layer of callus. Blade drawing technique, 15,100. Swish. The blade flashed, severing branches above him, which fell to the ground in pieces. The speed of drawing the blade has increased by 20%. An ordinary swordsman at the same realm simply cannot withstand my strike. With this thought, Xiao Bieli softly said, consume all experience points to enhance blade drawing technique. Boom. That sensation surged again, and both of Xiao Bieli's hands felt hot. Blade drawing technique, 53,100. At this moment, deep in the mountains of Linshu County, Han Wuyin spat out blood, staggering. The white-spotted tiger Qinshing's martial arts are indeed formidable. I wonder if Xin Lang is being pursued over there. He left before me and encountered Qinshing on the road, escaping only now. If the Three Rivers Alliance sent more than one Qinshing, Xin Lang would undoubtedly be in danger. Bayan Mountain Manor. In the conference hall lay a dozen corpses. The atmosphere was heavy. Only 4 people stood in the conference hall by Tian Song, the Manor Master, Wei Yong, the second Manor Master, and 2 6th-rank elders. They looked at the corpses on the ground, their expressions grave. Wei Yong spoke. Zhou Chang was poisoned first, then decapitated by someone. I found these fine needles on the corpse coated with deadly poison. Even if he hadn't been decapitated, Zhou Chang wouldn't have survived. Moreover, as far as I know, these breaking wind needles are a unique secret weapon of the Liu family, extremely difficult to manufacture, and the poison is designed to seal the throat upon contact with blood, making it very hard to concoct. An elder interjected, "Are you implying that Liu Jun killed the 3rd Manor Master? But Liu Jun is dead too. And he died at the hands of a master of blade techniques." Bai Tiansong turned to Wei Yong and asked, "Could it be that the one behind Xiao Bieli whom Liu Jun was seeking struck?" Wei Yong shook his head. "This blade wound looks somewhat like Shenlang's work. It's identical to the wounds on the 2 bandit leaders Zhou Chang brought back from Dogzi Ridge." Bai Tiansong frowned. "But Shenlang is merely at the peak of 7th rank. How could he kill Zhou Chang?" Wei Yong sighed. "If Zhou Chang were at his peak, Shenlang could not have killed him. However, if Zhou Chang was afflicted by the breaking wind needles, even a random 7th-rank master could kill him, let alone a blade expert like Shenlang. I suspect that Zhou Chang and Liu Jun had a conflict leading to Zhou Chang clashing with that 6th-rank expert by Liu Jun, while Liu Jun used the breaking wind needles to ambush him, and ultimately Shenlang reaped the benefit." Bai Tiansong shook his head. "Let's not speak of this anymore outside these walls. After all, that Song Yuan's sword sect is at its peak, and the Liu family is not someone we can afford to offend. Thus Zhou Chang must have died at Shenlang's hands. Notify everyone to search for Shenlang's whereabouts with all their might. Anyone who finds him will be rewarded 1,000 taels. Anyone who brings back Shenlang's head will be rewarded 5,000 taels." An hour later in Xiahe town, all the residents tightly closed their doors and windows, too afraid to venture outside. They had all heard of the bloody incident that happened at the inn an hour ago, where the deceased was the young leader of the 12 linked docks. Who would dare approach now? Clop, clop, clop. A rapid sound of galloping hooves echoed as over 100 riders entered Xiahe town, surrounding the inn. Guan Tianwu looked at the ground littered with corpses, his face grim. A master from the 12 linked docks hurried over, cupping his fists at Guan Tianwu respectfully. "Leader, we found the corpse of the young leader ahead. The timing aligns after the incident on the river and arriving at Xiahe town. But I wonder where the young deputy master and brother Wu have provoked Shenlang." Chu Bufan looked at Wu Ming's corpse and shook his head. He had only been invited to join the 12 linked rings a few years ago and had no connection to Wu Ming. Although Wu Ming was only at the 6th rank, his surname being Wu granted him a significant status in the 12 linked rings. Now that Wu Ming is dead, it likely causes a greater uproar than Guan Yunpeng's death. Guan Tianwu looked at the shopkeeper coldly and said, "Tell me everything you saw. Why did Shenlang go after my son so ruthlessly?" The shopkeeper trembled, gritted his teeth, and replied, "I'm not sure about the specifics, but initially it was the young deputy master, and this Master Wu, who had a conflict at the inn, and Shenlang was not allowed to leave, which led to the confrontation. Shenlang first killed someone, then left the inn. I don't know what happened after that." Hearing this, many were stunned. The young deputy master and elder Wu had a conflict. What's going on? Nonsense. Guan Tianwu shouted coldly, causing the shopkeeper to kneel on the ground, not daring to move. "Investigate." Guan Tianwu narrowed his eyes and said frostily, "Go find out who Shenlang really is." "Yes," responded 2 trusted aides, quickly turning to leave. Guan Tianwu then looked at Chu Bufan, narrowing his eyes as he asked, "What step do you think Shenlang has reached in his martial arts? At such a young age, possessing such strength in the future?" Chu Bufan shook his head. "As long as he hasn't practiced some kind of treasure-gathering method, reaching this level at such a young age means as long as he doesn't meet an early demise, he is destined to leave his name on the Dragon Tiger ranking. If that's the case, then he cannot be allowed to live." Just then a light sound of someone stepping on branches was heard. Chu Bufan suddenly turned his head and struck in the direction of the sound with a palm. Boom! The fierce palm force sliced through the air. Bang! A loud sound echoed, and a figure was forced out by Chu Bufan's palm. Jianghua. Seeing the true identity of the newcomer, Chu Bufan said coldly, "You have some nerve to come alone to my Dongjiang county." Scholar Jianghua chuckled and said, "I floated down the river from a nearby county last night, but unfortunately I was a step late, or perhaps this great calamity wouldn't have occurred." "Do you all know Shenlang's true identity?" "True identity?" Chu Bufan replied coldly. "Are you suggesting you know Shenlang's background?" Guan Tianwu also spoke coldly. "Speak of everything you know, otherwise you won't be able to leave today." Jiang Hua smiled. "Guan Deputy Master, at least at this moment we have a common enemy. Shenlang has also killed members of my Sanjiang alliance. If we the Sanjiang alliance and you the 12 linked rings can't deal with a Shenlang, we will become the laughingstock of the future. Chu Bufan frowned. Spare us the nonsense. Jiang Hua grinned and said, have you heard of the name Xiao Bieli? Guan Tianwu looked at Chu Bufan, clearly having never heard of it. Chu Bufan frowned and said, Lu Jun seems to be looking for Xiao Bieli. No, wait. Lu Jun died on the river yesterday. Are you implying Shenlang is Xiao Bieli? But Xiao Bieli is only 17 years old. How could it possibly be Shenlang? A 6th rank at 21 has the qualification to ascend the Dragon Tiger ranking, but a 6th rank at 17 is different. Even among the top sects, they could become true disciples or even be accepted as direct disciples by powerful sect members. Guan Tianwu's expression became serious as he coldly asked, you're not deceiving me, are you? Jiang Hua shook his head. There's no benefit in lying to you about this matter. Yesterday, one of my Sanjiang alliance members narrowly survived, and he heard this with his own ears. Moreover, Lu Jun was indeed looking for Xiao Bieli with a tracking talisman. What are the odds that Shenlang and Xiao Bieli appeared on the same ship? Shenlang and Xiao Bieli are the same person. Now the enmity between your 12 linked rings and Xiao Bieli is even deeper than ours in the Sanjiang alliance. You should be clear about what a 17-year-old 6th rank represents. Thus, Guan Deputy Master, you should eliminate Xiao Bieli as soon as possible. If this kind of genius grows, everyone will be in trouble. After saying this, Jiang Hua lightly leaped and headed off into the distance. Guan Tianwu clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, spread the news that Shenlang is Xiao Bieli and put a bounty on him throughout the county. A day later, after the young deputy master Guan Yunpeng was killed by Shenlang, the news of Shenlang being Xiao Bieli spread. The entire Dongjiang County was in an uproar. At the Zuihua Building's main hall, Shenlang is the Xiao Bieli that Baishan Villa has been searching for over a month. I once thought Shenlang was a young hero of Dongjiang County. Who would have thought he turned out to be such a treacherous person? Haha, such a prodigy. Did they really think he was as they claimed? Indeed. If I had stepped into the 6th rank at 17, what kind of woman wouldn't I be able to have? You don't know if some people prefer sister-in-law types. Now that Xiao Bieli has killed the young deputy master Guan Yunpeng and elder Wu Ming, he has completely offended the 12 linked rings. It even seems that the 3 masters of Baishan Villa have also fallen at his hands. Xiao Bieli is likely doomed. However, Xiao Bieli's martial arts are indeed impressive. Even the 3 masters, Zhou Chong, died at his hands. Have you heard? Now the outside world has given Xiao Bieli a notorious title, Bloodblade Diamond. Why is he called Bloodblade Diamond? You see, Xiao Bieli wields a crimson blade. The more blood it draws, the redder it becomes. Moreover, Xiao Bieli possesses a terrifying martial art style, fighting like a diamond. Han Wuyin listened to the surrounding conversations, raised his cup, and drank it all in one go. Shenlang is Xiao Bieli. So did I really take the blame for him that night? Recalling the events in Lichuan County, he felt a bit gloomy. He had thought he was taking the blame for someone else, but it turned out he was taking the blame for Xiao Bieli. However, without Xiao Bieli's intervention, with his current strength, finding an opportunity to kill Sun Changhe would be quite challenging, and success was not guaranteed. Han Wuyin murmured, Bloodblade Diamond, this nickname is indeed fierce, but it doesn't sound like a good person. Originally offending one Sanjiang alliance is dangerous enough. Now both the 12 linked rings and Baishan Villa are looking for him. It will be hard for him to escape from Dongjiang County. Should I make an introduction? But if he joins my blood-clothes tower in the future, forget it. I should first find out Xiao Bieli's whereabouts and ask for his opinion. Dongjiang County. At the Jinwu Hall, a young man dressed in blue with a face as handsome as jade stood by the window on the 2nd floor of Jinwu Hall, looking at the information in his hand. He turned to Zhu Shou and asked, is this the reliable person you recommended to me? Zhu Shou had beads of sweat dripping down his forehead and replied, Young master, I didn't know Shenlang was Xiao Bieli. He only sought tasks from notorious individuals when he was at my Jinwu Hall, and he was also willing to buy information at Jianshan Pavilion. So, young master, if Xiao Bieli doesn't work out, shall I find you someone reliable? Zhu Shou whispered, although there aren't many martial arts experts in Dongjiang County, finding 2 or 3 6th-tier masters shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, given your status, they won't dare to act recklessly. Although it was unclear what specific status this young master held, even the leader of the town martial hall in Dongjiang County treated him with utmost respect, indicating that he was undoubtedly someone sent from above. The handsome young master looked at the documents in his hand and suddenly said, is Xiao Bieli still engaged to Lin Qingyuan? Zhu Shou hurriedly replied, according to what is said outside, that should be the case. The Lin family was also in Lichuan County back then, and Miss Lin was noticed by a master from the Tsungyuan sword sect who was passing through and was taken back to the sect. The Lin family has since relocated to Qingzhou, and the two families have had no contact since. The handsome young master placed the documents on the table and smiled lightly, saying, "If there's any news about Xiao Bieli, notify me immediately. I want to see if when Xiao Bieli grows up and appears in the Tsungyuan sword sect, some people will regret their previous." Zhu Shou felt a slight tremor in his heart. The Tsungyuan sword sect was one of the 9 sects and 6 gangs of the martial world with terrifying strength. Did the young master imply that it was the people from the Tsungyuan sword sect who targeted Xiao Bieli? Was the Tsungyuan sword sect planning to break up the couple? However, it was said that Miss Lin had already become a true disciple of the Tsungyuan sword sect. Given Xiao Bieli's previous reputation, it would not be surprising if they sought to break them apart. Yes, Zhu Shou replied. The leader has already gone to investigate Xiao Bieli's whereabouts. However, Baiyun Mountain Manor and the 12 linked rings have also contacted us, hoping that we would inform them if we have news about Xiao Bieli. The handsome young master shook his head lightly and said, "Don't worry about them. If there's news about Xiao Bieli, I will go see him personally." In the meantime, in Song County, at a small tavern, Xiao Bieli sat in the corner. Now that his identity was exposed, he no longer needed to maintain the face of Xin Lang. After all, he had perfected several horizontal training martial arts, and his facial features had changed slightly. Currently, the streets were filled with images from before he had practiced horizontal training. Though he still bore some resemblance at first glance, it was quite difficult to associate him with the person in the images. Bloodblade King Kong. He downed a cup of wine in one go, feeling somewhat displeased. People in the martial world had titles like Righteous and Virtuous or Thief Prince, but his title had turned into Bloodblade King Kong. If this continued, he felt he would be forced into the ranks of those who walked the demonic path. In Deqian, being labeled as such was not a good thing. Just like the current 8 demonic gates, they all survived in the impoverished regions of Deqian, while the wealthy regions were occupied by those righteous sects. At that moment outside the tavern, 2 sneaky figures occasionally peeked inside, seemingly trying to confirm. "Waiter bill, please." Xiao Bieli tossed a few small silver coins on the table and turned to walk out of the tavern. He mounted his horse and galloped towards the outskirts of Song County. However, before Xiao Bieli could leave Song County, a group of martial artists armed with weapons stopped him at the... Xiao Bieli looked at the group of martial artists and shook his head, saying, "What do you mean by this?" By now, many onlookers had gathered at the city gate. Even the leader of the Spirit Snake Gang, Jibang Zhu, is here. Who exactly is this young man? They were puzzled as to why people from the Spirit Snake Gang would come out in full force to stop a young hero who appeared to be only 17 or 18. No wonder Jibang Zhu would take action personally. If he can eliminate Xiao Bieli, both the 12 linked rings and Baiyun Mountain Manor would owe the Spirit Snake. No wonder Jibang Zhu would take action personally. If he can eliminate Xiao Bieli, both the 12 linked rings and Baiyun Mountain Manor would owe the Spirit Snake Gang a favor. This Bloodblade King Kong, Xiao Bieli, doesn't look like the murderous man described in legends. What do you know? You can know a person's face, but not their heart. Many curious onlookers among the martial artists were watching Xiao Bieli closely. In recent days, without a doubt, the most famous figure in Dongjiang County's martial world was the person before them. Not only had the 3rd Lord of Baiyun Mountain Manor, Zhou Chang, died at his hands, but even the young Deputy Lord of the 12 Linked Rings, Guan Yunpeng, and Elder Wu Ming met the same fate. These were all major figures in the martial world of Dongjiang County. Yet now they had all perished at the hands of a mere 17 or 18-year-old youth. Bloodblade King Kong, you have committed numerous crimes. Surrender peacefully and come with us to the 12 linked rings, and you may still suffer a bit less. Jiling stood at the city gate, coldly addressing Xiao Bieli. He was also at the late 6th tier, and with his Spirit Snake Blade formation from the Spirit Snake Gang, he could easily apprehend someone at the peak of the 6th tier. Moreover, he had inquired with the people from Baiyun Mountain Manor, and the 3rd Lord Zhou Chang had died at the hands of Xiao Bieli due to poisoning. As long as the Spirit Snake Blade formation trapped Xiao Bieli, he wouldn't give him a chance to catch his breath. Once Xiao Bieli was eliminated, both the 12 linked rings and Baiyun Mountain Manor would owe him and the Spirit Snake Gang a favor, allowing the gang to develop better. I have committed numerous crimes. Xiao Bieli shook his head, saying, "Do you know that Zhou Chang chased me all the way from Dongjiang County to Lingshui County just to kill me? And Guan Yunpeng wanted to kill me to silence me simply because we discovered his affair with Elder Wu Ming's wife Lin Rong. If I didn't act, everyone in the inn would have been silenced. I have also tried to advise him kindly, but Guan Yunpeng was afraid of his affair being exposed and losing his position as young deputy lord. Moreover, do you know why Guan Yunpeng and Wu Ming appeared in Xiao Town? It's because the Wu family's influence in the 12 linked rings is too great, and Guan Tianwu wants to eliminate all threats to pave the way for Guan Yunpeng." Xiao Bieli was well aware of how absurd the rumors could become, and most of what he said was the truth. Except for the fact that killing Guan Yunpeng was not his intent. Once this matter spread, 2 fifth-tier elders in the 12 linked rings had received benefits from the Wu family, which would definitely cause Guan Tianwu some trouble. Moreover, he still had the rainstorm pear blossom needle. Even if a fifth-tier expert arrived, it wouldn't necessarily be him who got into trouble. Nonsense. Boom. Ling interrupted Xiao Bieli's words with a finger thrust. He hadn't expected to hear such explosive news from Xiao Bieli. If this matter were to spread, the 12 linked rings might not only not thank him, but instead blame him for letting Xiao Bieli say so much that shouldn't have been said. Moreover, he knew a bit about the situation in the 12 linked rings, and what Xiao Bieli said was likely true. The fierce finger energy shot through the air like a sharp arrow. Xiao Bieli's expression remained unchanged as he similarly unleashed the great power diamond finger. Bang! The fierce finger energy clashed in the air, and the great power diamond finger directly shattered Ling's finger energy, leaving a mark on the bluestone not far from Ling. Xiao Bieli shook his head and said calmly, Bang, Zhu, I do not wish to kill innocents. If you let me leave now, I can pretend nothing happened. Want to leave? It's not that easy. Ling's face darkened. Although Xiao Bieli's martial arts were within his expectations, he was reassured by the carefully trained spirit snakeblade formation. Form the formation and capture this boy. Ling shouted angrily. Clang! Clang! The 13th, 7th, and 8th tier swordsmen standing beside him simultaneously drew their swords, creating a sea of green sword light that enveloped Xiao Bieli. Spirit snake gangs, 13 blades. Finally, we see them in action again. The last time they acted, isn't that just stating the obvious? The last time they acted, they killed the initial stage 6th tier master Pan Xiong from the Pan family. I wonder if this Bloodblade King can withstand them. Gasps of astonishment could be heard around. Clearly, the Spirit Snake Gang's blade formation had a significant reputation in Song County. However, facing the oncoming green sword light, resembling raging waves, Xiao Bieli's expression showed no change. With a look of pity, he said, Master Ji, if you continue to press me, I will have no choice but to act. Ling sneered, You will act. You have offended the 12 linked docs. Do you think you can walk out of Dongji? Sigh. Xiao Bieli let out a soft sigh. Since Master Ji is pressing me, then we must leave our fates to destiny. As the green sword light was about to strike, boom. Xiao Bieli's true energy surged, activating the iron cloth shirt and the 13 guardians' horizontal cultivation to their limits, making him appear as if he had been elevated several inches. His hands ventured into the sword light, the great power diamond finger, striking continuously, each jab targeting the weak points of the continuous sword light, forcing the 13 swordsmen of the Spirit Snake Gang to retreat. Master Ji, if we each retreat now, I can let bygones be bygones. Xiao Bieli shouted loudly. His voice was loud enough for everyone present to hear clearly. Xiao Bieli's ease in maneuvering against the continuous green sword light sparked envy in many, wishing it were themselves who shone before the crowd. They traversed the martial world seeking fame and fortune. Facing the 13 masters of the Spirit Snake Gang along with a 6th tier master, and being so at ease would ensure their fame in Dongjiang County after a single battle. Third uncle, I've noticed that the Bloodblade King, Xiao Bieli, hasn't killed anyone. Is what he said before true? A young swordsman looked at his elder and asked softly. The third uncle's expression changed dramatically, hurriedly covering the young swordsman's mouth, while smiling apologetically at those around them. Children don't speak recklessly. Even if what Xiao Bieli said is true, he has killed the deputy leader and 3 masters of Baiyun Mountain, which means he is destined to become the public enemy of the martial world in Dongjiang County. From now on, such words must not be spoken in public, otherwise it will bring trouble to you, and even to me and your father. As Xiao Bieli shattered the continuous sword light, suddenly Ling's figure shot out like lightning, appearing just 2 feet away from Xiao Bieli, in an instant aiming a finger at his chest. Spirit Snake Finger. This finger, like a venomous snake's strike, targeted what Ling believed to be Xiao Bieli's weakest point. Thud. This finger struck at the Zhongwan acupoint on Xiao Bieli's chest. Uft. Xiao Bieli secretly cultivated, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he angrily shouted, Master Ji, I have tried to give way at every turn, yet you continue to press me, wanting to take my life. This is truly too much. Ling ignored Xiao Bieli's words, his face filled with joy as he shouted loudly, He is injured. Do not hold back regardless of life or death. Swish, swish, swish. A wave of green sword light surged towards Xiao Bieli. Too much. Kill. Xiao Bieli also shouted loudly. Clang. The red sleeve blade was drawn, the blade technique. A crimson blade light appeared, its myriad charms dimming before this strike. Clang, clang, clang. 13 long swords broke with a resounding sound. Uft, uft, uft. The 5 strongest swordsmen at the front all sustained long wounds on their chests. Their faces bore expressions of disbelief, blood spurting from their mouths as they fell weakly to the ground. Experience 1000. Experience 1000. Impossible. How can this be? Jiling turned and fled, showing no intention of avenging his fallen subordinates. Facing the spirit snake blade formation, even knowing its flaws, he sought an opportunity to destroy it. However, Xiao Bieli's single strike shattered the spirit snake blade formation. He could not describe that strike, but he knew that facing it even he would find it hard to survive. Thud, thud, thud. A hurried sound of footsteps reached Jiling's ears. Huh. He discerned the source of the sound, shouting loudly, turning abruptly, pointing in the direction of the footsteps. Roar. A howling sound entered his ears. Following this was a dazzling sword light. 5 tigers break the door blade. White tiger leaps the gorge. Jiling's head flew into the sky. Experience 2000. Xiao Bieli turned to look at the people of the spirit snake gang, and no one dared to meet his gaze, lowering their heads. Furthermore, some were so frightened they slumped to the ground. Sheathing his sword, Xiao Bieli coldly said, I do not wish to be enemies with the martial world of Dongjiang County. However, if anyone still seeks to gain favor with the 12 linked docks and Baiyun Mountain by offering my head, do not blame me for being ruthless. After speaking, Xiao Bieli lightly leaped onto his horse. He gently tapped the scabbard against the horse's rear and rode away. Wow. After the figure of Xiao Bieli vanished, there was an uproar at the city gate. Even the spirit snake gang's spirit snake blade formation was broken by a single strike from Xiao Bieli. What level has Xiao Bieli's martial arts reached? Don't speculate, at the very least he's at the late 6th tier, not to mention that terrifying blade technique. Did you all clearly see how the Bloodblade King, Xiao Bieli, drew his blade? See what? That strike was too fast. Sigh. At first Xiao Bieli tried to show restraint, unwilling to harm anyone. If it weren't for Master Jis' sneak attack wounding Xiao Bieli, he probably would not have unleashed his killing intent. I feel that Xiao Bieli does not seem like a bloodthirsty person. What he said earlier might really be true. Could it be that the deputy leader really? Stop talking. If this reaches the ears of the 12 linked docks, we will be in trouble. After leaving the city, Xiao Bieli slowed his pace, a smile on his lips, as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, murmuring, though my acting has some flaws, no one spreads rumors more exaggeratedly than I. This should help restore a bit of my reputation, right? Host Xiao Bieli. Cultivation level late stage of rank 6. Martial arts, Yijin Jing 36100 Storm Blade Technique, completed 13 Bodyguard Horizontal Training, completed Iron Cloth Shirt, completed Blade Drawing Technique, 53,100. 5 Tiger Breakthrough Blade, completed Golden Bell Shield, 50100 Mighty Diamond Finger, 10100 Subtle Techniques Copper Skin Light, as a Swallow. Experience points, 7060. Experience has reached 7,000. Unfortunately, I should have added 30% more power to the first strike. Taking out a few more rank 8 swordsmen would have given me enough experience to elevate a small realm and max out my blade drawing technique. However, I currently have 2 fully mastered horizontal training martial arts and a golden bell shield with 50% proficiency, so a small realm elevation won't significantly enhance my martial arts. Then let's first max out the blade drawing technique. With this thought, Xiao Bieli gently spoke. Consume 4,700 experience points to enhance the blade drawing technique. Blade drawing technique completed. Blade intent. Boom. Countless experiences of practicing the blade drawing technique surged into Xiao Bieli's mind, as if he had undergone countless draws, strikes, and sheaths of the blade. In mere moments, his blade drawing technique reached completion. At the same time, a unique understanding of the blade flooded into Xiao Bieli's mind. This was the unique comprehension brought by the completion of 3 blade techniques. Boom. A sharp blade intent surged from Xiao Bieli. Hiss! Under this fierce blade intent, the horse beneath Xiao Bieli became restless, charging forward. Fortunately, it was just a moment, and Xiao Bieli quickly awakened from that state. He grasped the reins with one hand, raised it, and stroked the horse's neck, calming the agitated animal. Host Xiao Bieli. Cultivation level late stage of rank 6. Martial arts, Yijin Jing 36100 Storm Blade Technique, completed. Blade drawing technique completed. 5 Tiger Breakthrough Blade, completed. Golden Bell Shield, 50100 Blade, intent Copper Skin Light, as a Swallow. Experience points, 2360. My understanding of blade techniques has further improved. Practicing the mind to subtlety, the intention to transformation, the blade technique reaches profoundness. Is this the blade intent? On the system panel, the previous subtle techniques have been replaced by blade intent. Xiao Bieli contemplated deeply. After a while he sighed. The path of martial arts is vast and profound. After improving my understanding of blade techniques, the same moves can produce more variations. It can even turn decay into wonder. Now to kill Zhou Chong, I only need 1 strike. After looking at the system panel again, Xiao Bieli silently thought. Consume all experience points to enhance the Golden Bell Shield. Boom. Countless experiences of practicing the Golden Bell Shield surged into Xiao Bieli's mind. Golden Bell Shield 73,100. Once the Golden Bell Shield is fully upgraded, I can begin to elevate my realm. Giddy up. However, although the people from the 12 Link Spheres arrived at Song County immediately, they found that the news of this battle and Xiao Bieli's words had spread too widely before they came. Thus, the news of the battle at the city gates of Song County also spread in all directions. In just one day's time, it circulated throughout most of Donjiang Prefecture. Have you heard? We all misunderstood the Bloodblade King Xiao Bieli. He merely stumbled upon the infidelity between the young submaster of the 12 Linked Spheres and his father's sworn brother's mistress. Hence the submaster wanted to silence him, but was unexpectedly countered. Yes, I heard that the mistress of that Wu Ming is exceptionally beautiful. But I heard that the submaster eloped with Lin Rong and Wu Ming chased after them. You are all wrong. I heard that Xiao Bieli had an affair with Lin Rong. When the submaster and Wu Ming caught up, they didn't expect Xiao Bieli to be so powerful that they both perished at his hands. As for the death of the third master Zhou Chong, it was because Xiao Bieli has an unmarried fiancée who is a true disciple of the Tsungyuan sword sect, but she does not fancy Xiao Bieli, so her followers tried to eliminate him unexpectedly, only killing Xiao Bieli's father, while Xiao Bieli was pretending to be weak to eat the tiger. Countless versions of the story were wildly circulated in Donjiang Prefecture. Even though the people from the 12 Linked Spheres and Baiyun Villa tried to control the spread of the rumors, it was of no use. Donjiang Prefecture. Baixiang Building. Two young men dressed in uniform light blue long robes carrying long swords sat on the second floor of Baixiang Building. One was in his 30s, appearing mature and stable, evidently someone who had opened the Rin and Du Meridians. The other was around 24 or 25 with deep internal strength, just a step away from opening the Rin Meridian. Upon seeing the two wearing the attire of the true disciples of the Tsunyu sect, the people on the second floor of Baixiang Building showed expressions of respect. Although the Tsunyu sect is one of the three major forces in Donjiang Prefecture, they operate discreetly, and their disciples usually cultivate within the sect, rarely descending the mountain. It is said that there are only 5 true disciples in the Tsunyu sect, but unexpectedly 2 true disciples were seen today. The two ignored the gazes around them. The younger Tsunyu disciple Ding Yuan looked around and whispered, "Senior brother, how does Xiao Bieli's martial arts compare to yours?" "I naturally cannot compare to Xiao Bieli's martial arts." Zheng Fan glanced at his arrogant junior brother and shook his head. "Though I have opened the Rin and Du Meridians, I am already 32, and compared to Xiao Bieli, I am not even worthy to carry his shoes. These matters have nothing to do with our Tsunyu sect. We have come down the mountain on the master's orders to assist young Master Ning, so do not concern yourselves with other matters lest we disrupt young Master Ning's important affairs." Ding Yuan asked in confusion. "I heard Master say that young Master Ning comes from a notable background. Oh, why doesn't he let Master take action and send us instead, eh?" Zheng Fan shook his head. "I heard that young Master Ning had invited Master, but was rejected. However, Master still sent you and me to help. Perhaps Master has his own considerations. All right, after finishing this meal, we will go to the Jinwu Hall to find young Master Ning." At this moment outside Song County, 90 miles away in a resting tea shed. Today's weather is poor with thick clouds, and rain seems ready to fall at any moment. In the tea shed, aside from the owner, there were only 2 people. One was a black-clad swordsman in his early 20s, and the other was a knife-wielding man in green attire. They sat at a table merely drinking tea, without saying a word for quite a while, causing the owner to stifle a yawn. Xiao Bieli looked at Han Wuyin sitting opposite him, and after a long moment asked, "Brother Han, how did you find me?" Han Wuyin replied, "As long as one wishes to find you, it is naturally possible. Moreover, since you caused such a commotion in Song County, it is easy to trace your whereabouts and find you. And since I can find you, the people from the 12 Linked Spheres can naturally find you too." Seeing Xiao Bieli unmoved, Han Wuyin said earnestly, "I owe you a favor, and before I repay it, I do not wish for you to die. So, is there anyone you want to kill? I can help you with that. Even if you say it's Guan Tianwu, although I can't kill him now, I will avenge you by killing that person you mentioned, even if you die. 5th rank. I should be able to kill him before I turn 30. Xiao Bieli shook his head, saying, "If I had someone I wanted to kill, I would do it myself. You don't need to feel that you owe me a favor. That Sun Changhe wants to kill me, but it's his own demise, and whether you're involved or not, I will still crush him." Seeing Xiao Bieli's expression, genuine Han Wuyin was momentarily at a loss for words. Based on the martial prowess Xiao Bieli had shown during this time, it was clear that Xiao Bieli was above him in terms of strength. His only advantage facing Xiao Bieli was that he currently had fewer troubles. "Aren't you curious how I found you?" Han Wuyin suddenly looked up at Xiao Bieli and asked, "Have you ever heard of the Blood Robe Tower?" Blood Robe Tower. Hearing this name, Xiao Bieli's heart skipped a beat. Although he had not been in this world for long and did not have an extensive understanding of the Great Qian, he had certainly heard of the Blood Robe Tower, the world's #1 assassin organization. It is said that as long as the money is right, there is no one they cannot kill. Most importantly, 90 years ago, the late emperor was assassinated by the Blood Robe Tower. This world is not like his past life. Holding the universal equality artifact offers a chance to eliminate the emperor. The Great Qian has been established for over 1,000 years with countless masters in the court. Whenever the late emperor traveled, there had to be peerless experts protecting him, and not just one. Yet he still fell victim to the assassination by the Blood Robe Tower, highlighting its power. Now the Blood Robe Tower is no longer as glorious as it once was, especially after killing the late emperor. How could the court not respond? However, a starving camel is still larger than a horse. The Blood Robe Tower is undoubtedly a formidable entity that could easily crush him. Naturally, I have heard of it. Xiao Bieli nodded. Han Wuyin continued. I am one of the Blood Robe Tower's members. If it weren't for my desire to avenge my enemy, I wouldn't have stayed in Manzhou for so long. I can recommend you to join the Blood Robe Tower, Xiao Bieli said solemnly. What are the benefits of joining the Blood Robe Tower? Han Wuyin replied. Although the court has targeted the Blood Robe Tower for decades, our influence in the Great Qian has diminished considerably, but we have access to information that ordinary people cannot obtain. Moreover, as long as you become a core member of the Blood Robe Tower, you can exchange for 4th-rank martial arts, and even 3rd-rank and 2nd-rank martial arts. Xiao Bieli asked, can someone like me who joins midway become a core assassin? Han Wuyin chuckled, of course. Generally, those who join the Blood Robe Tower midway manage to become silver-ranked assassins, which is already quite impressive. But you are different. With your aptitude, you could easily ascend the Dragon Tiger ranking. Even if you join midway and cannot become a true core member of the Blood Robe Tower, once you reach the 4th rank and become a gold-ranked assassin, it will be absolutely no problem. Once you become a gold-ranked assassin, aside from a few martial arts and some critical information, everything else can be exchanged. Most importantly, if you have intelligence from the Blood Robe Tower and you offend the 12 linked camps and the Baiyun Villa, as well as the Sanjiang Alliance, your chances of surviving in Manzhou would increase greatly. Xiao Bieli felt somewhat tempted and asked, can I choose the targets I want to kill? Han Wuyin nodded. The assassins in the Blood Robe Tower are divided into 5 ranks: iron, copper, silver, gold, and core assassins. Once you become a gold-ranked assassin, you can choose your own targets. Before becoming a gold-ranked assassin, every month the tower will assign tasks that must be completed. Xiao Bieli shook his head. I prefer the life of drinking and riding in the rivers and lakes over killing. If the Blood Robe Tower allowed for choosing tasks without mandatory assignments similar to the bounties at the Jinwu Hall, he might have joined. Sighed. Han Wuyin sighed, saying, I had anticipated that you would refuse. Joining midway, there are indeed more restrictions before becoming a gold-ranked assassin. After saying this, Han Wuyin took out a few pieces of paper from his pocket and handed them to Xiao Bieli, saying, after the message from Tsang County was leaked, the 12 linked camps split into 2 factions, but Guan Tianwu is still looking for you. The Liu family's people have already arrived at Baiyun Villa, and even Qin Xing, the white-spotted tiger of the Sanjiang Alliance, has arrived at Baiyun Villa. During this time, many experts from other regions have come to Dongjiang County, many of whom are disciples of the 9 sects. You'd better steer clear of them. The disciples of the 9 sects are proud, and you are the most famous among the young masters in Manzhou. If they can defeat or even kill you, it would be enough for them to make a name for themselves in the martial world. Xiao Bieli frowned after reading the information Han Wuyin had given him, asking, what are those people doing in Dongjiang County? Han Wuyin shook his head. I'm not sure of the specifics, but they should be looking for something. If I hear any more news, I will let someone notify you. Then you should be careful. If you die, I will do my best to avenge you, and consider it repaying your kindness. After finishing, Han Wuyin drank the coarse tea in front of him in one go and vanished down the official road. Xiao Bieli watched Han Wuyin's departing figure and murmured, this assassin looks like a good person. After saying this, Xiao Bieli continued to munch on the pancake in his hand, thinking that if the people from the 12 linked camps could find him, it would be better to fill his stomach before fighting. The reason he did not flee was that he needed experience. Moreover, he still had the Rainstorm Pearflower Needles. He wanted to see if the Rainstorm Pearflower Needles could kill a 5th-rank opponent. While Xiao Bieli was munching on the pancake rumble, thunder and lightning flashed across the sky and the rain began to fall. The shopkeeper looked up at the sky and sighed. Looking at this weather, it seems the rain won't stop anytime soon. Xiao Bieli smiled and said, the plum rain arrives in Jiang, bringing summer's coolness. Sitting alone in a small shed, I smell the fragrance of tea. It indeed has a unique flavor. At that moment, a hurried sound of hooves approached, and 4 figures dressed in ponchos stopped in front of the tea shed, leaving their horses outside and walking inside. Xiao Bieli looked up in surprise. One of the four figures was unexpectedly a familiar face, Zhu Shou from the Jinwu Hall. Zhu Shou also caught sight of Xiao Bieli, his expression somewhat complex. The true disciples of the Zhangyu sect Zheng Fan and Ding Yuan were also observing Xiao Bieli. Curiosity flickered in Zheng Fan's eyes, while Ding Yuan seemed eager to engage. Xiao Bieli's gaze fell upon the neck of the handsome young man. Though not as obvious as the cross-dressing characters from idol dramas in his past life, a discerning eye could still tell that this person was disguised as a man. Did Elder Zhu come specifically to find me? Xiao Bieli's gaze did not linger on the man, instead turning directly to Zhu Shou as he inquired. With his current martial prowess, even if a 5th-grade master were to arrive, he was confident in his ability to spar with him, let alone the fact that among the four, only the 30-something disciple of the Zhangyu sect and this handsome young man had successfully opened their Rin and Du meridians and reached the 6th grade. Sighed. Zhu Shou sighed and clasped his hands towards Xiao Bieli, saying, "It's not that I am seeking you, but rather that young Master Ning wishes to find you." Ning Qing. Xiao Bieli looked at the cross-dressing Ning Qing and asked, "What does young Master Ning want with me? Perhaps you wish to uphold justice and eliminate evil." Huh. Ning Qing suddenly laughed, a hint of mischief in his tone as he said, "Initially, I wanted to ask Shen Lang for help in going to a certain place. However, upon learning that Shen Lang is Xiao Bieli, I had other thoughts. The one targeting you is Zhuo Qingyun, the first true disciple of the Zhangyu sword sect, and I happen to have a poor relationship with Zhuo Qingyun. Thus I want to see what expression he has when you appear before him." Wow. Upon hearing Ning Qing's words, Zheng Fan and the others were taken aback. Zhuo Qingyun, the 7th-ranked Zhuo Qingyun on the Dragon Tiger list. Zhuo Qingyun was only 34 years old and had already reached the peak of the 5th grade. At the age of 29, he single-handedly eliminated all 17 bandits of Qishui with just one sword in Yongzhou, among whom were 4 5th-grade masters, thus gaining fame and ascending to the 25th position on the Dragon Tiger list. After that, Zhuo Qingyun continuously challenged various masters on the Dragon Tiger list, fighting his way into the top 10. Some speculated that he might reach the Master Realm before dropping off the list. So does that mean Lin Qingyuan, the true disciple of the Zhangyu sword sect, is actually Xiao Bieli's fiancé? Is that all? Xiao Bieli slightly raised his gaze and asked. Ning Qing nodded. Indeed. That's all. Perhaps you do not know my identity. I am from the Ning family in Yongzhou. After Zhuo Qingyun killed the 17 bandits of Qishui, he challenged my elder brother in Yongzhou, and in that battle my elder brother lost an arm to him. As long as I can make Zhuo Qingyun uncomfortable, I will be pleased. Furthermore, I have come to Dongjiang County to search for something that the Zhangyu sword sect also desires." Ning Qing then turned his gaze to the other few people present. Zhu Shou and the 2 true disciples of the Zhangyu sect had tactfully left the tea shed standing outside to avoid the rain. The tea shed owner, seeing this, hurriedly followed suit. Only Xiao Bieli and Ning Qing remained inside, with Ning Qing unceremoniously taking a seat directly opposite Xiao Bieli, where Han Wuyin had previously sat. Xiao Bieli asked, "What is it?" Ning Qing poured himself a cup of tea and drank it in one go. "The inheritance of a 4th-grade sword master. Moreover, it's the inheritance of a sword master. Unfortunately, since you use a saber, if you were to obtain this inheritance, you could also transcribe a copy. However, as long as I obtain that inheritance, I can offer you a saber technique of the master level, though it is incomplete and lacks the 2 most critical killing moves." Xiao Bieli asked, "Where is the master inheritance?" Currently, the only master-level martial art he possessed was the Yijin Jing. If he could obtain 1 or 2 more master inheritances, it would also allow him to compare the Yijin Jing with the master-level techniques of this world. The grading of this world's martial arts is definitely above that of most martial arts novels from his past life, at least comparable to the world of Fengyun. Moreover, with the system panel at his disposal, he could rapidly pile up any suitable martial arts from this. At that time, with multiple master-level martial arts at his disposal, even when facing the masters of the Zhangyu sword sect, he might be able to suppress them. It's located within the Levexia mountain. Ning Qing smiled and said, "The Zhangyu sword sect has long received the news. Otherwise, do you think the one who brought your little fiancé to the Zhangyu sword sect just happened to wander near Levexia mountain? However, it seems they were unable to find that sword technique inheritance during that time. Although I do not like the Zhangyu sword sect, your little fiancé's talent is indeed astonishing. At such a young age, she has already reached the 6th grade and has comprehended sword intent." Saying this, Ning Qing glanced at Xiao Bieli and shook his head. "Is the feng shui of Luchun County really that good? How could 2 talents qualify to ascend the Dragon Tiger list emerge all at once?" Xiao Bieli recalled what Han Wuyin had told him earlier, that many travelers from other states had come to Dongjiang County, and he asked, "Since the people from the Zhangyu sword sect did not find it, where does young Master Ning's confidence come from that you can definitely find it?" The Levexia mountain range stretches for hundreds of miles with parts in Linshui County and others in Dongjiang County. How difficult would it be to find something left behind by a master among them? Ning Qing shook his head. 10 days ago my Ning family obtained a map. However, the map is incomplete and can only lock onto a rough location. That map was found collaboratively by my Ning family, the Salt Gang, and the Tsunyuan Sword Sect, so they agreed that only younger generations below the 5th grade from the 3 families could participate. However, the 5th grade experts from Dongjiang County and Linshui County are not included. They can take action. There are only a few well-known 5th grade experts in Dongjiang County and Sanshui County. Initially, I wanted to recruit the Tsunyu sect and the Baiyun Villa, but since you have conflicts with Baiyun Villa, and they have already colluded with the Tsunyuan Sword Sect, I will drop it. I originally did not lack any master inheritance. I only wanted to make things difficult for the Tsunyuan Sword Sect. After saying this, Ning Qing took out a somewhat tattered manual from his sleeve and handed it to Xiao Bieli. Xiao Bieli took the manual, which prominently displayed the 4 characters 7 kill saber manual. Ning Qing looked at Xiao Bieli and said solemnly, "This saber technique was created by a master from the 8 demon swords of the demon path. The last 2 moves can control the hearts and minds of others. It is a thoroughly demonic saber technique, so a high-level expert tore it away. The earlier parts can be practiced without much issue, but you must remember never to practice the last 2 moves even if you obtain them in the future." As he opened the first page of the manual, 7 bloody characters spelling kill greeted his eyes written in. A surge of saber intent emanated from the manual. Xiao Bieli focused on this saber intent, deeply comprehending it as he read through the 7 kill saber manual page by page. Moments later, Xiao Bieli's clothes were already soaked through. The one who wrote this saber technique must have been a master-level expert, and this was indeed the original work. Merely flipping through and comprehending this saber intent made Xiao Bieli feel his understanding of the saber deepen further. Moreover, this saber technique was undoubtedly superior to the 5-tiger breaking door saber. However, this saber technique bore some resemblance to the 3 blades of the Ubijna, among the world's best. If one could not control it, they would become a slave to the saber technique. However, this version was incomplete. Just as Ning Qing had said, it was not a significant problem. At that moment, Xiao Bieli suddenly looked toward the rain and smiled. "My troubles are about to arrive. Does young Master Ning wish to avoid them? Since you are able to locate me now, I assume you will also be able to find me when you wish to head to Levexia Mountain." Ning Qing shook his head and smiled. "The ones coming should be from the Liu family. Not long after I left Dongjiang County, I received news that people from the Liu family and Baiyun Villa are also on their way here. They must have found your location as well. The one coming from the Liu family is Liu Yunchong, Liu Jun's cousin. Originally, Liu Jun was the heir of the family with decent talent, destined to be the future head of the Liu family. But now he has died by your hand, and Liu Yunchong should be grateful to you. If Liu Jun hadn't died, even if he reached the 5th rank in the future, he would only be a powerful elder in the Liu family. If nothing unexpected happens, he might have been the future head of the Liu family." Ning Qing continued, "I don't know exactly who they sent, and I'm unclear if Baiyun Villa has a 5th rank expert with them. A gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. You should leave first. They'll hold them off for a while." Xiao Bieli shook his head. "Even if I could escape this time, what difference would it make? As long as I haven't left Dongjiang County, there will always be a time when they find me. So much has happened during this time. In the end, the world of Jianghu is still one of the weak eating the strong. Jianghu matters are best resolved in Jianghu. I was too lenient before. Running away isn't a solution. The only way to lessen the troubles is to strike fear into them." Previously at the inn in Xiao Town, he had already caused quite a bit of trouble for the innkeeper, and he didn't want to trouble the tea stall owner now. Xiao Bieli stood up, gripping the Hongxiu knife in his hand, and walked towards the tea stall's exit, giving a slight smile to the 3 standing in the corner of the stall. He donned a raincoat and a bamboo hat, stepping into the rain. Zheng Fan saw Xiao Bieli walking into the rain, momentarily stunned as the sound of hoofbeats grew closer. He originally thought that Xiao Bieli, having allied with the Ning family, would surely use their power to escape from the quagmire of Dongjiang County. Now coming to this remote place, he must be here to cause trouble for Xiao Bieli. What does Xiao Bieli mean? To face the pursuers alone? Zheng Fan, seeing this, turned and walked into the tea stall, looking at Ning Qing, saying, "Young Master Ning, won't you intervene?" With the strength Xiao Bieli displayed in Song County, those who come this time are likely to have 5th rank experts. Ning Qing shook his head. "Since he doesn't need me to hold off the pursuers, then so be it. The one wanting to kill him is Zhui Qingyun, ranked 7th on the Dragon and Tiger list. If he can't even fend off the Liu family's pursuers, once Zhui Qingyun makes a move, he will surely die. Come in for tea. Once the rain stops, well, leave." Ding Yuan and Zhu Shou, hearing Ning Qing's words, paused for breath. Only then did they recall that Ning Qing had previously mentioned that the one wanting to deal with Xiao Bieli was Zhui Qingyun, the Sifang sword ranked 7th on the Dragon and Tiger list. The influence of Zhongyuan's sword sect is even above the Ning family. Although the pursuers are currently restrained by young Master Ning's identity and do not dare to act, if Zhui Qingyun makes a move, there will be no hesitation. Even if Xiao Bieli is a genius, he is only at the 6th rank. If he encounters a 5th rank expert, it will be dangerous. Pitter-patter. Dozens of horses galloped through the muddy water, splashing everywhere. Whoa, whoa. The riders on horseback saw the figure standing on the official road dressed in a raincoat and wearing a bamboo hat, and they all pulled their reins, stopping a few meters away from Xiao Bieli. Xiao Bieli assessed the group, noting that the leader appeared to be just over 30 with a resemblance to Lu Jun, who had died by Xiao Bieli's hand, though Lu Jun lacked the composure this person had. This man should be Lu Yuncheng, as mentioned by Ning Qing. Beside Lu Yuncheng, there was an elderly man over 50 dressed in a brocade robe with a smile on his face, looking like a harmless country gentry. However, Xiao Bieli did not think so. This person seemed like he didn't even qualify as a martial world person, yet he gave Xiao Bieli a feeling of being watched. Xiao Bieli, you have quite the audacity. How dare you kill a member of my Lu family? Lu Yuncheng looked at Xiao Bieli, shaking his head. Speaking of which, he should also be grateful to Xiao Bieli. If Xiao Bieli hadn't killed Lu Jun, he wouldn't have had the chance to take over the Lu family. Now that the only son of the family head is dead, and he has promised Lu Yuncheng that as long as he brings back Xiao Bieli's head, the position of future head of the family will be his. More importantly, Xiao Bieli's head could earn him the friendship of Sifang sword Zhui Qingyun. With Zhui Qingyun's support, even if the family head has illegitimate children outside and wants to go back on his word, he would not fear it. Thus Xiao Bieli must die, and he must die by Lu Yuncheng's hand. Lu Yuncheng. Xiao Bieli raised his head and smiled at Lu Yuncheng. Speaking of which, Lu Jun died by my hand. I gave you the opportunity to become the family head. You should thank me. Also, your family head Lu Zongshuan's son is dead, yet he doesn't come personally to Manzhou. Could it be that he has illegitimate children outside, so he sent you here to seek death? Huh? Lu Yuncheng was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter, trying to sow Unfortunately, this time, I brought only our faction's people, not a single one from Baiyun Villa, so your little schemes are destined not to reach the outside world. Actually, I quite admire you for reaching this level at 17. But unfortunately, it is destined for you to die by my hand. As soon as his words fell, boom. A bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, clang. Lu Yuncheng drew his sword from his waist and charged towards Xiao Bieli like a flash of lightning. Lu Yuncheng had long since opened up his Ren and Du meridians and was just one step away from gathering his qi into a solid form, stepping into the 5th rank. Even before the sword reached him, a sharp sword energy had already locked on his Xiao Bieli, causing his skin to sting. With this sword alone, Lu Yuncheng could easily suppress Zhou Chang, who was also at the peak of the 6th rank. The Lu family members who came along with Lu Yuncheng wore cold smiles, all aware of Lu Yuncheng's talent and strength. Even if an elder from Zhongyuan's sword sect came to the Lu family, they would praise Lu Yuncheng's swordsmanship. There was no gap compared to the inner disciples of the 6th rank of Zhongyuan's sword sect. Only the old man, disguised as a country gentry, showed a look of suspicion. Given Xiao Bieli's fame in Dongjiang County, and having reached the 6th rank at such a young age, he shouldn't be so easily intimidated. However, thinking of Lu Yuncheng's martial prowess and his own presence nearby, as long as Lu Yuncheng wasn't killed in one strike, there would be no problem. As he thought this, his brows relaxed. Just as that sword was about to stab Xiao Bieli, Lu Yuncheng noticed a trace of mockery on Xiao Bieli's face, stirring a hint of anger in his heart. Lu Yuncheng's Lu family Jinghong sword technique had already reached perfection, and this sword was executed without holding back. What was Xiao Bieli trying to pull? But he quickly understood why. Clang! The scarlet knife was drawn. Even the falling raindrops were stained with a hint of murderous intent. Knife intent. Absolutely knife intent. The old man, disguised as a country gentry Song Kong, changed his expression drastically and suddenly rushed towards Xiao Bieli. But it was too late. A dazzling knife light erupted. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. Lu Yuncheng's long sword broke in half, and he fell from the air. Blood dyed the muddy ground red. Experience 2000. Boom. A thunderous roar echoed. The experts from the Lu family accompanying Lu Yuncheng to Manzhou were taken aback. That was Lu Yuncheng, the most gifted individual of the younger generation in their Lu family, about to step into the 5th rank. How could a mere 17-year-old from such a remote place as Manzhou kill him in one strike? Moreover, not long ago, their previous young master had just died at the hands of Xiao Bieli. Kill. Don't let him escape. Clang. Clang. They finally reacted, drawing their weapons and charging fiercely towards Xiao Bieli. You are dead. At this moment Song Kong, who had sensed something amiss and acted quickly, had arrived. His eyes were bloodshot and his right hand shimmered coldly, filled with fierce energy, as he raised his hand to grasp at Xiao Bieli's head. Xiao Bieli swiftly retreated, landing on a massive rock beside the official road. Bang! Song Kang's claw struck the enormous bluestone, leaving a huge dent in it. Xiao Bieli's body twisted and turned, entering the woods by the roadside, constantly dodging. Bang! 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 With each claw that Song Kong struck down, trees snapped and bluestone shattered. If it landed on a person, it would create a bloody hole in their body. Block him from the front. Hurry, don't let him escape, or we'll be punished when we return. The members of the Liu family formed a siege, encircling Xiao Bieli. Song Kong kept attacking, but he was not adept in lightness skills, while Xiao Bieli utilized his full mastery of the cloud ladder technique to evade him. A 5th rank expert, terrifying indeed. Just as Xiao Bieli narrowly avoided Song Kang's claw swish. Swish! 2 sword lights, striking with incredible angles like venomous snakes, aimed for Xiao Bieli's armpits and groin. Get lost! Xiao Bieli responded without courtesy. He dared not confront the fierce energy of a 5th rank expert Heaton. 2 7th rank experts dared to block him. Whoosh! The crimson blade light swept across. Uft! Uft! 2 figures were sent flying. Experience 1000. Experience 1000. Kill! As the 2 fell, more experts from the Liu family charged in. If Xiao Bieli managed to escape, they would undoubtedly face death upon returning. The only way to make amends was to capture Xiao Bieli. A sword and a blade came slashing towards him with no intention to stop him. They merely hoped to delay him for a moment. Because Song Gongfeng had already arrived. Get away! Xiao Bieli bellowed, gripping tightly with his left hand, his thumb extended, as he unleashed a powerful Vajra finger. Whoosh! 2 piercing finger strikes shot through the air towards the 2 individuals blocking his path. Uft! Uft! The strikes left 2 bloody holes on the bodies of the Liu family's guards. Experience 1000. One fell dead on the spot, while the other, lucky to survive, had his shoulder pierced. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled. Xiao Bieli also sensed the malevolent wind coming from behind him. Without hesitation, he activated the iron cloth shirt, the 13 protectors, horizontal training, and the golden bell shield to their utmost. Dong! A sound akin to a great bell reverberated. The golden bell shield dissipated, and Xiao Bieli staggered back, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Song Kang's face darkened, a mere 6th rank, and yet his claw just now had failed to achieve anything. The defensive martial arts on this kid were no small feat. Such a young 6th rank latest-stage individual, having comprehended the intent of the blade, would surely become a significant threat. If Xiao Bieli did not die, he could very well ascend the Dragon Tiger rankings in the future. At that time, not only would he, even the Liu family would have to fear him. Kill! Kill! Yet those people showed no signs of giving Xiao Bieli a moment's respite. For weapons came from 3 directions, swinging towards him. Kill! Song Kong also shouted loudly, his inner energy surging as he struck a palm in midair. Xiao Bieli completely ignored the attacking Liu family experts. Facing Song Kang's palm, he also pointed a finger at it. Bang! At the moment of collision between the finger strike and the palm energy, the powerful Vajra finger was shattered. The terrifying palm energy continued unabated, pressing down towards Xiao Bieli. Xiao Bieli showed no hesitation, his true energy surging. Clang! He drew his blade, slashed out, and sheathed it in one fluid motion. Blade drawing technique. With one slash, the fierce blade aura collided with the palm force. The terrifying shockwave caused the surrounding trees to sway. At this moment, the weapons of the Liu family experts also arrived, slashing towards Xiao Bieli. Oomph! Xiao Bieli let out a cold snort. Whoosh! The red sleeve blade was drawn again. Uft! 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 4 heads flew into the sky. Experience 500. Experience 1000. Just as Xiao Bieli drew his blade, Song Kong rushed in like lightning, slamming a palm onto Xiao Bieli's back. Dong! A muffled sound echoed. Song Kong felt as if his palm had struck a steel plate. A massive rebound force surged back, causing his inner energy to become chaotic, and his hand trembled slightly. Xiao Bieli also shook at the impact. A red handprint appeared on his back. A 5th rank expert, indeed formidable. If it weren't for that, my entire set of hard skills would have been broken by you. Feeling the internal injuries, Xiao Bieli gently inhaled. The fully mastered iron cloth shirt, coupled with the enhancements from the 13 protectors, horizontal training, and that rebound force along with the fine silk armor, allowed him to withstand the 5th rank expert's palm, sustaining only minor injuries. Clang! He drew his blade, slashed out, and sheathed it. This strike was as fast as lightning, even quicker than when he killed those 4 earlier, dazzlingly brilliant. Song Kong thought that even if he couldn't eliminate Xiao Bieli with that palm, he could at least severely injure him. Thus, after delivering the strike, he did not retreat. The two were too close to evade, and he could only take it heat-in. Huh. Song Kong roared, his hands forming claws, fierce energy enveloping them as he reached for the crimson blade. Ah! A scream of agony escaped from Song Kang's mouth. One of his arms was severed at the root. That previous strike with its unstoppable momentum along with his miscalculation of the blade's speed led to him paying the price with an arm. A ruthless glint flashed in Song Kang's eyes as his other hand fiercely clawed at Xiao Bieli's chest. Dong! The sound echoed like a great bell. Uft! Xiao Bieli spat out a mouthful of blood, and the crimson blade light flashed once more. Song Kang's head flew into the sky, blood spraying everywhere. Experience 4,000. Copper body skill 1. Swish, swish, swish. The remaining members of the Liu family lost all desire to fight and turned to flee. Xiao Bieli's eyes glinted with coldness as he lightly leaped, landing beside two individuals. Spare. Uft. The words of plea had not even left his mouth when two heads flew into the sky. Experience 1,000. Experience 500. After a stick of incense had burned out, Ning Qing, clad in a raincoat, led Zhang Fan and the other two out of the tea pavilion. They had heard the commotion in the rain earlier and intended to investigate, but were stopped by Ning Qing. Now there had been no noise from that direction for quite some time, and only then did they venture out from the tea pavilion. However, they had not gone far before a strong smell of blood wafted into the noses of the four. In the muddy rainwater on the ground, a hint of red flowed past their feet. Not far away, numerous corpses lay scattered in disarray. Zhang Fan hurried forward, first inspecting the corpses on the official road, then darting into the woods beside the road. There were also 7 or 8 corpses in the forest. His hand brushed over the broken tree trunks and the green stones with claw marks, and the shock in his eyes was hard to conceal. Though he was also a 6th-rank martial artist and considered a notable figure in Dongjiang Prefecture, even with all his might, it would be difficult for him to leave such marks on the hard green stone. He even suspected that among those who had attacked, there were 5th-rank experts. Yet there was no trace of Xiao Bieli's corpse on the ground. Did everyone die at Xiao Bieli's hands? Finally, he spotted the last corpse beside a large tree not far away. On the tree next to the corpse, 6 large characters were carved: Killer, Xiao Bieli. Zhang Fan's breath caught in his throat, and he rushed out of the forest shouting, "They're all dead." There are still 7 or 8 corpses in the woods. All died by the blade. At this moment, Ning Qing had already turned over Liu Yunsong's corpse with her foot, revealing a hint of a smile, as she murmured, "Liu Yunsong couldn't even withstand a single blow from Xiao Bieli. The world still underestimates Xiao Bieli. Thus it was not in vain for me to come and see him. Since the people in the clan are unwilling to offend the Tsangyuan sword sect after my brother was disabled, I shall bring some trouble to the Tsangyuan sword sect." Ding Yuan, a true disciple of the Tsangyu sect, stood not far from Ning Qing and quietly asked, "Young Master Ning, is Liu Yunsong really that formidable?" He had also heard Ning Qing's words, but Xiao Bieli was merely a 6th-rank martial artist, and the martial arts community in Dongjiang Prefecture already held Xiao Bieli in high regard, considering his skills to be among the top 5 of the 6th rank. Now Ning Qing said that the world underestimated Xiao Bieli. Ning Qing glanced at Ding Yuan and replied coolly, "Among the 6th rank in Dongjiang Prefecture, no more than 3 can surpass Liu Yunsong's skills. Yet he couldn't even withstand a single blow from Xiao Bieli. Put away your little thoughts. Although your talent is considered quite good within Dongjiang Prefecture, in the entire martial world you're but a mere passerby." Ding Yuan's face turned red. He had joined the Tsangyu sect since childhood and had become a true disciple. At just 24 years old, he was already at the peak of the 7th rank with a chance to become a 5th-rank expert in the future. In the martial world, what people sought were merely fame and fortune. He had remained in the Tsangyu sect and rarely ventured into the martial world, having once fantasized about astonishing everyone after descending the mountain. But he had not made any name for himself, while Xiao Bieli, who was 7 years younger than him, had already gained notoriety in Dongjiang Prefecture, so naturally, he looked upon Xiao Bieli with disdain. He thought he had concealed his feelings well, and that Ning Qing would not notice, yet to his surprise Ning Qing pointed it out directly. Zhu Shou shook his head. The little thoughts of this true disciple of the Tsangyu sect were practically written on his face. Moreover, to gain fame in the martial world relies on strength, and compared to Xiao Bieli, Ding Yuan was indeed far behind. Zhang Fan also shook his head, cupping his hands towards Ning Qing, and saying, "There are marks left by Xiao Bieli in the woods. It seems that a 5th-rank expert has intervened." Oh, Ning Qing's interest was piqued upon hearing this. If Xiao Bieli could indeed escape from a 5th-rank expert, then Xiao Bieli's strength would need to be reassessed. 5th-rank experts harness qi to form a barrier. Their attacking power is several times that of a peak 6th rank. Even if Xiao Bieli possesses a perfected horizontal training martial art, it would be difficult for it to take effect against a 5th-rank expert. As Ning Qing entered the forest, a somewhat familiar face came into view, causing her expression to change. Song Kong. How could Song Kong be dead? She was shocked. Song Kong was indeed a genuine 5th rank expert, and with so many experts from the Liu family present, how could he possibly have died at the hands of Xiao Bieli alone? Zheng Fan and the others also sensed the extraordinary nature of the corpse before them. From Ning Qing's expression, it was highly likely that this corpse belonged to a 5th rank expert. Their emotions were hard to calm. It had been 7 years since they had seen a well-known 5th rank expert perish in Dongjiang Prefecture. But today a 5th rank expert had died at Xiao Bieli's hands. Ning Qing inspected Song Kang's corpse for a moment, then stood up and said, "Let's go." However, her heart could not settle. If Song Kang had died at Xiao Bieli's hands, it proved that Xiao Bieli's talent was indeed enough to make it onto the dragon and tiger rankings. A genius like this might truly make 4 directions sword Zhuo Qingyan pay a price. Less than half an hour after Ning Qing and the others left, another hurried sound of hooves approached. The 3rd elder of the 12 linked ring, Chu Bufan, along with the 2nd master of the Baiyun Villa, Wei Yong, led dozens of people in grand procession. "Second master, there are corpses ahead." The Baiyun Villa expert at the front exclaimed. "There from the Liu family. All the Liu family members are dead. Liu Yunsong is dead." Upon seeing Liu Yunsong's corpse, Wei Yong's expression changed drastically, and he quickly followed the traces into the dense forest, only to find Song Kang's corpse, his face growing even grimmer. 3 hours ago, he had hosted a banquet for the Liu family at Baiyun Villa, but now, nearly 20 people had turned into corpses. This included Song Kang, a 5th rank expert. Alas, Chu Bufan sighed. There are wounds all over the bodies. The wounds are not much different from those on the previous corpses, but it can be seen that Xiao Bieli's strikes are faster now. Even a 5th rank expert could fall under that single blade. Wei Yong's expression fluctuated as he murmured, "I wonder if it was wise to offend such a genius for the sake of a Liu family member." In the forest, there were only him and Wei Yong. Chu Bufan spoke in a low voice. "The Salt Gang's people have already reached my 12-linked ring. According to the information I received, that Sun Yuan's sword sect and the Ning family are also coming. It seems they are looking for something in the falling Sunset Mountain." "Oh," Wei Yong said coldly, "what are you telling me this for?" Chu Bufan shook his head. "I'm just reminding you that the true disciples of the Salt Gang have come this time, and the people from the Sun Yuan sword sect are likely not of low status. It would be best for Baiyun Villa not to actively engage with the Sun Yuan sword sect. It's easy to invite the gods, but hard to send them away." After speaking, Chu Bufan turned and left with the people from the 12-linked ring. Since a 5th rank expert had already died at Xiao Bieli's hands, it was inappropriate for him to lead people to find Xiao Bieli. Once the Salt Gang's people arrived at the 12-linked ring, they acted arrogantly, treating the members of the 12-linked ring as servants. The leader's lack of response had already caused some dissatisfaction among the other elders. Moreover, Xiao Bieli killed the leader's son, not his own. The leader was busy accompanying that true disciple of the Salt Gang. Why was he in a hurry? Host Xiao Bieli. Martial Arts, Yijin Jing 36100 Hurricane Blade Technique Perfect, 13 Guardians, Horizontal Training Perfect, Iron Cloth Shirt Perfect, Blade Technique Perfect, 5 Tigers, Breaking the Door Blade Perfect, Golden Bell Shield, 73100 Powerful Vajra Finger, 10100 Blade, Intent Copper Skin Light, as a Swallow. Experience points, 16460. Waiting to be claimed Copper Body Skill. A raincoat allows one to live freely. Xiao Bieli, clad in a raincoat, rode through the rain, staring at the system panel displaying over 10,000 experience points, unable to suppress the joy on his face. Previously, he had to choose to enhance his horizontal training skills and blade techniques first due to insufficient experience points. But now, with over 10,000 experience points, he could finally attempt to break through to the 5th rank. Although Song Kang's vigorous energy could not break his defenses, it still caused him internal injuries. After confirming that no one was following him, Xiao Bieli disregarded the increasingly heavy rain, dismounted, and let the rainwater drip from his raincoat. Extract Copper Body Skill. Boom. Countless cultivation methods for Copper Body Skill surged into Xiao Bieli's mind, along with experience for cultivating the Copper Body Skill. Copper Body Skill, 5100. After a few breaths, Xiao Bieli opened his eyes and lightly spoke. "As I expected, the Copper Body Skill is a horizontal training martial art similar to the Iron Cloth Shirt. The Iron Cloth Shirt primarily defends against blades and swords, while the Copper Body Skill is aimed at blunt weapons and chi damage with different focuses. It indeed shares similarities with the 13 Guardians horizontal training, but there are also some complementary aspects. However, now that I have enough experience points, I must first enhance my realm. Spend 5,000 experience points to enhance Yijin Jing. Realm Peak 6th rank. Yijin Jing 41,100. Boom. A stream of pure qi surged from his body, flowing towards his limbs and bones, while the qi within him continuously refined, nearing the threshold of transforming qi into vigor. Xiao Bieli took a deep breath. Spend another 5,000 experience points to enhance Yijin Jing. Yijin Jing 46,100. Boom. Once again, a stream of pure qi surged out, continuously refining and compressing the qi within, increasing its quality. However, he was still a bit short of unblocking the 7 apertures and transforming qi into vigor. As expected, from 6th rank to 5th rank, it's impossible to enhance a realm with just a small amount of experience. Spend another 5,000 experience points to enhance Yijin Jing. Yijin Jing 51,100. Boom. A stream of pure qi surged out again, part of it flowing towards his internal organs, continuously tempering them, while the other part surged towards his eye apertures. Crack. The eye aperture was unblocked, realm early 5th rank. Boom. In that instant, Xiao Bieli felt his vision clear, and despite the heavy rain, he could see clearly for hundreds of meters. He gently raised his hand. Whoosh. A blade aura sliced through the air, cutting down 3 trees as thick as a thigh from 10 zhang away. Finally, I've reached the 5th rank. Xiao Bieli softly said. The eye aperture corresponds to the liver among the internal organs. Unblocking the eye aperture also strengthened my liver a bit. Indeed, the path of martial arts is a process from human to perfect person. Once reaching the peak of 5th rank, after reinforcing all internal organs and the 7 apertures, the qi forms a small cycle within my body. Coupled with my strong physique, I am nearly flawless. Now I wonder how I compare to that 4-direction sword Zhuqinyun. Sighed. Xiao Bieli sighed lightly. Most likely I am still not a match for Zhuqinyun. He has already unblocked the 7 apertures, and the Zhongyuan sword sect is one of the 9 sects in the world. Moreover, Yun is the #1 true disciple of the Zhongyuan sword sect. His martial arts must be extraordinary. I still need to diligently cut down enemies. Experience points 1460. Looking at the remaining experience points, Xiao Bieli silently thought. Spend all experience points to enhance copper body skill. Boom. Copper body skill 78,100. Xiao Bieli's entire body heated up as countless experiences of cultivating copper body skill flooded into his mind, as if he had practiced it for decades. Copper body skill and iron cloth shirt are martial arts of the same level, and they overlap with the 13 Guardians' horizontal training. Fortunately, the required experience points aren't too many. Acceptable. Now I am even tougher. On the 10th day of September, Bloodblade Vajra Xiao Bieli killed the 5th rank, offering Ghost Claw Song Kong and 19 masters of the Liu family in Yunzhu at Wulong Slope, Dongjiang County. Once the news spread, the entire Manzhou was shaken. Some initially believed it to be a rumor, but it was quickly confirmed, because the news came from within the Jinwu Hall. 3 days later, Xiao Bieli slightly changed his appearance, donned a black, tight-fitting outfit, and sat openly in the Food for Heaven in Song County. With his current horizontal training mastery, his control over his muscles had reached an extraordinary level. A slight alteration in his facial appearance was not a difficult task for him. Moreover, he was now a 5th rank master, which made him quite a formidable figure in the entire Manzhou. Even if the 5th rank from the 12-linked fort or the Sanjiang alliance came to him, he would not fear. What he needed to fear now were those forces. The day before, people from the Jinwu Hall contacted him again, notifying him to meet in Song County. He had been in the neighboring county not far away and arrived in half a day's effort. I say Xiao Xia must have already stepped into the 5th rank, otherwise how could that 5th rank from Yunzhu have died at his hands? Within the Food for Heaven, voices were bustling. But the most discussed was still the Bloodblade Vajra Xiao Bieli. It can't be. I was fortunate to witness Xiao Bieli's battle at the city gate. He faced the Spirit Snake Gang and didn't win with a single strike. How could he be 5th rank? That was because Xiao Xia is benevolent. If it weren't for the Spirit Snake Gang being ungrateful, he wouldn't have resorted to killing. Indeed, I believe Xiao Xia did nothing wrong. I heard those hired blades say that Xiao Xia even spent silver to buy information from Jiangshan Pavilion, then sought out those who committed evil deeds. Previously, Han Long was found by Xiao Xia, and he was definitely not a good person. Exactly, the 12-linked fort and Baiyun Villa have been arrogant in Dongjiang County for too long, unable to bear the sight of a righteous person like Xiao Xia. That's why they wanted to eliminate him. You know nothing. If Xiao Bieli were truly benevolent, how could most of those who fought him end up? You are benevolent. If someone kills you, you want kill them and spare their life. Some, fueled by alcohol, argued passionately within the Food for Heaven. Xiao Bieli merely shook his head, realizing that the performance he put on at the Song County city gate had some effect. Recently, many prominent figures have come to Dongjiang County. What prominent figures? It seems that Xiao Xuanli, the true heir of the Salt Gang, has arrived. I heard he brought experts from the Salt Gang to the 12-linked docks. Not only from the Salt Gang, but I also heard that the Tsangyuan Sword Sect and the Liu family have experts coming as well. This time Xiao Bieli is likely to face misfortune as Liu Fuxing, the head of the Liu family, has personally come to Dongjiang County. His son was killed by Xiao Bieli, and he is probably here for revenge. Liu Fuxing is just a 5th-tier expert. Didn't a 5th-tier expert from the Liu family die at the hands of Xiao Bieli before? Liu Fuxing is different. I've heard he has reached the peak of the 5th tier. If he hadn't injured his meridians when he was young, he might have already become a 4th-tier master. Moreover, he came with Shuezhou, the 3rd true heir of the Tsangyuan Sword Sect, who is ranked 63rd on the Dragon Tiger list. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in a commotion. It has been hundreds of years since a master capable of ascending the Dragon Tiger list emerged from Dongjiang County. The vastness of Daqian ensures that anyone who can reach the Dragon Tiger list is a rare genius. Those who initially had confidence in Xiao Bieli began to feel uncertain. Although Xiao Bieli was highly skilled and gifted, he was still too young. Compared to Shuezhou, who had ascended the Dragon Tiger list, he likely still fell short. Some of Xiao Bieli's diehard fans muttered softly. With Xiao Bieli's talent, he is destined to ascend the Dragon Tiger list in the future, while Shuezhou is merely a few years older. At this moment, Ning Qing's figure appeared in the restaurant. She scanned the 2nd floor, and then focused her gaze on Xiao Bieli. Had only slightly altered his appearance, making him still easily recognizable. Ning Qing was not courteous, directly sitting across from him. Xiao Bieli was somewhat surprised and asked, "What happened to the several gatekeepers around you?" Previously, when he had met Ning Qing, she was accompanied by Zhu Shou and 2 true heirs from the Tsangyu sect. But now Ning Qing was alone. However, from the moment he saw Ning Qing, Xiao Bieli realized that this girl disguised as a boy was more skilled than the true heir from the Tsangyu sect Xing Fan. Even if she hadn't reached the 5th tier, she was certainly not far off. After stepping into the 5th tier, Xiao Bieli felt even clearer about her abilities. Ning Qing had at least opened her Rin and Du meridians, stepping into the peak of the 6th tier. She was merely one step away from fully opening her eye acupoint to reach the 5th tier. Moreover, he could see that Ning Qing was not very old, at most a year or two older than him. A 6th-tier peak expert at such a young age was unique in Dongjiang County aside from him. Ning Qing poured herself a glass of wine. Without caring about the dishes, Xiao Bieli had prodded with his chopsticks, picking up a piece of chicken and putting it in her mouth, shaking her head. "I sent the people from the Tsangyu sect to Luoxiao Mountain first. I want to ask if you wish to go to Luoxiao Mountain after all. Shuezhou is there now." When mentioning Shuezhou, Ning Qing's eyes grew a bit more serious. Although Shuezhou is not as strong as Zhu Qingyun, there is no simple character among those who can ascend the Dragon Tiger list. Even though we agreed not to let masters above the realm of master intervene, Shuezhou has already reached the late 5th tier and has comprehended sword intent. This time it is likely that the inheritance will fall into Shuezhou's hands. Xiao Bieli frowned and asked, "Does your Ning family have no experts?" The Ning family is unwilling to become enemies with the Tsangyuan Sword Sect. Xiao Bieli replied, "What about the Salt Gang?" Although the Salt Gang is one of the 6 major gangs in the world, the younger generation does not compare to the Tsangyuan Sword Sect. Without masters, it is difficult to compete with the Tsangyuan Sword Sect. Previously, Shuezhou was in closed-door training, while Zhu Qingyun was entangled in Qianzhou and couldn't come for a while, which is why I invited you. I am confident that I can deal with ordinary 5th-tier experts, but against a master like Shuezhou, I believe I cannot handle it. Moreover, Shuezhou won't care about my identity. Once he makes a move, the danger will be great." Xiao Bieli asked, "What is the difference between the 5th-tier experts on the Dragon Tiger list and ordinary 5th-tier experts?" Ning Qing replied solemnly, "The Dragon Tiger list is ranked by the Zhenwu Hall, taking the 72 young masters under 35 years of age. As long as they enter the 4th-tier master realm, they automatically drop from the list. Every individual on the Dragon Tiger list possesses the potential of a master. Even if they are still at the 5th-tier realm, they often cultivate 1 or 2 profound martial arts to a deep level. Among 5th-tier experts, they are capable of taking on 10. 3 years ago, Shuezhou killed a nest of leaders, including the peak 5th-tier expert, the flying heavenly jade tiger Qiujiu. It is said that Shuezhou completed the kill in less than 10 moves. Moreover, the Baiyun Villa and the Sanjiang Alliance are also standing with Shuezhou, and there are at least a few 5th-tier experts within Luoxiao Mountain." Upon hearing this, Xiao Bieli's eyes lit up and he asked again, "So there are many experts in Luoxiao Mountain now." Now was indeed a time lacking experience. He did not want to indiscriminately kill the innocent, but the Sanjiang Alliance and Baiyun Villa were enemies, so there was no room for mercy. Ning Qing nodded. Indeed, the Baiyun Villa, Sanjiang Alliance, and 12 link docks have already occupied advantageous positions. The area indicated on the map for the master inheritance is so secure that not even a mosquito can fly in. The Sangyu sect's leader Tsang has always been reluctant to speak out. It seems he does not wish to become enemies with the Tsangyuan sword sect, so we cannot rely on the Sangyu sect. Xiao Bieli nodded. If not even a mosquito can fly in, then we should just kill our way in. Luoxiao Mountain Yoto Ridge. Groups of disciples from the Sanjiang Alliance and Baiyun Villa were carefully searching on Yoto Ridge. However, Nyoto Ridge was vast, and the location provided by Shuizhou included not only Nyoto Ridge, but also several surrounding peaks. In a short time, it was impossible to complete the search task. At this moment, Shuizhou, dressed in a long white robe, stood at the highest point of Nyoto Ridge, carrying a long sword and overlooking the Luoxia mountain range below. Behind Shuizhou stood Wei Yong and Tsang, the leader of the Sangyu sect. The two stood motionless behind Shuizhou. After a moment, Shuizhou turned to Tsang and said faintly, "Has Ning Wanqing not contacted you?" Tsang shook his head. Since Zheng Fan and the others returned, Ning Wanqing only sent a message through Zhenwu Hall asking us to wait for news in the neighboring county. And then there has been no further contact. Shuizhou sneered coldly. At that time, Ning Zhiyuan was no match for my senior brother Zhu, and had his right hand crippled, never to hold a sword again in this life. How could one Ning Wanqing dare to challenge senior brother Zhu? Truly ignorant of the danger. Tsang spoke solemnly. But she is from the Ning family. If something happens here, we might find it difficult to escape our involvement. Shuizhou chuckled coldly twice and said indifferently, "What of the Ning family? That old thing from the Ning family is nearing the end of his lifespan. Does he dare to oppose my Tsangyuan sword sect? If the Ning family truly had the courage after my senior brother Zhu crippled their most talented Ning Zhiyuan, they would have turned against my Tsangyuan sword sect. But they do not dare. Since they have incapacitated Ning Zhiyuan, they do not dare to turn against us. How much less would they dare to turn against just one Ning Wanqing?" Wei Yong murmured, "I just don't know if Xiao Bieli will come." Shuizhou replied indifferently, "Xiao Bieli blocked senior brother Zhu's path. He is destined for a dead end. If he comes, that's even better. If he doesn't come, I will go find him." 3 days later, at Nyoto Ridge. At this moment, besides the members of the Sanjiang Alliance, the 12-linked fort, and the Baiyun Mountain Villa, there are many unfamiliar faces, all of whom possess formidable martial skills. Ning Qing and Xiao Bieli stood in a concealed spot. They had been there for a day, but did not rush to take action. Nyoto Ridge was too vast. They needed to wait for Shuizhou's people to find the treasure location, otherwise with just the two of them it would be an impossible task. Ning Qing looked at the mountain path where people appeared from time to time and whispered, "The commotion you caused this time is quite significant. Other masters from the Weakling of Manzhou have come. Just right, the people from the Sanjiang Alliance and the 12-linked fort have also come to Nyoto Ridge. They probably guessed that there might be something valuable here, so they came as well. In Manzhou, Dongjiang County and Linshui County are quite remote and do not have famous masters, but there are still a few renowned masters in the Manzhou Weakling. According to the information from the Zhenwu Hall, 2 5th-grade masters have come from other counties in Manzhou, Iron Claw Yuji and Hibiscus Swordsman Qi Li. I hope this time no 4th-grade masters come, otherwise it will be troublesome." Xiao Bieli asked in confusion. "You all come from powerful backgrounds. Logically, you shouldn't be that interested in a master's inheritance. Why would you still seek this master's inheritance? Is there something extraordinary about it?" Ning Qing glanced at Xiao Bieli and chuckled. "You don't think that among the 9 sects and 6 clans masters are as common as cabbages, do you? Even among the 9 sects and 6 clans, the number of master-level experts is limited, and each holds a high status within their sect. If masters were that easy to come by, people wouldn't say that those on the dragon and tiger ranking are the reserve for masters. Moreover, the master on Mount Luoxia is no ordinary individual. Although Hibiscus Swordsman Luo Su is merely at the peak of master level, he once single-handedly killed 2 masters of the Tsangyuan sword sect and a master of the Jiangshan Pavilion by the shores of the Xijin Lake. Most importantly, during that incident, Luo Su took away a nearly divine weapon sword from the Xijin Lake. Such a weapon, if worn for years and imbued with sword intent, has the potential to be upgraded to a divine weapon in the future. Zhuo Qingyun is on the verge of stepping into the master realm. He desires that Changhong's sword and also wants Luo Su's sword technique. However, not many know that this mountain holds the inheritance of the Hibiscus Swordsman. Even among our 3 families, only a few core members are aware of it. It's likely that the people from the Sanjiang Alliance and Baiyun Mountain Villa still don't know what Shuizhou is really searching for." Just then the sound of clashing weapons echoed from the mountain. There really is a crypt. Could there be treasure? Clang, clang, clang. You members of the Sanjiang Alliance and Baiyun Mountain Villa shouldn't be too domineering. The wilderness is inherently a lawless land. Xiao Bieli and Ning Qing exchanged glances and leaped lightly toward the source of the sound. In a moment, the two saw 2 opposing groups facing off. One side consisted of members from the Sanjiang Alliance Baiyun Mountain Villa and the 12-linked fort, while the other side comprised Jianghu guests from Dongjiang and Linshui counties along with some unfamiliar faces likely the masters Ningqing mentioned who had come from outside counties. Behind the members of the Sanjiang Alliance, there was a giant cave entrance that had been cleared revealing its massive opening. However, Xiao Bieli took a quick glance and noticed that among this group the highest martial skill level was merely 2 6th-grade experts who had opened the Ren and Du Meridians, and not even one 5th-grade expert was present. It seemed the true masters had already entered the cave. On the ground lay over a dozen corpses, their blood still fresh, clearly having died moments ago. White-spotted tiger Qinxing coldly scanned the group from a distance and said, "If you don't want to die, get out of here quickly. The things inside are not for you to covet." From the crowd, several cold laughs rang out. "If your Sanjiang Alliance is truly that powerful, you wouldn't have let a dozen people slip inside just now. Our numbers are double yours. If it comes to a fight, you may not necessarily come out on top." Qinxing looked at the speaker coldly and said, "You can try. With this group of trash, do you think you can break in?" At that moment, someone in the crowd shouted, "Don't be afraid. With so many of us, they definitely can't stop us. Even the Salt Gang and Song Yuan Sword Sect's true disciples have gone in. There must be good stuff inside. If we can obtain it, we might even have a chance to become 5th-grade experts. Or even 4th-grade masters is not out of the question. Right, let's go all out. Let's fight." Even though the crowd shouted fiercely, no one took the lead to strike. Even the 2 6th-grade experts hiding in the crowd lacked the courage facing the elites of the Sanjiang Alliance, the 12-linked fort, and Baiyun Mountain Villa. They were unsure if they could win, and if they took the lead to attack, they would surely be remembered with resentment, making it impossible to survive in the 2 counties in the future. Sigh. A voice of lament reached everyone's ears. Before they could turn their heads, they saw a figure dressed in black rushing toward the cave entrance. Behind that figure in black, a remarkably handsome young man followed closely. "You dare!" What a— 2 angry roars erupted as white-spotted tiger Qinxing and a 6th-grade expert from the 12-linked fort almost simultaneously leaped into the air, charging toward the figure in black. Yet as swiftly as they came, they were sent flying back even faster. Whoosh whoosh. A scarlet blade light flashed by. Puff. Puff. Qinxing and the 6th-grade expert from the 12-linked fort spat out blood, their bodies flying backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. Experience 2,000. Experience 2,000. Leader Chun is dead. Elder Lu is dead too. Cries of shock. Kill. Don't let him in. Another 10 figures charged toward Xiao Bieli. Puff. 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 The blade in Xiao Bieli's hand was as swift as lightning. With each strike, several heads flew into the air. Experience 1,000. Experience 500. In just a few breaths, over 20 corpses lay on the ground, causing the members of the Sanjiang Alliance and the 12-linked fort to shudder in fear. They no longer dared to advance, only watching helplessly as Xiao Bieli and Ningqing entered the cave. That seemed to be Xiao Bieli, the young hero. Indeed, it is the young hero Xiao. No wonder he is the best expert of the younger generation from Linshui County. Even white-spotted tiger Qinxing couldn't withstand a single strike from him. These despicable people have relied on their power to bully others, and now they have met their match. Someone exclaimed. Not only the members of the Sanjiang Alliance and the 12-linked fort were shaken by Xiao Bieli's martial prowess, but even these Jianghu guests felt the same. To me, Shuizhou is only a decade or so older than Xiao, otherwise he wouldn't even be comparable in front of Xiao. Right, with Zhao's talent, he is destined to rise on the dragon and tiger ranking, and his position will certainly be ahead of Shuizhou. Let's not worry about young hero Xiao for now. He has just killed several masters. This is our last. Right, let's rush in. Kill. Busy with National Day updates will resume tomorrow. Outside, chaos ensues. Meanwhile, Xiao Bieli and Ningqing have entered a cave. Ningqing follows closely behind Xiao Bieli and whispers, "I didn't expect your martial arts to have reached this level. Killing Song Kong was truly not a coincidence." Xiao Bieli walks in front and replies calmly, "It's just Song Kong, he's nothing. If the true genius on the dragon and tiger rankings wants to take my life, I must make progress quickly. If Shui Qingyun comes personally, there will be no way out." Ningqing shakes her head saying, "At your age, Shui Qingyun is not as good as you, but now he is probably not far from becoming a master." Xiao Bieli takes off his outer garment and makes 2 simple torches. After lighting them, he continues through the cave, illuminated by the flames. The entrance of the cave is small, but the deeper they go, the larger the internal space becomes. It resembles a natural cavern, although signs of artificial excavation are evident. The deeper they go, the more they marvel at the ingenuity of nature. This cavern extends downward, as if it has opened up the very bottom of Nyoto Ridge. Suddenly, as Xiao Bieli just pokes his head around a corner, a shadow darts out, like lightning from a platform above clawing towards Xiao Bieli's head. Xiao Bieli lightly sidesteps, and that claw strikes the cave stone wall. Crack! A large chunk of stone is torn away by that claw. Edge. A light gasp escapes the assailant's lips, seemingly incredulous that he failed to succeed at such close range. Xiao Bieli, you really dare to come. At this moment, Xiao Bieli clearly sees the assailant's appearance. He appears to be in his late 50s or early 60s with his true energy well contained. He is lean with arms significantly longer than the average person, and his eyes are bright and spirited. Indeed, he is a 5th-grade expert like Xiao Bieli, having opened his eye acupoints. Iron Claw Yuji. Ning Qing stands beside Xiao Bieli, furrowing her brow. He is notorious in your barbarian prefecture, having harmed many, but his martial arts are indeed formidable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived until now. But when did you collude with Shui Zhou? This little kid has good eyesight. Yuji glances at Ning Qing, momentarily taken aback. A girl disguised as a boy. Xiao Bieli's lover. Shui Zhou offered me benefits, instructing me to wait here. If Xiao Bieli comes in, I am to deal with him. Although there may be good things inside, they are under the watch of the Zhongyuan sword sect and the Salt gang, which are beyond my reach. Therefore, taking his benefits will make it easier to deal with you. Yuji stares at Ning Qing, his eyes narrowing slightly. Although this kid is handsome and talented, his judgment is lacking. Offending Zhuo Qingyun, he is bound to die. Following him is worse than following me. Don't be fooled by my appearance. I'm not like those silver spear wax-headed ones. I can definitely give you. Before Yuji could finish Clang, Ning Qing draws her long sword, and the sword light divides into 9, with sword energy crisscrossing, causing Yuji's expression to change. He claws with both hands, filled with vital energy like a ghostly shadow, repeatedly striking out. Clink, clink. The sword energy and claw shadows collide, leaving several cuts on the fabric of Yuji's arms. Just as the sword momentum was about to end, Yuji suddenly stepped forward, clawing fiercely towards Ning Qing. Ning Qing shows no sign of hesitation, lightly stepping back, like a specter retreating several meters, causing Yuji's claw to miss. Ning Qing smiles, looking at Xiao Bieli. Xiao brother, what do you think of my sword? Xiao Bieli nods and replies, this sword is like an antelope's horn, elusive and swift as lightning. If you stepped into the 5th grade realm, this sword would be enough to kill Yuji. Unfortunately, you have not reached the 5th grade realm, and he has protective gear on his arms. Your sword energy has failed to break through his defenses. Ning Qing continues, then if Xiao brother were to make a move, what would the outcome be? Xiao Bieli replies nonchalantly, of course he would be 10 deaths without life. He. Seeing that the two completely disregard him, Yuji, filled with rage, laughs sarcastically. Even Shui Zhou wouldn't dare to say, he has me at his mercy. What are you? Sigh. Xiao Bieli gives a light sigh and extends a finger, 1 knife. What? Yuji is stunned, then quickly reacts with repeated cold laughs. It seems I can't let you die too easily today. He has seen numerous arrogant individuals, but this level of arrogance from Xiao Bieli is the first. He is a mid-tier 5th grade expert, having opened both his eye and ear acupoints. Moreover, over the years he has offended many in the barbarian prefecture, and he has survived due to his decent martial arts and a piece of superior inner armor, making him difficult to harm with ordinary weapons. If 1 knife cannot kill you, then there is no need for me to find Shui Zhou. Xiao Bieli speaks lightly. However, the expression on his face makes Yuji's complexion even worse. Ning Qing, on the other hand, has a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. Since Song Kong died at Xiao Bieli's hands, she suspected that he had already reached the 5th grade. Now, with such bold words, could he have already reached the peak of the 5th grade, or even the 7th acupoints fully opened? Boom. Yuji strikes first, his hands forming claws covered in vital energy, rushing towards Xiao Bieli like a ghost. Wherever his force passes, it leaves claw marks on the cave's stone walls. Countless shards of stone carried by the forceful wind shoot towards Xiao Bieli. At the same time, heavy claw shadows rush towards Xiao Bieli, making it difficult to discern which claw shadow is real and which is an illusion. Seeing the fragments about to hit Xiao Bieli, yet he remains unresponsive, Yuji's eyes reveal a serious expression. He naturally does not believe that Xiao Bieli is stunned by this claw. It only indicates that Xiao Bieli is completely confident. Or perhaps he truly does not regard him as a threat. However, with the arrow on the bowstring, it must be released. At this point, he has no way out. Moreover, even if Xiao Bieli is strong, he shouldn't be able to kill him in an instant. With this thought in mind, Yuji suddenly channels all his true energy, wanting Xiao Bieli to taste the consequences of underestimating him. Just as the fragments are about to hit Xiao Bieli, boom. A protective vital energy suddenly appears around Xiao Bieli. Clang. The red sleeve blade is drawn. Whoosh. Not good. Yuji's heart tightens in his eyes. This knife is indeed ordinary, coming straight at him. But this knife is simply too fast, so fast that he cannot react in time. The vital energy in Yijin's hands dissipates, leaving him with a strange expression frozen in place. In the next moment, poof. Yijin's head flies off, blood spraying. One knife beheads. Ning Qing's expression shifts as she constantly sizes up Xiao Bieli. She comes from the Ning family of the Jinwu Hall. Not only has she seen fifth-grade experts in action, but she has also witnessed masters in action on several occasions. Yet among the fifth-grade experts she has encountered, none had a knife this fast. Xiao, brother, I initially thought you could become Zhou Qinjian's rival. But now I believe that within 3 years Zhou Qingyun will surely be under your feet. The only ones who can compete with you are the top 3 on the Dragon and Tiger rankings. In the Jianghu, one's fate is never truly one's own, and I harbor no desire to contend with anyone. Yet others force me ever forward. Xiao Bieli sheathed his sword and gazed at Ning Qing with a faint smile. As for you, Miss Ning, pray tell is Ning Qing your true name? Ning Wanqing lingered silently upon those 8 words. In the Jianghu, one's fate is never truly one's own. And at last she cast Xiao Bieli a wry, exasperated glance and replied, my true name is Ning Wanqing. My Ning family still commands some influence within the Jinwu Hall. Were those words uttered by a middle-aged man, she might have taken them as sincere reflection, but hearing them from Xiao Bieli, 2 years her junior, struck her as faintly affected. Xiao Bieli shook his head in. By Yuji's implication, the Salt Gang and Shuizhou have likely reached an accord. Add to that the elite masters of the Sanjiang Alliance, the 12 linked docks, and the Baiyun Manor, and entering now would be perilous indeed. Perhaps you should withdraw for now, and should I obtain the Grandmaster's legacy, I shall deliver it to you. Otherwise, if battle erupts, I cannot guarantee your safety. His current experience points had just surged past the 10,000 threshold, and with Ning Wanqing beside him, his maneuverability would be severely constrained. Cultivation Realm 5th rank, initial stage. Martial Arts, Yijin Jing, 51100 Whirlwind Saber Art perfected, 13 Treasure Iron Body Art perfected, Iron Shirt perfected, Drawsword Technique perfected. Bronze Body Art 78100 Golden Bell Shield 73100 Vajra Finger 10100 Sword Intent Bronze Skin Featherlight Agility. Experience points 1344. Ning Wanqing smiled lightly in. Rest assured, I carry 2 life-preserving artifacts. You need not trouble yourself over my safety. Perhaps when the fighting begins, I'll even grant you a pleasant surprise. And thud, thud, thud. And at that moment, hurried footsteps echoed sharply from behind. Hurry, the broth will boil away if we delay. And indeed, after walking so long, not a single soul has crossed our path. Could there be hidden passages within this cavern? Were it not for Xiao Bieli, none of us would have entered today. In hearing those voices drift from the cavern mouth behind them, Xiao Bieli's brow furrowed slightly. After searching Yuji's body, finding only silver coins, Xiao Bieli paused. Shall we let them advance first? Ning Wanqing murmured softly. Xiao Bieli nodded. In one fluid motion, both leapt upward. Xiao Bieli seizing Yuji's severed head and corpse, landing atop the ledge where Yuji had earlier concealed himself. Moments later, dozens of torchbearers marched in a formidable procession. Bloodstains. Xiao Bieli must have clashed with them here. Onward. Hurry inside. Xiao Bieli casually discarded Yuji's corpse onto the cavern ledge and said with a courteous bow, Miss Ning, if you'll excuse me, I must attend to a private matter. Pak. Ning Wanqing gave a light, disdainful spit, then sprang forward, 100 paces in a single bound, vanishing around the bend. Xiao Bieli paid no mind. Turning aside, he silently intoned spend 10,000 experience points to advance Yijin Jing. Cultivation Realm 5th rank, middle stage. In Yijin Jing, 61,100 Nbu. A torrent of accumulated Yijin Jing insights flooded Xiao Bieli's consciousness, alongside a surge of pure potent qi surging toward his 2 ear orifices. Rumble, rumble. Ni's aura swelled steadily. Boom. Both ear orifices pierced, his hearing magnified tenfold, perhaps more. Simultaneously, his kidneys, the organs governed by the ear orifices, were fortified. Reaching this stage alone rendered any tonic superfluous. His kidneys were already forged of unbreakable steel. After a dozen breaths, his aura settled, and he glanced at his system interface. 3,000 experience points remained. Bronze Body Art and 13 Treasure Iron Body Art share too much overlap in cultivation methods. Better to perfect Golden Bell Shield first. Though, perhaps the remaining points suffice to perfect both arts. At that thought, he silently commanded spend 2,700 experience points to advance Golden Bell Shield. Spend 440 experience points to advance Bronze Body Art. Golden Bell Shield perfected, Bronze Body Art perfected, bronze skin and iron bones. Boom. And instantly torrents of mastery from both arts flooded his mind, followed by a warm, radiant current welling up within his body. As the warmth subsided, he sensed his physical frame strengthening, so dense, so resilient, that even a famed divine blade might fail to pierce his epidermis. Thus bronze skin and iron bones are now complete. Even Shui Zhou, ranked 62nd on the Dragon Tiger list, may yet fail to breach my iron-hardened body. Time to meet them face-to-face. And the remaining 300 points, fully allocate to Vajra Finger. In moments later, Xiao Bieli leapt down, vanishing into the cavern's depths. He had not gone far before spotting Ning Wanqing awaiting him ahead. TSK. Ning Wanqing glanced at Xiao Bieli and emitted a soft, knowing TSK. Xiao Bieli's expression darkened. Was it truly so egregious? Merely refining his martial arts, albeit with slight delay. What did that look imply? Yet he chose not to quarrel. Quietly he said, let us go. They had scarcely advanced when the clash of blades rang out ahead. Damn it. Must the Sanjiang Alliance truly exterminate us all? We merely wish to sip a little broth. Mercy. Spare our lives. All those slain outside were killed by Xiao Bieli. Not us. Screams tore through the air unceasing. Neither Xiao Bieli nor Ning Wanqing flinched. Truly the world abounds with clever souls. Though nearly 400 had gathered outside, only dozens dared enter the cavern. Though masters of the 5th rank had arrived from the Sanjiang Alliance, the 12 linked docks, and the Baiyun Manor, eager to claim their share, they failed to gauge their own strength. Xiao Bieli led the way, pausing at a corner. Ahead lay a vast cavern, spacious enough to hold hundreds. At its heart rose a stone dais upon which rested an ancient, unadorned longsword, and beside it a simple, weathered wooden box. A crowd ringed the dais. 20 or 30 corpses littered the floor. Ning Wanqing drew near Xiao Bieli and whispered in. Guan Tianin, sovereign of the 12 linked docks, Wei Yong's second master of the Baiyun Manor, Xie Yuntao, the golden-eyed eagle of the Sanjiang Alliance, O Qi Li, the lotus sword guest, and Shui Zhou, the gentleman's sword. No members of the Salt Gang are visible, and the Tsang Yuan sword sect surely dispatched more than Shui Zhou alone. Xiao Bieli's gaze settled upon Shui Zhou. Shui Zhou was strikingly handsome, clad in a flowing white robe. 3 emeralds gleamed upon his sword's hilt. Even by appearance alone, Xiao Bieli could best him, by no more than 3 degrees. Moreover, Xiao Bieli sensed the faint, unmistakable resonance of sword intent emanating from Shui Zhou, proof that he too had grasped the essence of the sword. Several 5th-rank masters stood encircling the dais, yet the atmosphere hung heavy with eerie stillness. None spoke. Even the brutal suppression of the newcomers had been delegated to their underlings. Guan Tianan stared coldly at the captives kneeling before him. You claim Xiao Bieli has arrived. The Jianghu traveler kneeling on the ground hurriedly said, Indeed. It was Xiao Bieli who killed the experts outside, allowing us to come in. Moreover, we saw Xiao Bieli enter, but we encountered no one along the way. Guan Tianwu frowned. Did you not hear any sounds of battle on the road? He personally witnessed Shui Zhou leaving Yu Ji in the cave. Even if Xiao Bieli possessed the skills to match a 5th-tier expert, he would surely be injured under Yu Ji's ambush. Even if he didn't die while fleeing outside, these people should have encountered him. Could it be that there are intersections in this cave that they missed when they came in? The kneeling Jianghu traveler quickly replied. We did not hear any sounds of battle, nor did we see Xiao Bieli, but we smelled blood along the way. I don't know who left it behind. Guan Tianwu asked. Then where did Xiao Bieli go? Blood smell? Could it be that Xiao Bieli was dealt with by Yu Ji, or was Yu Ji injured? Let's not worry about Xiao Bieli for now. I can forego the Changhong sword, but I want a share of what's in the wooden box. The Lotus Sword Master Qi Li looked at the wooden box on the stone platform, a glint of fervor in his eyes. This is something left behind by the Changhong Sword Master Luo Su, and there's a high chance it contains a master-level secret technique. Shui Zhou, being a true disciple of the Tsang Yuan sword sect, does not lack a master-level secret technique. And since he uses a sword, if he could obtain a master-level secret technique, he might have the opportunity to step into the master realm in the future. At that time, he could become a formidable figure in the entire Manzhou. Golden-eyed Eagle Xie Yuntao also spoke up. Young hero Shui, you do not lack a sword technique. The Changhong sword is among the finest artifacts. If you take it directly, and if the wooden box contains the famous sword technique of the Changhong Swordmaster, I hope young hero Shui will allow me to copy it originally meant for you to take. Although he was wary of the 12th on the Dragon and Tiger list Shui Zhou, there was not a single master-level secret technique in the Sanjiang Alliance, and he did not even know how to step into the master realm. Even if he did not use a sword, if he could obtain a master inheritance, he might have a few more chances through related practices. Moreover, he was only 50 years old. It was not too late to learn swordsmanship now. Qi Li nodded. That's the reasoning. We've worked hard to come here, and we can't leave empty-handed, can we? Shuizhou smiled and gave Xie Yuntao a deep look, then turned to Guan Tianwu and Wei Yong, saying lightly, "Do both of you think the same way?" Wei Yong quickly said, "Our Baiyun Mountain Villa will definitely stand by young hero Shui's side. We have no intention of coveting what's in the wooden box." Guan Tianwu also nodded. "The Salt Gang and young hero Shui have reached a consensus. I am here only for Xiao Bieli. Xiao Bieli killed my son out today. I want him dead." As Guan Tianwu and Wei Yong spoke, Xie Yuntao and Qi Li's expressions turned grim. They had thought that Wei Yong and Guan Tianwu would have some thoughts about the contents of the wooden box as it concerned a master. But now that Guan Tianwu and Wei Yong acted this way, they were undoubtedly putting them on the hot seat. Xie Yuntao chuckled and said, "It seems my vision was too narrow. Brother Guan is right. I will not covet what is in the wooden box. Today's main focus is still on dealing with Xiao Bieli." Qi Li's expression grew darker. He originally wanted the inheritance of the Changhong Swordmaster. But with the situation turning out this way, Qi Li could only say, "I will not take anything either." However, before Qi Li could finish his sentence, whoosh. Shuizhou formed a sword with his fingers, and a streak of sword light appeared at his fingertips, dividing into four at the moment it appeared. Seeing this, Qi Li's face changed dramatically as he leaped up and fled towards the entrance of the cave, simultaneously slashing backward with his sword. The sword aura surged. Bang! Qi Li's limbs had already been severed, and his body crashed heavily near Xiao Bieli, and the other's blood spilling from his mouth. Wow! The crowd was in an uproar. The people from the 12 linked barracks in the cave felt relieved, glad that Elder Xie had changed his attitude quickly, otherwise they would have been in trouble too. Little did they know that Xie Yuntao and Wei Yong were already engulfed in tumultuous waves in their hearts. They had previously dealt with Lotus Swordmaster Qi Li and understood his martial arts. Qi Li's sword techniques were strange and ruthless, and even they could encounter trouble if they were not careful. But now Shuizhou had not even drawn his sword, yet he had severed Qi Li's limbs. This power left them baffled. Was there truly such a gap between those who had made it onto the dragon and tiger list and them? Shuizhou stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping over the crowd in the cave, coldly saying, "Do not covet what you shouldn't. The Changhong sword and the contents of this wooden box are what Brother Zhuo desires. Otherwise, do you think why the Salt Gang would sell me a favor? If anyone wants a piece of the pie, you can go speak to Brother Zhuo yourself." In the cave, there was a deathly silence. They naturally knew who Brother Zhuo was. In Shuizhou's words, among the younger generation, the only one whom Shuizhou could address as brother was Zhuo Qingyun. At this moment, Qi Li was continuously spitting out blood. He looked at Xiao Bieli and Ning Wanqing, who were hiding in the passage, his mouth slightly opening. "Kill me. Kill me." His eyes no longer held any desire for life. Sigh. Xiao Bieli let out a soft sigh in his heart. Just now, Shuizhou's sword not only severed Qi Li's limbs, but also injured his heart vein. Even if the bleeding stopped, he wouldn't last long. Indeed, this is the Jianghu where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. But if the Jianghu were all about brotherhood and harmony, he wouldn't have much room to unleash his potential. He flicked his fingers. A surge of energy struck at Qi Li's heart, and a look of relief appeared on Qi Li's face. Experience 4,000. Who? Guan Tianwu suddenly turned his head to look towards the entrance of the cave, shouting loudly. Xie Yuntao and Wei Yong exchanged glances and leaped up to land beside Qi Li's corpse. Upon seeing the two figures standing at the cave's passage, both of their faces revealed shock. "Xiao Bieli, you actually dared to come." Xiao Bieli walked out from the passage, saying indifferently, "Why does everyone say this every time they see me? Do you not want me to come?" Xie Yuntao glanced behind Xiao Bieli and asked, "Where is Yu Ji?" Xiao Bieli did not even look at Xie Yuntao, but turned to Shuizhou, saying lightly, "You let Yu Ji ambush me midway. Now that I am here, he is certainly dead. But don't be anxious. Encountering me today, all your deaths will coincide, and you will have company on the road to the Yellow Springs." Arrogant. Speaking nonsense. Wei Yong and Xie Yuntao shouted in unison. However, neither of them made a move. They merely roared. All of this was for Shuizhou to see. Since Xiao Bieli could kill Yu Ji, he certainly had trump cards up his sleeve. They were both of considerable age and naturally understood that in the Jianghu, reason held no sway. Just as Xiao Bieli had never interacted with the Tsangyuan sword sect, yet they sent someone to kill him. In the Jianghu, strength is the only truth. As long as they did not offend Shuizhou, they would refrain from making a move. Although they did not believe Xiao Bieli was Shuizhou's match, what if Xiao Bieli had a powerful trump card and managed to injure them? "Before, I thought you were just someone who got lucky and stumbled this far." Shuizhou looked at Xiao Bieli, his expression unchanged. He merely stood there, resembling a sword ready to unsheath, making it hard for others to gaze directly at him. "Now it seems I underestimated you. Your foundation is solid and your aura is sharp. Even if you haven't comprehended the blade intent, you are not far off. When I was 17, I was not as good as you. The crowd erupted in an uproar. Shuizhou, ranked 62nd on the Dragon and Tiger list, actually claimed that he was not as good as Xiao Bieli at 17. However, they internally agreed. After all, Xiao Bieli was only 17 and had already killed a 5th-tier expert. Unfortunately, he was simply too proud. He should not have come here, knowing Shuizhou was present. If he hadn't come here in 10 years, or even in a few years, Xiao Bieli would have had the opportunity to become a 4th-tier master. At that time, the sea would be vast enough for fish to leap, and if he joined a powerful faction, he could potentially challenge the Yuan sword sect. But now that he was here, Shuizhou would never let him leave alive. Today, Xiao Bieli was undoubtedly doomed. Xiao, why do you need to make a move? Guan Tianwu stepped forward, coldly gazing at Xiao Bieli. Revenge for my son, a debt that cannot be repaid. Today I will personally avenge my son. Guan Tianwu's true qi surged, and a killing intent emerged. Xiao Bieli narrowed his eyes. Guan Tianwu was indeed the foremost expert in Dongjiang County, and the oppressive aura he exuded was not something Yu Ji could compare with. When dealing with a person like Xiao Bieli from the demonic path, why bother with Jianghu ethics? Let's all attack together and settle this quickly, Xie Yuntao said calmly. He had heard from the leader more than once about Guan Tianwu's formidable martial arts. Even the leader had no confidence in dealing with him. Since Guan Tianwu was going to make a move, he might as well show off in front of Shuizhou. After all, he only needed to lend a hand from the sidelines. Wei Yong had the same thought, stepping forward and coldly saying, "From Xiao Bieli to our Dongjiang County, countless martial artists have died because of him. Evil and demonic paths, all must be eradicated." Boom. Rumbling. The aura from both of them pressed down towards Xiao Bieli. However, Xiao Bieli's expression remained unchanged. The killing intent that surrounded him felt like a gentle breeze in his eyes. "Xiao Bieli, I will help you block these two." Ning Wanqing stepped forward, holding 2 dark beads, and upon seeing the beads in Ning Wanqing's hand, Shuizhou's expression changed. Leizhenzi. Ning Wanqing, the Ning family does not wish to become enemies with my Yuan sword sect. Do you dare to defy the command of the head of the Ning family? Leizhenzi. The Ning family. Hearing Shuizhou's words, Wei Yong and Xie Yuntao's expressions changed. They had also heard of the infamous Leizhenzi. In the previous dynasty, Leizhenzi was a unique fire weapon of the Jiangnan Pile of Thunder. Though only the size of a walnut, it could unleash immense power in an instant, enough to kill a 5th-tier peak expert. When the Emperor Taizu of Deqian marched south, the Jiangnan Pile of Thunder presented Leizhenzi, and now only the Pile of Thunder and the Imperial Court had it. This cave passage is too narrow. If this girl detonates Leizhenzi to blow up the passage, they would all die within this cave. Ning Wanqing chuckled lightly, saying, "I am me, and the Ning family is the Ning family. Just because they do not wish to be enemies with the Yuan sword sect does not mean I do not wish to be enemies with them." After speaking, Ning Wanqing leaned close to Xiao Bieli, whispering, "How about it? Can you handle it, unknown?" While speaking, her left hand discreetly stuffed a Leizhenzi into Xiao Bieli's hand. Xiao Bieli shook his head and did not take it. Now he had mastered the iron cloth shirt copper body skill and the 13 protectors horizontal training, along with a perfected golden bell cover. Even facing Shuizhou, he felt no fear. Moreover, he had his own hidden weapons. He had not yet used the rain pear blossom needles that had previously been revealed. Shuizhou looked at Ning Wanqing coldly and said, "You only have 2 Leizhenzi. If you blow up the passage, you won't be able to escape. The Yu sect has already pledged allegiance to me. If there is any disturbance outside, Song will lead the Yu sect members to seal the entrance. You are no match for Song." Ning Wanqing lifted her chin and said, "Do you think that once you're dead, Song would harm me for a dead person who cannot escape? After all, I am a direct descendant of the Ning family. Although those old fools in the Ning family are timid, killing me is not a big issue. But if Song kills me, the entire Yu sect would have to accompany me to the grave." Xiao Bieli shook his head. "All grievances will be resolved here today. Perhaps by killing you, I won't even need to use Leizhenzi. Guan Tianwu, aren't you seeking revenge? Come, let me see what your level is." The moment the words fell, Xiao Bieli stomped fiercely, shooting forth like a cannonball. His right hand formed a fist, thumb extended, the mighty Vajra finger pointing out. Buzz. In the cave, the air trembled explosively. Although it was only a mighty Vajra finger with a proficiency of just 13%, now Xiao Bieli had the support of his horizontal training martial arts combined with the extremely pure Yijin true qi. Even a 5th-tier warrior receiving a strike from him would have their tendons broken and bone shattered. Good courage. Seeing his enemy, Guan Tianwu's eyes turned red. Facing this overwhelmingly powerful finger, Guan Tianwu showed no intention of retreating. Crack. His body expanded and a sound of bones grinding echoed. Terrifying true qi gathered at his fingertips, and the spiraling qi surged towards Xiao Bieli's finger. Star-shattering finger. Though it was the same martial art, the might of the star-shattering finger in Guan Tianhui's hands was stronger than in Guan Yunping's by more than 10 times. And just as their fingers were about to collide, the shadow of the finger multiplied into 10, aiming for Xiao Bieli's vital points. Xiao Bieli's expression remained unchanged. He simply pointed his finger. Clang, clang, clang. The terrifying finger force struck Xiao Bieli, producing a series of muffled groans. Guan Tianhui's eyes filled with horror. Although he had long known Xiao Bieli possessed terrifying horizontal training martial arts, he was a fifth-tier peak expert, and the chi at his fingertips was enough to shred high-grade inner armor. Yet upon striking Xiao Bieli, it only caused him to shudder slightly. Ultimately, the two fingers collided violently. Boom. The two streams of true chi clashed intensely. Not good. Guan Tianhui's right hand trembled, feeling a great force surge towards him, almost unbearable for his arm. In a battle between experts, victory or defeat can be decided in an instant. In the moment Guan Tianhui was distracted, whoosh, a scarlet blade light appeared. Draw blade technique. This blade was as brilliant as the stars, reaching an extreme speed. You dare? A low shout echoed. An ancient long sword thrust out at an unbelievable angle. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew everywhere. The draw blade technique failed for the first time. Puff. Guan Tianhui spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering back, his back soaked in sweat. In that moment, he thought he was going to die. Fortunately, Shui Zhou intervened and blocked the blade. However, he was still injured by the fierce blade aura, damaging his internal organs. It would take at least 1 or 2 months to recover. Your swordsmanship has reached such a level, and you've comprehended the sword intent, and no wonder you dared come here. Shui Zhou held his sword in one hand and gazed at Xiao Bieli with quiet disdain. In such talent, if senior brother Zhui didn't dislike you, I'd hesitate to slay you myself. You talk too much. Xiao Bieli barked coldly. Inshua. Nina flashed his blade, cleaved downward once more. A dazzling arc of light splitting instantly into 7 radiant blades, each hurtling toward Shui Zhou. The 7 slaying blade. Shui Zhou shook his head. Though it is indeed a master-level sword art, its final 2 techniques are forbidden. To you perhaps it seems like an ultimate secret, but to me it is merely mediocre. He tapped lightly upon the blade of his sword with a fingertip. Ding, ding, ding. Na's sudden resonant sword chant erupted within the cavern. At that moment Shui Zhou had drawn his sword. The instant that blade pierced the air, every onlooker in the cavern felt their skin prickle. Unrelenting, all-pervading killing intent. Though the strike was not aimed at them, their scalps still crawled with dread. Was this the true might of rank 62 on the Dragon Tiger list? Faced with such terrifying killing intent, Xiao Bieli's expression did not waver in the slightest. Shua, shua, shua. 3 consecutive slashes tore through the oppressive aura, shattering it utterly. Both fighters lunged forward simultaneously. Dang, dang, dang. In an instant their figures collided, blade meeting sword in a shower of sparks. Within a breath they exchanged over 100 strikes. Each moved with blinding speed, trading blows so rapidly that the cavern filled entirely with crisscrossing arcs of light, blade and sword alike. What astonishing speed. Xiao Bieli isn't even faltering, damn it. He's only 17, yet already this formidable. What will he become in years to come? The several 5th-rank experts in the cavern watched, their expressions shifting constantly. Had they stood in Xiao Bieli's or Shui Zhou's place, they doubted they could endure 10 strikes, surely perishing beneath that maelstrom of blade and steel. Ning Wanqing's eyes gleamed with fascination as she gripped her thunderquake pills, ready to intervene at any moment. She had come to Manzhou solely to unsettle the Zhongyuan sword sect, and only agreed to meet Xiao Bieli because of his enmity with Zhui Qingyun. Now it was clear a decisive confrontation between Zhui Qingyun and Xiao Bieli was inevitable within just a few years. In her estimation, Xiao Bieli held the greater chance of victory. In the arena, Inwing. At the instant blade met sword, Xiao Bieli suddenly slammed forth a palm strike, unleashing a devastating surge of palm force. Shui Zhou remained unruffled and answered with an identical palm strike. Pong. Thunderous shockwave exploded the moment their palms collided. Pooh, pooh. Those disciples of the Sanjiang Alliance and 12 linked docs who stood too close, and whose cultivation was weak, were struck senseless by the concussive blast, spitting blood and retreating in terror. Both Xiao Bieli and Shui Zhou staggered backward, their bodies jolted. Na flicker of astonishment crossed Shui Zhou's eyes, his left hand trembled faintly. In that palm strike, he had held nothing back. He could clearly sense that though Xiao Bieli's chi was exceptionally pure, his cultivation realm lagged behind his own. Yet Xiao Bieli appeared to have mastered several body-hardening arts to an extraordinary depth. His physical strength was terrifyingly immense. Even without his peerless swordsmanship, Xiao Bieli would rank among the elite of the 5th rank, solely on the strength of his hardened physique. And I can't toy with you any longer. Shuizhou shook his head. Enhong. Ni's aura shifted dramatically. He thrust forward with his sword, his body flowing seamlessly behind the blade. In a blink, Shuizhou and his sword materialized before Xiao Bieli. This thrust was more than twice as swift as any he'd delivered earlier in their exchange. A trace of gravity surfaced upon Xiao Bieli's face. Enshua. In drawblade technique. Na flash of steel. Yet his eyes widened in disbelief at the very moment the sword neared him. Its velocity surged again. Enhong. With no time to react, Xiao Bieli unleashed his Yijin True Qi, forming a golden bell shield around his body. Dong. Na heavy muffled impact resounded. The hastily conjured golden bell shattered under that single thrust. The sword sliced across Xiao Bieli's chest, carving a long gash into the golden silk soft armor he wore beneath. Dang, dang, dang. Na cacophony of metallic clangs echoed sharply. Where Shuizhou's blade passed across Xiao Bieli's ashen-black epidermis, a long white mark appeared, then swiftly darkened into a crimson wound. Na chill swept over Xiao Bieli's skin. He leapt back urgently and slashed again. Shua. Shuizhou parried with his sword horizontally, using the recoil to launch himself backward, astonishment blazing unmistakably in his gaze. In this sword was his master's personal weapon from youth. The famed artifact, Autumn Rain's sword. Nan artifact paired with his full cultivation strength, and yet it had left only a pale mark upon Xiao Bieli. It's the ethereal wind sword art. The Tsang Yuan sword sect's master-level sword art. Beware. In seeing Xiao Bieli wounded only superficially, Ning Wanqing exhaled in relief and called out a warning. Damn it, damn it. Xiao Bieli roared, planting his foot hard into the ground and surging forward like a storm towards Shuizhou. N5 Tiger's severing gate blade, tyrannizing the mountain ranges. Ni's great blade swept horizontally, terrifying Bladiki rippling outward, forcing even Shuizhou's expression to tighten. Ni's sword shrieked, its light flaring brilliantly. Hong, hong, hong. Bladiki and sword key collided with cataclysmic force, wild energies exploding outward, carving deep fissures into the cavern walls and sending shards of stone flying in all directions. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Dozens of weaker cultivators were pierced clean through by the flying debris, blood erupting from their mouths. Others suffered worse, impaled directly in vital points, falling lifeless on the spot. Experience 500. Experience 500. 5 or 6 kill notifications flashed before Xiao Bieli's eyes. Victims included low-ranking disciples of the 12 Link Docks and Sanjiang Alliance, as well as captured martial artists previously taken prisoner by them. But Xiao Bieli didn't glance at those notifications. Not even once. His entire focus was locked upon Shuizhou. Shuizhou's sword also relied on speed. Even with his perfected drawblade technique, Xiao Bieli matched him only evenly in swiftness, so he abandoned speed entirely. Each slash became a crushing, overwhelming blow, maximizing his raw physical power. Dang, dang, dang. Shuizhou's expression grew grim. This stalemate was already costing him face. Should he fail to subdue Xiao Bieli today, he would surely face censure upon returning to his sect. His sword angled sideways in a subtle cut, its light flickering erratically, truth and illusion interwoven, dazzling the eye. Occasionally a feint would land upon Xiao Bieli, stripping away great swaths of cloth. Even the golden silk soft armor worn beneath Xiao Bieli's robes was now reduced to tatters beneath Shuizhou's relentless swordlight. Null observers in the cavern stared dumbfounded. The 5th rank experts occasionally raised their hands to deflect stones hurled by the clashing sword and Bladiki. Shall we intervene? Wei Yong whispered to Guan Tianwu, glancing sideways. They had assumed Shuizhou's involvement would ensure Xiao Bieli's swift capture. Yet though the young swordsman held the upper hand, subduing him proved unexpectedly arduous. Before Guan Tianwu could reply, Ning Wanqing raised 2 thunderquake pills and declared, try stepping in. If you do, I'll collapse the tunnel entrance immediately. Feel free to test whether you can dig your way out. Shuizhou also turned around and shouted, do not interfere. It was already humiliating enough that he could not capture Xiao Bieli for a long time. If he let Guan Tianwu and the others intervene to eliminate Xiao Bieli, it would be a slap in the face. As a proud genius ranked 62 on the Dragon Tiger list, he held his own pride. Swish! The long sword pierced straight out. The person moved with the sword. It was the same strike as before. In an instant, Shuizhou charged in front of Xiao Bieli, aiming his long sword directly at Xiao Bieli's heart. Before the sword reached, Xiao Bieli sensed a sharp sword energy approaching. Good timing. Xiao Bieli narrowed his eyes, disregarding Shuizhou's thrust, and at the moment the long sword came in, boom. Xiao Bieli's aura suddenly erupted, pushing his martial arts to the limit, and a protective chi appeared around him. Clang. At the same time, the red-sleeved dagger was drawn. Dagger technique. This slash was Xiao Bieli's pinnacle strike, concentrating all his essence, spirit, and energy into one attack, leaving no room for defense, risking everything. Shuizhou frowned. Xiao Bieli's mastery of horizontal training was too high. Even though he had previously left a sword wound on Xiao Bieli's chest, if this strike hit the same spot, it would likely only heavily injure him. He could not withstand this slash. However, human strength has its limits. This concentrated strike of all his essence, even for the extraordinary talent of Xiao Bieli, would be hard to unleash a second time. At the moment this strike was executed, Shuizhou quickly withdrew. However, in that instant, Xiao Bieli's dagger moved even faster, slicing through the air towards him with dazzling energy. Shuizhou's gaze sharpened. Did Xiao Bieli learn something from his sword technique? Although not yet mature, he was caught off guard and had no choice but to clash with all his might. Swoosh, swoosh. Yet Shuizhou was unafraid. Even if he fought with all his strength, he might not necessarily lose. He flicked his long sword, swoosh. The terrifying sword energy left a deep mark on the stone slab of the cave, meeting Xiao Bieli's /Heaton. Boom. The clash of blade and sword energies sent shockwaves through the cave, stirring up dust. Countless shards of stone shot out in all directions, and the golden shield surrounding Xiao Bieli shattered instantly. His upper garment was completely torn apart, and even the golden silk armor was no exception, revealing his muscular torso with bulging veins. A red mark appeared on his chest, and blood oozed out. Xiao Bieli was forced back several steps by the terrifying sword energy, spitting out a mouthful. Although the copper body technique and the 13 guardians of horizontal training could resist internal energy attacks, he had endured too much at this moment. The previous sword had injured his internal organs. He would need at least 3 to 5 days to recover. But Shuizhou was also suffering, having retreated nearly 10 steps before stabilizing himself. He had a wound stretching from his chest to his waist, blood staining half of his body. His long sword propped against the ground, he felt himself swaying. That slash nearly cost him his life. Come. Take another slash from me. Just as Xiao Bieli regained his footing, he suddenly pushed off the ground, a surge of power rising from his feet, and he lunged at Shuizhou like a cannonball. You dare! Everyone attack together. Kill! At this moment, Wei Yong and Guan Tianwu could no longer care about Shuizhou's thoughts. If Shuizhou died here, they would all be in trouble. In the instant the three charged forward, Xiao Bieli twisted midair, landing on the ground, and in his right hand appeared a flat copper object resembling a box. The rainfall and pear blossom needles. Even though Shuizhou was heavily injured now, he was confident he could kill Shuizhou within 3 moves. However, if Guan Tianwu and the others attacked together, it would worsen his injuries. After leaving, he might face other crises, and a more severe injury wouldn't be worth it. Without any hesitation, Xiao Bieli pressed the mechanism on the rainfall and pear blossom needles. A faint buzzing sound filled the air. Shuizhou and the others instantly became alert, but it was already too late. Countless fine silver needles shot forth like a torrential downpour, shimmering with a cold light in the dim sky. They quickly gathered their true energy, attempting to block the sudden onslaught of hidden weapons. But they were too close, and the speed of the rainfall and pear blossom needles was simply too fast with far too many needles. Thousands of needles were unleashed, overwhelming them. Clang, clang. They struck out in succession, but soon the noise faded. The rainfall and pear blossom needles pierced through their protective aura and into their bodies. With unwillingness in their eyes, they attempted to circulate their true energy, but they were horrified to find that their strength seemed to be vanishing. In the cave, the experts from the 12 linked rings, Baiyun Mountain Manor, and Sanjiang Alliance displayed looks of terror. In their view, Wei Yong and the others were covered in countless tiny blood points, not only in front, but also at their backs. Thud! Thud! Their eyes filled with unwillingness, they collapsed to the ground weakly. Experience 4,000. Experience 4,000. Ubi Daos 3/ Master's Secret Art 1. The cave fell into silence. A foul odor spread out as 4 5th-rank masters died in an instant, causing some to lose control of their bowels. Even Ning Wanqing had her mouth slightly agape, her body trembling uncontrollably. This kind of hidden weapon was designed to kill. She knew of several hidden weapons containing fine needles, but at most there were only a few hundred. The speed and quantity of Xiao Bieli's hidden weapon were vastly superior. She even suspected that such hidden weapons could injure a 4th-rank master if they were unprepared. Only when the experience notification appeared before Xiao Bieli did he realize that all 4 5th-rank masters had died. Previously, he had doubted the power of the rainfall and pear blossom needles, but now it seemed he had underestimated it. Even now, at such a close distance facing the rainfall and pear blossom needles, his horizontal training skills might not be able to withstand them. Now he even felt it was somewhat wasteful. However, he was glad to have gained the Ubi Daos 3 slashes. But this sword technique was just like the 7-kill sword Ning Wanqing had given him, filled with demonic nature. The deeper one trained, the harder it was to control. Thus, this was also why Xiao Bieli had not practiced the 7-kill sword. However, it's better than nothing. Xiao Bieli shook his head. Currently, the only master's secret art he possessed was the Changing Tendons Classic. Although the Ubi Daos 3 slashes were sinister, the Changing Tendons Classic was precisely a Buddhist master's internal skill, which might suppress the evil nature of the Ubi Daos 3 slashes. Moreover, as long as he first stepped into the 4th rank master realm, and then slowly improved the Ubi Daos 3 slashes, it wouldn't be a problem. He didn't believe that a martial skill could surpass him who had a system. Xiao Bieli lifted his head, looking at the remaining 14 or 15 people in the cave. With a thud, one person directly knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing. Xiao, please spare me. I have elders above and juniors below. Swoosh. The flash of the blade sent 7 heads flying into the air. Experience 500. Experience 1000. Xiao Bieli's expression was cold as he pointed at the corpses of the martial artists on the ground and said indifferently, "You didn't show any mercy when you attacked them earlier. In your next life, be a good person." In the cave, the ground was littered with corpses. Only Xiao Bieli and Ning Wanqing remained alive. Xiao Bieli turned to Ning Wanqing and said, "Aren't you curious what's inside that wooden box? Is it what you seek?" Ning Wanqing, as if awakening from a dream, stared at Xiao Bieli, and after a moment replied, "Shuizhou is not Lu Jun. If you kill him now, that Song Yuan's sword sect will surely not let it go easily. You should return to Yongzhou with me. This way the masters of the Song Yuan sword sect will have no chance to target you." Xiao Bieli said in surprise, "Did you not say that the Ning family is unwilling to oppose the Song Yuan sword sect?" Previously, both Ning Wanqing and Shuizhou had mentioned that the Ning family did not wish to confront the Song Yuan sword sect. Otherwise, even Ning Wanqing's brother, a top talent on the Dragon and Tiger rankings, was crippled by Zhuo Qingyun, yet the Ning family did not intervene. Would they really go against the Song Yuan sword sect for an outsider like him? Ning Wanqing shook her head and said, "It's to Yongzhou, not the Ning family. My elder brother is the disciple of the esteemed Linghu, won by the master of the Yongzhou Jinwu Hall. The people of the Jinwu Hall here can cooperate with me because I carry the token of Master Linghu. Without the support of the Ning family, I wouldn't be able to command the Jinwu Hall in Dongjiang County. Although Master Linghu is bound by the rules of the Jinwu Hall and cannot directly act against the Song Yuan sword sect, he has been targeting them over the years. As long as you go to Yongzhou, Master Linghu will definitely protect you. Moreover, with your talent, joining the Jinwu Hall is also a good choice. Once you join, you will be under the court's protection, and the Song Yuan sword sect will not dare to use those underhanded tricks against you. This way you can cultivate in peace, and within 5 years you will surely be able to slay Zhuo Qingyun." Xiao Bieli shook his head and said blandly, "Joining the court brings too many restrictions. What I long for is a life of swift justice and adventure in the martial world. Where there are people, there is a martial world, and where there is a martial world, there are grievances. The Jinwu Hall is not necessarily simple. Rather than trusting the court, I trust the knife in my hand." His innate talent could only be considered average. Although he had now cultivated the Yijin Jing and his aptitude had improved somewhat, he still lagged far behind those top talents in the martial world. If he were to go to the Yongzhou Jinwu Hall and be well protected, how could his cultivation progress compare to directly gaining experience points? Besides, if that Linghu Wanbai were truly as formidable as Ning Wanqing said, her elder brother would not have met such an unfortunate fate. Ning Wanqing's heart trembled as she looked at Xiao Bieli's departing figure with complex emotions. Indeed, they all believed that even if her brother lost to Zhuo Qingyun in battle, Zhuo Qingyun would still hesitate to strike hard, respecting Master Linghu and the Ning family's might. But the truth proved they were wrong. At this moment, Xiao Bieli lightly leaped onto the stone platform at the center of the cave. The wooden box at the center, made of unknown material, had shifted from its original position during the fierce battle, bearing several indentations, but remaining unbroken. Xiao Bieli raised his hand and withdrew the Changhong sword embedded in the stone platform. Clang! A cold light flashed. The sword was 3 feet and 7 inches long, with a streak of red running down its middle. Xiao Bieli wielded the sword like a knife and gently slashed. Whoosh! A sharp sword aura shot toward the cave's edge, leaving a long mark on the stone wall. A fine sword. Putting the sword back into its sheath, Xiao Bieli casually tossed the Changhong sword into Ning Wanqing's hands. Although the quality of this sword was superior to that of the Hongxiu knife, he still preferred a knife over a sword. Furthermore, all his martial skills were focused on the knife. Now to abandon the knife for the sword would be a pure waste of experience points. Ning Wanqing caught the Changhong sword steadily, wanting to say something, but Xiao Bieli had already opened the wooden box. Inside lay a paper manual quietly resting. The box had been specially treated and showed no signs of insect damage even after so many years on the stone platform, and even the manual inside had only slightly yellowed. Changhong sword technique. This name. Could it be that the Changhong swordsman Luo Su chose it himself? He shook his head and began to flip through the manual. The first few pages contained the contents of the sword technique, while the latter part included numerous insights from Changhong swordsman Luo Su regarding the sword path, as well as many annotations on the sword technique. My. Flipping to the back, Xiao Bieli let out a soft exclamation, sword path realm. According to what Luo Su wrote, when one practices a superior sword technique to its peak and moves like an extension of oneself, one reaches the first realm of the sword path, where the moves become subtle. Above the subtle moves is a personal insight into the sword, continually refining it, giving birth to the sword intent. Comprehending the sword intent signifies that one has entered the door of the sword path. Even though many 5th tier and even master-level practitioners have reached this level, without this intent their chances of winning against those truly adept in the sword are diminished. The sword is like this, and the knife is the same. Ning Wanqing looked at Xiao Bieli in surprise and said, "You don't know this?" For those who learn the sword, once they comprehend the sword intent, their sword techniques will be elevated. Those who can make it onto the dragon and tiger rankings have all comprehended the intent. And some sword path experts on the master rankings are not limited to swords. All things in the world can become a sword. Xiao Bieli nodded. That must be the realm of having no sword, yet surpassing the sword. He wondered if cultivating the Duga 9 swords to its maximum level would allow him to reach that realm. Xiao Bieli placed the manual back into the wooden box and tossed the box to Ning Wanqing, saying, "I don't use swords, so I don't need it. You take it back." He needed to first level up the Yijin Jing to its maximum, and the Ubi Dao 3 knives were also an endless pit. Calculating it this way, he was severely lacking in experience. Where would he find excess experience to invest in sword techniques? Ning Wanqing earnestly said, "I owe you a favor. When I return, I'll see if I can sneak out the Broken Wind Jiu knife manual from the Ning family's library for you. Are you sure you won't come with me to Yongzhou? If not, you should leave Manzhou as soon as possible, or it will be dangerous when the Tsungyuan sword sects people come. You killed Shuizhou, and the next ones might be Zhuo Qingyun, or even a 4th-tier expert from the Tsungyuan sword sect." Xiao Bieli nodded and began to search the corpses. Unfortunately, aside from Shuizhou's treasured sword, the Qiuyu sword, which was a famous long sword, there were only some silver notes. But Xiao Bieli was not lacking in money. He still had several thousand taels of silver on him. Adding the silver notes found this time, he had broken through 10,000 taels. Even within Dongjiang County, a somewhat reputable escort agency would have to sell their assets to gather such a sum at once. Indeed, killing and arson come with golden rewards. Let's go. Seeing there was nothing of value left, Xiao Bieli casually found a clean-fitting outfit to wear and stepped toward the cave's entrance. Ning Wanqing followed closely behind. Just as the two were about to exit the cave, they bumped into a group of disciples dressed in Tsungyu sect robes, led by none other than Ding Yuan, whom Xiao Bieli had met once before. Upon seeing Xiao Bieli and Ning Wanqing emerge, Ding Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly reacted, shouting toward the cave entrance, "Master, Xiao Bieli has come out." After shouting those words, Ding Yuan quickly withdrew. Back in Dongjiang County, he had witnessed the countless corpses with his own eyes. No matter why Xiao Bieli appeared here, he certainly was not someone Ding Yuan could confront. Thus, without any hesitation, he retreated swiftly. Xiao Bieli made no attempt to stop him and walked toward the cave entrance. As he reached the entrance, a dozen disciples of the Tsungyu sect stood outside, with Song Song, the sect master, leading them. Further away, several wandering heroes stood on branches and cliffs watching the scene. Among them was Lu Dali from the Weixin escort agency, standing behind a tall and stalwart man who had already passed the age of understanding. This man was Cheng Hai, the head of the Weixin escort agency. At this moment, Lu Dali also saw Xiao Bieli and sighed lightly, his expression complex. It was he who had personally invited Xiao Bieli to escort goods, but unexpectedly during the events in Lichuan County, Xiao Bieli had killed seven-fingered divine eagle Sun Chang'e. Now he had become a renowned master in the Manzhou region, even overshadowing the fame of the head of the escort agency. Even now he felt as if he were in a dream. Everything was too surreal. Cheng Hai furrowed his brows and said quietly, looking at Xiao, "It seems he has engaged in battle with a master inside the cave." Xiao Bieli's clothes were clearly ill-fitting, and there were bloodstains on him indicating that he had endured a bloody battle inside the cave. The other wandering heroes also looked at Xiao Bieli with curiosity. Many of them had witnessed Shuizhou from the Longhu list ranked 6 Ditwo enter the cave first, and then saw Xiao Bieli rush in. Now Xiao Bieli had emerged, and there were bloodstains on him. What exactly had happened inside the cave? How did Xiao Bieli come out? Could it be that Shui Zhou from the Tsangyuan sword sect fell at Xiao Bieli's hands? How is that possible? Shui Zhou is ranked 62 on the Longhu list. How could Xiao Bieli possibly be stronger than him? Moreover, Guan Tianwu, the leader of the 12-chain fortress, also entered the cave with him. The surrounding spectators were abuzz with speculation. At the cave entrance, Ning Wanqing quietly said, "Song Song, are you going to stop me?" Although Xiao Bieli had displayed immense power earlier, he had indeed been injured. Song Song's martial skills were not weak. If Xiao Bieli were to get hurt further, the forces in Manzhou would certainly aim for him once they learned he had killed Shui Zhou. After all, this was an opportunity to curry favor with the Tsangyuan sword sect. In recent years, the Tsangyuan sword sect had subtly implied its ambition to become the leader among the 9 sects and 6 clans. Even the 4 masters of Manzhou might take action. Right now, it would be best if no one had to act. Alas, Song Song sighed lightly and said, "Miss Ning, even your Ning family does not wish to be enemies with the Tsangyuan sword sect. How can I have so many choices? Today you may leave, I will not stop you, but Xiao Bieli is someone that Xiao Shui wants, he must stay. If he leaves, I cannot explain to Xiao Shui." Ding Yuan stood behind Song Song, a cold expression on his face, and said, "Indeed. Don't think that just because you have some talent you can act recklessly. In front of Xiao Shui you are nothing." Huh? Xiao Bieli shook his head and chuckled lightly. Ding Yuan frowned and asked, "What are you laughing at? Do you think you can match my master?" Clang, clang. Several disciples of the Tsanyu sect had already drawn their swords, glaring angrily at Xiao Bieli. Xiao Bieli stepped forward, shaking his head and laughing. "If you are worried that you cannot explain to Shui Zhou, then there is no need to fear." Song Song felt an ominous sensation rising within him and furrowed his brows, asking, "What do you mean?" "A dead man, what explanation is needed?" Xiao Bieli suddenly stepped forward and the ground trembled. A flash of crimson blade light appeared. Blade technique. At the moment the blade light appeared, Song Song's skin crawled, every pore tightening. He had a gut feeling that if he took this blow he would die. Without any hesitation, he quickly retreated, disregarding the intentions of the Tsangyu disciples around him. "Master!" Ding Yuan's trembling voice reached Song Song's ears. Song Song ignored it, but suddenly he felt a chill beneath him. Looking down, he saw that the lower half of his body had disappeared without him noticing. Blood poured out onto the ground. Such a fast blade. Song Song's eyes showed resentment as his half-body collapsed to the ground. Experience 4,000. Hiss. There was a collective gasp around. Song Song's martial skills could rank among the top 10 in Dongjiang and Linshui counties, possibly even the top 5. The only ones with greater martial skills than Song Song were the leader of the 12-chain fortress Guan Tianwu, the master of Baiyun Mountain Villa, Bai Tiansong, and a few others like the leader of the Sanjiang Alliance Oversea Flood Dragon Zhonglong. But now he couldn't even withstand a single strike from Xiao Bieli. Moreover, what did Xiao Bieli's earlier words mean? Did all the people who entered the cave with Shui Zhou perish at Xiao Bieli's hands? If so, how far had Xiao Bieli's martial skills progressed? Run! In an instant, Ding Yuan shot out over 10 meters, not because he wanted to remind his fellow disciples, but because if others did not flee, there would be no one to draw Xiao Bieli's attention away, and he would likely meet his end. If everyone fled, and he was the fastest, perhaps he would have a chance of survival. Hiss! A blade light appeared, scattering into several beams in midair, shooting towards the fleeing disciples of the Tsangyu sect. Puff! 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 The disciples of the Tsangyu sect did not even have time to scream before their bodies were severed in half, collapsing onto the ground. Experience 500. Experience 1,000. Withdrawing his sword and sheathing it, Xiao Bieli made no unnecessary movements and turned to head down the mountain. When Xiao Bieli and Ning Wanqing's figures vanished down the mountain path, the onlookers finally dared to speak. What level has Xiao Bieli's martial skills reached? Did you all see how Xiao Bieli drew his blade? See what? I only saw a flash of blade light, and then everyone was dead. Let's go quickly check inside the cave. The people in there can't really all be dead, right? A group of wandering heroes rushed madly towards the cave. If the masters inside the cave were all dead, they might still gain some benefits from the corpses. Lu Dali and Cheng Hai did not enter the cave, but ended up beside Song Song's corpse. Lu Dali looked around and quietly asked, "Head, what level has Brother Xiao Xiao's martial skills reached?" Cheng Hai smiled bitterly and said, "I couldn't even withstand a single sword strike from Song Song. How do you think I can see through Xiao's depth?" This is an invisible fragrance pill. Beneath the Nyo head ridge, Ning Wanqing handed a brown pill to Xiao Bieli, saying this pill can conceal your scent, rendering tracking methods, such as the tracking goo, ineffective. Keep it, it might be of some use to you. Shuizhou is dead this time. You must leave Manzhou quickly, or you'll be in real danger. Find a place to hide until the storm passes. With your talent, it shouldn't take you 10 years. That Tsang Yuan's sword sect will find it difficult to deal with you, so don't act impulsively. Xiao Bieli nodded. I understand. Do you think that Tsang Yuan's sword sect will send a 4th rank master to kill me this time? Ning Wanqing pondered for a moment and said, a master is an important figure in the Tsang Yuan sword sect. Without special circumstances, Shuizhou's fate will likely only be that of a 4th rank master. If you killed him, it is highly likely that a master from the Tsang Yuan sword sect will come. But I believe Zhuo Qingyun is an arrogant person. He might come personally. Moreover, the Tsang Yuan sword sect is currently on the rise, so it's not impossible that some masters from Manzhou will also take action against you. After a moment of hesitation, Ning Wanqing whispered, I'll tell you the truth. There is a prince behind the Tsang Yuan sword sect. The entire Jianghu is full of treachery, with a large hand from the court intervening in Jianghu affairs. Even the 9 sects and 6 clans cannot be exceptions. My Ning family is considered one of the 5 great families of the Jinwu Hall, but we dare not offend a prince. That's why my elder brother's matter was left unresolved. Xiao Bieli nodded. As long as I hide, even a master may not find me. You need not worry. Manzhou is too dangerous now. You've obtained what you wanted, so it's best you hurry back. Ning Wanqing said solemnly, rest assured, when I return to Yongzhou, I will have someone mediate. A Zhuo Qingyun does not represent the entire Tsang Yuan sword sect. Xiao Bieli merely smiled and said nothing. The Tsang Yuan sword sect has already lost a true disciple at his hands, which is a deep-seated enmity. How could Ning Wanqing possibly mediate in this? As for his father's death, Zhuo Qingyun must bear full responsibility. He and Zhuo Qingyun already have blood feuds, and he does not care about offending the Tsang Yuan sword sect. In that case, we shall meet again in Jianghu. Ning Wanqing sighed, mounted the prepared swift horse, and she initially only wanted to retreat safely, but unexpectedly, Xiao Bieli killed Shuizhou. Now that the situation is so serious, if he can persuade Elder Linghu and the clan elders to intervene, perhaps he can save Xiao Bieli. After Ning Wanqing's figure disappeared from sight, Xiao Bieli also mounted his horse and headed in another direction. He arrived at a secluded place, then dismounted. Host Xiao Bieli. Cultivation level mid-5th rank. Martial arts Yijin Jing 6-1100 Hurricane blade technique perfect, 13 bodyguard, horizontal training perfect, iron cloth shirt perfect, blade drawing technique perfect. Copper body technique perfect, golden bell shield perfect, great strength Vajra finger, 13100 blade, intent copper skin, iron bones light as a swallow. Experience points 34440. Pending claim Ubi Road 3 blades. Looking at the system panel with experience points nearing 35,000, Xiao Bieli took a deep breath. In his lifetime, the Xiao family has never fought such a prosperous battle. Claim Ubi Road 3 blades. Ubi Road 3 blades 5,100. Boom. Countless cultivation methods for Ubi Road 3 blades surged in a Xiao Bieli's mind, along with some experience from practicing Ubi Road 3 blades. In an instant, Xiao Bieli mastered the basics of Ubi Road 3 blades. Xiao Bieli opened his eyes and murmured, just the basics, no significant impact. When Guihai Dao was cultivated to an extremely deep realm, he couldn't suppress his killing intent. To be safe, it's best not to enhance Ubi Road 3 blades for now. Consume 20,000 experience points to enhance Yijin Jing. As Xiao Bieli's words fell, realm peak 5th rank. Yijin Jing, 81,100. A pure and potent true qi surged from his dantian, flowing through his meridians to his limbs and bone. In just an instant, Xiao Bieli's 7 orifices were connected successfully, stepping into the peak of the 5th rank. The pure Yijin true qi flowed through his organs and meridians, forming a cycle. After a while, Xiao Bieli opened his eyes, exhaled deeply, and sighed. The true qi at the peak of the 5th rank forms a small cycle, within ceaselessly thriving. No wonder I don't need the rainfall needle. Killing Shuizhou is still somewhat troublesome. Crack. Xiao Bieli lightly turned his body, and a sound of bones rubbing together was heard. Xiao Bieli formed his fingers into a blade and gently swiped. Whoosh. A silver-white blade aura shot out, splitting a massive azure stone, 20 zhong away, into 2. All injuries have fully healed. If another Shuizhou comes, I can slay him within 10 moves. And I still have over 10,000 experience points. Looking at the system panel, Xiao Bieli spoke, solemnly consume 14,000 experience points to enhance. He wants to see if this 14% proficiency in Yijin Jing can allow him to open the ancestral aperture at his brow, connect to the bridge between heaven and earth, and step into the 4th rank master realm. Yijin Jing, 95,100. Boom. That pure and potent true qi surged out again, and Xiao Bieli's aura rose steadily. On the 5th of October, in the slight, chill bloodblade diamond, Xiao Bieli was at Nyoto Ridge, slaying Shuizhou, a true disciple of the Tsang Yuan sword sect, who ranked 62nd on the Dragon Tiger list. Alongside Shui Zhou also perished at the hands of Xiao Bieli, were Guan Tianwu, the leader of the 12 linked forts, Wei Yong, the second master of Baiyun Villa, and several other fifth-tier experts. News spread from Yoto Ridge. The martial arts world of Manzhou was in shock. Countless experts rushed towards Nyoto Ridge, eager to uncover the truth. On the 7th of October in the city of Linshui at the Jinwu Hall. Early in the morning, the tavern across from Jinwu Hall was already bustling with patrons as steaming buns and cooked dishes were being served. Do you think the news from Nyoto Ridge is true? Of course it's true. Last night, I personally saw members of the Sanjiang Alliance bringing back over a dozen corpses. Have you not noticed that in these past 2 days experts from the Sanjiang Alliance have not shown their faces? They are afraid of the revenge from Bloodblade Diamond. That's impossible. No matter how powerful Xiao Bieli is, would he dare to kill in the headquarters of the Sanjiang Alliance? Hey, you underestimate Xiao Bieli too much. Even Shui Zhou, ranked on the Dragon Tiger list, fell to him. Not to mention the headquarters of the Sanjiang Alliance right now in all of Manzhou, only those elusive masters can contend with him. Xiao Bieli's father's death had something to do with the Sanjiang Alliance. Do you think those few dare to stay at the headquarters? Speaking of which, Xiao Bieli is still one of our own from Linshui County. Had it not been for this incident, we would have had another expert on the Dragon Tiger list, and our Linshui County would have gained some prestige. What a pity. Hey, I heard that Xiao Bieli's fiancée entered the Tsung Yuan sword sect and has become a true disciple, but has gotten involved with the first true disciple 4 directions sword Zhuo Qingyun and is rumored to be pregnant, which can no longer be hidden. That's why Zhuo Qingyun would take action against Xiao Bieli, but who would have thought Xiao Bieli's martial arts would be so formidable? Just then a swift horse approached from outside the city, heading straight for Jinwu Hall. Upon reaching the entrance of Jinwu Hall, a middle-aged man dismounted and landed directly in front of a weathered wooden bulletin board that had faded from exposure. He had no intention of entering Jinwu Hall. Instead, he took out a red piece of paper from his bosom along with a sticky substance resembling glue and began to paste it onto the board. What is he doing? I've lived in Linshui County for 30 years, and it seems nothing has ever been. Boss, what's being posted? Aren't the bounty lists of Jinwu Hall always posted inside? Many patrons in the tavern were discussing among themselves. A middle-aged man dressed as a shopkeeper looked puzzled and muttered, I seem to recall my father mentioning that this board was for the Dragon Tiger list, but it shouldn't be. Over the years, the Dragon Tiger list has changed, and nothing has ever been posted here. Some could no longer hold back, standing up to drop their breakfast money and walk toward Jinwu Hall muttering, what's the use of guessing? Let's go see and find out. After this was said, over a dozen guests followed suit, and even the shopkeeper couldn't resist. He instructed a waiter and headed toward the Jinwu Hall. At this time, not only the patrons of the tavern across from Jinwu Hall, but also some bounty hunters who were accepting rewards at Jinwu Hall came out, while the middle-aged man had already affixed the red paper. Everyone rushed over. The red paper was large, densely covered with text, and at the very top it boldly stated 3 large characters, Dragon Tiger list. The Dragon Tiger list. It's really the Dragon Tiger list. Someone exclaimed. For many years, Manzhou had not produced a Dragon Tiger list prodigy. Many young heroes who had never left Linshui County had not even heard of the name Dragon Tiger list. They hurriedly asked, what is the Dragon Tiger list? Why have I never heard of it? An older person explained, the Dragon Tiger list is a ranking created by Jinwu Hall, listing the 72 young individuals under 35 years of age with the potential of dragons and tigers. Even if there are only 72 names, they possess martial arts capable of easily slaying 5th-tier experts. If you young people can leave your names on it, you will be renowned throughout the world. At this moment, many were already speculating, looking at the names on the red paper. 4 directions, sword Zhuo Qingyun. Ranked 7th. Isn't this the one who snatched Xiao Bieli's fiancée? Quickly check what rank is Xiao Bieli. Here. Xiao Bieli, a native of Manzhou, master unknown, proficient in blade techniques, with extremely high achievements in external arts, nicknamed Bloodblade Diamond. Ranked 50 on the Dragon Tiger list. Wow. As someone read aloud, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Ranked 50 on the Dragon Tiger list. Didn't he just kill Shui Zhou, who was only ranked 62? How could his ranking be so high? During this time, rumors about Xiao Bieli had spread continuously, and even newcomers to the martial world in Manzhou had heard of his name. Yet they still couldn't understand why Xiao Bieli was ranked so high. A middle-aged man wearing a bamboo hat carrying a large blade looked at Xiao Bieli's name on the list and said calmly, 50th. I think this ranking is still too low. Shui Zhou is already of an advanced age. How could he compare to Xiao Bieli? Give Xiao Bieli 3 more years, and his name will surely be among the top 5 on the Dragon Tiger list. Having said that, the middle-aged man turned and walked down the street. Meanwhile, at this time in Dongjiang County at Chuangyuan, This was where Bai Tiansong raised canaries during the day, a place unknown to the entire Dongjiang County martial world. But today several figures had appeared within Chuangbiyuan. The leader of the Sanjiang Alliance Oversea Flood Dragon Zhonglong Scholar Jiang, Hua Baiyun Villa's owner, Bai Tiansong, the Liu families, head Liu Fuxing, and elder Chen Wu of the Zhongyu sect. Other than Liu Fuxing, they were all renowned experts in the martial world of the two counties. However, at this moment, all wore troubled expressions. Liu Fuxing held a red listing in his hand, tightly gripping the Dragon Tiger list. He gritted his teeth and said, "Ranked 50 on the Dragon Tiger list. Zhenwu Hall really thinks highly of that little brat." The others remained silent, fearing Xiao Bieli's revenge they would not have hidden in this place otherwise. Although Shuizhou was killed by a hidden weapon, it was a fact witnessed by many that Xiao Bieli had killed Songsong outside the cave with a single strike. That kind of strike they had no confidence to withstand. And who knew whether Xiao Bieli still had hidden weapons in his possession after killing Shuizhou? Zhonglong said solemnly, "We can hide for another day or two. I have already contacted Elder Gu, who has good relations with the Zhongyuan sword sect. Now that a true disciple of the Zhongyuan sword sect has encountered trouble in Manzhou, Elder Gu will definitely not stand by idly. In this place, even we didn't know beforehand, although Xiao Bieli's martial arts are high, he has no foundation in Dongjiang County and will definitely not find our location. You all need not worry." Moreover, Xiao Bieli must also fear the experts from the Zhongyuan sword sect coming over and may not even be in Manzhou by now. At this moment, two figures had already silently appeared on a tree outside Chuangbiyuan. Han Wuyin glanced at Xiao Bieli, his expression somewhat complicated. He had previously worried about Xiao Bieli, saying that once Xiao Bieli was dead, he would help avenge him. Who would have thought that Xiao Bieli had been playing the role of a pig to eat the tiger all along, only revealing his true strength, now even making it onto the Dragon Tiger list. Xiao Bieli did not notice Han Wuyin's gaze and asked, "Is it in here?" Han Wuyin nodded and replied, "This time Jiangshang Pavilion has done me a favor revealing the locations of these individuals. My master wants me to invite you to join my blood clothes building. No assessment needed. You will directly become a gold medal killer." "Is your master highly regarded in the Blood Robe Tower?" Xiao Bieli asked, lifting her gaze. The Blood Robe Tower does not have a good reputation in the martial world. Of course, as an assassin organization, especially one that has killed the former emperor, it would not be known for its virtuous deeds. Even the Jiangshan Pavilion, one of the 6 helpers, has to show respect to Master Han Wuyin, which suggests his position in the Blood Robe Tower is likely significant. Han Wuyin nodded. "My master is a core assassin of the Blood Robe Tower." Whoa, this revelation even shocked Xiao Bieli. A core assassin of the Blood Robe Tower. It is said that the former emperor died at the hands of the Blood Robe Tower's #1 core assassin Shadow. He had also previously inquired about intelligence regarding the Blood Robe Tower from Ning Wanqing and learned that there are only 9 core assassins in the tower, never changing. These 9 are the core of the Blood Robe Tower. That Master Han Wuyin is actually a core assassin. Xiao Bieli quietly asked, "So was the former emperor truly killed by someone from your Blood Robe Tower?" Han Wuyin looked at Xiao Bieli as if she were an idiot, saying, "If our Blood Robe Tower were that powerful, would the court dare to target us? According to my master, that matter was likely a scapegoat. If the emperor were so easy to kill, would we have given the court a chance for retribution? Not just that incident, many things have been done using our Blood Robe Tower's name, and over the years we have borne a considerable amount of blame." After saying this, Han Wuyin continued, "Becoming a gold medal assassin of the Blood Robe Tower is very beneficial for you. At the very least, you get to choose who you want to kill. Didn't you enjoy punishing the wicked and eliminating evil? While punishing the wicked, you can also earn some silver. Oh, what's wrong with that? Moreover, you can obtain a lot of information you want from the Blood Robe Tower. As long as you have enough silver, it's also possible to hire someone to kill Zhuo Qingyun. So how is this different from the Zhenwu Hall?" Xiao Bieli replied indifferently, "I can also earn silver by taking on missions at the Zhenwu Hall." The Zhenwu Hall is so miserly. How much silver can they give? Previously, the bounty for killing Han Long at the Zhenwu Hall was only 80 taels, but if someone were to hire an assassin from my Blood Robe Tower to kill Han Long, it would cost at least 300 taels. How much would it cost to kill Zhuo Qingyun? Xiao Bieli asked again. Han Wuyin held up a finger. Xiao Bieli then asked 100,000 taels. Han Wuyin shook his head. 100,000 taels. 100,000 taels. I might as well kill him myself. Xiao Bieli replied, shaking her head. Having killed so many people and collected quite a bit of equipment, he only had about 20,000 taels on him. How could a Zhuo Qingyun who was not even a 4th grade master be so expensive? Han Wuyin said, "That price is really not high. Zhuo Qingyun has already stepped into the 4th grade master realm. Moreover, after killing him, the Zhongyuan sword sect will definitely go mad, so 100,000 taels is not expensive at all." Xiao Bieli curiously asked, "Has anyone placed a bounty on my head in your Blood Robe Tower?" Han Wui nodded. In recent days our branch in Man Prefecture has received quite a few orders to kill you. Baiyan Mountain Villa placed one order, and the Sanjiang Alliance placed another. Combined it amounts to 30,000 taels, but all have been suppressed by my master, so no one can currently accept an order to kill you. Am I only worth 30,000 taels? Xiao Bieli said somewhat displeased. Han Wuyin continued 30,000 taels is what they would pay after killing you, but they also have to give half to the tower, so the assassin can only take away 15,000 taels. 100,000 taels is what an assassin would earn after killing Zhu Qingyun. Whoa. Hearing this, Xiao Bieli sighed, and said in that case I have no choice but to increase my value within your blood robe tower. After saying that, Xiao Bieli leapt up, her whole being darting like a shooting star towards the depths of the Chuang Villa. Are there any heads in this villa that someone from your blood robe tower can collect a bounty on? Han Wuyin followed suit, laughing. If you join my blood robe tower by Tian Song, is worth 3,000 taels, Zhong Long 5,000 taels, and Lu Jun 8,000 taels. With this comparison, don't you feel like you are quite valuable? Who? Just as the two were rushing toward the depths of the villa, a guard from Chuang Villa spotted Xiao Bieli and shouted angrily. This shout carried a hint of internal force, and everyone in Chuang Villa heard it. Someone has broken in. Quickly go inform the master. Although there were not many people in the villa, several capable fighters from Baiyan Mountain Villa were guarding every corner. In an instant, 3 figures sprang out from the villa, rushing towards Xiao Bieli. However, before they reached Xiao Bieli, they saw her face, and their expressions changed dramatically as they turned to flee. Where do you think you're going? Xiao Bieli let out a cold laugh. Whoosh. She unleashed her powerful Vajra finger, and 3 extremely sharp finger strikes shot through the air towards the 3 individuals. Puff, puff, puff. Blood mist spurted from the 3, their faces displaying unwillingness as their bodies fell heavily from the sky. Experience 1,000. Experience 1,000. Experience 1,000. In an instant, 3,000 points of experience were gained. Meanwhile, the group inside the villa led by Tian Song also sensed the unusualness outside and rushed out. Upon seeing Xiao Bieli, their expressions changed. Although they had the advantage in numbers, the name of the person and the shadow of the tree, even Shui Zhou had died at the hands of Xiao Bieli, they lacked the confidence to confront her. Xiao Bieli, do you really want to kill without mercy? Fuhai Jiao Zhong Long shouted angrily. You killed my father, and now you talk about killing without mercy. Xiao Bieli's expression remained unchanged. Besides, I just happen to lack a bit of experience. Since you are all gathered together, I will send you to accompany Shui Zhou. Hearing this, Zhong Long's face darkened as he shouted to the others, let's attack together. I don't believe that Xiao Bieli is really that strong. Shui Zhou died from a hidden weapon. That hidden weapon is worth a fortune and is rare. I don't believe she has a second one on her. As Zhong Long's words fell, Scholar Jiang Hua and Bai Yun Song almost simultaneously made their move, dividing into 3 routes to fiercely charge at Xiao Bieli. Zhong Long clapped his hands together vigorously, his true energy surging, creating layers of afterimages. The afterimages overlapped repeatedly, and in an instant the palm shadows stacked 13 times. Raging Sea Palm. Raging waves roar. This is the Zhong family's unique skill, the Raging Sea Palm, which can stack up to 15 times. Although he had not mastered the Raging Sea Palm to its peak, stacking it 13 times this time has already broken through his previous limits. Zhong Long even felt that with this palm, he could compete with the top talents on the Dragon and Tiger rankings. As Jiang Hua raised his hand, dozens of hidden weapons shot out rapidly from his sleeve. At the same time, a dagger gleaming with green light appeared in his hand, clearly coated with potent poison capable of sealing blood upon contact. Meanwhile, Bai Yun Song drew his long sword from his waist, the sword light brightening. In an instant, he had thrust out 14 swords. The sword light sealed off all of Xiao Bieli's positions, aiming to create some trouble for her. Sigh. A light sigh escaped from Xiao Bieli's lips. Clang. The sound of the red sleeve knife being unsheathed resonated, causing everyone's gaze to freeze. They didn't even see how Xiao Bieli drew her blade, but the brilliance of that knife light was too dazzling, too bright for them to look away. Puff, puff, puff. A red mark appeared on the necks of Zhong Long, Jiang Hua, and Bai Yun Song, which quickly expanded, blood gushing out as the 3 fell to the ground with unwilling expressions. Experience 4,000. Clop, clop, clop. Elder Chen Wu of the Tsangyu sect trembled, finally realizing how their sect master had met his end. A single strike. A strike that came from hell. This was the blade light of the Grim Reaper. When Zhong Long and the others saw the blade light, their lives came to an end. This strike was simply too fast. Even if seen, it could not be stopped. Silence. The scene was enveloped in deathly stillness. Even Han Wuyin, who had followed Xiao Bieli, was startled by that single strike. Though he was merely a 6th rank, he had previously accompanied a gold medal assassin from the guild on missions. Even though his role was just to assist and clear up a few loose ends. That gold medal assassin was a fourth-rank master. He had once seen that master strike from a distance. Though decisive and efficient, it lacked the oppressive aura of Xiao Bieli. That strike, once seen, would be unforgettable for a lifetime. Thud. Chun Wu directly knelt on the ground, trembling, as he said, "Xiao, young hero, I only came here to avoid your revenge out of fear. I had no intention of being your enemy. You can treat me as nothing more than a nuisance. Oh, just let me go." Lu Fuxing had one hand on his sword, but dared not draw at his hand, trembling as he gripped the hilt. In his mind, apart from the four fourth-rank masters in Manzhou, no one else instilled fear in him. Even the Xiao Bieli who had killed Shui Zhou with a hidden weapon was no exception. But now, he realized he was gravely mistaken. Even without using hidden weapons, Shui Zhou would not be a match for Xiao Bieli. Thud. Lu Fuxing also knelt down. "Xiao, young hero, whatever you wish to know I will tell you without reservation. I only ask for you to spare my life." Only when faced with impending death does one truly understand the value of life. Although the person before him was the enemy who killed his son, he had more than just one son. The Lu family had two sons, and even two illegitimate children raised outside. It was merely one son who had died. This vendetta was not something that needed to be avenged at all costs. Xiao Bieli looked at Lu Fuxing with interest and asked, "Where is Zhuo Qingyun?" "I have no way of knowing Zhuo Qingyun's whereabouts." Lu Fuxing shook his head. "However, it is rumored that he is in seclusion, seeking a breakthrough to master level." "Does the Lin family know of Zhuo Qingyun's intentions against me?" Xiao Bieli asked again. Lu Fuxing naturally knew which Lin family Xiao Bieli was referring to. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "Someone in the Lin family must know. Even if they didn't at first with such a huge commotion, now how could they be unaware? However, Lin Qingyun has been in seclusion for a year now and has yet to emerge. I cannot guarantee whether she knows about this matter, but there are rumors that someone saw Lin Qingyun a month and a half ago." Xiao Bieli and Lin Qingyun were childhood sweethearts. He wasn't sure if Xiao Bieli still harbored feelings for Lin Qingyun now. Thus, he could only speak the truth. Xiao Bieli's expression remained unchanged. The affection for Lin Qingyun belonged to the original owner, who had never even met her. If Lin Qingyun truly conspired with Zhuo Qingyun, she would be his father's murderer. Meeting her would only mean delivering one more blow. Lu Fuxing looked at Xiao Bieli and gritted his teeth, saying, "As long as you promise not to kill me, I am willing to tell you a secret. It concerns the treasure of the former dynasty." Upon hearing this, even Han Wuyin, who stood behind Xiao Bieli, was shocked. He whispered, "It is said that after the Great Qian swept through the land, some precious items from the former dynasty's treasury went missing. It is rumored that they were all hidden away, and to this day, no one has been reported to have found them." Lu Fuxing nodded repeatedly, saying, "I can confirm that the rumor is true. As long as Xiao, young hero, swears to the heavens that you won't kill me, I will tell you this secret." Xiao Bieli nodded, extending two fingers, and said, "I, Xiao Bieli, swear to the heavens and all the gods that as long as you reveal the secret, I will spare your life." Upon hearing this, Lu Fuxing sighed in relief, lightly twisting the hilt of his sword. The hilt was easily removed, and from within, he took out a small yellowed piece of map, made of unknown material, handing it to Xiao Bieli. "This is a quarter of the map to the former dynasty's treasure that I obtained from a family related to the former dynasty. If you can find the other 3 pieces, you will be able to locate the treasure." He had not even finished his sentence. Clang! A flash of crimson light cut through the air. Experience 4,000. Lu Fuxing's head flew into the air, his eyes filled with unwillingness, seemingly unable to comprehend why he had given the map to Xiao Bieli, yet Xiao Bieli still chose to strike him down. At that moment, as Xiao Bieli made his move, Chun Wu's body suddenly lunged forward, rushing towards the exit of the courtyard. Since Xiao Bieli could kill Lu Fuxing, he could surely kill him too. Swish! The blade's light appeared, a tremendous sense of crisis surged forth, and Chun Wu dared not hesitate for a moment. His long sword was drawn. Clang! Ding! With a crisp crack, Chun Wu's long sword snapped in two, and a gash ran from his brow down to his neck. Blood sprayed forth as Chun Wu's corpse collapsed from midair onto the ground. Experience 4,000. Xiao Bieli looked at Lu Fuxing's head rolling away and shook his head, saying, "I already told your son earlier that I do not believe in deities or Buddhas. Perhaps he forgot to dream and inform you. But your son has just left. Hurry along the road to the Yellow Springs, and perhaps you can catch up to him for company." Xiao Bieli lightly leaped in front of the corpse, beginning to search it. After this period of honing his skills in corpse searching had grown increasingly proficient. After a thorough search, he found over 10,000 taels of silver notes and a small bag of gold leaves. Xiao Bieli looked at Han Wuyin and asked, "Since everyone knows I did it, can I still claim the silver?" Han Wuyin nodded, saying, "As long as you are not afraid of others knowing you are an assassin from the Blood Cloak Tower, it is certainly possible." Xiao Bieli shook his head, saying, "The silver on me is enough for me to spend for decades. I want earn this little bit." If I were to join the Blood Cloak Tower, what would I need to do? Han Wuyin directly tossed a dark golden token and a monkey-faced mask to Xiao Bieli, saying, "You don't need to do anything. You are different from other gold medal assassins. You were personally appointed by my master. You just need to know how to find the location of the Blood Cloak Tower's branches. Remember to complete one gold medal task each year, and you can maintain your identity as a gold medal assassin. If you need any intel, you can directly purchase it from the branch at half price. You currently have some troubles. You can also follow me to meet my master. At his place, even the Tsung Yuan sword sect would not dare to cause trouble." Xiao Bieli shook his head, saying, "What is this little trouble to speak of?" Han Wuyin shook his head, not saying much. Xiao Bieli being so young, yet having reached this level, if he were Xiao Bieli, he would be even more arrogant. If you encounter significant trouble, you can issue tasks in the guild, and even request master assassins to help you solve your problems. Be cautious. I do not wish to collect your corpse." After parting with Han Wuyin, Xiao Bieli did not leave Dongjiang County, but instead visited Baiyun Manor. Unfortunately, Baiyun Manor only had a few weaklings, and slightly famous experts were all hiding away. Xiao Bieli only killed 2 7th-rank managers of Baiyun Manor, gaining little experience. Host Xiao Bieli. Cultivation peak, 5th rank. Martial Arts, Yijin Jing, 95100 Fierce Wind Blade Technique, completed 13 Tai Bao Horizontal Training Technique, completed Iron Cloth Shirt, completed Blade Drawing Technique, completed. Ubi Dao 3 Blades, 5100 Great Power Diamond Finger, 13100 Blade, Intent Copper Skin Iron Bones Light, as a Swallow. Experience points 25340. Finally, I've gained over 20,000 experience points. After settling down in the inn and locking the door, looking at the panel before him, a smile appeared on Xiao Bieli's face, eyes filled with anticipation, as he said, "Consume 5,000 experience points to upgrade Yijin Jing. I want to see if the perfected Yijin Jing can help me achieve the 4th rank master level." Outside, it's night. Brothers, send some energy. The Yijin Jing completed reached perfection in an instant, and a stream of pure, true qi surged into Xiao Bieli's dantian, then flowed through his limbs and bones. Boom. Crack. The ancestral acupoint in the center of Xiao Bieli's brow was opened, and his mental power surged dramatically. He had reached the 4th grade master realm. Xiao Bieli's aura rose steadily, and a hazy phantom appeared within his ancestral acupoint. Is this the embryonic form of the Yuan Shun? Xiao Bieli realized that he was no longer a novice in cultivation. Martial arts was a continuous process of self-improvement, striving for perfection. After opening the ancestral acupoint in the center of his brow, he would constantly refine it to enhance his mental power, aiming to break through the barrier of life and death, giving birth to the Yuan Shun, and using the power of the Yuan Shun in conjunction with the true qi within his body to manipulate the external world. Boom. After a while, Xiao Bieli's aura gradually stabilized. He opened his eyes and murmured, "Finally, I am a 4th grade master. Once I truly break through the barrier of life and death and give birth to the Yuan Shun, I can step into the..." After opening the ancestral acupoint in the center of my brow, I have formed a mysterious connection with the heavens and earth. When I break through the barrier of life and death, and the Yuan Shun is born, utilizing the great circulation of true qi within my body and the power of the Yuan Shun to manipulate the spiritual energy between the heavens and earth, every move and strike will greatly enhance my martial arts. At that time, wielding a 40-meter-long blade will not be a dream. According to the records in the Changhong sword technique, breaking through the barrier of life and death is extremely difficult. Even seasoned masters with profound skills have encountered mishaps during this process. But I am different. As long as I have an internal skill that surpasses the Yijin Jing combined with sufficient experience, it will be fine. Unfortunately, this Yijin Jing is merely the version from the world of Jin Yong. If it were the Yijin Jing from the Hong Kong comics, it would certainly be more than just a master's martial art. Having stepped into the 4th grade realm and opened the ancestral acupoint in the center of my brow, my enhanced 5 senses from previously opening the 7 acupoints have now been comprehensively amplified. Not only that, but my speed and power in executing techniques have also gained a significant boost. Looking at the remaining experience points on the system panel, Xiao Bieli took a deep breath and murmured, "It's a pity I don't have a stronger internal skill than the Yijin Jing, otherwise I could enhance myself further." Now he lacked suitable internal skill methods. The internal skill recorded in the Changhong sword technique was not even as good as the Yijin Jing. However, now that he had entered the master realm, he could try to improve the Ubi Dao 3 blades. In this world, those who could cultivate to the master level were all extraordinary talents, many of whom had previously been on the ancient dragon and tiger rankings. They had achieved mastery for many years, and many master-level martial arts had likely been cultivated to their peak with a deep understanding of martial arts. To excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen their tools. As long as he could raise his combat power, he would surely find a suitable internal skill method. Moreover, even if he couldn't find it, he didn't believe that in this world, he couldn't find a suitable internal skill. As long as he had experience regardless of whether it was a found internal skill method, he could directly consume experience to enhance. Consume all experience to enhance the Ubi Dao 3 blades. Boom. In an instant, countless experiences of practicing the Ubi Dao 3 blades flooded into Xiao Bieli's mind, as if he had diligently trained in it for years. A terrifying killing intent sought to invade Xiao Bieli's mind, trying to pull him into the path of evil. Xiao Bieli's gaze shifted, and the killing intent surged around him. In an instant, he seemed to transform from a man into a demon. But in just a moment, that killing intent dissipated into nothingness. Huff. Xiao Bieli murmured, the Ubi Dao 3 blades truly is a demonic technique. I am now a master, yet I still felt a trace of its influence. However, the influence can be ignored unless I cultivate it to perfection. I still lack experience. 3 days later. Yuanjiang 9 Curve Shoal. There were a dozen corpses floating on the river, and Xiao Bieli stood on a small boat heading downstream. Corpses. They are the brothers from the 12 Link docks and the Gu family fortress. Damn it, Xiao Bieli escaped again. On the leading ship, the elder Chu Bufan of the 12 Link docks and the remaining 5th grade masters of the Sanjiang Alliance stood respectfully behind a white-haired old man. This man was none other than Gu Xin, the master of the Gu family fortress, one of the 4 masters of Manzhou. Upon receiving the news of Shuizhou's death, he hurried over from the Gu family fortress. As a master, he was privy to even more information. Over the past year, the 3 princes of the Daiqian dynasty, who were qualified to compete for the position of crown prince, seemed to have gone mad and began to interfere in the affairs of the martial world, taking frequent actions causing many disciples of major sects to take sides. Although the Zhongyuan sword sect did not take sides, its chief true disciple Zhuo Qingyun had already allied himself with the 6th prince, the implications of which were evident. The martial world in Manzhou was weak. Although he was one of the 4 4th-grade masters of Manzhou, he was nothing in front of the Zhongyuan sword sect, which had 9 factions and 6 gangs. Moreover, he was not young anymore, and had been stuck in the mid-master stage with no possibility of further advancement. One of his 2 sons had reached the peak of the 5th grade, while the other was only at the early stage of the 5th grade, hardly supporting the Gu family fortress. Thus, he could only align himself with the Zhongyuan sword sect, and he had a good relationship with a master elder of the Zhongyuan sword sect. With the death of Shuizhou, if he could capture Xiao Bieli, he could curry favor with Zhuo Qingyun, the first true disciple of the Zhongyuan sword sect. Perhaps this could lead to an alliance with the 6th prince. Although he was reluctant to admit it, over the course of 1,000 years the power of the Daiqian dynasty had not decreased too severely. Though it could not compare to the reign of Emperor Qian, it was still unparalleled in the world. Even the most powerful of the 8 demonic sects, the Tianma sect, did not dare to confront the court directly. If he were to ally with the 6th prince, perhaps the Gu family fortress could advance further and unify the martial world of Manzhou. Perhaps the Gu family fortress could receive a spiritual elixir from the 6th prince, helping them produce another master, ensuring 100 years of prosperity for the Gu family fortress. But now, Xiao Bieli was too cunning. He had not even seen Xiao Bieli's shadow, yet the Gu family fortress had already lost over a dozen elites. Keep searching. I refuse to believe that a mere Xiao Bieli can turn the world upside down. After saying that, Gu Xian looked at Chu Bufan and said lightly, has there been any news of Xiao Bieli from Jiangshan Pavilion? Chu Bufan quickly replied, currently the information regarding Xiao Bieli is quite expensive. We have already given Jiangshan Pavilion 5,000 taels of silver, but all we have received are some vague leads. We do not know Xiao Bieli's specific whereabouts. Moreover, Jiangshan Pavilion stated that the information has been provided, and these are all they have. The silver will not be refunded. Chu Bufan glanced at Gu Xian's back and had already begun to suspect that Jiangshan Pavilion had some connection with Xiao Bieli. However, Jiangshan Pavilion is one of the 6 major gangs in the world. It was not something he could afford to offend. Additionally, the true disciple from the Salt Gang also had an ambiguous attitude, seemingly showing no intention of helping the Zhongyuan sword sect locate Xiao Bieli. He was now the leader of the 12 Link docks and had gained the support of the Salt Gang. Searching for Xiao Bieli was merely to solidify his position and put on a show. He hoped the people of the Gu family fortress would not see through it. Still writing. Xiao Bieli, dressed in black attire, stood on the small boat, moving swiftly down the Yuan River, the vessel slicing through the water, leaving a long white trail behind. The Ubijna sword of 3 cuts and the 7 kills sword truly embody the essence of demonic sword techniques. In recent days, he continuously engaged in battles, gaining over 10,000 experience points, elevating the proficiency of the Ubijna sword of 3 cuts by several levels, and even the 7-kill sword had unconsciously reached a beginner's mastery. These past few days he intentionally slowed his pace, wanting those who intended to attack him to catch up rather than seeking them out one by one. However, it seemed that someone was helping him conceal his whereabouts. The forces like the Gu family fortress that could keep up with him were always mere small fries, and despite him executing 2 surprise attacks, both the Gu family fortress and the experts from the 12-chain fort had been drawn away. He had only killed a 5th-grade martial artist and some minor opponents, far from his expectations. At that moment, Xiao Bieli raised his brow and saw 1,000 meters downstream a large ship stationed on the calm waters of the river. A banner was fluttering above, inscribed with the words Jinwu Hall. At this moment, standing at the bow of the ship was a middle-aged man clad in brocade with a full beard, who also spotted Xiao Bieli from a distance of 1,000 meters and cupped his hands towards him, speaking in a deep voice. Young hero Xiao, I am Situ Kong, the Hall Master of Jinwu Hall in Manzhou. I invite you aboard for a discussion. Though they were 1,000 meters apart, Situ Kong's voice was as if whispered directly in Xiao Bieli's ear, revealing the depth of his martial prowess. Xiao Bieli frowned. He had heard of Situ Kong's name, but only in passing. As a Hall Master of Jinwu Hall who was neither on the Dragon and Tiger rankings nor a 4th-grade master, he was not worthy of his attention. Compared to other states, Jinwu Hall in Manzhou had some standing, primarily due to the respect from those involved with the knife wielders, and other major forces had not troubled Jinwu Hall out of courtesy to the imperial court. However, many from the larger factions looked down upon Jinwu Hall, partially due to the fact that Situ Kong, the Hall Master, was not even a 4th-grade master, but merely at the peak of 5th grade. Although Manzhou did not have the 9 sects and 6 factions forces like the Gu family fortress, and the Qingfeng sword sect had 4th-grade masters stationed, making it normal to disdain Jinwu Hall. Xiao Bieli suddenly gathered his chi, stepping on the waves, and in just a few breaths landed on the deck of the... Seeing Xiao Bieli on the deck, Situ Kong's face lit up with a smile, and he cupped his hands, saying, I have long heard of your great name, young hero Xiao, and today I finally meet you. Xiao Bieli's expression remained unchanged as he replied coolly, Hall Master Situ, you traveled from Chongning County just to say this. Situ Kong's eyes flashed with displeasure, but his smile did not fade as he said, I have come here to discuss important matters with young hero Xiao. Young hero Xiao, are you aware that by killing Shui Zhou you have stirred up great trouble? Xiao Bieli replied indifferently, since I have already killed him, if Hall Master Situ is truly capable, then help me bring Shui Zhou back to life. Situ Kong, seeing Xiao Bieli's unconventional response, retracted his smile and said coldly, do you know that a 3rd-grade master from the Zhongyuan sword sect has come to Manzhou with the tracking Gu? He will arrive in Dongjiang County within half a day's time. Although young hero Xiao possesses great martial skills, you are merely at the peak of 5th grade. Do you really believe you can withstand a 3rd-grade master? Xiao Bieli's frown deepened, coldly stating, just say what you need to say. Situ Kong, thinking Xiao Bieli was intimidated, sneered coldly, do you know that behind Zhuo Qingyun is the 6th prince? Zhuo Qingyun's allegiance to the 6th prince indicates that the entire Zhongyuan sword sect leans towards him. Don't think that you can escape the tracking of the Gu. Even if you evade once, do you think you can hide for a lifetime? I am here on the orders of the 3rd prince to find you, to offer you an opportunity. What opportunity? Xiao Bieli asked calmly. Situ Kong took out a small porcelain bottle from his sleeve and said, consume this 5 poisons heart-eating pill, and you will become a person of the 3rd prince. Once you become a person of the 3rd prince, the Zhongyuan sword sect will naturally not dare to act against you. I will also give you a hidden fragrance pill, which can help you evade the search of the tracking Gu. Do not underestimate this hidden fragrance pill. It is worth several thousand taels. Days ago, Gu Xin, the master of the Gu family fortress, already arrived in Dongjiang County. If it weren't for my secret assistance in spreading false information, do you think you could have escaped here? Rest assured, as long as you behave obediently, in the future the 3rd prince will surely value you. Before Situ Kong could finish, Xiao Bieli's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. So the reason why the Gu family fortress has been unable to find me these days is because you are secretly plotting. Situ Kong laughed, of course. If it weren't for... Before Situ Kong could finish, he noticed the murderous intent emerging from Xiao Bieli. Are you standing in the way of my grinding experience? What? Situ Kong did not understand what Xiao Bieli meant. Clang. The Hongxiu blade was unsheathed, and a crimson light flashed. PFF. Situ Kong's head flew into the air, blood splattering. The speed of this strike was astonishingly fast, so much so that Situ Kong couldn't even retract the smile on his face before his head was severed. Experience 4,000. Gixikong 1. Left and right dual technique 1-2 martial arts gained in a single strike. Having been here for so long, this was the first time such a situation occurred, surprising Xiao Bieli. The experts from Jinwu Hall on the ship were stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. They were all loyal subordinates of Situ Kong who had come to find him on the orders of the third prince. How could he die so easily? Though Jinwu Hall's influence in Manzhou was not great, even those forces with masters stationed would not dare to openly act against their hall master. Xiao Bieli, how dare he? Killing the hall master of Jinwu Hall in broad daylight. Was he planning to oppose the imperial court? Xiao Bieli, you. Shut up. Xiao Bieli suddenly turned, and a terrifying murderous intent emerged. PFF. 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 The closest 5 subordinates of Situ Kong had blood gushing from their 7 orifices as they toppled backward. Experience 500. Experience 1000. Experience 2000. If Situ Kong is hindering my experience gain, then I will treat you all as experience fodder. Whoosh. A flash of blade light appeared, instantly transforming into dozens of blade lights locking onto everyone on the ship. PFF. 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 All the living beings on the ship were almost simultaneously severed, losing their lives. Xiao Bieli rummaged through the corpses of Situ Kong and the 5th-grade expert who had accompanied him, finding a Yinxiang Dan on Situ Kong. He also collected the heart-eating Dan that Situ Kong intended to use against him. Standing on the ship filled with corpses, Xiao Bieli looked in the direction from where he had come, murmuring, "A grandmaster from the Zhongyuan sword sect has actually arrived here." However, they should not have reached this place yet. There is still one last harvest to be made in this barbarian state. Just to be safe, I should raise the Abijna 3 blades technique first and see what level this Gu family fortress master is at. With that thought, Xiao Bieli lightly spoke, "Extract the turtle breathing technique and the dual combat technique." Boom. In an instant, countless cultivation methods for the turtle breathing technique and the dual combat technique flooded into Xiao Bieli's mind, along with some experiences of practicing these 2 martial arts. After a moment, Xiao Bieli opened his eyes. Whoosh. His right hand drew the red-sleeved blade, the blade light shimmering, while his left hand formed a fist with the thumb extended outward, fingers flying as he multitasked. Huff. Xiao Bieli exhaled a breath of turbid air. The dual combat technique allows for multitasking, but my current proficiency is too low. For martial artists below the Grandmaster level 1 blade is enough, but against a Grandmaster this level of proficiency in the dual combat technique won't suffice. There is no excess experience to enhance the dual combat technique right now. However, the turtle breathing technique, cultivated to perfection, can even allow one to enter a state of false death, concealing one's own aura, making it difficult for even grandmasters or great grandmasters to see through. But there's no rush. I should first cultivate the Abijna 3 blades, and then consider other matters. Experience points 16740. Consume all experience to enhance the Abijna 3 blades. Abijna 3 blades, 55,100. Boom. Countless experiences of practicing the Abijna 3 blades surged into Xiao Bieli's mind, the demonic aura around him growing stronger. At this moment, the Yijinki also began to operate on its own, rumbling. The vital energy surged wildly, bones creaking. A hint of Buddhist nature appeared on Xiao Bieli, suppressing the demonic aura around him. If a Buddhist master were present, they would mistakenly think that Xiao Bieli was a master well-versed in Buddhist teachings. Xiao Bieli opened his eyes, clarity returning to them as he sighed lightly. Although the Abijna 3 blades is powerful, with my current understanding of sword techniques, I could increase my proficiency significantly in a month without using experience. Internal cultivation is not like sword techniques, it requires patience. If there are horizontal cultivation skills or profound internal arts, it is more suitable to use experience to enhance those. Half an hour later, the ships of the 12-linked fort and the Sanjiang alliance arrived. Chu Bufan and Han Guang, seeing the unmoving ship in the distance, still flying the banner of the Jinwu Hall, exchanged glances and almost simultaneously leaped toward the large ship of the Jinwu Hall. Before they even landed on the ship, both of them revealed looks of horror. The ship was covered in corpses, the faces of the deceased still showing unwillingness, yet they had all been severed in half. Blood had dyed the deck of the ship red, but the dark red blood had already congealed, indicating that the murderer had long since departed. The two landed on the ship, cautiously inspecting. What happened? The master of the Gu family fortress, Gu Xian, appeared silently on the ship, frowning slightly at the sight of the numerous corpses. Chu Bufan presented Situ Kong's severed head before Gu Xian and whispered, "It's Jinwu Hall's people." Situ Kong. Gu Xian's frown deepened. Chu Bufan nodded. It truly is Situ Kong. The corpses on the ship apart from Situ Kong must have all died under a single strike. Xiao Bieli's martial arts must have improved again. Gu Xian shook his head. Not just improved, but has surpassed what we previously thought by an unknown amount. It's not just a rise in realm, but an understanding of the sword. To kill so many with a single strike, including a 5th-grade expert, Xiao Bieli can at least rank in the top 15 on the Longhu list. Wow. Gu Xian's voice was not soft, and almost everyone heard it. The crowd was in an uproar. The top 15 on the Longhu list. That seems a bit exaggerated. One must know that throughout history those who could rank in the top 15 on the Longhu list, as long as they did not meet an untimely end, were at least peak grandmasters, powerful experts dominating a state, and many of them had even achieved great grandmaster status. If Xiao Bieli were nearing 30, receiving such an evaluation from Master Gu would not be surprising. But now Xiao Bieli is only 17 years old. In a little over 2 months he will turn 18. A 17-year-old in the top 15 of the Longhu list, if he survives it won't be long before he likely steps into the top 10, or even the top 5 or the top 3. Immortalized in history. Han Guang said in a deep voice. However, he killed people from Jinwu Hall, and he is the hall master overseeing a state. This matter Jinwu Hall will never let it go. Gu Xian chuckled. Jinwu Hall is no longer the Jinwu Hall of the past. They can no longer exert pressure on the martial world. Moreover, there are serious faction disputes within Jinwu Hall. Apart from the people behind Situ Kong, it's likely that no one cares about his life or death. Even the people behind Situ Kong may not be willing to fight Xiao Bieli to the death over someone like him. In this world, strength ultimately speaks. I estimate that Jinwu Hall will at most put Xiao Bieli on a bounty list, but how many will actually take that bounty? With Xiao Bieli's current fearsome reputation, even 5th-grade bounty hunters would choose to avoid him. Han Guang's face turned grim as he asked, "What should we do? Are we just going to let it go?" Although he was also a 5th-grade expert, he alone could not support the Sanjiang alliance. During this time, Xiao Bieli had almost eradicated the experts from their 2 counties in the barbarian state. Many other experts and forces from the 2 counties had come in wanting to take a share from them. If it weren't for the Gu family fortress assistance, their Sanjiang alliance would have long been reduced to nothing. All of this was thanks to Xiao Bieli. Gu Xian clasped his hands behind his back and said faintly, "Of course we will take advantage of his youth to crush him. Although he has extraordinary talent, he is still just a 5th grade. Chu Bufan hesitated, "But we don't know where Xiao Bieli has gone." Gu Xian smiled. "The intent of the sword. A sharp blade is waiting for us ahead. It must be Xiao Bieli. Young people have their arrogance. He thinks he has some strength and doesn't regard me, this old fellow, in his eyes. Unfortunately, he does not understand the gap between the 4th and 5th grades, so this time he will undoubtedly die." Move. Gu Xian leapt back onto the ship and waved his broad hand. For great vessels rode the wind and waves, surging downstream with a sudden violent rush. Not far ahead, they saw a striking young man in black martial attire standing upon the river rocks. "Xiao Bieli, you have nerve. Master Gu stands before you, and you do not flee." Swoosh. Han Guang, watching Xiao Bieli on the riverbank, extended a finger. A razor-like finger force sliced through the air toward him. With Xiao Bieli's current skill, he would have turned and fled if no grandmaster were nearby. But with Master Gu at his side, he could not afford to show cowardice. Chu Bufan, seeing Han Guang strike so directly, instinctively stepped back a few paces. He had the Salt Guild behind him now, though there was no need for him to curry favor with Gu Xian like Han Guang. Xiao Bieli flicked his sleeve and shattered the finger force. A smile lingered at his lips as he swept his gaze across the ship. "Has the 3rd-rank grandmaster of Tsang Yuan's sword sect not arrived yet? You seek to use me to curry favor with Tsang Yuan's sword sect. Are you not afraid of dying by my hand? Impudent." Han Guang barked. "With Master Gu here, do you think you'll escape today?" Gu Xian shook his head as he looked at Xiao Bieli. "To have come this far at so young an age, truly you have come. But young hero Xiao, do you know there are many who become overnight sensations in the Jianghu, yet few of them meet a good end. They drown in inflated fame and misjudge their true strength." Xiao Bieli laughed aloud. "That is others. I am different. I possess strength far beyond reputation. I waited here only to see what the masters of the Jianghu are really like. Coincidentally, I have lately gained new insight into blade technique. Lord Gu, please correct me." In the instant his words fell shing. A slash cut the air. A blade, chi mini zhang in length, tore forth toward the great ship where Gu Xian stood. Xiao Bieli himself flew like an arrow from a released string, streaking after the blade light. "You seek death." Gu Xian roared, forming his right hand into a palm and striking out. A dreadful surge of force erupted from his hand. Boom. Blade chi met palm force. Several great holes were rent in the sturdy ship as splinters flew everywhere. Pa! Pa! 2 unlucky souls were pierced by flying splinters and perished on the spot. Die. As Xiao Bieli's body was about to land on the deck, Gu Xian emitted a thunderous shout. A fierce suction welled from his extended right hand. An invisible force enveloped Xiao Bieli and drew him irresistibly toward Gu Xian. "Come then." Xiao Bieli offered no resistance, allowing himself to be drawn toward Gu Xian. When the distance between them fell to less than 3 zhang, boom. The suction from Gu Xian's palm suddenly vanished, and a terrifying palm force burst forth. Xiao Bieli's face betrayed not the slightest change. His left hand formed a fist with the thumb extended, and he struck with the Dali Jinggang finger. Bang! Shock crossed Gu Xian's eyes as a surging might struck him and forced him to step back, so violent that his foot tore a great hole in the deck beneath him. But Xiao Bieli did not retreat. Instead, he lunged violently toward Gu Xian. Swish! As he closed and a blade swept out. The drawsword technique. The silver-white blade light heavy with killing intent aimed straight for Gu Xian. Gu Xian pushed his true qi to the utmost. Spiritual power welled from the ancestral aperture between his brows and surged toward Xiao Bieli. His palms shimmered purple as a single violent strike slammed forth. Gu Jiabao's ultimate art Zixia Palm. The Zixia Palm is a brutally direct poison palm art. Its force carries venom. Gu Xian had refined it to perfection, so confident that even facing a famed blade, he believed a single palm could shatter it. With the spiritual power augmenting from the ancestral aperture, if he could slow Xiao Bieli's hand, for even a heartbeat, a single palm would be enough to finish him. The savage palm force surged out, hurling countless planks towards Xiao Bieli. Yet at the instant they neared the blade light, they were torn apart into fragments. Rumble! Zixia palm force collided with blade light. Terrible qi sprayed in all directions. The ship beneath them could not endure and was rent to pieces. Many from the Sanjiang Alliance Shire Lianhuan dock, and Gu Jiabao, who crouched in corners, tumbled into the river. Run! To the other ships. The shouts faded. Xiao Bieli and Gu Xian remained unfazed. The speed of their moves only increased. They matched speed with speed, so swift that onlookers could only glimpse afterimages of their strikes. Han Guang, already aboard another vessel, stared in disbelief and murmured, how could Xiao Bieli possibly fight Lord Gu like this? Lord Gu is a 4th-rank grandmaster. Xiao Bieli is merely at the peak of 5th rank. Their duel should not be like this. Chu Bufan's expression grew grave. Most of the top 10 on the Dragon Tiger list have records of facing 4th-rank grandmasters. The prodigies in the top 3 of the Dragon Tiger list, when facing ordinary grandmasters, show no inferiority and can even suppress such masters. 37 years ago, Yi Wuhuan, then second on the list, even slew a notorious grandmaster single-handedly. Could it be that Xiao Bieli already possesses strength to rival the top 3 of the Dragon Tiger list? Hiss! Everyone aboard drew breath sharply. To rival the top 3, Xiao Bieli is only 17. To have the merit to enter the top 3 at this age, his future will be destined to shake the world. Han Guang stared fixedly at the duelists, unwilling to accept it. Impossible. Xiao Bieli comes from a small family. How could he possess such strength? He must have used a technique to awaken latent potential after this battle. At that moment, bang! Fist met palm. Xiao Bieli used the rebound to draw back and shook his head. Now I have come to understand the strength of the Manzhou grandmasters. Recently I stumbled upon a blade method. Lord Gu, kindly give your correction. Xiao Bieli's bearing changed. The young hero transformed into an unparalleled fiend. He strode like dragon and tiger, crossing several zhang in a single bound. Shing! The red sleeve blade slid from its scabbard, blade light flashing. Xiao Bieli unleashed the Abi Dao 3-blade technique for the first time. The first form of the Abi Dao 3-blade technique, 100 Xian, 10,000 souls devour the heart. Blade lights arose like a tide. Gu Xian felt as though countless wronged spirits clung to him, and an unnamed terror surged within. Spiritual power. A grandmaster. Gu Xian's mind reeled. So young a grandmaster. Rumble. He flung out palm after palm, but compared with before, his technique had become noticeably disordered. Then swish. The third blade of the Abi Dao 3, Abi Wujian. The crimson blade light carried a streak of black, like lightning rending through Gu Xian's defense. Pooh! Gu Xian's eyes flew wide, a mouthful of blood erupted. He tried to speak, but not a single word came forth. He fell straight from midair into the river below. Run! At the very instant Gu Xian perished, Chu Bufan let out a thunderous cry. Gathering his true qi, he dashed across the river's surface, trailing a white crest of waves as he fled into the distance. The men aboard the other vessels snapped out of their stupor and scattered in all directions. Those skilled in lightness arts sprinted across the water's surface, while most plunged into the river, desperate for a sliver of survival. Xiao Bieli's figure shot forth like lightning. Shua, shua, shua. Blades gleamed. Dozens of crescent slashes erupted midair, cleaving toward the fleeing figures. Thud, thud, thud. In an instant over a dozen were overtaken by the blade light. Flesh and blood exploded outward. Xiao Bieli's eyes held neither joy nor sorrow. He became death incarnate. His blade energy carved across 3,000 li each swing, claiming multiple lives. Spare me, young hero Xiao. Had the Tsang Yuan sword sect not forced my hand, I would never have dared oppose you. A sixth-rank master of the Sanjiang Alliance, seeing Xiao Bieli close to within 3 zhang, cried out in frantic supplication. Thud! Xiao Bieli showed no mercy. A head soared skyward. Within 5 breaths, nearly 100 men from Gu family fortress, the 12 linked docks, and the Sanjiang Alliance, aboard 3 great ships, were reduced to a single survivor, Chu Bufan. Chu Bufan staggered ashore, staring at the corpses drifting upon the river and the crimson-stained waters. His eyes bulged with fury and grief. As Xiao Bieli advanced toward him, gripping Han Guang's severed head, Chu Bufan stood firm and roared. Xiao Bieli, you wield supreme martial prowess, yet slaughter recklessly across the Wuling of Manzhou. Do you truly fear retribution in years to come? A sharp, mirthless chuckle escaped Xiao Bieli. Elder Chu speaks most curiously. Was it not your coalition eager to curry favor with the Zhongyuan sword sect that first sought my life? And now you accuse me of wanton slaughter. Elder Chu, you've lived decades. Have you still not grasped this truth? There is no such thing as karmic retribution in this world. If retribution exists, it lies only in one's own weakness. Countless martial artists have fallen to your hands over the years. Yet now I am strong enough to be your retribution. Then depart this world. A scarlet blade flashed, black energy flaring violently. Then Chu Bufan crumpled lifelessly to the ground. He sheathed his sword. Xiao Bieli murmured softly. Pity, so many slain, yet none dropped a cultivation art surpassing the Yijin Jing. Must I truly exchange for one at the Shuai Pavilion? Or venture to Yenzhou and test my fortune? The quarter map of a former dynasty's hidden treasure obtained earlier from Lu Fuxing matched terrain, suggesting a desert location. And Yenzhou, the hottest region of the Great Qian Empire, was renowned for its vast deserts. Xiao Bieli had meticulously compared the map against Yenzhou's geography, but a mere quarter map proved insufficient to pinpoint the exact site. Dozens of locations across Yenzhou bore resemblance to the landmarks on the fragment. Moreover, the map contained no definitive coordinates for the treasure's whereabouts. Having slain so many, including a grandmaster, I can no longer linger here. I shall spend some time in Yenzhou instead. With that resolve settled, Xiao Bieli chose a direction, stepped forward, and lightly tapped his toe upon the water, launching himself dozens of meters in a single bound. Experience points 64580. Pending acquisition Bloodblade art. Halting at a secluded spot, Xiao Bieli gazed at the experience tally on his inner system and whispered, extract the Bloodblade art. Techniques of the Bloodblade art flooded his consciousness. Yet he sighed inwardly, fierce and ruthless it may be, but it holds no value for me now. Spend 4500 experience points to advance the Abysmal Path // He possessed no internal cultivation art currently worth upgrading. The Bloodblade art and similar arts were obsolete. First, he would perfect the Abysmal Path // Then, with remaining experience, await acquisition of a superior inner art before committing all points to breakthrough. Boom. Instantly, decades worth of mastery in the Abysmal Path // surged into his mind, as if he had trained it for 30 years. A wave of demonic intent erupted from Xiao Bieli, transforming him into a sovereign of abyssal wrath. After dozens of breaths, he opened his eyes. Crimson veins webbed across his irises, killing intent radiating palpably, his aura surging and receding like a storm-tossed sea. Shink! The crimson sleeve blade left its scabbard. A single slash. A blade energy arc several meters long cleaved the air, carving a deep gash into the earth. With the release of that blood energy, the killing intent vanished from his being. The Abysmal Path, the most malevolent layer of hell itself. Yet a blade art remains after all inert. Although Guai Hai Yi Dao possessed extraordinary talent, the ceiling of the world of supreme martial mastery pales beside this realm. Had he pierced his ancestral orifice and awakened spiritual force, he too could suppress the Abysmal Path / as I do. Even at 50% proficiency, this art slew a grandmaster. Its current power must exceed prior strength by far more than half. The next day, Xiao Long, commander of the Dongjiang Prefecture Martial Law Bureau, stood with his men at the bureau's entrance, awaiting someone's arrival. Beyond Xiao Long, numerous martial artists from across Manzhou gathered there as well. Lately, the sudden rise of Xiao Bieli had thrown the Wuling of Dongjiang and Linshui prefectures into chaos. Masters from top-tier Manzhou sects, the Sanjiang Alliance 12 linked docks, and Baiyun Manor, had fallen one by one beneath Xiao Bieli's blade. With their elites annihilated, these once mighty sects collapsed like towers of sand. Yesterday, the Martial Law Bureau had retrieved dozens of corpses. Rumor held that among them lay Gu Xin, patriarch of Gu family fortress, and one of Manzhou's 4 grandmasters. Though one confirmed the rumor was almost certainly true. Commander Xiao truly is a grandmaster's corpse housed within the Martial Law Bureau. Zhou Wu, miracle physician, a 6th-rank master of Dongjiang Prefecture, stood quietly beside Xiao Long and asked in a low voice. He and Xiao Long shared a close friendship. Upon hearing news of a grandmaster's death, he galloped here without delay, eager to verify the truth. Dongjiang Prefecture had not produced a grandmaster in a century, let alone witnessed one perish upon its soil. Surrounding them stood luminaries whose names echoed across Manzhou. At Zhou Wu's words, every gaze turned to Xiao Long, hungry for confirmation. Xiao Long nodded gravely. Indeed, Gu Xian's body was recovered from the Yuan River. Wu! A collective gasp swept the crowd. Gu Xian, a grandmaster, slain upon the Yuan River. Could Xiao Bieli truly be that formidable? A youth blurted out. Xiao Bieli is even 2 years younger than I am. How could he possibly kill a grandmaster? There must be a hidden master aiding him. Many Wulian elders nodded in quiet agreement. They too found it inconceivable that Xiao Bieli could defeat a grandmaster alone. Were a teenage grandmaster truly to emerge, the entire Jianghu would ignite in frenzy. Across the street on the second floor of a tavern facing the martial law bureau stood Sun Yicheng, a true disciple of the Salt Gang, and an elderly man clad in coarse hemp robes, Gua Huai, guardian of the Salt Gang, and a fourth-rank grandmaster. Once Sun Yicheng had been hailed alongside Xue Zhou as a rising star of the Wulian. Yet after attaining true disciple status, he ceased all public combat, leaving his true cultivation level unknown beyond the Salt Gang's inner circle. The Dragon Tiger list ranked martial artists solely by verifiable feats. With no recorded battles, Sun Yicheng remained ineligible for inclusion. Sun Yicheng listened to the clamor outside, then said coolly, Gu Xian, though faded in vitality, remained a grandmaster. Hardly a foe Xiao Bieli should have overcome. Master Uncle, does this mean Xiao Bieli has truly ascended to the fourth-rank grandmaster realm? Gua Huai shook his head. Just now I saw Gu Xian's corpse. The fatal wound on him was filled with wickedness. It seemed to have emerged from hell. Even if I faced that blow, I would likely be severely injured. That strike cannot possibly come from a 17-year-old. If it weren't for the master cultivating such a demonic blade, he would have long become a slave to it. Sun Yicheng nodded. In this case, it seems that there must be someone behind Xiao Bieli. I wonder which prince it is. With the crown prince position vacant, the three princes are using the Jianghu as a chessboard, trying to prove their talents. It's truly not a blessing for the Jianghu. Speak carefully. The court is powerful, and if those few families do not step forward, even our 9 sects and 6 clans would not dare to go against the will of the court. Do not speak of this again in the future. The Bloodcloak Tower has previously hidden some information for Xiao Bieli. I am afraid that the assailant is a killer from the Bloodcloak Tower. At that moment, a rapid sound of hooves approached. Sun Yicheng and Gua Huai both looked towards the direction. A man in his 40s carrying a broad sword on his back rode at the forefront, looking somewhat travel-worn. The moment they saw the newcomer, both Sun Yicheng and Gua Huai's expressions changed. Song Lei's sword hero Dongfang Yang, a third-grade grandmaster of the Tsungyuan sword sect. This is a true figure who has broken through the threshold of life and death, giving birth to a nascent soul. Among the 9 sects and 6 clans, he is also quite renowned. Following Dongfang Yang, there were more than 10 others, the weakest among them being at the 6th grade, and one elder had a glowing ancestral aperture on his forehead, surprisingly a 4th-grade grandmaster. Sun Yicheng and Gua Huai exchanged glances, leaped down from the window, landed on the long street, and cupped their hands towards Dongfang Yang with respectful attitudes. Hero Dongfang. Senior Dongfang. At this moment, many people recognized Sun Yicheng's identity. After all, he had appeared in this area several times recently. But now this true disciple of the Salt Gang actually bowed to the fast-approaching person, clearly indicating that the newcomer's identity was not simple. It is Phantom Divine Palm Zhang Daxia. He actually came in person. Someone recognized the identity of the Grandmaster following Dongfang Yang and exclaimed, Phantom Divine Palm Zhang, Tao, one of the 4 Grandmasters of Manzhou. Dongfang Yang did not even glance at Sun Yicheng, and the others dismounted and walked towards the Jinwu Hall in Dongjiang County. Sun Yicheng and Gua Huai did not dare to show the slightest discontent. A third-grade grandmaster is already one of the top experts in the Jianghu. Even though Sun Yicheng believed his martial arts surpassed Xue Zhou and his talent was equally remarkable, he did not dare to claim he had a 30% chance of stepping into the realm of the third-grade grandmaster. Breaking through the threshold of life and death has hindered countless talented individuals. Besides the top 3 on the Dragon Tiger ranking, who would dare to say they could reliably achieve the status of a third-grade grandmaster. Moreover, Dongfang Yang was also among the top 10 when he was young on the Dragon Tiger ranking. Hero Dongfang. The leader of Jinwu Hall, Xiao Long, hurriedly followed. Sun Yicheng and Gua Huai also entered Jinwu Hall, but all other Jianghu guests were stopped outside. Such swordsmanship. It bears the shadow of the 7-kill sword. Could it be related to the demonic sect? Phantom Divine Palm Zhang Tao frowned slightly. Although over the years the 8 demonic sects have become weak, only maintaining their presence in the most remote Jianghu regions of the 24 provinces of Deqian and even being suppressed by the court. However, the Heavenly Demon Sect and Gu God Sect among the 8 demonic sects have inherited for thousands of years and remain standing. The Sword Sect of Demonic Blades may not be as strong as the Heavenly Demon Sect and Gu God Sect, but its strength is certainly not weak. Though he wished to befriend the Tsongyuan Sword Sect, he also did not want to provoke such powers. Moreover, he had heard that those from the demonic sects, having long been in a state of poverty, acted extremely radically. If provoked, one misstep could lead to the annihilation of their entire family. Given Xiao Bieli's way of doing things, it is indeed possible that he is a young genius secretly nurtured by the Sword Sect of Demonic Blades. What of the Sword Sect of Demonic Blades? Dongfang Yang said lightly. If they kill a true disciple of the Tsongyuan Sword Sect, even the Sword Sect of Demonic Blades cannot protect him. From one end of the earth to the other, Xiao Bieli is bound to die. After saying this, Dongfang Yang took out the tracking goo, and a disciple from Baiyun Villa hurriedly handed over some of Xiao Bieli's personal clothing that had been obtained from Lichuan County. A strand of true energy was injected into the tracking goo, which crawled onto the clothing, then began to flit about like a headless fly. Dongfang Yang's expression turned grim, and Sun Yiqing quickly said, "This child is indeed cunning. He likely has methods to evade the tracking goo and may have already escaped. However, as long as this child appears again, he will surely not escape your thunderous methods." Dongfang Yang's expression returned to normal, and he sneered, "Of course he won't escape. I will go to the Xuanji Valley to have them calculate Xiao Bieli's location." Guohuai was slightly taken aback. Although Xuanji Valley is not one of the 9 sects and 6 clans, its strength is also not weak, ranking just below the 9 sects and 6 clans in the Jianghu. However, although Xuanji Valley's Tianshu divination is well known, it can only deduce a person's general direction, and Xiao Bieli, being a living person, would not necessarily remain stationary in one place. Unless Dongfang Yang binds a master skilled in Tianshu divination to him, until Xiao Bieli's location. But Xuanji Valley is not a soft persimmon. Although the Tsongyuan Sword Sect has now subtly become the leader of the 9 sects, it may not allow Dongfang Yang to act recklessly. Half a month later, Yin Prefecture. In the vast desert, desolate and silent, a figure tightly wrapped walked through the desert, his steps light yet firm. The scorching sun cast long shadows behind him. After walking for a long time, finally a small town standing amidst the wind and sand appeared before Xiao Bieli's eyes. After leaving Manzhou, he had hurried to Yin Prefecture. Yin Prefecture is vast, at least 4 times larger than Manzhou. However, there are not many places in Yin Prefecture suitable for human habitation. Within a radius of several dozen miles, only a town called Liashazan has a bit of water source, so many merchant caravans and travelers would rest there. The howling wind roared, and sand flew everywhere. Today clearly was not a suitable day for travel. Aside from Xiao Bieli, there were no other travelers on the road. When Xiao Bieli walked into Liashazan, the town was silent, as if there were no living souls. But Xiao Bieli did not care, instead walking towards the center of the town. Finally, as he approached the only tavern in the town, the sounds of chatter reached his ears. Creak. Xiao Bieli pushed open the door of the inn, and yellow sand poured into the inn. TCH, TCH, TCH. Is there anyone foolish enough to go out in this godforsaken weather? Quickly close the door, my wine is full of sand. A chorus of discontented murmurs came forth. Xiao Bieli closed the door of the tavern again. Outside, the wind and sand were rampant, but inside the tavern it was filled with people. The moment they saw Xiao Bieli, many eyes revealed a hint of curiosity. Xiao Bieli did not mind shouting towards the young shopkeeper, "A room and a meal. And fill my water jug." The shopkeeper behind the counter lifted his eyelids slightly and said indifferently, 5 taels of silver for 1 night. A whole jug of water, 15 taels of silver. 10 taels for a meal. All right. Xiao Bieli directly tossed a large ingot of silver and the water jug to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper took the silver ingot, bit it to confirm its authenticity, and then smiled, saying, "Please wait a moment. The food will be ready soon. Coincidentally, a horse's leg broke yesterday, and we have some fine horse meat left. Would the guest like to try some?" The first floor of the tavern is a place for resting and dining, while the second floor is for accommodation. At this moment, nearly half of the 20 tables on the first floor are occupied, leaving only about 10 tables empty. Moreover, each diner has weapons by their side, indicating they are not ordinary travelers, but rather bloodthirsty martial artists from the Jianghu. Bring out everything delicious. Xiao Bieli removed the cloth that covered his face to shield against the wind and sand, revealing a face that, though similar to his previous one, now bore the marks of hardship and age, appearing to be in his mid-20s. However, those familiar with Xiao Bieli would still recognize the resemblance to his original features. With Xiao Bieli's current martial prowess and his mastery of various techniques, changing his appearance was a simple task. Although the use of martial skills might attract the attention of the Zhangyuan sword sect, altering his looks would at least keep him undetected for a time. As Xiao Bieli unveiled his face, dozens of fierce and greedy gazes fell upon him. Yet after just a moment, they averted their eyes. Even though they are ruthless desert swordsmen, they know that anyone capable of traversing the desert alone in such harsh conditions is not to be trifled with. There is no need to invite trouble. The meat served in the tavern is already cooked and can be served with minimal. Xiao Bieli tasted the horse meat from the tavern owner's plate. It was very sour and had a fishy taste. After just 2 bites, he stopped eating. Fortunately, the mutton in the tavern was quite decent. The other patrons, seeing Xiao Bieli engrossed in his meal, without any intention of causing trouble, also redirected their attention away from him. However, these swordsmen were clearly not of the same ilk and were wary of each other. Yet after eating and drinking their fill, none chose to leave, unsure if they were wary of the wind and sand outside or were waiting for someone. After finishing his meal, Xiao Bieli ordered a jar of wine. In the desert, water is very expensive, costing at least more than meat. The price of wine is even higher than that of water, especially in this small town, which is the only one for dozens of miles around. A small jar of wine cost him 30 taels of silver. This is only the poor quality wine from the outside. 30 taels could buy a decent jar of good wine in Dongjiang Prefecture. After a stick of incense, the wind and sand outside had diminished significantly. Puff puff. The sound of camel hooves treading on the sand reached Xiao Bieli's ears. He turned to look towards the tavern's entrance. Many others mirrored Xiao Bieli's action, putting down their bowls and cups to watch the entrance. Creak. The tavern door was pushed open from the outside. An old man and a young boy stepped through the tavern's entrance. The elder wore a simple gray robe, his white hair like snow, and his face somewhat pale, looking as if he had been injured, yet he walked steadily, each step powerful and firm. The young boy beside the elder wore a blue outfit with a handsome face and eyes filled with nervousness. He followed closely behind the elder, glancing around anxiously, instinctively shrinking back behind the elder upon seeing the crowd on the first floor. The previously boisterous atmosphere in the tavern momentarily stilled with their arrival, and all eyes turned towards them. The elder appeared indifferent to the attention, walking straight to an empty table to sit down. The young boy seemed somewhat uneasy, cautiously taking a seat next to the elder. Innkeeper, fill these 3 water bags. And bring some more meat. The elder placed 3 large water bags on the table. The tavern owner approached, inspecting the bags, and frowned, saying, 3 will cost 100 taels of silver. In the desert, water is essential for survival. These 3 bags, if filled and rationed, would be enough for 2 people to last more than half a month in the desert. Good. The elder took out a silver note and 3 ingots of 10 taels, each, placing them on the table. The tavern owner took the note, examined it, and after accepting the silver, turned to head towards the tavern's backyard with the 3 water bags. At this moment, many swordsmen on the first floor took out their portraits to compare. The atmosphere in the tavern grew tense, with several hands resting on nearby weapons. However, none of the Jianghu patrons dared to make the first move. In this tense atmosphere, the tavern owner and a waiter approached with the 3 filled water bags and some food, setting them down before returning to the counter. Eat up. The elder glanced at the young boy and sighed lightly. The boy, clearly hungry, tore off a piece of mutton and began to eat heartily. The elder ate slowly, and when he was nearly full, he picked up the wine jar and poured a full bowl. Just as he raised the bowl, Xiao Bieli spoke up. That wine might not be drinkable. The elder frowned slightly, paused, and looked at Xiao Bieli. I saw you drink before, why can't I drink it now? Xiao Bieli smiled and replied, I can drink this wine, you may not be able to. You are already injured. If you drink this wine, it won't take a tea's worth of time before you die. Just as Xiao Bieli's words fell, whoosh. Dozens of hidden weapons shot out from beneath the counter where the tavern owner stood, aimed at Xiao Bieli's back. Be careful, the young boy exclaimed as he saw the hidden weapons flying towards Xiao Bieli's back. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, Xiao Bieli seemed to have eyes behind him. He slightly tilted his body, swiping his sleeve, and all the hidden weapons were sent flying, embedding themselves into the tavern's wall. Hiss! This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard, and Xiao Bieli's display made everyone on the first floor gasp in shock. With such skill, this person before them was at least a pinnacle of the 6th rank, perhaps even a 5th rank master. Such a skilled individual would surely not be an unknown. Even the elder, who had been reminded by Xiao Bieli, became serious upon witnessing this scene. He spoke gravely, Who are you? Are you also here for us? Shunhui knew that many people in the tavern were indeed after them, but he considered himself a 5th rank master. The highest ranking individuals in the tavern were merely pinnacle 6th rank. Even with his injuries, he could easily eliminate them. However, Xiao Bieli's display had shaken his confidence. Xiao Bieli nodded, smiling lightly. Indeed, I have come for you. But I also intend to kill someone. Shen Hui instinctively asked, "Who are you going to kill?" Xiao Bieli replied, "Ding Han, the master of the desert bandit." A commotion erupted on the first floor of the tavern. Upon hearing the name Ding Han, some people's faces turned ashen and others trembled so violently that even their grip on their weapons shook. Ding Han, known as the Desert Bear, was already a peak 5th grade expert. With his innate strength, anyone who dared to oppose him in the vast desert within hundreds of miles had been brutally smashed to a pulp by his staff, meeting a tragic end. Most importantly, Ding Han was the leader of the Yellow Sand Bandits, who never fought alone. Among the Yellow Sand Bandits, there were many experts. Besides Ding Han, the second-in-command Flying Wolfblade Zhao Wushuan was also a 5th grade expert, with several 6th grade experts as well. At this moment, many felt a sense of retreat rising in their hearts, including the 2 6th grade swordsmen on the first floor. The Yellow Sand Bandits acted ruthlessly. At this moment, many felt a sense of retreat rising in their hearts, including the 2 6th grade swordsmen on the first floor. The Yellow Sand Bandits acted ruthlessly, and if they got involved, they feared there would be no good outcome. Shen Hui looked at Xiao Bieli and said solemnly, "Is this tavern backed by the Yellow Sand Bandits?" Xiao Bieli nodded. "Although the tavern keeper is also a 6th grade expert, this is the only inn in Lu Sha Town making a fortune daily, which is not something a 6th grade can control. Unless he is backed by the greatest force of this generation, the Yellow Sand Bandits. He should have notified the Yellow Sand Bandits as soon as you entered, so they will be here shortly." Upon hearing this, several swordsmen on the first floor stood up with a clatter ready to head outside. But after just one step, a fierce force landed before them. Xiao Bieli remained seated and said calmly, "The Yellow Sand Bandits have not yet arrived. I ask you all to stay for a while. Do not force me to make it difficult." He had arrived in Yinzhou 5 days ago and had been staying in Jiang City all along simply because there was a branch of the Blood Robe Pavilion there, and 3 locations nearby resembled the quarter of the map. However, he had not yet explored those places. Instead, he received news from the branch leader of the Blood Robe Pavilion that the master of Qixia City, Fengying Zhuang, had suddenly passed away, and his only son Xin Yuan and steward Shen Hui had gone missing. Xin Yuan was suspected to carry the return to origin manual of Feng Yingzhuang's master-level martial arts and the Feng Ying sword technique. Fengying Zhuang was once a renowned force in Yinzhou a century ago. The first-generation master was a 3rd-grade grandmaster, but without a master to oversee it for the past 2 generations, it gradually declined. The return to origin manual was an internal cultivation method, and it was his goal this time. If the return to origin manual was a technique capable of breaking through the threshold of life and death, then his trip would not be in vain. If not, he would have to trade for an internal cultivation manual in the Blood Robe Pavilion. However, the manuals in the Blood Robe Pavilion were expensive. Even a manual capable of breaking through the threshold of life and death required 200,000 taels of silver to exchange. Moreover, only the Blood Robe Pavilion's gold medal killers were qualified to exchange for such martial arts. As for martial arts above 3rd-grade grandmasters, even gold medal killers were not qualified to trade. Currently, Xiao Bieli had only 70,000 taels in silver notes, but killing the Desert Bear Ding Han could earn him 10,000 taels. The second-in-command of the Yellow Sand Bandits was worth 7,000 taels. With a few more jobs, it would be enough for him to exchange for a technique that breaks through the threshold of life and death. Meanwhile, he could also accumulate some experience, allowing him to directly break through the threshold of life and death. Clop clop. Finally, the sound of thunderous hooves echoed outside, and everyone's expression on the first floor changed. Even Shen Hui, a 5th-grade expert, was no exception. Although he was at the 5th grade, he was self-aware and knew he would not be Ding Han's match. He chuckled. The tavern keeper looked at Xiao Bieli and said coldly, "Kid, over the years many righteous people like you have tried to find trouble with the leader, but none ended up anything but lifeless bones in the desert." As soon as he finished speaking, someone outside kicked open the tavern door. The Yellow Sand rushed into the tavern, and a group of fierce and menacing Yellow Sand Bandits poured in. The leader was tall and burly with a beard standing like steel needles, and his copper bell-like eyes sparkled with fierce light. He was completely bald, and there was a strange tattoo on his head that covered his entire left face. A 6th-grade Yellow Sand Bandit held a purple iron staff in his hand, which was so heavy that even lifting it felt strenuous, let alone wielding it. Clearly the staff was not his weapon. It really is the Yellow Sand Bandits. The expressions of the swordsmen on the first floor changed drastically. Those who were originally prepared to leave hurriedly stepped back, not wanting to be too close to the Shun family members, and Xiao Bieli, lest they be mistaken for accomplices. Shun Hu's expression also changed. Previously, he had only heard of the notorious name of the Yellow Sand Bandits leader, the Desert Bear, but after seeing him in person, he was sure he was no match for this man. He even doubted whether he could survive more than 30 moves against him. "Leader, you have finally arrived." The tavern keeper stepped out from behind the counter and pointed at Xiao Bieli with a smile. "Leader, do you know this young hero has come here for your bounty?" Upon hearing this, the Yellow Sand Bandits all burst into laughter, including Ding Han and Zhao Wushuan, the leader and second-in-command, who laughed until they doubled over. The tavern keeper walked over to Ding Han and continued, "This young hero is quite confident he could have eliminated me first, but chose to let me notify you, the leader. If it weren't for this young hero's mercy, perhaps I wouldn't have been able to inform you to catch him. Unfortunately, Shun Hui was about to drink wine laced with dissolving powder, but this kid ruined it, causing you to waste some effort, leader." Ding Han shook his head. "A wounded 5th grade mid-level expert can't waste much effort." Xiao Bieli nodded in agreement. "Your skills are profound, combined with your innate strength and dominance in realm. Killing him indeed won't waste much effort." Desert Bear, Ding Han frowned slightly. Facing this person, he felt an inexplicable sense of unease. What trickery is this? They'll see what skills you possess. Ding Han could restrain himself, but the flying wolf blade Zhao Wushuan, who stood beside him, couldn't hold back any longer. He let out a roar and shot out like lightning clang. His curved blade was drawn from his waist, and in an instant he unleashed dozens of strikes. The silver blade light filled the air around Xiao Bieli. At the moment Zhao Wushuan attacked, Shun Hu's expression changed repeatedly. Zhao Wushuan's martial arts were comparable to his own. Had he not been injured, he could have exchanged blows with Zhao Wushuan. But in his current state, he could not block Ding Han, let alone Zhao Wushuan. Shun Hui stared intently at Xiao Bieli, wanting to see what confidence this person had who came for their master to say he would kill Desert Bear Ding Han. "You want to see my skills?" At the moment the blade light approached, Xiao Bieli gathered his true energy and pointed out with his finger like lightning bang. In an instant the myriad of blade shadows dissipated. Zhao Wushuan came quickly and retreated just as fast. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying back, crashing heavily against the tavern wall before bouncing to the ground. With a noticeable dent in his chest, his eyes bulged wide, open, unmoving. Experience 4,000. Pharmaceutical King Divine, Text 1. Yo, has something new come to light? The Divine Pharmacist's scripture, could it be the book written by Master Wu Chun, the poison hand pharmacist from the story of the Flying Fox in Snowy Mountains? This could indeed be somewhat useful. Although he is now a 4th-rank master, he is not invulnerable to poison. Even if the poisons in the Divine Pharmacist's scripture are ineffective against experts, the pharmacological knowledge contained within will still benefit him. As long as he masters the Divine Pharmacist's scripture, he can quickly get the hang of things by obtaining some pharmacological and toxicological texts from this world later. He's dead. A bandit from the Yellow Sand Gang pointed his finger at Zhao Wushuan, whose eyes were wide with terror, causing him to step back repeatedly in fear. Their second-in-command is a 5th-rank expert. Even if the leader intervenes, he shouldn't be able to kill him in one move, right? The others in the inn were similarly incredulous. The second-in-command of the Yellow Sand Gang, Flying Wolf Blade Ding Han, who had roamed the desert for many years, is now dead here. Who on earth is this person? Desert Bear Ding Han gripped his iron staff tightly, looking at Xiao Bieli with a grave expression. He said in a deep voice, "Who are you exactly? We shouldn't have any grievances, right?" He stared at Xiao Bieli, trying to recall the names of the young experts on the Dragon and Tiger ranking, but none matched the person before him. He believed he had never offended such a young prodigy. "Whether we have grievances is unimportant." Xiao Bieli shook his head and smiled. "You have frequently targeted merchant caravans during this time, even killing the women and children among them. This has already broken the rules set by the Camel Bell Master Zhuomur. Even if I do not intervene, you won't survive for long. Dying by my hands would be a waste of resources. The desolate Yin province has large areas of desert, and Zhuomur is the king of the desert there. It is because of the rules he set that merchant caravans dare to trade in the vast desert. The actions of the Yellow Sand Gang over the past 2 months have undoubtedly violated Zhuomur's rules." The moment his words fell, Xiao Bieli transformed into a flash of lightning, charging toward Desert Bear Ding Han. "Do you really think I am a soft persimmon?" Ding Han let out a furious roar. He pushed his martial arts to the limit, his muscles bulging, veins popping, and the nearly 300 pounds of iron staff was covered in true qi, crashing down towards Xiao Bieli like a mountain. Before the staff even landed, a terrifying wave of energy surged forth, shattering the tables and chairs on the first floor of the inn. Everyone instinctively took 2 steps back, fearful of being caught in this overwhelming force. Xiao Bieli's expression remained unchanged. The moment the iron staff fell, his Dolly King Kong finger shot out like lightning. The iron staff collided with the Dolly King Kong finger. Boom. A dull sound echoed. Ding Han felt an irresistible force surge towards him, causing the iron staff to slip from his grip and fly backward. Puff, puff, puff. Several Yellow Sand Bandits standing behind Ding Han were struck by the flying iron staff, their bones shattered and bodies flung backward, their vision darkening as they lost consciousness. Experience 1,000. Experience 500. I cannot contend, Ding Han thought, but before he could retreat, a finger had already pressed against his chest. Puff! Ding Han spat out a mouthful of blood, and blood also gushed from his back. That finger's force pierced through Ding Han's chest, who had cultivated his martial arts to the extreme. Ding Han's eyes were filled with unwillingness as he fell back weakly. Experience 4,000. Run! Someone among the remaining yellow sand bandits yelled, and all of them rushed towards the inn's door in a frenzy. Get out of my way, don't block me. The innkeeper shouted angrily. He had just been standing next to Ding Han and wanted to flee outside the moment Ding Han died, but the door was already blocked by the panicking yellow sand bandits. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes as he suddenly gathered his true chi and struck out towards the person blocking his path. You. The person in front felt a gust of wind rush towards him, turned around, and saw the innkeeper collapse softly before him. As the innkeeper fell, he caught a glimpse of the face of the demon who had killed their leader. Spare me. Xiao Bieli showed no joy or sorrow, and with a fierce and domineering finger he struck out. Puff! Experience 1,000. With each finger strike from Xiao Bieli, the terrifying force directly pierced through the bodies of several people. In just 3 breaths, the more than 10 yellow sand bandits who had come with Ding Han were all turned into corpses, with the one who ran the farthest only managing to flee 2 meters from the door before falling to the ground dead. He's dead. Did the desert bear Ding Han really die? The people on the first floor of the inn were filled with disbelief. Everything that had just happened felt like a dream from the moment the young hero took action to the complete annihilation of the yellow sand bandits. It had only taken a few dozen breaths. Moreover, the person who acted looked to be just over 20 years old. Even if his strength couldn't rank on the dragon and tiger ranking, it surely wouldn't be far off. But now they felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles, unable to sit still. This person had already killed so many yellow sand bandits. Even if he targeted them next, it would not be surprising. Even if they had no grievances or enmities. Leave. Xiao Bieli glanced at the people in the inn and said lightly. With that, everyone in the inn let out a sigh of relief, clasped their hands to Xiao Bieli, and hurriedly left through the main door. However, Shen Hui and Shun Yuan did not leave. The person before them had already stated that he was here for them, and the destruction of the yellow sand bandits was merely incidental. Xiao Bieli bent down to pick up the yellow sand bandit's steel knife, severing the heads of Ding Han and Zhao Wushu and wrapping them in the black cloth he brought. These are worth a lot of money. Once everything was done, Xiao Bieli looked at Shun Hui and Shen Yuan, saying calmly, strictly speaking, I could be considered your benefactor. If I hadn't killed the yellow sand bandits, you wouldn't have escaped today. I am here for the Guiyuan scripture. Hand it over, and everyone can go their separate ways and live in peace. Shen Hui protected Shen Yuan behind him and clasped his hands at Xiao Bieli, saying the Guiyuan scripture is not with us. Xiao Bieli frowned, and Shen Hui instinctively took half a step back. Uncle Hui. Shen Yuan stepped out from behind Shun Hui, smiling wryly. There's no need for Uncle Hui to act like this. The Guiyuan scripture is still in the Wind Shadow Manor. Even if we do not speak of it, we will have no chance to obtain it in the future. It is better for the scripture to fall into this big brother's hands than those of that thief Yin Tao. The scripture is hidden in a secret compartment in the beam of the ancestral hall of Wind Shadow Manor, known only to my father. After my father was poisoned, he told me, but I know I cannot keep the Guiyuan scripture safe, so I did not go to retrieve it. Now that Wind Shadow Manor has fallen into Yin Tao's hands, I don't know if they have found the Guiyuan scripture. Whether it's there or not, we will know after a visit. Xiao Bieli said faintly, you will come with me to find the Guiyuan scripture, and then I will let you go. Jiang City is not too far from Lusha Town. With a swift horse, it can be reached in just a day. Upon returning to Jiang City, I first sealed the acupuncture points of the 2 individuals, leaving them in the small courtyard we rented. Then Xiao Bieli carried the 2 severed heads and arrived at the largest brothel in Jiang City, Suihong Courtyard. Oh, young master, you're here again. Are you here to find Sister Ziwei again? At this time, Sister Ziwei probably hasn't gotten out of bed yet. As soon as he walked into Suihong Courtyard, 2 alluring women dressed in scanty clothing approached him. However, upon meeting Xiao Bieli's gaze, both women involuntarily lowered their heads and spoke in quieter tones. Xiao Bieli walked directly deeper into Suihong Courtyard. No one would expect that beneath the bustling Suihong Courtyard lay an intricately constructed underground palace, which was actually the largest branch of the Blood-Clothes Tower in Yinzhou. As he reached the depths of Suihong Courtyard, a charming girl in a purple dress greeted him. My lord, you're here. Xiao Bieli followed the girl towards the stone palace underground. Upon entering the underground stone palace, the guards noticeably became more vigilant. In the back of his mind, Xiao Bieli sensed that at least 2 4th-grade masters were stationed in this underground palace. Upon reaching the inner chamber of the underground stone palace, he saw a woman dressed in a green long dress seated there. She appeared to be in her 30s with a graceful figure, willow-like brows, phoenix eyes, and a stunning face resembling a ripe peach. You're back so soon. But then again, with your martial arts, it wouldn't be too difficult to deal with a group of sand. Feng Xinyang looked at Xiao Bieli as he entered carrying two wrapped heads, clicked her tongue, played with the abacus in front of her, and shook her head, including the silver you left with me and the two heads of the Huangsha bandit leaders. I'll count it as 18,000 taels for you. You still need 90,000 taels to acquire the yin-yang true art you desire. Why not try to kill Zhuo Qingyun? His head is worth 100,000 taels. Xiao Bieli glanced at Feng Xinyang and asked, "Where's Zhuo Qingyun?" Although Feng Xinyang was merely at the pinnacle of the 5th grade, she was the head of this branch, holding considerable status within the Bloodclothes Tower. Despite her maturity, she was only 30, a few years younger than Zhuo Qingyun. From Xiao Bieli's perspective, Feng Xinyang was also a sword master, definitely stronger than Xue Zhou, who had perished at his hands. From Xiao Bieli's perspective, Feng Xinyang was also a sword master, definitely stronger than Xue Zhou. Feng Xinyang casually remarked, "He's not in Yinzhou, but Long Lao truly values you. Even the Tsang Lei sword hero Dongfang Yang from Tsang Yuan sword sect has been diverted to help you." A letter from the southern region says a master from the Tsang Yuan sword sect, Duanhuan sword Feng Lu, has arrived along with your southern region's phantom divine Pom Zhang Tao. Although the Heavenly Machine Valley's Heavenly Machine Diviner is not as good as the star projection technique of the Qintian Observatory, it still has its merits and should be able to estimate your general location. Do you want to hire someone to take action? Feng Xinyang delicately tapped the abacus. Qiu Shuani Zhang Tao and Feng Lu are three masters. Only Feng Lu is a bit hard to deal with. If I offer 300,000 taels, it'll all be settled. This world is not like the ancient times of my previous life, where those great powers could have inheritances lasting thousands of years, possessing vast wealth. 300,000 taels is hardly enough to buy a master's life. Feng Xinyang truly gave him a severe blow. However, what Xiao Bieli wanted was experience, so naturally he would not let the Bloodclothes Tower intervene. Moreover, it's just three masters, aren't they all just masters? Xiao Bieli shook his head, no need. If they find me, I will deal with them myself. But is the Heavenly Machine Diviner really that amazing? Feng Xinyang nodded. The first-generation Valley Master of Heavenly Machine Valley was a direct disciple of the Qintian Observatory's headmaster. Although he left the Qintian Observatory, he still has connections with the court. He does have some real skills. However, those who have truly inherited the teachings of Heavenly Machine Valley throughout the generations are all short-lived. The Heavenly Machine Diviner should not be overused. Xiao Bieli nodded and then asked, "What about Qian Kuan Pom Yin Tao? Isn't the Guiyuan secret manual with Xun Yuan?" Feng Xinyang immediately guessed Xiao Bieli's reason for inquiring about Yin Tao and shook her head. Yin Tao is in the desert. His fame is not less than that of the desert bear Ding Han, and in terms of martial arts, he is likely even stronger than Ding Han. 3 years ago, Yin Tao fought against chasing Windblade Jin Buping, who was ranked 57th on the Dragon Tiger ranking, and Yin Tao even had a slight upper hand. As for why Yin Tao targeted Fengying Manor, it has something to do with a woman. A suddenly appearing and very mysterious woman. Even I could not figure out her origins, but I can be sure that this woman is definitely a beauty, otherwise a renowned master like Yin Tao wouldn't have fallen for her charms. I sense that the woman is also after the Guiyuan secret manual. If you plan to go to Fengying Manor, Yin Tao is currently hosting a banquet there with 3 or 4 5th-grade experts present, and there's someone you might be interested in. The cousin of your fiancé, Lin Qingyuan Lin Mu. Though his martial arts are rather mediocre, he is a staunch supporter of Zhuo Qingyun, and he seems to have a Tsang Yuan sword sect outer sect elder with him. As she spoke, Feng Xinyang looked at Xiao Bieli with keen interest. Over the years, Lin Qingyuan of Tsang Yuan sword sect had gained considerable fame, being a natural sword body and possessing unmatched talent. It is rumored in the Jianghu that Lin Qingyuan may potentially step into the second-grade unity of heaven and man. Becoming the pillar of Tsang Yuan sword sect, she would make the sect dominate the Jianghu for another 100 years. She also knew that Lin Qingyuan and the individual before her had grown up together, and this individual's talent was not inferior to Lin Qingyuan's, perhaps even stronger. If it weren't for the multitude of affairs regarding the Bloodclothes Tower, she would have liked to visit Fengying Manor to see the spectacle. Xiao Bieli showed no joy or sorrow in his eyes and calmly said, "If they block my path, it's merely a matter of a single strike. Remember my silver. Keep an eye on Shun Hui for me. I will take Xin Yuan to Fengying Manor and bring back the Guiyuan secret manual." Now he already has quite a bit of experience, and with everything in place, he just lacks an inner cultivation method. Fengying Manor, which had been guarded by a 3rd-grade grandmaster centuries ago, naturally possesses a grand. Situated in an oasis, it looks somewhat different from the desert style, resembling more of the southern states' aesthetics. Rumors had long circulated that the Shun family of Fengying Manor fled to the desert due to offending a powerful force outside the desert. But no one could confirm it. However, it no longer matters, as Fengying Manor, which had stood in the desert for hundreds of years, has changed ownership just a few days ago. Now its owner is Qian Kuanpom Yin Tao. Yin Tao stood in the Wind Shadow Manor's wind-waiting pavilion overlooking the scenery outside, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Beside him stood a stunning woman appearing to be in her early 20s, yet exuding a ripe allure. For men, such a woman is a gift from heaven. Inhaling the subtle fragrance wafting from her, Yin Tao couldn't help but glance at Guanqing beside him. In the storeroom of Wind Shadow Manor, he found 2 tiger whips and several potent herbs which he had instructed the kitchen to stew. He was already starting to anticipate the effects of this medicinal meal. Previously, he had always been confident in front of other women. But in the presence of Guanqing, he often felt somewhat powerless. However, this time would surely be different. Guanqing furrowed her brows and asked, still no news of Shun Yuan. Hearing Shun Yuan's name, Yin Tao also frowned and replied solemnly, Shun Yuan has fled deep into the desert, but the Yellow Sand Bandits and the Lone Wolf Gang have already taken my money. As long as Shun Yuan passes through their territory, he will not escape. Moreover, we have not lost track of them throughout this journey. They cannot possibly escape. However, since the Wind Shadow Sword technique and the Return to Origin manual are already in your hands, why let a traitor who poisoned his father live? What need is there to bring him back alive? Guanqing glanced at Yin Tao and said lightly, while these 2 martial arts are indeed impressive, they are not what the young master seeks. You should know the consequences of failure. Hearing her words, a serious expression crossed Yin Tao's face as he scoffed that old Shinzong is already poisoned, yet he can still unleash such strength. If he hadn't desperately wounded our men, Shun Yuan would never have escaped. Unfortunately, after 3 moves, the old Shinzong succumbed to the poison, unaware until his death that the poison came from his beloved son Shun Yuan. But rest assured, a martial artist as weak as Shun Hui is no threat. He won't be able to escape. Just a unique bird call reached their ears, and Guanqing raised her hand. A white messenger pigeon landed on her delicate hand, and she retrieved the letter tied to its leg. After a glance, Guanqing's expression turned grave. What happened? Yin Tao asked, puzzled. Guanqing coldly replied, I told you to pursue him yourself. You needed to recover. Now it seems Shun Yuan has been taken away. Yin Tao took the letter from Guanqing, glanced at it, his expression changing slightly as he muttered, Ding Han is dead. And he died at the hands of someone so young. To be so young and able to kill Ding Han with ease, could it be a master from the Dragon and Tiger rankings? When he had stormed into Wind Shadow Manor, he was injured by Shun Zong and severely hurt, which is why he hadn't pursued Shun Yuan personally. He didn't take it to heart, believing that Shun Yuan and his servant couldn't escape. But now a change had occurred. Although he had grasped the opportunity to step into the realm of a 4th-ranked master during his fight with Shun Zong, he was after all not yet a 4th-ranked master. If the young master's affairs were jeopardized, he feared there would be dire consequences. Guanqing shook her head. Everything is mismatched. There is currently no news of Shun Yuan at all. If we do not act quickly, you might suffer. Yin Tao's face turned pale. Guanqing was the young master's most trusted maid, and would naturally. He was different. He had been lured onto the ship by Guanqing, and he didn't even know what the young master looked like. But he knew that the young master was at least a 4th-ranked master. There was also a massive force behind him. If accountability arose, he would be hard-pressed to escape blame. You must save me. Yin Tao looked at Guanqing and pleaded. Guanqing's eyes glimmered with a smile. I know you obtained many good things from Wind Shadow Manor. If you can satisfy me tonight, I might be willing to help you once. The Tsang Yuan Sword Sect's soul-cutting sword Feng Lu has arrived in Yin Prefecture. The Tsang Yuan Sword Sect has a good relationship with the Camel Bell Master Zimur. If we can have someone from Camel Bell Master help, not to mention just one Shun Yuan, even a master would not be able to hide in the desert. Yin Tao's eyes brightened so. That inner disciple of the Tsang Yuan Sword Sect, Lin Mu, at the manor. Guanqing nodded exactly. Although Lin Mu is a waste, he has a good cousin. His cousin is destined to be at least a 3rd-ranked grandmaster in the. As long as Lin Mu speaks up, that soul-cutting sword Feng Lu will certainly give him some face. Order a feast tomorrow night to entertain Lin Mu and those 5th-ranked masters who are coming to your aid. The next day, just before evening, Xiao Bieli brought Shun Yuan to Wind Shadow Manor. Although Wind Shadow Manor was heavily guarded, it was nothing in Xiao Bieli's eyes. Even with Shun Yuan in tow, he could easily infiltrate. The two did not disturb anyone and landed in the ancestral hall of the Shun family deep within Wind Shadow Manor. At this moment, the ancestral hall was in disarray. The ancestral tablets of the Shun family's ancestors were carelessly tossed on the ground, and the entire hall had been turned upside down. Where is it? Xiao Bieli asked, frowning slightly. Shun Yuan quickly pointed to a beam and said it's right. After saying that, Shun Yuan leapt onto the beam, with Xiao Bieli closely following. Shen Yuan rummaged on the beam and then opened a hidden compartment. It was empty inside. How could this be? Shen Yuan exclaimed in surprise. This place is so hidden, as long as they didn't dismantle the ancestral hall, they shouldn't have found it. Damn it, they actually found this place. Shen Yuan turned around and saw Xiao Bieli looking at him with a smirk, causing his heart to tighten. Still too young, his acting skills are not up to par. Xiao Bieli sighed, inwardly fully aware of Shen Yuan's intentions, which was merely to use him for revenge for his father. If Shen Yuan had straightforwardly asked to exchange the Return to Origin manual for his killing of Yin Tao, that would have been fine. But treating him like a fool was a serious problem. Young hero. Before Shen Yuan could finish his words, all his acupoints were sealed by Xiao Bieli, rendering him unable to speak. Xiao Bieli dragged Shen Yuan to a secluded place not too far from Wind Shadow Manor. He casually tossed Shen Yuan onto the ground and unsealed his mute acupoint. Young hero, what do you mean by this? You saw the hidden compartment. It was indeed the place where the manual was kept before. Xiao Bieli shook his head. No tears until you see the coffin. Although I haven't learned the techniques of coercion, as a master, causing you pain is rather easy for me. With that, Xiao Bieli's hand shot out like lightning, precisely gripping Shen Yuan's wrist. With a series of cracking sounds, Shen Yuan's joints were slightly dislocated, and excruciating pain surged through him, causing his face to turn pale and beads of sweat to roll down his forehead. A heart-wrenching scream escaped Shen Yuan's lips. Experience 1000. He casually threw Shen Yuan's corpse to the ground. The Guiyuan secret art has actually fallen into the hands of that woman named Guanqing, and it was handed over by Shen Yuan himself. Now I am curious about what that woman named Guanqing looks like. Xiao Bieli spoke softly. Yesterday at the Blood Robe Tower, Feng Xinyang also mentioned Guanqing, saying her background was mysterious and many experts had bowed down under her pomegranate skirt. Even several well-known fifth-grade experts had been among them. As night fell, the Fengying Manor was brightly lit. In the banquet hall of Fengying Manor, there were about 10 people seated. Besides Yin Tao and Guanqing, the others were all notable figures in this vast desert, including Lin Mu, an inner disciple of the Tsangyuan sword sect, Elder Chung Ran from the outer sect, Iron Calculator, Hu Feng, and poisonous woman Ding Lan. The table was filled with various delicacies, and not far from them several beautiful exotic dancers were gracefully performing. The atmosphere in the hall was lively. Young Master Lin is already a 6th-grade expert at such a young age, the first among the younger generation of the Lin family apart from that female hero. The Lin family has 2 outstanding talents, and in the future we will all rely on young Master Lin to take care of us. Indeed, young Master Lin is only 29 years old and has already reached 6th grade. It's not impossible for him to ascend the dragon and tiger ranking in the future. Listening to the words of those around him, Lin Mu felt a little elated. Although he knew he had no hope of making it to the dragon and tiger ranking in this lifetime, hearing those words still made him feel good. Lin Mu raised his cup and sighed. Unfortunately, something has happened recently that has made me a bit unhappy. Yin Tao raised his cup and asked, with young Master Lin's status in the Tsangyuan sword sect, what could possibly make you unhappy? The others looked at Lin Mu curiously. Although Lin Mu was just an inner disciple, he traveled with an outer elder from the Tsangyuan sword sect for protection, indicating how much the sect valued the Lin family's talented daughter. They couldn't imagine what trouble such a person could have. Guanqing smiled and said, could it be because of Xiao Bieli? Everyone was taken aback. They had certainly heard of this name. He was a young expert who had recently made it onto the dragon and tiger ranking. They suddenly remembered. The reason Xiao Bieli made it onto the dragon and tiger ranking was that he killed a true disciple of the Tsangyuan sword sect, Shui Zhou, who was originally ranked 62nd on the list. Could it be that Xiao Bieli has some connection to the Lin family? That's right. Lin Mu replied coldly. That rodent-like thing actually hid when the experts of my Tsangyuan sword sect arrived in Manzhou. However, he underestimates my Tsangyuan sword sect. Even Tianshu Valley must give my Tsangyuan sword sect face. Our sect's masters are already on their way to Yanzhou. Once they arrive with the people from Tianshu Valley, Xiao Bieli will surely meet his end. Lin Mu's gaze swept over Guanqing, his eyes filled with uncontainable desire. If it weren't for Yin Tao's considerable strength, which prevented him from tarnishing the Tsangyuan sword sect's reputation, he would have acted long ago. Guanqing smiled seductively at Lin Mu, saying, a mere Xiao Bieli is naturally incomparable to the Tsangyuan sword sect, one of the 9 factions. This smile made Lin Mu's heart tremble. The other men present instinctively lowered their heads. This woman was like a siren, and a moment's carelessness could unleash their desires. They usually wouldn't act this way only in the presence of such an enchanting woman. Iron Calculator, Hu Feng chuckled. A person without a background dares to offend the Tsangyuan sword sect. His fate is already sealed. If young Master Lin can find traces of Xiao Bieli, even if the experts of the Tsangyuan sword sect do not arrive, we can. As Hu Feng spoke, his expression suddenly changed. A figure wearing a monkey mask had appeared behind Poisonous Woman. Who are you? Hu Feng stood up abruptly, shouting loudly. As Hu Feng rose, the others reacted as well. Swish! Dozens of hidden weapons shot out from the sleeves of the Poisonous Woman, aimed at the figure with the monkey mask. Swish! The masked Xiao Bieli pointed out, a finger shattering gold and splitting stone. Clatter! All the hidden weapons shattered under that one finger. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, the overwhelming force of the finger pierced through the Poisonous Woman's chest, blood splattering everywhere, and that terrifying power sent the Poisonous Woman flying, smashing the round table in front of several people into pieces. Silence. Experience 4000. Rui Ishin Demon Continuous 8 Strikes Master's Secret Art 1. Wow. If it weren't for the monkey mask, everyone present would definitely have seen the shock on Xiao Bieli's face. Although he now possessed more than one master's secret art, seeing the divine blade revealed still made his heart swell with joy. The crescent moon saber shining coldly across the world. The divine blade could be said to be the pinnacle of saber techniques in the ancient Longjiang lakes. Perhaps the only technique that could rival it was the little leaf flying dagger, which carried a hint of karmic significance. The perfected divine blade was not merely an additional master-level martial art for him. It would allow him to further deepen his understanding of the blade. During his peak, Ding Peng could roam the world with just a wooden sword, even without the magic blade. This proves that Ding Peng had already entered the realm of sword intention beyond mere technique. This is something only a grandmaster who has attained divine can achieve. Ding Peng was undoubtedly a genius. If it weren't for the low limits of the ancient dragon world, even his lowest achievement would be that of a third-grade grandmaster, and he could even hope to reach a level above third grade. Extract. Xiao Bieli silently chanted in his heart. The highest martial artist present, Yin Tao, was only at the peak of 5th grade. Although he had some strength, it was still somewhat lacking before Xiao Bieli now. Just receiving a divine blade wouldn't take much effort. Boom. In an instant, countless methods for practicing the divine blade flooded into Xiao Bieli's mind, along with some training experiences of the divine blade At this moment, everyone in the banquet hall of Fengying Manor was nervously watching the figure with the monkey mask not far away. Although the Poisonous Woman was only at the mid-stage of 5th grade, her skill with hidden weapons had reached an extremely high level. Even her earlier display, the scattering of heavenly maidens, was something they wouldn't dare claim to easily block. But now, this mysterious expert wearing the monkey mask not only blocked all the hidden weapons, but also killed the Poisonous Woman. This was terrifying. A finger. You are the one who took Xin Yuan. Yin Tao looked at Xiao Bieli, speaking coldly. Although he had been startled by that finger, just now he quickly connected the person before him with the one who took Xin Yuan. After all, someone capable of killing Ding Han with a finger undoubtedly had the strength to kill the Poisonous Woman. Even he, facing this mysterious expert, did not have absolute confidence of winning. The others were also taken aback. They had all heard the news that Xin Yuan had been taken away by a mysterious expert in Lusha town. But they never expected that this person would come to Fengying Manor. Fueled by the wine, Lin Mu looked at Xiao Bieli coldly, saying, "You kill at the slightest disagreement. Do you think so little of me?" Seeing the person with the monkey mask remain silent, just standing there, Lin Mu became even angrier. He was an inner disciple of the Zhongyuan sword sect, the top among the younger generation of the Lin family. Yanzhou didn't even have a force among the 9 factions and 6 gangs. How dare this person disregard him? Swish, swish, swish. The soft sword at his waist was drawn, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Mu thrust out dozens of swords, enveloping Xiao Bieli in a flurry of sword shadows. No. In an instant, as Lin Mu made his move, Chung ran, an elder of the Zhongyuan sword sect's outer sect, changed his expression and hurriedly shouted to stop him. Looking at the monkey face mask on Xiao Bieli's face, he thought of a conjecture. Bloodied Cloth Tower. Although Bloodied Cloth Tower has been low-key for the past few decades, he vaguely remembers that the 9 core assassins of Bloodied Cloth Tower are all masters of at least 2nd rank. Beneath the 9 core assassins, there are 36 gold medal assassins. These gold medal assassins usually wear animal masks while acting, making their true appearances hard to discern. But it can be confirmed that among these 36 gold medal assassins, the weakest is not weaker than Yin Tao, who has been famous in Yanzhou for many years. Most of them are even capable of assassinating a 4th rank master. A 4th rank master has cultivated their spiritual energy. How difficult is it to kill them? However, before Bloodied Cloth Tower assassinated the former emperor, every year there would be 4th rank masters killed by Bloodied Cloth Tower. If this person is indeed a gold medal assassin from Bloodied Cloth Tower, then apart from Yin Tao, it's likely that no one among them can match him. Just as Chung Ran's words fell, whoosh, a flash of knife light appeared. PFF. Lin Mu's head flew into the air, blood splattering. Experience 2000. Even Yin Tao, who had just taken a step forward, abruptly stopped. That knife was merely an ordinary one, as if it had been casually forged at the village blacksmith shop. But the speed at which that person drew the knife was fast. It was incredibly fast. Even he was not confident he could block that strike. You killed him. You killed him. Do you know who he is? You just killed him. Cheng Ran's eyes widened in fury. Though he is an elder of the Tsangyuan sword sect's outer sect, his talent is limited, and he has no hope of entering the 4th rank master realm in this lifetime. However, his grandson has great talent and can rank among the top 20 among the inner disciples. But that alone is not enough. He cannot ascend the dragon and tiger rankings, nor can he gain the favor of the sect strong like Lin Qingyuan, who possesses a natural sword body. The Lin family promised him that as long as they protect Lin Mu all the way after returning to the sect, Lin Qingyuan would recommend his grandson to the 3rd elder, giving his grandson a chance to apprentice under a 3rd rank grandmaster. But now, everything is ruined. Now Lin Mu has died at this person's hands, and not only will he lose Lin Qingyuan's friendship, but even the Lin family will blame him. I don't care who he is. Xiao Bieli beneath the monkey face mask didn't even look at Cheng Ran, but turned to Guanqing and said calmly, "Where is the Guiyuan's secret art? Xin Yuan told me that after he poisoned and harmed his father, he gave the Guiyuan's secret art to you." Everyone, especially the few beggars in Yinzhou known as Iron Coin. Fengying Manor is quite renowned in Yinzhou, especially since Shenzong is a 4th rank master. However, not long ago Shenzong suddenly died, rumored to have succumbed to old injuries. Yin Tao merely took advantage after Shenzong's death. Yet Yin Tao's martial arts are indeed very high enough that he occupies Fengying Manor, and few dare to provoke him in the vast desert. Now it seems, did Shenzong's death actually result from his son Xin Yuan's poisoning? What does Xin Yuan hope to achieve by doing this? Guanqing was also momentarily stunned, then smiled, a charming smile crossing her face. "My dear Sir, Xin Yuan poisoned Shenzong, but that has nothing to do with me. The Guiyuan's secret art is also what he gave me, and is currently in my boudoir. Why don't you come with me to retrieve it?" Guanqing stepped closer to Xiao Bieli, her eyes full of a pitiful allure. "If all you need is the Guiyuan's secret art, why resort to killing? I can give it to you." As Guanqing spoke, the men around her showed signs of distraction. Even Cheng Ran, who had been furious moments ago, was no exception. Only Yin Tao gently shook his head, fully aware of Guanqing's seduction skills. Unless one is a master, it is difficult for any man to resist. Moreover, judging by the voice of this monkey-faced assassin, he could not be over 35 years old, and would definitely not withstand Guanqing's charms. Suddenly, a sigh escaped from beneath the monkey mask. "Don't waste your effort. Are you not a man?" Guanqing's smile stiffened. She did not expect that her irresistible charms would have no effect on this. Xiao Bieli said blandly, "If you didn't carry these mixed scents with your figure and face, perhaps you could have stirred a hint of desire within me. But you practice the art of yang supplementation, and your body carries the scents of dozens of men. Even among this table there are 2 men who have slept with you, and it was within the last 12 hours. As Xiao Bieli's words fell, Guanqing's expression turned unpleasant. She had always been able to attract men with just a wave of her hand. This person's words made her feel her dignity had been trampled. Yin Tao's expression also turned sour, his eyes filled with anger. Yesterday he took a potent tonic and believed he performed well. Could it be he still couldn't satisfy Guanqing, and she needed to seek other men? But now was not the time for internal strife. Still, his gaze swept over the crowd present. Iron Coin Hu Feng felt a bit uneasy when he sensed Yin Tao's predatory gaze. He had just visited Fengying Manor the night before, and had only strolled around. He hadn't expected to gain other rewards. After a night of passion, his legs still felt a bit weak. However, he had only just learned that this woman was Yin Tao's partner. Otherwise, even with 10 times his courage, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly. "Kill him!" Guanqing cried sharply. "Yin Tao, kill him for me." "Umph." Yin Tao snorted coldly. Though he felt dissatisfied, the urgent matter at hand was still to eliminate the person before him. Cheng Ran also shouted angrily, "Everyone please help me eliminate this thief. Our Tsangyuan sword sect will surely reward you handsomely." The several masters present exchanged glances, then suddenly summoned their true energy. PFF. PFF. Several of them almost simultaneously spat out blood, their faces turning pale, nearly collapsing to the ground. Even Yin Tao and Cheng Ran, who had the deepest cultivation, were no exception. Cheng Ran's face no longer bore the previous anger, but was filled with terror. "What is happening?" "Poison." Yin Tao's expression was incredulous. "You actually poisoned our food in advance." Xiao Bieli shook his head. "I didn't need to poison you in advance to deal with you. I just wanted to test the healing poison method I recently learned to see if it has any effect on 5th rank experts. Now it seems the effect is quite good." After obtaining the divine formula of the apothecary, he directly consumed 9,500 experience points to perfect it. Fifth rank experts have their true energy circulating within their organs, continuously sustaining life enough to resist many poisons. However, although most of the formulas recorded in the divine formula of the apothecary do not work on fifth rank experts in this realm, after perfecting it, Xiao Bieli's understanding of the art of medicine has reached a new level. It just so happens to combine with some unique herbs from this realm to create a couple of unique poisons. Now it seems the effect is quite good. PFF. Iron Coin Hu Feng was the first to be unable to withstand it, spitting out a mouthful of black blood and collapsing to the ground. My lord, spare me. I am willing to obey you, but whatever you want me to do, I will do it. Xiao Bieli said indifferently. You have already been supplemented last night, ruining your foundation. The initial stage of fifth rank is already your limit. What use is there in keeping you? PFF. Hu Feng spat out another mouthful of black blood and fell weakly to the ground. Experience 4,000. Fear was evident in everyone's eyes. Although their martial skills were slightly superior to Hu Feng's, the difference was limited. Another renowned expert in the desert spat out a mouthful of black blood streaming from his 7 orifices, his eyes filled with unwillingness as he collapsed to the ground. Experience 4,000. Someone attempted to speak, but toxic blood gushed from their mouth, preventing them from uttering a complete sentence. Experience 4,000. One by one, people fell to the ground. Among the 7 fifth-grade experts at the table, only Guanqing, Yin Tao, and Cheng Ran still managed to hold on. But their bodies trembled, their eyes filled with a desperate desire for life. Guanqing slowly approached Xiao Bieli seductively, saying, My lord, please don't be so cruel. As long as you spare me, I will be yours alone from now on. I can make you experience pleasures like never before. Before she could finish her words, a large hand had already gripped her neck. Crack. A gentle twist sounded as the bones fractured. Experience 4,000. Yin Tao and Cheng Ran felt a tremor in their hearts. Such beauty. The killer from Blood Cloak Tower showed no mercy while destroying her, not even blinking. Was his heart truly as cold as ice? Yin Tao made no move. The living Guanqing was his treasure, but now that she had become a corpse, she naturally no longer held that value. Xiao Bieli looked at Yin Tao, saying indifferently, Where is the Guiyuan's secret manual? Yin Tao hastily replied, As long as you don't kill me, I will give you the Guiyuan's secret manual. Xiao Bieli looked at Yin Tao as if he were an idiot. Why does everyone have such unrealistic ideas? You only have 2 choices: die comfortably or experience the methods of Blood Cloak Tower before you die. Yin Tao's face turned pale, but he suddenly gathered his true energy and struck towards Xiao Bieli 3 meters away. This was the Qian Kuan Palm's lethal move, Qian Kuan Strike. The fierce energy howled through the air, ripping it apart with a terrifying momentum. Poof! After unleashing his palm strike, Yin Tao spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Xiao Bieli was not surprised by Yin Tao's sudden attack. The reason Yin Tao, Cheng Ran, and Guanqing were dying so slowly was that they still held some value. He originally planned to send them on their way comfortably after obtaining the Guiyuan's secret manual and answers to his questions. But since Yin Tao was unwilling, he would have to see how resilient his bones were. Xiao Bieli clenched his right hand into a fist, extending his thumb out, and pointed with the great strength diamond finger. Bang! The 2 forces of energy collided. The terrifying finger strength directly shattered Yin Tao's palm strike. The finger energy, undiminished, shot forward. Poof! The finger energy pierced through Yin Tao's palm, and before he could make any other move, a finger had already struck at his dantian, making Yin Tao feel as if his dantian were a sieve, leaking energy everywhere, as the true energy he had painstakingly cultivated for years vanished in an instant. In an instant, Yin Tao seemed to age several decades. Crack! Ow! A heart-wrenching scream escaped from Yin Tao's mouth as Xiao Bieli's 2 fingers pressed upon his right hand, crushing the bones of his right arm inch by inch. Sweat beads the size of beans dripped from Yin Tao's temples. Just as he was about to faint from the pain, a surge of true energy flowed into his body, keeping him awake. Before the bones of one arm were fully crushed, Yin Tao could no longer hold back and hurriedly said, The Guiyuan's secret manual and Fengying sword technique are on me. These 2 items are not what Guanqing is looking for. He is still looking for something in the Fengying manor. I have already searched most of the Fengying manor, but still haven't found what he wants. Kill me. Give me a quick end. Xiao Bieli reached into Yin Tao's clothing, retrieving 2 wrapped manuals. It was indeed the Guiyuan's secret manual and the Fengying sword technique. Xiao Bieli did not verify their authenticity, and with the point of his finger, the energy pierced through Yin Tao's chest, causing him to collapse to the ground. Experience 4,000. Experience 4,000. Longevity technique, 1st grade divine skill 1. Damn it. Looking at the pop-it-up notification, Xiao Bieli couldn't help but curse. Many people had perished at his hands during this time, but none had dropped a suitable internal skill. Now, just as the Guiyuan's secret manual came into his hands, a longevity technique popped up. Moreover, it was one of the 4 great divine skills pinned by Huang Yi. Looking at the words first grade divine skill behind the longevity technique on the system panel, Xiao Bieli knew without thinking that this was a skill that could be cultivated to the first grade realm. However, the experience required to cultivate the few master martial arts was 10 times that of advanced martial arts. The experience needed for each percentage increase in proficiency for the longevity technique was likely astronomical. Originally, he had only intended to use the Guiyuan secret manual as a stopgap. The experience he had accumulated should have been enough for him to step into the 3rd grade Grandmaster realm, but now with the longevity technique, he naturally would not go for the Guiyuan secret manual, especially since he also needed to enhance his divine blade slash. As long as he had enough experience, it would be a flight to success. Cheng Ran was startled to hear the golden killer from Blood Cloak Tower suddenly curse. Now that the Guiyuan secret manual had fallen into this person's hands, and Yin Tao was dead, what more could he complain about? However, recalling this person's methods, he felt a chill in his heart. Having made up his mind no matter what this person asked, he would answer truthfully. At least he would die quickly, unlike Yin Tao, who had said everything, but still met with endless torment before death. Xiao Bieli turned his head and asked, "Where are the masters from your Zhongyuan sword sect?" Although there were rumors that someone from the Zhongyuan sword sect had come to Yinzhou apart from the soul-severing sword Feng Lu, everyone else was also an expert, and their whereabouts were hidden. If Blood Cloak Tower did not expend some effort, it would be difficult to pinpoint their location. Since the people from Tianji Valley could lock onto his approximate position, he intended to eliminate the trouble at its source. As long as he got rid of that so-called Tianji master, who could predict the future, the people from Zhongyuan sword sect would have to find another Tianji master to locate him. He didn't believe that the so-called Tianji calculation was that easy to cultivate. Cheng Ran shook his head and said, "I'm not sure about the specifics, but Lin Mu received a message from Elder Feng yesterday, and they will arrive at Fengying Manor the day after tomorrow. We are also waiting at Fengying Manor for Elder Feng and the others to arrive. Search the corpse and strip it of everything." Xiao Bieli arrived at Shenzong's study and dug out a small copper box from underneath the first blue stone slab at the door. Upon opening the small copper box, a tattered map lay inside. It was identical in material to the map Xiao Bieli obtained from Lu Fuxing earlier. Xiao Bieli tried to piece the 2 maps together, but it was evident that they could not connect. They were not 2 maps that fit together. However, Xiao Bieli was not concerned. The so-called treasure was merely a pastime for him during boring times. Now that he had obtained the Chongqing Ju, he only needed to quietly gain experience. Host Xiao Bieli. Cultivation, early 4th grade master. Martial arts, Yijin Jing perfection, Yaowang, Shunpian perfection, blade technique perfection. Abijna 3 blades perfection, Gui, Shi Gong perfection, divine blade slash, 50-100 blade, intent copper skin, iron bones light, as a swallow. Experience points 169540. To claim Chongqing Ju. Nighttime. In the desert, Xiao Bieli sat cross-legged by a campfire. Above the campfire, a leg of lamb was roasting. At this moment, the lamb leg was golden on both sides, emitting an enticing aroma. Extract. Looking at the Chongqing Ju available to claim on the system panel, Xiao Bieli spoke softly. Boom. As his words fell, countless cultivation methods of the Chongqing Ju surged into Xiao Bieli's mind, along with an immense amount of cultivation experience. Chongqing Ju 5100 can merge and absorb Yijin Jing. After a while, Xiao Bieli opened his eyes and murmured, as expected, "It is the Chongqing Ju." The reason why heaven and earth can be long-lasting is because they do not generate themselves, hence they can attain longevity. This Chongqing Ju is different from ordinary martial arts. Typically, inner strength is cultivated first, and when the realm is sufficient, it transforms from acquired to innate, becoming innate true qi. However, the Chongqing Ju differs, cultivating innate true qi right from the start, following the natural way, and it can even simultaneously refine the ancestral aperture and cultivate spiritual power. This is also why Ko Su and the others, after merely cultivating one of the 7 illustrations of the Chongqing Ju, could barely contend with second and even first-tier experts in the Huang Yi world. Ko Su and the others were also destined to end advancing rapidly in their cultivation, quickly becoming top experts. However, while Ko Zhong and Su Xiling practiced only 2 illustrations, I possessing all 7 illustrations, my understanding of the Chongqing Ju is simply incomparable to theirs. This Chongqing True Qi not only extends life, but its lethality surpasses that of Yijin True Qi. The Chongqing Ju is likely considered a top-tier divine skill in this world. However, can this merging and absorption? Could it be that Yijin True Qi can be transformed into Chongqing True Qi? Absorb and merge. Boom. As Xiao Bieli's words fell, the Yijin True Qi within him rapidly transformed into Chongqing Ju 20,100. Each percentage increase in mastery requires 10,000 experience points. 4th grade master requires a 3% increase in mastery to advance. In an instant, the mastery of the Chongqing Ju surged to 20%. Although there was no change in realm, Xiao Bieli could clearly feel that the quality of the true qi within him had significantly improved, and even some hidden injuries left from previously perfecting various martial arts were healed in an instant. His bodily functions were enhanced to their peak. A mere 1% mastery requires 10,000 experience points. It indeed matches my expectations. Now, to reach the peak of master, there are still 3 small realms, which amounts to 90,000 experience points. Fortunately, I have plenty of experience. Spend 90,000 experience points to enhance the Chongqing Ju. Boom. As Xiao Bieli's words fell, countless experiences for cultivating the Chongqing Ju surged into his mind, as if he had diligently practiced the Chongqing Ju for countless years. At the same time, an extremely pure Chongqing true qi surged into Xiao Bieli's body. Xiao Bieli's aura skyrocketed, and the ancestral aperture at his brow was polished to a unity. The spiritual power that had resided within it had strengthened several times, and even the hazy image of his nascent soul was close to solidifying, just one step away from achieving the 3rd grade Grandmaster realm. Realm Peak Master. Chongqing Ju 29,100. Each percentage increase in mastery requires 10,000 experience points. 4th grade master to 3rd grade Grandmaster requires 6% mastery. After a moment, Xiao Bieli opened his eyes. 6%. There are still nearly 80,000 experience points left. Spend 60,000 experience points to enhance the Chongqing Ju. Chongqing Ju 35,100. Boom. A massive amount of true essence surged into Xiao Bieli's body, causing his aura to rise steadily, while his spiritual power also grew rapidly. Puff. Finally, the bottleneck between 4th grade master and 3rd grade grandmaster was broken. A transparent nascent soul sat within the ancestral aperture at his brow. 3rd grade grandmaster realm achieved. Finally, this feels comfortable. Xiao Bieli opened his eyes and let out a long breath. The remaining experience will be used entirely to enhance Divine Blade Slash. Divine Blade Slash, 24,100. Boom. Countless experiences for cultivating Divine Blade Slash surged into Xiao Bieli's mind. Once the infusion was complete, Xiao Bieli directly took the already roasted lamb leg off the campfire, not caring about the hotness, taking a big bite, and then following it with a sip of good wine brought from Jiang City. The next day, Oasis Market. Although the place was called a market, it was significantly larger than the Shifting Sands town that Xiao Bieli had visited before. The level of bustling was not something Shifting Sands town could compare to. Merchants coming and going and wandering sword wielders were endless. Xiao Bieli, with a sword at his waist and a straw hat covering part of his face, walked into the largest tavern in Oasis Market, casually pulled out a gold leaf and tossed it to the waiter. Bring me the best food in your tavern. This action left the manager and the waiter stunned. Even the manager himself attentively served Xiao Bieli, bringing forth the best grape wine and aged liquor from the tavern. Manager Ho, what do you mean by this? I wanted to buy the liquor you have hidden for over 10 years, yet you wouldn't sell it. Why are you selling it now? This drew dissatisfaction from some regular patrons of the tavern. Someone laughed. Of course, it's because your silver wasn't enough. If you had given a gold leaf, not to mention liquor, even the manager's wife would have been fine. Xiao Bieli paid no heed to the tavern guest's words. He had been a mere early 4th grade master before, so he had been cautious, but now it was different. Even the king of the desert camel bell master Zhuomu Heir was only a 3rd grade grandmaster. Now he was also a 3rd grade grandmaster. Why should he be timid? This Oasis Market was the only route into Fengying Manor from the south. Since Cheng Ran mentioned that the people from Tsungyuan Sword Sect would arrive at Fengying Manor tomorrow, calculating the time, they would likely only reach this Oasis Market today. It was perfect to wait for them here. With the support of the golden leaf, the shopkeeper personally went to the kitchen to give orders, ignoring the wails of other diners, and soon a table full of exquisite dishes was laid out before Xiao Bieli. Many people cast curious glances at Xiao Bieli. After all, he was very young and traveled alone especially in the vast desert of Yinzhou where bandits roamed freely. It was not a good place for honing one's skills in the martial world. However, no one said anything. After all, those who dare to walk the martial world alone must have their own confidence. Though the food in the desert was coarse, it had its own unique flavor. Moreover, Xiao Bieli had several perfected martial arts techniques, and his appetite was not something an ordinary martial artist could compare to. He ignored the gazes of others and feasted heartily. At that moment, an old man wearing a faded long robe walked in through the main door of the tavern and went straight up to the 2nd floor. Oh, old Chun is here again today. Have the tips you earned from storytelling recently run out? Come, last time you mentioned the story of the 3 heroes of Tianyun Manor, you haven't finished it yet. After the old man went upstairs, the atmosphere on the 2nd floor became lively. Through the surrounding chatter, Xiao Bieli figured out that this old man was a storyteller. However, Xiao Bieli shook his head. How could a peak 5th grade master come to a tavern to tell stories due to lack of money? A 5th grade master had too many ways to earn silver. Old Chen smiled and sat down at one of the 2 vacant seats. The waiter brought him a pot of inferior wine and 2 small dishes and did not chase him away. The stories told by Old Chen were quite novel and filled with anecdotes from the martial world of other regions, attracting many guests to come and listen. Pouring himself a cup of wine, Old Chen did not mind the poor quality of the drink. He finished it in one gulp, savoring it before he smiled and said, "Today let's not talk about Tianyan Manor, let's discuss the events from the southern barbarian state." Oh. Upon hearing this, someone asked, "As far as I know, the barbarian state is just a remote place filled with miasma, and there are no notable figures in its martial world. Has something significant happened there recently?" Before Old Chun could respond, someone chimed in, "You wouldn't know this, but quite a few major events have occurred in the barbarian state recently. Not only has a genius appeared on the dragon and tiger rankings, but even a 4th grade master has died." The tavern erupted in an uproar upon hearing this. Even though their martial world in Yenzhou was stronger than that of the barbarian state under the command of the Camelbell Master, there were only 4 masters, and with other powerful figures, the total number of masters did not exceed 20. The death of a master was quite a significant event in their desert. Not long ago, the leader of Fengying Manor Shinzong died, and the oasis market was affected. Initially, their oasis market was under the influence of Fengying Manor, but it has since changed hands. Could it be that this master died at the hands of that genius on the dragon and tiger rankings? Someone asked. Old Chen smiled, refilled his cup, and said, "Although that master was old, it shouldn't be that he died at the hands of the genius Xiao Bieli. He likely fell to the assassins of the Blood Cloak Tower." Xiao Bieli comes from a small family in the barbarian state and rose to fame half a year ago. With just 1 person and 1 sword, he kept the experts of 2 counties from raising their heads. No, it can be said that almost all the experts from the 2 counties died at his hands. Hiss! A sound of people gasping in shock echoed in the tavern. Experts from 2 counties, almost all killed by 1 person. Could this still be the work of someone from the dragon and tiger rankings? Even those demonic path geniuses wouldn't be so ruthless, right? Old Shun continued. However, as far as I know, the reason Xiao Bieli killed so many was due to a love triangle. A love triangle. Upon hearing this, the people in the tavern became even more interested. The waiter hurriedly walked around the tavern with a tray to collect tips for Old Shun. The martial artists all took out small silver coins and tossed them onto the tray. Xiao Bieli also smiled and dropped a golden leaf onto the tray. The waiter couldn't help but glance at Xiao Bieli again. This gentleman casually tossed a golden leaf. Could it be that his family runs a money bank? Even Old Shun was taken aback upon seeing the golden leaf. He had been in this oasis market for nearly 20 years, and while he occasionally encountered young masters who would give a few taels of silver, it was the first time he had seen someone who casually threw down a golden leaf. Xiao Bieli tore off a chicken leg and gestured for Old Shun to continue. He wanted to see how his story had transformed in the desert. Cough, cough. Old Shun cleared his throat and continued. Xiao Bieli's fiancée is Lin Qingyuan, a true disciple of the Zhongyuan sword sect, and there was an ambiguous relationship between her and Zhui Qingyun, the four-direction sword, who is ranked 7th on the dragon and tiger rankings. Naturally, Xiao Bieli became a stumbling block for them. The forces from the 2 counties in the barbarian state wanted to curry favor with the Zhongyuan sword sect, so they targeted Xiao Bieli. However, they did not expect Xiao Bieli's martial arts to be so high, resulting in heavy casualties among the masters of the barbarian state's 2 counties. Even another genius of the Zhongyuan sword sect on the dragon and tiger rankings, Shuizhou, was killed by Xiao Bieli. Speaking of the battle between Xiao Bieli and Shuizhou, Old Chun was speaking vividly, but Xiao Bieli suddenly raised his gaze toward the direction of the tavern entrance. A group of 8 people was riding toward the tavern, and the 3 in front were actually 3 masters. With Xiao Bieli's current perspective, he could tell at a glance. The one carrying an ancient long sword was likely Feng Lu, the soul-cutting sword of the Zhongyuan sword sect. Among these 3 4th-grade masters, only Feng Lu had a cold sword intent about him. The other 2, while also masters, had dim ancestral apertures on their foreheads. Although they possessed spiritual power, they could only bully those who had not yet stepped into the 4th-grade master realm. Compared to when he had just entered the 4th-grade master realm, they were far inferior. Shuizhou was beheaded by Xiao Bieli. Just as Feng Lu and his group arrived on the 2nd floor, Old Chun was finishing the concluding part of the battle between Xiao Bieli and Shuizhou. He was speaking vividly. However, Feng Lu, who was coming up from downstairs, had a gloomy expression. One of the 5th-grade masters following Feng Lu suddenly slammed the handrail of the staircase, and a section of it shot out, carrying fierce energy toward Old Chun. Old Chun rolled to the side just in time to dodge this strike, But the table in front of him wasn't so lucky and instantly shattered into pieces. Old Chin's expression turned ugly as he clasped his hands together and said, "Gentlemen, may I ask where I have offended you? Why attack me so viciously upon arrival?" A seventh-grade martial artist in the tavern shouted, "Exactly. You don't seem to be from the desert. How can you come to the Oasis market and act so arrogantly? Don't you fear offending?" The Tsang Yuan sword sect expert who had just attacked snorted coldly and unleashed a sword energy. Old Chun gritted his teeth and also struck out with a palm. Bang! The sword energy and palm force collided, shaking 4 or 5 tables and chairs into splinters around them. The shopkeeper hurriedly stepped forward and repeatedly bowed to the Tsang Yuan sword sect experts, saying, "Gentlemen, our small establishment pays its dues to the Camel Bell Master every month, so please show mercy."